Chapter 1. The Mysterious System. On the continent of Duki in the northwest region, in the city of Wutan within the Jiamar Empire, before the magic stone tablet of the Shao clan. Doji Power, Level 3, Low Grade. As the emotionless voice resonated, a wave of commotion erupted in the bustling square. Changxing vigorously shook his head, striving to remain alert. What is this nonsense? Did I hear incorrectly? Doji Power? Ding. System activation progress at 70%. A prompt echoed in his mind, and Changxing felt a sharp pain throb in his head. Wasn't I hit by a car? Am I dead now? It turned out that Changxing was a civil engineering graduate. Due to a catastrophic incident that exacerbated the industry's downturn, he found himself unemployed and reluctantly resorted to delivering takeout. Pinching his cheek, the stinging sensation offered some clarity to his thoughts. Ding. System activation progress at 80%. A peculiar sound reverberated in his mind once more. Looking around, he noticed that the electric bikes and pedestrians that had been nearby had vanished, and instead of a capable electric bike beneath him, he found himself straddling a sturdy tree trunk. The crowd in the distance began to stir once again. In his memory, he recalled waiting at a traffic light, only to be startled by a tremendous noise and a powerful push from behind. This sudden transformation left Changxing momentarily disoriented. Shao Suner, Duki Level 9, listening to the sounds emanating from nearby and observing the agitated crowd, fragments of memory began to connect in Changxing's mind. Wait, was this the Duki continent? Goodness, so I can really traverse worlds. As this thought flashed through his mind, his memories grew increasingly vivid. Changxing, as a cousin of Shao Huo was Shao Yan's mother's brother's child, referred to Shao Zhan as his uncle. Born on the same day as Shao Yan, they simply called each other cousins without the distinction of brothers. Perhaps because he was named Changxing on Blue Star, he found himself fortuitously transported to the world of Do Patsangxiong. After swiftly absorbing the memories, Changxing chose not to dwell on it excessively, for Do Patsangxiong was his favorite book, the first web novel he ever read, planting the seeds of fantasy literature in his heart. Ding. System activation complete. The all-encompassing system is now available to you. A novice gift pack has been automatically issued. Gained 10 cubic meters of low-grade backpack storage space. Received 1 all-purpose copy card. Obtained 1 disposable low-level Do Technique usage card. At that moment, a series of mechanical prompts echoed in Changxing's mind, while a system interface materialized before his eyes. Gazing at the meager rewards displayed on the panel, Changxing felt a twinge of disappointment. Why do others receive such bountiful rewards upon traversing, while I am left with so little? Just 2 cards, and one of them is disposable. Changxing had previously read numerous system novels, where protagonists were often gifted with goddesses like Shao Suner and various high-level Do techniques. Is there some kind of mistake? If the neighbor on horseback saw this, they would think I'm impoverished. Just as Changxing lamented the system's stinginess, a solitary figure emerged from the crowd. Upon closer inspection, he realized that it was none other than Shao Yan, who would later become the Flame Emperor. Ding! Detected a copyable item. Would you like to copy? Since he's the protagonist, if I simply copy him, I could be a protagonist too, right? With this thought in mind, Changxing decisively activated the all-purpose copy card. Ding! Post level 2 low to copy. Directly please select another object to copy. The system's prompt extinguished the excitement that had just ignited within Changxing. Hey, what gives? This wretched system won't let me copy the protagonist. What use are you? Detected that the copyable object's fortune is excessively high. Force copying may result in host demise. Recalling the plot of Do Per, where the protagonist was an ancient century genius, mentored by the top-tier teacher Yichun and bestowed with various extraordinary opportunities, Changxing felt overwhelmed by the disparity. Sighing, he watched as Shao Yan drew closer, his gaze fixated on this legendary figure, until he caught sight of the ancient black ring adorning the youth's right hand. If I can't copy your fortune, then surely I can copy Yichen's. With a thought, the system responded moments later. Copying. Congratulations, host. Copy successful. Gained a portion of Yichen's possessions, along with all experiences of a peak 9-turn Do Zun and an 8th rank apothecary. Experience card has been saved and can be used to query the system for answers to difficult questions. Portion? Chengxing gazed at the system interface, puzzled. Wait, I used the all-purpose copy card. Why is it that you allow this, but not that? And now you're giving me only part of it? Were you even playing at system? Due to insufficient storage space, a portion of the possessions could not be successfully acquired. Listening to the system's explanation, Chengxing felt a wave of frustration wash over him. With his background in civil engineering, he realized that 10 cubic meters was indeed rather limited, yet Chen's treasures must occupy considerable space, with just a single black magic cauldron taking up a significant amount of room. Fine, fine, I suppose it's better than nothing. Resolutely comforting himself, Chengxing had little desire to scrutinize the items he had obtained. Even a subpar system was better than none at all. Just as he was about to dismount from the tree trunk, Xiaoyan spoke up, "Cousin, why aren't you testing your abilities? Instead, you're up in this tree watching the excitement." Observing the forced smile on Xiaoyan's face, Chengxing understood that this fellow traveler was grappling with profound melancholy. The protagonist truly lives up to the title. His kindness far surpasses that of certain others. With this thought in mind, Chengxing found a suitable angle and swiftly returned to solid ground. Brushing off the dust from his clothes, he extended his hand toward Xiaoyan. The two, so similar in stature, embraced each other warmly. "Cousin, I believe you will recover," Chengxing spoke earnestly. According to the script, within a few days, individuals from the Yunlan sect would arrive, followed closely by unexpected opportunities. For now, he could not copy Xiaoyan's fortune given Xiaoyan's character as portrayed in the original text. He certainly could not afford to create enmity at such a moment. The concern from a peer was exactly what was needed at this time. Chengxing's parents had moved to Wutan City many years ago, along with his aunt, who would later become Xiaoyan's mother. After Xiaoyan's mother married into the Xiao clan, at her strong insistence, Chengxing's family also took residence within the Xiao household. However, the good times did not last long. A tragic accident left Chengxing orphaned and took Xiaoyan's mother from him as well. Thus, the bond between the two remained strong. One embrace was enough to help Xiaoyan gain some control over his sorrow. "Thank you, cousin, I will head back now." Xiaoyan's expression softened slightly as he expressed his gratitude before departing alone. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the initial check-in for Xiaoyan Beginner. As the two parted ways, the system promptly sent a notification. "Damn it, is the system not going to notify me of any tasks?" Chengxing grumbled as he swiftly made his way toward the back mountain. Chapter 2. The fusion of the burning technique in the secluded mountains behind the Xiao family estate. Chengxing eagerly summoned the system panel, a translucent interface, approximately 16 inches in size, materialized before his eyes. As he surveyed the plethora of items crammed into his backpack, a radiant smile spread across his face that he had acquired a low-tier, Earth-level combat skill card, Flame Devouring Wave, an advanced Xian-level combat skill card. 8 Extremes Collapse, and the recipe for crafting Foundation Establishment Elixir. Although he had not managed to copy everything, the items he possessed were frequently utilized by Xiaoyan in the future and held immense power. However, Chengxing's primary concern lay with the system itself, that it was crucial to understand that possessing a system in this alternate reality significantly influenced the quality of one's experience. System, what other functions do you possess? This system is an all-encompassing one that, due to its vastness, only a portion of its features is currently accessible to the host. And what are these functions? As the system panel transformed, several sections appeared. Copying is categorized into 4 tiers: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and all-encompassing. Except for the all-encompassing copy card, the other cards can only replicate non-living entities. Scanning provides the host with various information and can detect objects available for replication. This function is intertwined with the host's soul power. Fusion allows the host to merge unnecessary items, thereby creating new ones. Refinement enables the host to learn and absorb various skills automatically. It is advised that the host ensure their own condition and the status of their backpack prior to utilizing this function, as refinement carries certain risks. Caution is advised. After receiving this overview of the system, Chengxing reclined on the grass, exhaling deeply. This system seems quite satisfactory, though the initial benefits are rather meager. It is worth noting that as Xiao Zhan's nephew, Cheng Xing received a scant living allowance each month. With his parents having left behind little in terms of wealth, the notion of continuously soaking in Foundation establishment elixir like an external aid was evidently impossible, as such resources required substantial financial expenditure. By the way, what did you mean by checking in earlier? Cheng Xing recalled that during his earlier embrace with Xiao Yan, the system had prompted him about completing a check-in. Ding! The check-in function is designed to record the host's interactions and encounters with key characters in the Duki continent. Rewards will be granted based on different check-in situations. And what about my rewards? Why haven't they been issued? Host, your current backpack is full. The system will automatically reserve items for you for 7 days. Cheng Xing inhaled deeply, his mind racing with thoughts of frustration. With no option left, he rummaged through his backpack, searching for items he could consume. Although the system could reserve items for 7 days, it was impractical for him to remain indoors. He might as well check around the Xiao family estate, completing his check-ins to avoid losing out on rewards. Refine the combat skill card. 8 Extremes Collapse. Ding! The host has successfully learned the advanced Xian-level combat skill, 8 Extremes Collapse, that a surge of information flooded his mind, and Cheng Xing had mastered one of Xiao Yan's pivotal techniques from the early stages. Observing his successful refinement, he promptly issued another command. Refine the combat skill card, Flame-Devouring Wave. Ding! The combat skill level is too high. Refinement is temporarily unavailable. Hearing the notification, Cheng Xing clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction. He selected the filter on the right to sort out items below the advanced Xian level. It appeared that the highest level he could currently refine was the advanced Xian level, which was for the best. Refining too many items at once would only lead to potential forgetfulness regarding their use. Arranging the items from lowest to highest tier, Cheng Xing noted the scarcity of lower-tier items in his backpack. With so many high-tier items, the low-tier ones were merely taking up space. System, fuse all items of intermediate Xian level and below. Fusion function activated. This fusion will automatically employ a 10-to-1 fusion mechanism. Please wait. The 10-to-1 mechanism meant that 10 items would be fused to create a new one. Watching as items disappeared from his backpack, the system thoughtfully displayed their names and brief descriptions. High-tier yellow-level technique. Burning Flame Technique, Potential D. Low-tier, Xian-level combat skill. Fusion Flame Palm, Potential C. Low-tier yellow-level technique, Burning Technique, Potential S. Fusion commencing S. The last item vanished. Cheng Xing's expression darkened. System, stop. He bellowed in haste. The Burning Technique was regarded as a T0 level technique within the world of Do Pa, capable of evolving through the consumption of flames. Even after Xiao Yan ascended to higher realms, he still employed this technique, underscoring its formidable nature. When the system failed to heed his command, a wave of dizziness washed over Cheng Xing. It's all over. I've fused the Burning Technique. Realizing he could no longer devour or manipulate the Fire Lotus, Cheng Xing's regret multiplied exponentially. Ding! Fusion complete. Please collect your new item. The system's prompt echoed once more. And Cheng Xing reluctantly opened the system panel to claim the item born from the fusion of the Burning Technique. I hope I can replicate the Burning Technique again later with the all-encompassing copy card. With a sense of loss, he hesitantly clicked to receive the item. Congratulations, host! You have obtained an SSR-level potential item, 3-Chi Mixed Origin Technique. Just moments ago, Cheng Xing was lamenting over the accidental fusion of the Burning Technique. Now, a grin crept across his face as he felt his lips twitch in disbelief. He eagerly clicked on the panel to examine this SSR-level potential item point 3-Chi Mixed Origin Technique, high-tier, yellow-level technique. It can alter the user's attributes by absorbing elements representing different attributes from the world, allowing for continuous upgrading of the technique and enabling the user's Duki to be transformed between absorbed attributes without loss. The brief introduction left Cheng Xing's mouth agape, capable of accommodating a peach. Wow, a technique that can evolve like the Burning Technique, and it can also change attributes. Just imagine facing an opponent who wields and can shift attributes at will, rendering all attribute counters moot. They wouldn't even want to engage in battle with you. Cheng Xing was thoroughly intrigued by the technique. Contemplating, the Burning Technique started as a low-tier yellow level, while this technique begins at high tier. With such a head start, how could it not be formidable? By the way, I still have rewards to claim. System, claim the check-in reward. Ding, you have received the check-in reward. 1 low-tier spatial ring and 5 low-tier copy cards. Seriously? Is this the extent of the check-in reward? Detecting low-tier spatial ring to IT can enhance backpack capacity. Would you like to upgrade? Upgrade it! While others receive valuable items for their check-ins, his rewards felt pitiful. Before long, the backpack's capacity increased from 10 cubic units to 30. Observing the newfound space within his backpack, Changxing sighed. At last, the issue of insufficient storage has been resolved. Chapter 3. Douqi. Fourth stage, having utilized the functions of fusion, copying, and refinement, only the scanning function remained. Changxing pondered for a moment before addressing the system. System, activate the scanning function. Ding. Host, the scanning function is enabled by default. You only need to utilize your consciousness to operate it. The system's cold notification resonated in his mind. Just use my consciousness. Changxing stroked his chin, gazing thoughtfully at the grass before him. Ordinary grass, no special functions. Immediately, a string of characters floated before him. Oh, that's how it works. I just need to think about it, he exclaimed, laughter filling the air. Changxing finally understood that the scanning function was akin to a walking encyclopedia for items, consuming 1 point of soul power. Noticing the system's progress, Changxing recalled that the scanning function appeared to be linked to his soul power based on the earlier introduction. System, do I have an attribute panel? Ding, retrieving attribute panel for the host. Name. Changxing age, 15 strength. Douqi, 4th stage physique, 3 soul, 9 agility. 3 thanks to his transmigration, Changxing's soul attribute surpassed his other attributes significantly. After all, he was 24 back on Blue Star, and a period of training had greatly enhanced his soul power in the Douqi continent. However, upon viewing the system's attribute panel, he was taken aback to find his Douqi level at merely the 4th stage. Holy moly! Is it true that in 15 years he only reached the 4th stage of Douqi? Changxing could not help but express his discontent regarding the original owner's strength. It was worth noting that Xiao Yan had reached the Dome Master stage by the age of 12. Even after spending 3 years under the tutelage of Yao Lao, when Xiao Yan turned 15, he was already at the 3rd stage of Douqi. Yet, Changxing's current strength was only marginally higher. With a shake of his head and a sigh, Changxing lamented that he had inherited yet another wasteful template. System, how can I enhance my attributes? Host, your attributes will increase as your strength improves, granting you allocatable attribute points. Additionally, refining certain specific items can provide extra attribute points. Various techniques and skills will have different attribute requirements for learning. It is advised that the host allocate points judiciously. Currently available attribute points. 1 at realizing he had 1 point to allocate, Changxing contemplated before deciding to invest it in physique. With the system at his disposal, he planned to procure some medicinal herbs soon to enjoy the nurturing effects of the Foundation Establishment Elixir. Once his strength increased and he obtained more attribute points, he would strategize further. Changxing rose, brushing off his trousers, and set off towards his abode. Along the way, he overheard a multitude of conversations regarding the day's test. He could still recall some of the early plot points of Do Pa Song Qiong that in the Xiao family. A coming-of-age ceremony is held at the age of 16. Those who do not reach the 7th stage of Douqi by then are assigned to work in the family business to earn money. For in this Douqi continent, even ordinary people must toil for their livelihood. Conversely, those with potential for cultivation are permitted to enter the Douqi pavilion to seek out techniques for harnessing Douqi. At the age of 15, Changxing pondered the unfolding narrative. Since Xiao Yan is currently at the 3rd stage of Douqi and is also 15 years old, a smile crept onto Changxing's face. His eyes deepening as he murmured, tomorrow promises to be quite the spectacle. According to the timeline, tomorrow would feature the classic plot of Do Not Underestimate the Young. Just as Changxing ambled along with a foolish grin, someone called out to him, Xing, why are you walking so fast? Recognizing the familiar voice, he halted and turned to see a middle-aged man in splendid gray attire, exuding a natural authority with his broad brows. I have met the clan leader, Changxing greeted respectfully, recalling his memories. The visitor was none other than Xiao Zhan, the clan leader of the Xiao family, who, although also Changxing's uncle by marriage, was seldom referred to as such within the family, usually addressed simply as the clan leader. Xing, you are 15 this year. Xiao Zhan remarked with a hint of regret. Cheng Xing's mind raced, uncertain of Xiao Zhan's intentions, as he had planned to discuss the arrival of Yunlan's sect with Xiao Yan that evening. Yes, clan leader, Cheng Xing replied. Why, dear nephew, I have a small request, and I wonder if you might oblige. Xiao Zhan said, appearing somewhat troubled as he fell silent for a moment before continuing. Please, speak candidly. I shall certainly assist with anything I can, Cheng Xing responded, recalling numerous laborious scenes from his memories. His heart tightened, thinking, could it be that he wants me to manage some family business ahead of time? Observing Cheng Xing's respectful demeanor, Xiao Zhan's frown deepened as he said, I wish for you to adapt to the work at the textile market in advance. Though your parents wish for you to be treated with kindness, the Xiao family is not solely the domain of your uncle. I am compelled to do this for next year. Your cousin may also have to follow you. His heartfelt words revealed to Cheng Xing the burdens of the middle-aged man. Cheng Xing smiled gently and replied, Understood. Uncle, I comprehend. With an air of nonchalance, Xiao Zhan felt a touch of embarrassment. During this period, you may seek out Pei Yan. He will assist you. Xiao Zhan sighed, patting his shoulder before departing. I and the Xiao family. Ordinary clan members are generally assigned to small enterprises outside of Wutan City or join family merchant caravans. That Xiao Zhan could arrange for him to work within Wutan City's textile market demonstrated considerable care. The market varied in size, and with the Xiao family's control over several mid-sized textile markets, it could sustain the family's daily operations, revealing the substantial profits within. I recall that the textile market seems to sell low-grade magic crystals and medicinal herbs. Cheng Xing mused, finding the materials for refining foundational spirit liquid should not pose a problem. This way, I can swiftly attain the rank of Doshi and cultivate even more formidable techniques than the burning art. Just imagine, as these thoughts crossed his mind, Cheng Xing's smile broadened. Having arrived in this Do Chi continent, it would be a disservice not to live with flair. Upon returning to his residence from the back mountain, Cheng Xing remained secluded. The Xiao family's abode sprawled extensively, with Cheng Xing's small room nestled under the shade of trees. Significantly closer to the back mountain than others that on his first day in the Do Chi continent, Cheng Xing gazed at his youthful visage reflected in the water, momentarily lost in thought. His short, sharp haircut lent him an invigorated appearance, while his dark eyes sparkled with inner vitality. His features bore a resemblance to his former self from Blue Star. The next day unfolded without incident. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Cheng Xing arranged his hands into a peculiar seal before him, breathing in a rhythmic cycle, with a gentle white aura flowing into his body, traversing through his meridians, and being eagerly absorbed by his bones and muscles. Just as he relished the comfort brought by Do Chi, a cacophony broke through his concentration. Outside the window, he heard the hurried footsteps and snippets of conversation. Hurry, hurry. If we delay, we might miss them. I heard the Yunlan sect has arrived. Cheng Xing was aware that today marked the arrival of the Yunlan sect, yet he did not anticipate the woman's early appearance. It seems today is indeed the day, he concluded, quickly concluding his practice. After a brief tidying up, he followed the commotion towards the Xiao family's reception hall. The hall was spacious, with over half of the Xiao family's youth seated within. At the top sat Xiao Zhan alongside 3 elders, while some elders Cheng Xing hardly recognized occupied the left side, leaving the younger generation, including him, seated on the right side, near the side door. One by one, more people entered the hall. With nothing else to do, Cheng Xing began to scan his surroundings, his attention drawn to a girl in a purple dress in the corner, engrossed in ancient texts. Appearing as ethereal as a blue lotus, as he focused, the system prompted a notification. Scan successful. Consuming 1 soul. Xiao Suner, daughter of Gu Yuan, possesses divine-grade bloodline potential, approximately a 2-star Doshi, and a fragment of the Golden Emperor burning heaven flame. Cheng Xing held no interest in seizing Suner. She was not his type. Ding! Congratulations, host. Check in with Xiao Suner, beginner, successful. Obtained a one-time use card for the Golden Emperor burning heaven flame fragment X1. A reinforcement manual X1. And a fragment of the ancient clan's bloodline X1. With the system's notification, Cheng Xing noted the addition of 3 items in his bag. Wow. Checking in with Suna yields such abundant rewards. This is far richer than the rewards for checking in with Xiao Yan. He mused, only to quickly realize that the usage card was one time only. However, if he could replicate the fragment of the Golden Emperor Burning Heaven Flame, it would enable him to stride unhindered in the early stages. Better act quickly, he commanded the system. Replicate the fragment of the Golden Emperor Burning Heaven Flame. Ding! Replication failed, consuming one low-level replication card. Changxing was taken aback. This fragment cannot be replicated? System, what is going on? Even a fragment fails to replicate. He complained. Greetings, host. The low-level replication card can only replicate items of rank 1 to 3. Please choose replication targets wisely. Why didn't you say so earlier? Changxing felt both speechless and helpless. Not only had he failed to replicate, but he had also wasted a replication card. With only 5 replication cards originally, he was now down to 4. In the meantime, the hall filled with guests. After a brief knock, a young man entered, and as Changxing observed Xiao Yin bowing and greeting, he suddenly thought, if I can check in with someone closely related to the protagonist, then surely I can do so with Nalan Yin Ran too. Ding. Thank you, host. Check in with Nalan Yin Ran. Divorce version successful. It seemed to be just as he suspected. Hearing the system's notification once more, Changxing could not help but smile broadly. Those who should divorce, let them do so. Those who need to write letters of divorce, let them write. I shall remain here and check in. Observing that the atmosphere in the hall had not yet reached a freezing point, he knew the main event had yet to unfold. And he mused, no rush. Let me see what rewards I receive before watching the drama unfold. Obtained a low-level Xian rank technique. Qing Mu Sword Technique X1, and a low-level Xian rank sword technique. Wine Spirit Fragmented Sword X1. Changxing was impressed, exclaiming, indeed, the Yunlan sect is remarkable. Even at a young age, they can utilize Xian rank techniques. That he reflected on the Xian rank techniques in his bag, realizing, no wonder Nalan Yin Ran is so proud. Having been showered with attention and flattery, she remains oblivious to the consequences of her capriciousness on others. While Changxing lamented this, a loud crash of a teacup resonated within the hall. This is far more thrilling than a television drama, and it's live action at its finest. Changxing remained seated, his expression calm, yet his heart raced with excitement. But a small box was opened, and the 3 elders gasped in astonishment. Gathering Qi Powder. Gathering Qi Powder, a pill capable of ensuring that those at the 9th stage of Douqi can fully condense their Douqi vortex, is sought after by many, and for those yet to form their vortex. This pill is even more enticing than a high-tier Dou technique. Changxing gazed at the green ancient jade box containing the pill, pondering, this Gathering Qi Powder is a 4th-tier pill. A low-level replication card cannot replicate it successfully. It appears that acquiring a piece of Gathering Qi Powder will require careful planning. However, encountering a finished product of Gathering Qi Powder is no easy feat. While Changxing contemplated this, a single statement from someone elevated the atmosphere once more. Mr.Ge, you should take the pill back. We may not agree to today's events. Upon the utterance of those words, Changxing could not help but lower his head, shielding his face with his hand in a futile attempt to mask his emotions. What followed was the most riveting segment of this annulment drama. Miss Nalan, I would like to inquire, today my grandfather is not acquiesced. However, this is my right that I can still facilitate your entry into the Yunlan sect for cultivation. The atmosphere in the hall grew somber, causing Changxing's eyes to narrow slightly, his gaze turning undeniably fierce. The matter of marriage is not to be taken lightly. In Blue Star, such unions require continuous deliberation, and divorce is often accompanied by a cooling-off period. Were this woman to reside in Blue Star, her brazen disregard for others' well-being could be encapsulated in 3 words that would suffice to describe Nalan Yinjin. Thus saving some ink. Within the hall, the voices of the 3 rose and fell, enveloping the attendees in a palpable sense of oppression. Allow me to offer you a word of advice. 30 years on the east bank of the river. 30 years on the west. Do not take advantage of the youth's poverty. The cold words reverberated, causing Changxing's body to tremble slightly as memories of his experiences on Blue Star flooded back. The phrase "do not take advantage of the youth's poverty" epitomizes the indomitable spirit of their discontented generation, who has not basked in glory, yet who does not face moments of adversity without having plummeted into the depths. Deprived of the trials and ridicule that accompany such a fall, the joy of reclaiming the summit would not taste as sweet. with the appearance of the blood-stained letter of divorce and the hurried escape of Guyi and his companions from Hall. The reckless and headstrong annulment drama crafted by Nalen Yinjin gradually drew to a close. After the performance concluded, everyone returned to their respective homes. Cheng Xing observed the young man making his solitary way to the back mountain. Aware that a legend was about to rise that as for himself, it was time to embark on a splendid journey in the Duki continent. The show has begun. Chapter 5. Profiting from the market, the youth on the bed slowly absorbed the surrounding Duki. The faint white energy flowing into his body like gossamer, enhancing his strength. As sunlight pierced through the papered window, he exhaled a breath of impurities and sighed. This cultivation is indeed too slow. If I do not use the Foundation Establishment Spirit Liquid, how many years will it take to reach the Doja stage? Despite a night of cultivation, Cheng Xing could sense that the absorbed Duki was exceedingly thin, indicating that the innate potential of this body was rather limited. Rising from his bed to stretch his limbs, Cheng Xing turned his gaze to the previously copied recipe for the Foundation Establishment Spirit Liquid. 3 complete purple leaf orchid stems, 2 bone-washing flowers, and a first tier wood element magic core. Even with the recipe in hand, procuring the medicinal materials remained a formidable challenge. It should be noted that a single good-quality purple leaf orchid stem could fetch over 200 gold coins. Thus, the entire set would cost at least 1,000 gold coins. Cheng Xing glanced at the 4 low-level duplication cards in his backpack. Utilizing the duplication card to obtain the materials would not even cover the expenses. Should he directly replicate the finished Foundation Establishment Spirit Liquid, not only was it uncertain whether he could approach Xiaoyan, but the question of when he would possess the Spirit Liquid remained a mystery. Young Master Cheng, are you awake? Just as Cheng Xing found himself at an impasse, an elderly voice resonated from outside the door. Upon opening it, a kindly elderly man in a blue robe appeared before him. Young Master Cheng, the clan leader has instructed that you begin to familiarize yourself with the operations of the market starting today. Since he was to visit the market anyway, Cheng Xing smiled and replied, "Thank you, Butler Mo. I shall set off for the market immediately." Although the Shao family controlled a medium-sized market in Wutan City and profited handsomely each year, the manpower and resources required to maintain order and safety within the market were substantial. Thus, every year, the Shao family would continuously dispatch personnel to reside in the market. After bidding farewell to the elderly man, Cheng Xing set off. Currently, he could scarcely muster 200 gold coins, making it impossible for him to purchase the medicinal materials directly. His only hope lay in scavenging some profit from the market. Though it may be deemed unscrupulous, there was no alternative if he wished to procure the materials for the Foundation Establishment Spirit Liquid quickly. Exiting his family estate, he swiftly navigated through the bustling streets, turning past several wide thoroughfares until he arrived at a market situated in the southern part of the city. At the entrance stood Shao family guards clad in uniform attire. Upon spotting Cheng Xing, the 2 guards paused for a moment, then nodded in acknowledgement. Although Cheng Xing was merely an outsider, he was nonetheless the clan leader's nephew, and this modicum of respect was still afforded to him. After exchanging a few words with the guards, Cheng Xing learned of Pei En's location and subsequently entered the market, immersing himself in the throng of humanity. Despite the considerable foot traffic, the market remained remarkably orderly. Within 100 meters, one could easily spot the Shao family guards. Young Master Cheng, what brings you here today? Just as Cheng Xing contemplated the market, a robust and respectful voice called from behind. Turning around, he beheld several imposing men in the Shao family uniform standing behind him, with the speaker being Pei En, a man in his 30s, adorned with a striking badge featuring 6 golden stars on his chest. "Uncle Pei En, I was just looking for you," Cheng Xing replied with a smile. The tall man beamed back, scratching his head in humility. "The clan leader had previously instructed me that you might visit in the coming days. I did not expect you to arrive so soon. Some matters are yet to be prepared." Cheng Xing smiled and waved his hand dismissively. Pei En was affiliated with a faction of Shaozhan, and given his years of experience, it was unlikely he would be unprepared. Such words were merely a formality. "Haha, the clan leader has requested that I come to learn from you whenever I have the opportunity. I shall certainly make my way to the market to study under Uncle Pei En," Cheng Xing stated, clasping his hands in respect. now that his strength was limited, and since he had been assigned to the market by Xiao Zhan. It was prudent for him to make a favorable impression in the market to avoid unnecessary troubles before reaching the doja stage. Seeing Changxing's approachable demeanor, Pei Yin appeared somewhat embarrassed. His sincerity deepening as he continued. Although the clan leader has made such arrangements, the routine matters should still be handled by the brothers. Only significant issues require your oversight, young master. Pei Yin did not change his attitude due to Changxing's humility. The young man's ability to swiftly set aside pride and come to the market to learn, coupled with his eloquent responses, indicated that he would undoubtedly wield influence in the market in the future. Wouldn't that be inappropriate? Changxing inquired. Upon hearing this, Pei Yin leaned closer and whispered, "It's nothing to worry about. Young Master Cheng, you need only make your presence known for significant matters. The rest can be gradually familiarized with over time." With that, he took 2 steps back and added, "It is currently the time for rent collection in the market that I kindly ask that young Master Cheng wait in the reception room. The market generates substantial economic benefits, relying solely on the merchants trading within it and the commissions paid by mercenaries. This commission, in essence, constitutes rent and service fees that long-term leases typically require monthly payments, while short-term rentals and mercenaries have their dues collected each morning by the Xiao family guards." Thus, Changxing had no choice but to go along with the flow, responding, "Very well. I shall proceed to the reception room to ensure better management of the market. Every family sends personnel to maintain a long-term presence." And the reception room mentioned by Pei was located in a relatively secluded area of the market, where one of the shops was designated as the reception room, while the others were used by the patrol teams. As Changxing strolled through the market, he passed several medicinal shops, peeking inside. Although the herbs were indeed of high quality, their prices made him feel uneasy. It was evident that the Foundation establishment spirit liquid was not a luxury the impoverished could afford. He lamented as he neared the reception room. From the outside, it appeared to be a small shop, but upon entering, it revealed a vast interior. "Young Master Cheng, you've arrived," a Xiao family guard nodded and said. The clan leader instructed that you should begin your studies here upon your arrival. Following the guard's lead, Changxing passed through several small doors and entered a small courtyard. His mind, however, was not focused on what the guard had said. Instead, his eyes scanned the surroundings. This appeared to be the accounting office of the market. Changxing mused as he followed the guard into the innermost room, which was impeccably clean, with a large square table covered in scrolls and writing materials, while the shelves behind were overflowing with items that a market cannot rely solely on force to generate significant profits. Reasonable operations are the cornerstone of the Xiao family's long-term stability in the market. "Young Master Cheng, when Captain Pei Yin returns, he will begin the accounting under your supervision," the guard whispered. Upon hearing this, Changxing's spirit was invigorated. "Accounting?" he inquired eagerly. "Indeed, every commission received is recorded here for accounting before being sent back to the Xiao family for unified management," the guard explained, igniting a bold idea in Changxing's mind. "System, can the duplication card replicate gold coins?" Changxing hurriedly asked in his heart. The duplication card can replicate both gold coins and gold coin cards. The maximum limit for low-level duplication cards is 10,000 gold coins, the system replied, prompting a smile to spread across Changxing's face. This meant that the source for the materials for the Foundation establishment spirit liquid could now be resolved. Before long, Pei Yin returned with a group of guards. Each carried heavy bags filled with coins, and Changxing's mind raced as he observed the ledgers filled with meticulously recorded sources of each commission. 2,829 gold coins, 3,031 gold coins, 4,041 gold coins, low-level gold coin storage card, 15,000 gold coins. Young Master Cheng, this is the market's revenue during this period. Pei meticulously registered the valuables and presented them to Changxing for inspection. Observing the various quantities of gold coins displayed on the system panel, Changxing maintained a stoic expression as he toyed with several gold coin cards in his hands. Utilizing a low-level duplication card, he focused his mind and, without a flicker of emotion, returned the valuables. Success. Acquired 15,000 gold coins. Success. Acquired 20,000 gold coins. The cost of refining a single foundational spirit liquid is approximately 2,000 gold coins. Thus, acquiring nearly 40,000 coins effectively alleviated his financial concerns. Subsequently, Under Payne's guidance, Chengxing met with the Xiao family's personnel who managed the textile market. Although he wished to avoid excessive interaction with these individuals, he nonetheless greeted each of them with a smile. Once the crowd became engrossed in their tasks, Chengxing casually made his way onto the street. Blending into the throng, he sought out the herbal shops he had previously noted in the textile market. While the prices in the market were somewhat elevated, the superior quality of the medicinal materials justified the expense, saving him the trouble of searching elsewhere. However, procuring magic cores proved to be a bit more troublesome. Chengxing mused. Exiting a shop with 3 types of herbs, he discovered that the herbal store did not sell magic cores. Finding 3 first-tier wood-type magic cores within the textile market would require some time. Along the streets, numerous mercenaries were selling various items. Yet magic crystals were far from commonplace, especially the 3 wood-type cores Chengxing required. Observing the system interface flashing with item names, his mind began to feel increasingly muddled. Despite the system's scanning capabilities allowing him to identify various items effortlessly, after an hour of searching, he had yet to find a single wood-type magic core. It appeared he would need to change his location, and a hint of frustration crept in. Approaching the last few stalls, he halted, his eyes gleaming as they fell upon 3 dark green crystals closely situated on a table, and he breathed a sigh of relief. As he focused his mind, a line of information appeared before him. 3 first-tier magic crystals, high quality. Goodness, after searching for so long without success, I now find 3 at once, he thought, elated. Although he was determined to acquire the 3 magic crystals, he feigned the demeanor of a mere passerby, casually rummaging through the stall. Finally, he gently picked up one of the dark green magic crystals and inquired of the scarred man behind the stall. "How much for this magic crystal?" 600 each, the mercenary replied. "That is rather exorbitant. Ordinary first-tier magic crystals typically sell for around 400. Why is yours so expensive?" Chengxing squinted, clicking his tongue. "Look around. Where else can you find wood-type magic crystals? Moreover, these are about to be upgraded to second-tier Kimu Wolves magic crystals. Slaying these 3 magical beasts is no easy feat." Noticing Chengxing's ordinary attire and his familiarity with the magic crystal prices, the burly man grew impatient. Chengxing, catching sight of the 7 gold stars on the man's badge, recognized him as a 7-star fighter. Coupled with the high quality, he found the man's claims believable. "If I take all 3, how about 1,005? Chengxing offered with a smile. The burly mercenary paused, his expression shifting to one of surprise as he replied, "If you can produce that much, I'll sell them to you. If not, you'd best be on your way." With that, he unsheathed a short knife and thrust it towards Chengxing. Chengxing, unfazed by the imposing figure, grinned and produced 3 bags of gold coins. Tossing them before the man, "Count it. Is it sufficient?" With 3 muffled thuds, the mercenary swiftly picked up the bags to inspect them, his face illuminated by the golden glow. The earlier ferocity dissipated, replaced by a stiff smile. 1,000 gold coins was no small sum. Without substantial family backing, such wealth was unattainable for most. "That's more than enough. Young master, do you need anything else?" the mercenary inquired, his tone now obsequious. Chengxing grasped the 3 dark green crystals, tossing them lightly before the man, and remarked, "Make sure to procure more of these. The demand for wood-type magic crystals is significant." "Understood," the burly man replied eagerly. Amidst the mercenary's solicitous remarks, Chengxing strode away without a backward glance. With the materials in hand, he hurried back to his modest abode, locking the doors and windows securely. Dividing the materials into 3 portions, he placed them on the table. Chengxing gazed at the array of ingredients before him, unable to suppress a smile as he licked his lips. System: refined foundational spirit liquid. Refining foundational spirit liquid requires 3 complete purple leaf orchids, 2 bone washing flowers, 1 first-tier magic crystal, consumption of 6 spirit points. Refining in progress. As the system continued to produce prompt notifications, Chengxing's joy intensified. Once the foundational spirit liquid was produced, he would be able to cultivate rapidly, and upon reaching the fighter level, he could venture out in search of further opportunities. The materials vanished from the table, and an overwhelming drowsiness surged within him, swiftly enveloping Chengxing's consciousness. Ding! Refinement successful. Uncertain how much time had elapsed, he opened his eyes to behold a transparent vessel, roughly the size of a fingernail, containing a drop of deep green liquid that radiated a rich aura of battle energy. Observing the spirit liquid within the vessel, Changxing could not help but feel exhilarated. He hurriedly procured a large basin of clear water and placed it in the room. Carefully opening the vessel, concerned about spilling any liquid, he gently dropped it into the basin. Instantly, the clear water transformed into a vibrant green, even dark green liquid. "Wow, this is incredible," Changxing exclaimed, marveling at the color change of the water. Stripping off his clothing, he cautiously entered the basin, wary not to splash the precious liquid outside. After acclimating to the chilly water, he formed a seal and entered a state of cultivation. The young man, bare-skinned, felt the slightly cold water inducing goosebumps on his skin. As time passed, the dark green liquid within the basin emitted faint green vapors that encircled Changxing's torso, entering his body with each breath. With every inhalation of the faint green vapor, the weariness on his youthful face gradually faded. Is this the essence of battle energy? Changxing mused, feeling the invigorating sensation of the energy flowing into him, far more satisfying than a long, lazy slumber. Moreover, the once frigid skin began to warm slightly, enveloping him in a wondrous state. Time slipped away in this immersive cultivation experience, regardless of the shifting light outside the window. Changxing remained undisturbed. The vapor swirling around the young man's body gradually diminished until the final wisp was absorbed into him. His tightly shut eyes gently opened, revealing a deeper glimmer in his dark irises. Slowly exhaling the stagnant air, he emerged from the basin, invigorated and stretching his limbs freely, feeling the abundant battle energy coursing through him. A confident smile gracing his lips, his astonishment. Within just over half a month, he had reached the 5th level of battle energy. The foundational spirit liquid was indeed formidable. Changxing gazed at the pale blue liquid in the basin, entranced, since he began utilizing the foundational spirit liquid. Apart from maintaining his vital signs and making routine appearances in the textile market, he had immersed himself in cultivation without pause. Dressed once more, he observed the pale blue liquid, recognizing that its energy had diminished significantly. To achieve such rapid progress again, he would likely need to prepare a new batch. Fortunately, he had already gathered the necessary materials, so he remained calm as he laid them out on the table. Refining foundational spirit liquid. With a mere thought, another portion of the ingredients vanished from the table. As the refining process required time, Changxing refused to waste any, promptly setting off to the textile market. Living in a relatively secluded area of his family estate, he typically had little interaction with others. However, his frequent appearances in the textile market over the past month had significantly improved his social connections. Now, as he walked down the street, he greeted the elders he encountered with genuine warmth. Winding through the family estate, he passed a noisy room, the plaque on the door emblazoned with the blood-red words Battle Technique Hall, where cheers echoed intermittently to, "I wonder how powerful these battle techniques are." He pondered. Never mind. I should learn as many techniques as possible to avoid being unprepared for the coming adulthood ceremony. Indeed, acquiring several battle techniques meant that even in defeat, he could at least showcase some semblance of skill. Changxing stood at the entrance, overhearing a conversation between two individuals nearby, both of whom appeared to possess similar strength, around the 5th level of battle energy. They were eager to learn more techniques to shine at the adulthood ceremony less than a year away. However, the techniques available in the Shao family's Battle Technique Hall were primarily low-level, and access to advanced techniques was out of the question. Witnessing others' fates destined to be so grim, Changxing clenched his fists in determination. "Looks like I need to make time to learn some battle techniques," he resolved, deciding against lingering any longer and hastening his steps towards the exit of the family estate. Amidst the bustling streets, Changxing was not in a rush. Although the novelty had worn off considerably, he still encountered some peculiar races, including the snake people he had seen earlier, which left him astonished. Though the crowd was thick, his keen spiritual perception allowed him to navigate through it with ease. Just as he neared the entrance to the textile market, he found himself impeded by a throng of people. "Why is it so congested today?" Changxing muttered, struggling to weave his way through the crowd like an eel. Before him stood a strikingly handsome young man, his gaze hungrily fixed upon a woman nearby. The young woman could only cower behind a burly man, her face betraying her terror. Her once radiant beauty, akin to blooming peach blossoms, had now turned as pale as a pear flower. Yet she remained a captivating sight. The imposing figure appeared somewhat familiar, and upon closer inspection, it dawned on her that he was the very man who had sold her 3 magic crystals earlier. Cheng Xing felt a pang of regret. It was likely that this delicate maiden, barely in her 20s, was indeed his daughter. With such a man fixated on her, she could hardly rely on her own strength to escape the impending doom. Moreover, the surrounding guards were numerous, encircling the young man and the 2 of them in the center. The crowd of onlookers grew ever larger, with even those perched on rooftops joining in to witness the spectacle. "How fortunate I am to have set my sights on you. I shall have you serve as a slave in my household," the young man declared, his arms crossed and a fan clutched in his hand. A sickly grin spreading across his pale countenance. His words. The woman broke into a fit of anguished tears. Truly, Galio was shameless, exploiting his family's influence to wreak havoc upon innocent maidens. What a vile act it was. Many in the crowd murmured their disapproval of such behavior. Yes, they listened to the gossip. Galio's expression grew increasingly grim, the pallor of his face beginning to flush with anger. Cheng Xing had long heard tales of the Galio family and their many debauched scions, particularly the young Galio who led the pack in indulgence and extravagance. However, as one of the 3 prominent families in Wutan City, ordinary folk could hardly oppose them, praying only that they would not fall under their gaze. Observing the throngs pouring out of the textile market, blocking the street entirely, Cheng Xing furrowed his brow, contemplating the impact of this disruption on the day's earnings from the market. My patience has run dry. Today, whether you like it or not, you will enter my domain, Galio proclaimed, waving his fan and stepping back, his guards advancing forward, readying themselves for a confrontation. "Curse you, Galio! You shall meet your end today, and I will ensure you regret this." The burly man, adorned with a badge of 7 golden stars, felt his garments tear as he prepared to defend himself. Although a 7-star fighter was formidable, Galio had a cadre of over 10 fighters at his command. It was a dire situation, and tragedy seemed inevitable. Alas, this poor girl. The crowd urged for conflict to erupt, excitement building as the guards' punches cut through the air. Typically, brawls in the streets were minor skirmishes. But this confrontation, a 7-star fighter against Galio, was bound to draw a crowd that would overflow onto rooftops. "This fellow is quite capable," Cheng Xing mused, admiring the burly man who held his ground against multiple attackers, executing his strikes with skill and precision. Yet despite his prowess, he could not withstand the relentless assault for long. Fatigue would soon wear him down, making it increasingly difficult to defend himself, let alone escape. You were so keen on hiding before. Let us see where you can hide now." Galio's gaze was fixed on the beleaguered woman, a lecherous grin spreading across his face as he sauntered toward her. As Galio approached, the young woman felt her legs weaken, and she collapsed to the ground, weeping loudly, eliciting sympathetic murmurs from the crowd, yet none dared to intervene. That it was not that Galio was particularly strong. Rather, they were reluctant to provoke a powerful family over a stranger. "Oh, Galio, what great enthusiasm you display, rallying so many for such a spectacle. One might think you were hosting a grand event, when in reality you are merely attempting to abduct a maiden." Just as Galio's hand reached for the girl, a booming voice laced with mockery interrupted his advance. "Who dares meddle in my affairs? Are you seeking death?" Galio's face flushed with rage, although he was accustomed to brazenly acting in public. This was the first time he had faced such scrutiny. Now, provoked by the taunt, he resembled a rat whose tail had been stepped on, thrashing about in indignation. "I had no intention of intervening in your affairs. But here you are, causing a ruckus at the doorstep of my Shao family's textile market, targeting the vendors within. Surely, that is inappropriate." Cheng Xing stood resolute, pushing through the crowd to confront Galio directly. "I thought a hero had arrived. Turns out it is merely the infamous waste of the Shao family." Galio sneered, the flush of anger subsiding as he waved his fan dismissively. "Furthermore, you bear the surname Cheng, not Shao. Technically, you are not one of them. And even if you were, your family is quite overbearing. I haven't even entered the textile market, and yet you presume to control me." In the face of Galio's derision, Cheng Xing smiled lightly, fixing his gaze upon the young man. "You truly lack shame. Who in Wutan City does not know of your disgraceful exploits? At your age, you ought to be contributing to your family. Yet it seems your mind is consumed by base desires, mistaking the sowing of wild oats for noble pursuits." Galio's previously smug demeanor darkened, his face contorting in fury. "You little brat, you seek death." He spat through clenched teeth, discarding his fan and launching a punch at Cheng Xing. The onlookers, now alert, realized Galio's folly. As long as he refrained from attacking Cheng Xing, the Xiao family had no authority to intervene, for the incident had not occurred within their market. However, should Galio strike a member of the Xiao family, the situation would take a grave turn. The guard stood momentarily stunned, watching as Galio's fist hurtled toward Cheng Xing. As the fist loomed closer, Cheng Xing remained unperturbed, not flinching in the slightest. Observing this, Galio's grin widened as he shouted, "Get lost, you pest!" just as everyone anticipated that Cheng Xing would be sent sprawling. A thunderous voice rang out. "You dare lay a finger on my young master?" Accompanying the words was a resounding clash as Pain stepped forward, firmly grasping Galio's fist in his palm. Cheng Xing nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "Surround them!" Pain ordered it. In an instant, over 20 guards clad in the Xiao family's uniforms surged forward, parting the crowd and encircling Galio and his entourage, their weapons glinting ominously in the light. The throng that had previously besieged the burly man quickly shifted their focus. Aligning themselves with the Xiao family guards, struggling to free himself from Pain's grip, Galio glared at his reddened fist and spat. "This has nothing to do with the Xiao family. Pain, your actions will only provoke my Galio family." The Xiao and Galio families had a long-standing enmity, with numerous conflicts arising between them. Cheng Xing scoffed at Galio's threat. "Galio, you laid hands on my young master today. Does that not equate to challenging the Xiao family?" Pain retorted confidently, asserting that the crowd could attest to Galio's initial aggression. Realizing the futility of his position, Galio reluctantly dropped the topic. "Cheng Xing, you have the audacity to instigate trouble, but lack the courage to resolve it yourself, relying on others to defend you. How shameful!" With numerous guards at his back, Galio retained his arrogance, but Cheng Xing ignored him, helping the young woman to her feet and leading her to the burly man. He waved away the man's gratitude, turning coldly to Galio. "Are you suggesting that I should engage you in a duel? How shameless you are! Do you possess any ability? You wish to abduct a woman, yet send your lackeys to do the dirty work. Are you afraid of being bested by a 7-star fighter?" Cheng Xing shrugged, displaying his disdain. The crowd erupted in laughter at Cheng Xing's words. In Wutan City, who was unaware of Galio's notorious behavior? Without the backing of the Galio family, he might not have survived this long. Now, to utter such shameless words was truly laughable. "You bastard!" Galio's face twitched in anger, his body trembling with barely contained rage. His fists cracking ominously. His subordinates, witnessing their master so incensed, drew their weapons, confronting the vigilant Xiao family guards. Gritting his teeth in frustration, Galio quickly waved his fan, watching the girl and the man vanish into the crowd. Realizing he would not capture them today, taking a deep breath, he ominously declared, "Mark my words, young man. I shall remember this day that we are leaving." He gestured for his subordinates to follow. "Not so fast," Cheng Xing interjected softly, catching the attention of the crowd once more, who had thought the drama concluded. Even Pain began to sweat, aware that while Galio was in the wrong, escalating the situation could end poorly for both families. "What is it that you desire?" Galio retorted. Galio, suppressing his seething rage, inquired with a tone of indignation. Today his dignity had been utterly compromised, yet had gained nothing in return, all of which he attributed to the meddlesome Cheng Xing. Cheng Xing cast a sidelong glance at Pain, narrowing his eyes into a smile that bore a hint of mockery, and explained, "Uncle Pain, what should be done about those who disrupt the normal operations of the textile market?" Immediately, Pain bowed slightly, clasping his fists in response. "They should receive 30 lashes or be fined 3,000 gold coins. The onlookers erupted in applause, surprised that someone from the Xiao family could manage to confront this notorious young scoundrel. providing a much-needed sense of relief, even though it was likely that such a punishment would not be enforced. Nevertheless, witnessing Galio's discomfiture, the crowd continued to cheer enthusiastically. Galio, casting a dark glare at the 20 or so burly men surrounding him, felt an unbearable torment within. He had not anticipated that this young man would dare to confront him in such a manner. Young Master Galio, surely you do not wish to return home with your skin torn and your flesh mangled, Cheng Xing remarked, his face breaking into a smile that appeared exceedingly amiable to the crowd, yet contrasted starkly with his mature and cunning methods, rendering him particularly unsettling. Step aside, Galio commanded, no longer deigning to look at Cheng Xing and hastily tossing a bag of gold coins from his storage ring. Upon receiving the coins, Pain glanced at Cheng Xing, and after a slight nod from him, signaled for the crowd to disperse, allowing the young dandy to leave, brimming with suppressed fury. Well, everyone, the show has concluded. The Xiao family textile market will henceforth provide you with the finest service, ensuring your safety in the vicinity. The Xiao family's guard is more than capable of guaranteeing this. Please rest assured, Cheng Xing proclaimed, observing Galio and his entourage departing in a huff. Seizing this opportunity, Cheng Xing could not help but promote the textile market, thereby mitigating the implications of his own actions in response to his eloquent conclusion. The crowd perceived in him a seasoned individual who had managed the market for years, a juxtaposition of maturity and naivety that seemed discordant. Bravo! The Xiao family has executed this splendidly, someone remarked. Even the Galio family, one of the three prominent clans, dares not be reckless. Safety is undoubtedly assured. A chorus of admiration ensued, as people swiftly flocked into the textile market, restoring order to the previously congested streets, which now seemed even more bustling than before. Having accomplished these tasks, Cheng Xing sighed in relief, turning to face the ever-watchful Pain with a smile that radiated warmth, devoid of any trace of his earlier seriousness. Uncle Pain, it's fortunate that you intervened in time. Otherwise, we would have been in quite a predicament, Cheng Xing said, scratching his head, grinning as he waved to the guards behind Pain. The once composed and calculating youth had reverted to his usual innocent demeanor, leaving Pain both astonished and apprehensive. After more than half a month of acquaintance, he had come to realize that this young man possessed an extraordinary mindset. Today's events only served to reinforce his judgment. Indeed, young Master Cheng demonstrates remarkable courage. Otherwise, we would have merely maintained order within the crowd. Unable to intervene with Galio, Pain replied with a forced smile, subsequently signaling for his men to depart. Galio, causing a ruckus at the entrance of our textile market will surely affect today's revenue. As for the 3,000 gold coins, you could decide how to handle it, but at the very least, treat your comrades to a good meal, Cheng Xing instructed while walking towards the market. Pain nodded vigorously in agreement. Since Cheng Xing had begun assisting with the market, the accounts had been organized far better than before, and many small gaps had been filled. Moreover, he often arranged for some extra perks for the guards. Thus, for both personal and professional reasons, Pain was wholly obedient to this young man who stood slightly shorter than him. Cheng Xing entered the textile market and walked a short distance. He waved to Pain, saying, Uncle Pain, you can attend to your duties. I'll browse on my own. After acknowledging with a nod, Pain discreetly withdrew. Strolling aimlessly within the market, Cheng Xing found that he did not require much, merely some herbs for concocting foundational spiritual elixirs, having only one portion left from his previous purchase. Thus, he procured several high-quality materials from the herbal shop, though the wooden magic core remained elusive. According to his current cultivation progress, it would likely take him nearly a year to reach the fighter stage. If he were to be assigned elsewhere by then, lacking sufficient strength, even with the system's assistance, he would undoubtedly encounter significant difficulties. However, being only at the fighter chi stage, he could only focus on enhancing the materials for the foundational spiritual elixirs or practicing combat techniques, accelerating the consumption of his fighter chi to indirectly increase his progress. With these thoughts in mind, Cheng Xing swiftly exited the textile market with the herbs in hand. Upon returning to his small abode, he placed the newly acquired foundational spiritual elixir into a basin of clean water, ready for use. As dawn broke, with the first rays of sunlight piercing through the delicate mist, Cheng Xing firmly rooted himself in a horse stance in a secluded grove of the back mountain. his feet embedded in the earth, jaw clenched, as he unleashed his fists upon the tree trunk before him. The dull thuds resonated between the tree and his chest, each strike sending a glimmer of light towards him, causing his body to tremble slightly, interspersed with muffled groans. Cheng Xing's entire torso gradually flushed red, each palm print staining his skin. His lips twitched as he gasped for breath, the searing pain rendering him numb. His mind clouded, while his body persistently signaled that he had reached his limits. Ding! Training course completed. Strength enhancement successful. Your physique has been enhanced by 1, echoed the notification in his mind. Cheng Xing murmured to himself. This system's training feature is quite remarkable. I've been at it for several days just to receive a single enhancement. Leaning against the tree, he panted heavily, the excruciating pain causing him to break out in a cold sweat. He could not afford to ignore the bruising blood that required immediate attention. Otherwise, the morning's training would have been in vain. System, end training course. With his command, the faint glow around the tree dissipated. This training course was a means to gain enhancement points, and for Cheng Xing, still in the fighter chi stage, the only method available was self-inflicted strikes. By striking the tree, the system transferred the force back into his body, allowing him to train both his striking ability and his capacity to endure, while also consuming fighter chi. Truly a threefold benefit. Immersed in the jade-green liquid, a gentle, warm energy flowed through his pores, open from his prior exertions, entering his body and cleansing away the crimson marks. The power within the liquid continuously surged into Cheng Xing, fortifying every corner of his physique. As a result, the physique attribute on the system's back-end panel rose from 4 points to 7 points. Transitioning from the 4th to the 5th segment granted him 1 point, while another point was earned through the training course, and the remaining point came for being immersed in the foundational spiritual elixir. Now, Cheng Xing's physical strength could rival that of an ordinary fighter chi practitioner at the 8th segment. The panel displayed his various physical attributes, revealing that his high soul attribute allowed him to absorb fighter chi at a faster rate than the average individual. Although crafting the foundational spiritual elixir consumed a considerable amount, it automatically restored 1 point each day. Currently, his 10 points of soul attribute were more than sufficient. Once his fighter chi was replenished, Cheng Xing, feeling a surge of inspiration, began to strike his palm against the table. 8 extremes burst. Accompanied by a thunderous crash, the room was instantly enveloped in dust. The long-neglected wooden table splintered into a heap of debris, wood shavings flying everywhere, coating the air with dust. Goodness, this 8 extremes burst is truly terrifying, Cheng Xing exclaimed, covering his mouth and nose. Though his voice was low, it could not conceal his astonishment. Being merely at the 5th segment of fighter chi, he could effortlessly shatter a table. If struck against a person, it would likely cause at least a fracture. As he stared at the scattered remnants on the ground, Cheng Xing felt a searing pain in his hand, a warm trickle flowing from his lips. Once the dust settled and he focused his eyes, he realized that the palm he had used to execute the 8 extremes burst was now severely swollen. Blood seeping from the wounds mingled with wood shavings. It seems my physical strength is inadequate. It's truly a case of inflicting 1,000 wounds upon the enemy while sustaining 800 upon myself. Upon regaining his senses, he hastily attended to his wounds before returning to the foundational elixir, fortifying his physique. After the previous trial, Cheng Xing recognized the significance of a robust physical form, without rigorous training. Employing the 8 extremities collapse would likely result in far more severe injuries than mere bleeding. The practice of cultivation is often grounded in such fundamental yet crucial aspects, without a solid foundation. How could one aspire to reach the lofty peaks of excellence in the future? Although monotonous and tedious, the daily accumulation of effort brought Cheng Xing an unparalleled sense of fulfillment, as his strength was visibly on the rise. The sound of thudding reverberated through the thicket, startling birds into flight, while leaves cascaded from the swaying treetops, drifting away with the wind. Since the commencement of his training regimen, rhythmic sounds have become a daily occurrence in the forested area behind the mountain. 131, 132. Cheng Xing, bare from the waist up, relentlessly swung his fists, silently counting each strike. After nearly 3 months of continuous training, he could now deliver over 100 blows in one breath. and even the sturdy trunk of the training tree bore evident imprints of his palms. With renewed vigor, his arms struck the trunk with force, causing the leaves to rustle wildly. Point 105. Cheng Xing continued his count, but fatigue began to overwhelm him. He could only lean against the trunk and slowly sit down on the ground, gasping for breath while forming cultivation seals. Each time he entered this state of training, the results were remarkably efficient, and Cheng Xing was keen to seize the opportunity. As his breathing gradually steadied, he began to greedily absorb the external energy, though the amount he could draw in was less than 1/10 of that from the foundational elixir. It was sufficient to alleviate the emptiness of his internal combat energy. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed, and Cheng Xing had reached the 6th stage of combat energy. With significant improvements to his physical form, his physical attributes now stood at 10 points, comparable to his spiritual attributes, all thanks to the relentless training and nurturing from the foundational elixir over the past 3 months. Now at the brink of the intermediate stage of combat energy, Cheng Xing found himself nearing the threshold of the 7th stage. However, following his peak at the 6th stage half a month prior, his rate of progress had noticeably slowed. Unable to sense the opportunity to break through to the 7th stage, he reluctantly concluded his morning training. Upon returning to his residence, he gazed at the pale liquid in the basin. Its energy now exceedingly thin, insufficient to support his nurturing needs it seems it's time to procure a few more magic crystals. The foundational elixir I have on hand is depleted, and I must concoct more to sustain my path as a warrior. Cheng Xing murmured, closing the door and hurriedly stepping out. 3 portions of foundational elixir had enabled Cheng Xing to leap from the 4th to the 6th stage of combat energy in less than 6 months. Such rapid advancement, if known, would surely herald him as an exceptional prodigy within the Shao family. As long as he achieved the 7th stage during the coming adulthood ceremony in 6 months, he would gain the family's recognition. Although Cheng Xing remained indifferent to such matters, as his aspirations did not involve languishing his life away within the confines of the Shao family in Wutan City. However, over the past 6 months, his frequent presence in the textile market, coupled with the rumors of extorting Ka Liao circulating throughout the city, had led many of his peers to gossip. The textile market was half the lifeblood of the Shao family. Should one's cultivation falter, securing a position there could ensure a comfortable existence in the latter half of life. Especially among those of weaker strength, many had begun to grasp at straws, hoping to make a final push for the 7th stage within the last year. In contrast, Cheng Xing had not concentrated on his training, but instead opted to engage in the management of the textile market, further solidifying their belief that Shao Zhan was playing favorites. This prompted some youths, previously on the periphery of the elder factions, to band together, led by the eldest elder's grandson, Shao Ning, and the second elder's grandson, Shao Ku. Their elders harbored intentions of uniting to topple Shao Zhan from his position as clan leader. Cheng Xing was acutely aware of all these undercurrents. Having navigated the treacherous social landscape of Blue Star, he paid little heed to such trifles, for in this realm, the might of one's fist dictated the truth. Once again, he stepped out of his family amidst the peculiar gazes and discussions of his peers. In the shadows, Shao Ning smirked wickedly as he observed Cheng Xing's departure, turning to converse with Shao Ku. Chapter 7. Ambush. Unbeknownst to Cheng Xing, he walked alone onto the bustling street. Observing Cheng Xing's retreating figure, Shao Ku chuckled darkly, fiddling with the spatial ring in his hand, and ominously declared, "You have no idea what you're getting into. This is the Shao family's domain, and a worthless outsider like you has no right to interfere." With that, Shao Ku swiftly darted into another alley, where a group of burly men lay in wait, their fierce appearances suggesting a menacing presence. Among them was the familiar frail figure of Ka Liao, who had previously clashed with Cheng Xing. Be sure to make it hurt. Ideally, leave this kid unable to walk ever again. Shao Ning sneered, his eyes narrowing with malevolence, revealing his true nature as a scoundrel. Ka Liao, having received the spatial ring, grinned wickedly. "Don't worry, I'll handle this personally and turn this guy into a complete waste." The others hastily donned the garments Ka Liao provided, their attire fitting snugly. Shao Ku chuckled, boasting, "These are the latest Shao family outfits I personally selected. They are foolproof. Just be sure to dispose of them promptly after use." Otherwise, we could be in serious trouble. Exchanging glances with the bodyguards clad in Shao family attire, Ka Liao signaled, turning to leave that we know what to do. You can go now, we're heading out, the guards replied. Dismissing Shao Ku. With their fresh Shao family uniforms, the group hastened down the secluded street, intending to intercept Cheng Xing before he reached the Shao family's textile market, after a rigorous morning of training. Cheng Xing felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, especially after addressing his hunger. As his blood sugar rose, drowsiness crept in his mind that I need to wrap this up quickly so I can return to my training. Once I reach warrior status, I won't have to waste my days in this Wutan city, he mused, noting that he still had half the distance to the textile market and also needed to purchase wood-type magic cores. It seemed today's training would have to wait until evening. Just as Cheng Xing exited the morning stall, he was spotted by the Shao family-clad Ka Liao and his companions. This street, being relatively obscure, was precisely why Cheng Xing favored this morning shop, visiting it almost daily. Sensing the sudden presence of several combatants behind him, Cheng Xing cautiously turned to assess the situation. Stop, he seems to have noticed us. The leading man observed keenly, quickly turning his face to deliberately avoid Cheng Xing's gaze. Upon seeing the Shao family attire, Cheng Xing couldn't help but sigh, a trace of joy flickering in his heart. I've told you countless times not to follow me. In Wutan City, few would dare to act against the Shao family. Cheng Xing smiled, approaching them with open arms. Initially, the group thought their cover might be blown, but upon hearing Cheng Xing's assumption that they were there to protect him, they all exchanged knowing smirks and put on exaggeratedly forced smiles as they approached. Cheng Xing noticed their unfamiliar faces and felt a flicker of doubt. I don't recognize these individuals. Although the Shao family is neither too large nor too small, it's unlikely I wouldn't have seen them before. Yet these individuals seem unfamiliar, emanating a hint of danger. Am I mistaken? As Cheng Xing pondered, the group noticeably quickened their pace. He observed that they all had their hands behind their backs, their movements accompanied by the dull whoosh of blunt instruments slicing through the air. No, they're here to cause trouble. Cheng Xing's expression darkened, and he swiftly mobilized his combat energy, preparing for any sudden developments. Yet, after the earlier training and lacking the replenishment from the foundational elixir, the combat energy he could muster was alarmingly limited, and it was evident that his opponents were not friendly to in mere moments. The group encircled Cheng Xing, effectively trapping him. 3-star fire-type combatants, high threat level. 3-star earth-type combatants, high threat level. 2-star fire-type combatants, high threat level. As the information flashed before him, Cheng Xing couldn't help but gasp. Each of these individuals was a combatant, and facing even one of them would be impossible to win, let alone against such numbers. Cheng Xing narrowed his eyes, calmly stating, "Before you act, could you kindly reveal who sent you?" The group was taken aback, astonished by Cheng Xing's keen perception, momentarily stunned into silence as their gazes exchanged brief glances. "What are you waiting for? Beat the kid to a pulp." A voice suddenly rang out from behind. Cheng Xing turning around, he saw Ka Liao pointing a folded fan at him, a sinister grin plastered across his face. Initially uncertain of how to respond, Ka Liao's arrival shifted the dynamics. Though his combat energy was limited, he could still muster enough to execute the 8 extremities collapse. If he could deal with Ka Liao up close, perhaps he could find a way to escape. Believing Cheng Xing to be paralyzed by fear, Ka Liao mocked, "What's the matter, kid? Now you realize you've bitten off more than you can chew. After today's beating, you'd better steer clear of me in the future. Ha-ha." The sound of several individuals wielding finely crafted iron rods, slicing through the air, reached Cheng Xing's ears. Before him unfolded a comical tableau of slow-motion attacks by these assailants. Ding! The combat system has been automatically activated. An attack has been detected. Would you like to initiate a dodge? The prompts echoed rapidly in his mind. Although the movements of his attackers appeared languid to Cheng Xing, the ferocity of their assaults was still palpable. Should he be struck, he would suffer severe bruising at the least, or even fractures at worst. Activate. Ding. 1 free dodge has been expended. With the system's notification, Cheng Xing executed a series of uncanny movements, deftly evading the iron rods brandished by his assailants and smoothly slipping out of their reach. What? A look of astonishment spread across Galio's face. Erasing his previous confidence, he exclaimed in disbelief. How is this possible? You are merely a waste with 4 segments of fighting spirit. How can you possess such astonishing speed? Evading multiple attackers unscathed was beyond what any ordinary fighter could achieve. Ignoring Galio, Cheng Xing discreetly accessed the system panel, noting that he still had 4 free dodges remaining. With 4 opportunities left, it seemed he could withdraw safely. Cheng Xing couldn't help but exhale in relief. So, Galio, are you truly intent on opposing the Shao family? Have you considered the consequences? He said coldly, his arms crossed, exuding an air of calculated wisdom, recovering from the initial shock of Cheng Xing's alarming reaction. Galio clicked his tongue. I initially intended to give you a good beating and be done with it, but since you've said that, you shall die here today. No one will know I was involved. They will only learn of someone's mysterious disappearance in Wutan City. After all, there are countless cases of missing persons, so no one would suspect a thing. Galio spoke nonchalantly, a sinister smile gracing his lips. Cheng Xing mused to himself, reflecting on how Galio's demeanor diverged from the original narrative. He seemed far too resolute for a frivolous playboy. Reluctantly, Cheng Xing decided that since the mask of civility had been torn away, he could now use his full strength without reservation. His focus sharpened. An intense heat radiated from him. Notably, Galio and his companions failed to perceive the fleeting fierceness in Cheng Xing's gaze. Boy, if you kneel and call me grandfather a few times, I might spare your life. That would at least make it worth my trouble, Galio said, biting his fan, attempting to alleviate an inexplicable discomfort. Young master, we should resolve this quickly. It has suddenly become sweltering, remarked one of the guards standing before Galio, his lips smacking as the heat waves made them all uneasy. Cheng Xing smirked. Whether it's you who dies, or I remains to be seen. Damn it, still stubborn even when facing death. Kill him. Galio lost his patience entirely, flailing his fan in a desperate attempt to cool off while simultaneously commanding his men to eliminate Cheng Xing. The oppressive heat radiated from Cheng Xing, enveloping an area spanning several dozen feet around him. The Golden Emperor's Inferno, ranked 4th on the list of extraordinary flames, was an ancient lineage's fire, notorious for its ability to incinerate fighting spirit. Cheng Xing had merely replicated a weaker fragment of it, yet it was enough to alter the surrounding environment. Golden flames danced at his fingertips, glimmering only faintly under the sunlight. Burn away, he commanded with a flick of his fingers, sending the flames wafting towards the crowd. Boom! Cheng Xing manipulated the flames, causing the Golden Emperor's Inferno to explode before his foes, resembling a blooming golden firework. Before they could react, the searing flames rained down upon them. Is this all? A child playing with fire deserves a spanking. Galio scoffed at the spectacle. Cheng Xing could hardly muster a defense. He lacked the strength to speak, as this small manifestation of extraordinary fire had drained his fighting spirit, barely allowing him to create such a commotion. Now, he could only watch as the flames descended upon the crowd like mischievous sprites. Such meager flames cannot harm us fighters, one of them proclaimed. The other fighters, initially bemused, soon found the flames sticking to their garments, slowly igniting. Boy, watch closely. Even if you set an entire room ablaze, it won't harm us in the slightest. This is the strength of a fighter. Remember in your next life. As they reveled in their perceived invulnerability, Cheng Xing's expression twisted into an eerie smile. Oh, really? I beg to differ. Enough with the chatter. Finish him off quickly. We still have to collect items at the auction house and can't afford delays. Galio snapped impatiently at his men. They complied, attempting to swat the golden embers from their clothes. What is this? I can't get it off. It's burning, they exclaimed in panic. The once negligible embers, upon being touched, began to spread, further ignited by their protective fighting spirits, causing the Golden Emperor's Inferno to blaze even more fiercely. How foolishly naive. The Golden Emperor's Inferno cannot be extinguished by mere fighting spirit. Cheng Xing observed as the flames enveloped them. In mere moments, they were reduced to ashes, with not even a scream to mark their demise, swept away by the wind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task of eliminating a fighter. The system will automatically dispense rewards. 10 cubic units of storage space, one random treasure or artifact message, and one Qi gathering pellet. Ching Xing noted the terror in Galilio's eyes. He savored the system's notifications. His smile widening. The system has automatically replenished your status. Please continue your efforts. Ha. Tell me, young master, have you been struck dumb? You had so much to say earlier, and now you're silent. With his status restored and even enhanced. Chang Xing slowly rose, addressing Galileo. Still reeling from disbelief, Galileo stammered, "Impossible. What did you use? How could fighters vanish in a thin air in broad daylight?" Though unaware of Chang Xing's methods, Galileo retained enough composure to back away. His only thought being survival. "Did you not intend to teach me a lesson? If no one else will strike, can you not act on your own?" Chang Xing remarked, his grin unfaltering. Although he was merely a six-segment fighter, he possessed the advanced fighting skill 8 Extremities Collapse, along with a low-level skill card that if he seized the opportunity to eliminate a demoralized fighter, his chances of success were significant. "Please, don't kill me." Galileo's legs faltered, and he stumbled backward. Though a fighter, Galileo was accustomed to bullying others and rarely fought himself. Witnessing his subordinates inexplicably fall to Chang Xing sapped his resolve, and self-preservation took precedence. "Don't kill me. This was not my idea. It was Xiao Ku and the Grand Elder from your Xiao family who incited this," Galileo hurriedly explained, upon hearing the instigators behind the ambush were from the Xiao family. The smile faded from Chang Xing's face. "Xiao Ku?" he murmured, furrowing his brow. Seeing Chang Xing halt, Galileo quickly tore off his new Xiao family uniform and raised it overhead, saying, "Yes, how else would I have obtained your latest uniform?" The Grand Elder is responsible for procurement, and he bought them from the textile workshop controlled by the Miter family. Xiao stole a few and had us wear them to get close to you. Recalling that he had overheard Pei and mention the procurement of the latest Xiao family uniforms of the market, which was a confidential matter within the clan, Chang Xing mused privately that Galileo's claim seemed credible. Unbeknownst to Chang Xing, Xiao Ke's actions had taken an unexpected turn. Though he thought this, Chang Xing maintained a calm demeanor, saying, "Very well, then please accompany me back to the Xiao family." To the mention of returning to the Xiao family. Galileo's expression twitched. In Wutan City, the Xiao family and the Galileo family had a long-standing enmity, with the last major conflict occurring merely a decade ago. Entering the Xiao family would likely come at a steep cost. "Is it possible to avoid going?" Galileo forced a smile, his gaze fixed intently on Chang Xing. Chang Xing approached slowly, intent on verifying the authenticity of the new uniform. Suddenly, Galileo lashed out, tossing the garment at Chang Xing and springing to his feet. Shouting, "Do you truly believe my fighting prowess is merely for show?" Chang Xing hastily retreated, the garment momentarily obscuring their line of sight. "Experience my fist." Galileo's voice emerged from behind the fabric, yellow tier advanced skill. Shattering mountain fist. The garment was forcefully enveloped by Galileo's fist, hurtling towards Chang Xing with alarming speed. Faced with such an onslaught, Chang Xing dared not underestimate it. He realized that to contend with a six-star fighter, he would need to employ high-level mystical techniques to bridge the vast chasm of disparity. Thus, he summoned the fighting energy within him, his right hand transforming into a palm, boldly meeting the attack head-on. 8 Extremities Collapse, he cried inwardly, as fists and palms collided with a resounding impact. The immense shockwave reverberated through his right hand and coursed through his entire body, despite the force being significantly diminished. It still caused Chang Xing to stagger back several paces before he could regain his footing. The street was engulfed in dust from the violent clash. Chapter 8. Enlisting Yufei, damn it. He's escaped, Chang Xing cursed, his exceptional soul perception revealing no trace of Galileo amidst the swirling dust. He refrained from pursuing, as the previous punch had rendered his right hand somewhat numb. The prowess of a six-star fighter, when supplemented by high-tier techniques, had allowed him to withstand an attack from a one-star fighter wielding advanced yellow-tier techniques. Such combat strength was undeniably formidable. With a bit more training upon ascending to the fighter rank, he would likely find himself unmatched within the same tier. Indeed, as the dust settled, only a dust-covered uniform from the Xiao family lay quietly on the ground. If Galileo spoke the truth, there should be transaction records pertaining to shipments from the Miter family. Chang Xing picked up the clothing, pondering. If Shao Ku and the elder truly harbored such intentions, I shall ensure they do not have it easy in the memories of this body. He had never wronged Shao Ku. Yet today he found himself in such peril. Had it not been for the ferocious and ruthless otherworldly fire, his escape would have been in jeopardy. Cheng Xing gazed at the light gray dust on the ground. The only remnants left behind after the group was incinerated. While he had witnessed numerous blood-soaked conflicts before, none had been as shocking as this stark contrast. This otherworldly fire was terrifying indeed. Gradually calming his emotions, Cheng Xing tucked the Shao family uniform into his backpack after brushing off the dust. Mitre Auction House, Yafei, he murmured to collect evidence that substantiates Galio's claims. A visit to the Mitre Auction House was imperative. The Mitre Auction House is the largest auction venue in the entirety of Wutan City. Although the Shao family is one of the 3 great families within Wutan, managing several medium-sized textile markets. They pale in comparison to this auction house. With determination, Cheng Xing quickened his pace toward the grand venue at the end of the street. Upon entering, he was met by the vigilant gazes of several fully armed guards. The hall was resplendent, adorned with decorations crafted from pure gold, exuding an air of grandeur. Scanning the surroundings, Cheng Xing made his way to a small room bearing a sign for the reception area. Upon entering, he found several tables and a number of young women chattering animatedly at a desk, while the back was filled with various documents. Despite Cheng Xing's entrance, the women continued their conversation, seemingly indifferent to his presence. Ahem. Cheng Xing cleared his throat deliberately. Only then did one of the women approach, casually inquiring, "Sir, how may I assist you?" Tossing the previously collected Shao family uniform onto the desk. Cheng Xing replied coldly, "Please check when our Shao family's batch of uniforms will be ready." The group, startled by the dust that rose from the garment, quickly covered their mouths and dispersed. "Certainly, sir. Please hold on." The receptionist's tone softened, leading Cheng Xing to a seat, pouring him tea while smiling apologetically. "Please enjoy." Although the Shao family could not rival the Mitre family in scale, their annual trade volume was substantial. Should the management discover such disregard for a visitor from the Shao family, reprimands would surely follow. After all, the Mitre Auction House thrived within the empire due to its adept handling of human relationships. Cheng Xing had little inclination to sip tea. He sat back on the sofa, closing his eyes to rest. Before long, a sultry, melodic voice broke the silence. "He is the Shao patriarch in a hurry. The batch of goods has yet to be completed. It is still too early for shipment." Cheng Xing opened his eyes to see a woman in a light pink qipao, her delicate hand shielding her ample bosom, slightly bending forward with a professional smile as she regarded him. "This is the detailed purchase order in production progress." Her cherry-red lips parted once more. "They haven't neglected your reception, have they? Yafei is in charge of this matter. For any inquiries, you may directly approach Yafei." As Cheng Xing gazed at her radiant smile, her alluring, elongated eyes seemed to cast a gentle allure upon every man, while her graceful, fair neck appeared even more pristine beneath her pale attire. Her figure, with a waist that could be clasped by one's hands, incited an irrepressible desire for closer acquaintance. Unable to resist glancing at her enticing cleavage, he quickly shifted his focus to the documents before him. Awkwardly chuckling, how could the Mitre Auction House ever provide inadequate hospitality? Cheng Xing accepted the materials, placing them upon his knees, his posture slightly curled as he endeavored to conceal the stirring within him. Before such a mature beauty, it was impossible for a young man not to respond, unless he were devoid of feelings entirely. Once Yafei took her seat, she gestured for the others to exit. After thoroughly examining the materials Yafei had handed over, Cheng Xing swiftly identified several discrepancies. Numerous materials were unaccounted for, and the signatures had shifted from the previous Shao Zhan's name to that of the elder and the second elder. 3 sets of samples have been produced. Cheng Xing pointed to the latest line on the document. Questioning Yafei, "Is the item on the table one of those 3 sets?" Yafei, meeting his steadfast gaze, adopted a serious demeanor, striding to the desk to scrutinize the item closely. Moments later, her charming face clouded with concern as she murmured, "That can't be right. I know the samples that have been produced, and I have never seen this one before. Yet this item was indeed crafted and delivered through the Mitre Auction House as a new uniform for the Shao family." Before Yafei, Chengxing used a knife to slice open the inner collar of the garment, revealing a small mark before both of them. This mark was exclusive to the workshops controlled by the Mitre family, and such identifiers could be found in discrete locations on all silks and various items used by the Mitre auction house. Chengxing's expression was impassive. Every move of Yafei was apparent to him. It was clear she was unaware of this matter. The change in her demeanor confirmed his suspicions. The once proud Yafei had noticeably softened. Yafei gently folded the garment, allowing the dust to settle on her delicate fingers, then turned to Chengxing with a smile. "Young Master Cheng, did the Shao Patriarch send you regarding this matter?" Observing the overly sweet smile on Yafei's face, Chengxing did not respond immediately, but savored his tea. The Mitre family has always been known for its integrity. All order details are known only to both parties. There is not another family-run auction house in the Jama Empire with such a high level of confidentiality. Should this information leak, it would spell trouble, not just for my journey, but potentially tarnish the reputation of my entire family. Upon realizing this, Yafei became restless, pouring tea for Chengxing and sitting closely beside him. "Young Master Cheng, Yafei will surely provide a satisfactory answer to the noble family, but may take some time." Yafei leaned slightly, her enchanting eyes radiating allure, each smile and frown embodying the irresistible charm of a mature woman. The fragrance emanating from her became more intoxicating as the distance between them diminished. Breathing in the subtle yet pleasant scent while being in close proximity to such a captivating woman, Chengxing felt his heart racing. "Miss Yafei, this matter is of great significance. Why Uncle instructed me to trust the actions of the Mitre auction house until the truth is uncovered." Chengxing responded with a smile that Yafei's previous concern faded, her smile becoming even more enchanting. "You may simply call me Yafei from now on, as referring to me as such makes me seem too precious." "Yafei, you wouldn't want this matter to become public knowledge, would you?" Chengxing shifted the topic, wearing a mysterious smile as he squinted at Yafei. Yafei's expression shifted dramatically. She had previously heard rumors within her clan regarding auction officials encountering peculiar customers who would make unreasonable demands. Although she had heard tales of such occurrences, she had never expected to face them herself. Earlier, in the imperial capital, there had been bothersome individuals from the Mu family, yet she never anticipated encountering similar troubles in the small Wutan city. Upon contemplating this, a hint of sorrow appeared on Yafei's face. A delicate woman, it was indeed challenging to remain unaffected by the whims of fate. Chengxing wore a teasing smile, fully aware of Yafei's grand ambitions. However, if she could not withstand such minor tribulations, her years of training in the imperial capital would hardly transform her into a formidable figure. Yafei smiled gently, her momentary sadness dissipating as she playfully asked, "Young Master Cheng, are you implying a threat towards Yafei?" Originally intending to tease Yafei, Chengxing continued, Sister Yafei, as far as I know, a visit to Wutan City should be for the purpose of external training. During this training period, there are indeed related assessment requirements. Am I right?" Observing the somewhat naive youth before her, who calmly spoke of his origins and tasks, it was hard to believe. Such matters were known only to a few high-ranking individuals within the Mitel auction house. Others could not possibly be privy to them. "Indeed, that is why I applied to manage these trade affairs." Yafei suppressed her astonishment, attempting to appear indifferent, and added, "Chengxing, if you intend to divulge this matter, it would not affect me significantly. It would merely result in a slight reduction of my assessment level. Such a moment. Those who falter would inevitably be grasped by the opponent. That Yafei's ability to respond so calmly was commendable." Just as Chengxing was about to reveal his true intentions, a notification sound quietly echoed in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed the task of checking in with Yafei and activated the reward task to assist Yafei in becoming a golden auctioneer at the Mitel auction house." In fact, auctioneers at the Mitel auction house are also ranked, differentiated according to the total value of the items auctioned. The higher the rank, the more resources are allocated by the family, and the greater the status and influence. Within the Mitel auction house, the ranks of auctioneers from lowest to highest are bronze, silver, and gold, each further divided into 3 tiers, totaling 9 levels. Yafei, with her impressive presence and exceptional interpersonal skills, barely managed to achieve the third tier of silver at Wutan City's auction house. This third tier silver was a hard-won ascent from the first tier of bronze, achieved only with considerable effort not long ago. Although she was now the chief auctioneer at the Mitel auction house in Wutan City. Once she left for other cities, she would still be arranged according to the third tier of silver for auction matters. Upon acquiring this information in his mind, Cheng Xing felt somewhat astonished. The auctioneer Yafei, who was fervently adored by countless individuals in Wutan City, was merely a silver auctioneer at the Mitel auction house. How enticing must the golden auctioneer be? Sister Yafei, you jest. Even if I had several more guts, I would not dare to threaten a member of the Mitel family. Cheng Xing grinned sheepishly. What do you mean by that? Yafei was left puzzled by a string of words. She could not decipher the meaning behind the young man's statement and could only ask again. Cheng Xing lightly coughed, lifted his teacup, and drained it, then refilled Yafei's teacup, softly saying, I did not intend to reveal it so soon, but you should be able to investigate and uncover this matter. He then pointed to the neatly arranged uniform of the Xiao family and continued, This uniform was obtained from Jiaoliao this morning. How could that be possible? Even if this batch of orders were to be released early, they should have been handed to the members of the Xiao family. How could they appear in the hands of the Jiaoliao family? Yafei's face was one of disbelief, her brows slightly furrowed. And taking a deep breath, the significant heaving of her chest betrayed her astonishment. Tea present. I'm also unclear as to why this uniform appeared in Jiaoliao's hands, which is why I sought out the Mitel auction house to look for clues. Do you suspect that it was leaked by us at the Mitel auction house? Yafei countered, her tone carrying a hint of interrogation. Cheng Xing quickly waved his hand, stating, As for the Mitel family's intelligence-gathering capabilities, none in the Gamay Empire can compare. Moreover, this batch of uniforms is related to your affiliated textile factory. Therefore, I came today not only to clarify this matter, but also to discuss a potential collaboration with Miss Yafei. Upon hearing the youth's words, the furrows in Yafei's brow eased slightly. I will personally investigate this matter. Please rest assured, young Master Chen. A hint of a stiff smile appeared on Yafei's delicate face to alleviate the awkwardness. If this were to reach the ears of the higher-ups at the auction house, it would likely result in her being demoted back to bronze from her hard-won rank of silver. As for the collaboration that Cheng Xing mentioned, she truly could not fathom what sort of partnership the Xiao family could propose that would warrant him discussing it with her. Even this uniform order had been personally handled by Xiao Zhan, making her all the more curious about the proposed collaboration. What exactly does the collaboration entail? Yafei lifted her teacup, her cherry-red lips parting slightly as the emerald green tea transformed into a gentle flow, accentuating her delicate pink tongue. Quite simply, I will assist you in becoming the golden auctioneer of the Mitel auction house in Wutan City. All you need to do is lend me a hand before you reach that golden tier. Cheng Xing stated nonchalantly. Puffed. This revelation caused Yafei, who was sipping her tea, to splutter it out entirely. Cheng Xing had no time to dodge, and the warm, fragrant tea splashed all over him. I apologize, realizing her loss of composure. She hurriedly took out a handkerchief, wiping him down from top to bottom, frantically cleaning off the specks of tea. Yafei, eager to assist in wiping the tea from his clothes, leaned so close to Cheng Xing that she nearly pressed herself against him. The soft pressure elicited a flush of heat in Cheng Xing, causing his face to turn crimson. Once she had meticulously wiped away the stains, Yafei straightened up, her flushed cheeks appearing particularly captivating. As she apologized, I am truly sorry. I was overly excited and acted inappropriately. Her silky hair brushed against Cheng Xing's nose, leaving a faint fragrance that nearly bewitched him. The tender age of Cheng Xing. Such temptation was indeed difficult to resist, causing his breaths to grow slightly heavier. Brother, are you certain that you are not jesting with your sister? Yafei lowered her head, her eyes now devoid of allure, infused instead with sincerity and determination. Her gaze pierced through Cheng Xing's eyes, steadying his heart. Taking a deep breath, Cheng Xing caressed his flushed cheeks and declared, Of course, I am not joking. Therefore, this matter shall be our secret. It must not be disclosed. Upon hearing this, Yafei smiled, a hint of disdain mingling with the affectionate tone of an older sister indulging her mischievous younger brother. She playfully tapped his forehead through the handkerchief and said, Then I shall listen attentively, curious to see what you have in mind. Regardless, this will be our little secret, all right? Her soft whispers lingered in Changxing's ears, weaving a gentle lullaby that made him understand why so many in Wutan City were enamored by Yafei. With this, Changxing casually flicked a small jade vial onto the tea table, where it rolled clumsily toward Yafei. With the sensitivity of her profession, Yafei quickly stabilized the vial. The jade vial had a warm hue, feeling warm to the touch rather than cold, suggesting it had not been held for long. The moment Yafei grasped the vial, she was somewhat taken aback. While auctioning, she had seen many items contained in jade vials. Yet most were of considerable value. Typically encountered in the imperial capital, in Wutan City, she had yet to witness jade of such quality. "What is this?" Yafei inquired, suppressing her curiosity. Changxing interlocked his fingers, resting his chin on his thumb, and lazily replied, "There should be no faster way to ascend than auctioning medicinal pills, right?" Yafei clutched the jade vial tightly, striving to mask her astonishment. Who could have imagined that a mere 15-year-old youth, bearing the title of Wutan City's second most useless person, was now discussing medicinal pills with her? In a matter of moments, numerous possibilities flashed through Yafei's mind, leaving her at a loss for words. What is this? A medicinal pill. A fourth-tier medicinal pill, the Qi Gathering Powder. Upon hearing the words Qi Gathering Powder, Yafei's hand began to tremble slightly. It was akin to a tattered beggar presenting a multi-billion commercial promissory note to the deputy minister of the municipal government. Discussing high-speed rail construction, the greater the disparity, the more shocking the revelation. Changxing chuckled at Yafei's incredulous expression, saying, "You can take it to Master Gunny for appraisal." Stunned into silence, Yafei merely nodded. Clearly still reeling from her earlier astonishment, as she departed, Changxing leaned back, gazing at the ceiling, his body relaxing into the chair. The most valuable medicinal pill he currently possessed was indeed this Qi Gathering Powder. Initially intending to reserve it for his own ascension to a fighter, the allure of guaranteeing the condensation of fighting energy spirals made it a coveted item for countless individuals eager to become fighters. However, without sufficient foundational spiritual liquid on hand, convincing Yafei of his ability to refine a highly sought-after pill was a pipe dream. Thus, by presenting this Qi Gathering Powder, he could momentarily gain her trust in his capabilities, allowing for a subsequent visit when he could present a finished product of foundational spiritual liquid. Ultimately, the pressing issue was that he lacked sufficient funds. The cost of reproducing gold coins at the textile market was untenable. And with this task at hand, a collaboration was born. System, please check how much total value in items is required for a silver-tier auctioneer to ascend to gold. Ding, at the Mytel auction house. The speed of an auctioneer's promotion is assessed based on the total value of auctioned items and the overall popularity of the auction house. The silver-tier auctioneer is poised to ascend to the esteemed gold tier. With the most expedient path outlined, one must preside over 10 auctions, each attracting no fewer than 3,000 attendees, and the total value of auctioned items exceeding 1,500,000 per event, or collectively auctioning items valued at 15 million gold coins. This requirement holds regardless of whether the auctioneer is a first or third-tier silver dash level. As long as these conditions are met, elevation to gold tier is assured. The quickest route to advancement necessitates completion within a single assessment period, specifically within 1 year from the commencement of any auction presided over as a silver-tier auctioneer. In essence, it is imperative to auction off items totaling a value of 15 million within the year to achieve the coveted gold tier status. While this may not seem insurmountable, it must be noted that Wutan City is merely a mid-sized urban center within the Gama Empire, and the cost of living here is not particularly high. Thus, accomplishing this task within a single year presents a formidable challenge. It appears that the foundational elixir must be produced in bulk. Upon learning about the 15 million gold coin requirement for the year, Changxing could only sigh in resignation. Fortunately, he can now exchange gathering Qi powder for an abundance of materials necessary for crafting the foundational elixir. If given a sufficient time frame, he can rely on the system to produce a considerable quantity of the foundational elixir. Just as Changxing was contemplating his strategy, Yafei entered the room. Following Master Gunny's appraisal, This pill is indeed authentic gathering chi powder. Although Master Guni himself cannot concoct pills of such caliber, he is certainly capable of verifying their authenticity. Upon seeing the calm demeanor of the young man before her, Yafei felt a sudden surge of trust. So, Sister Yafei, has Master Guni completed his assessment? Cheng Xing inquired, rising to greet her as she approached with measured steps. Yafei, not one to conceal her intentions, gently placed the small jade vial on the tea table. She spoke, Master Guni has confirmed the pill's authenticity, and its potency is robust, attainable only by high-tier alchemists. However, young Master Cheng, it seems you are not an alchemist. Are you? A look of conflicted struggle adorned Yafei's face, though she had not mentioned the pill's owner to Master Guni. He had advised her to maintain a good rapport with the pill's proprietor, regardless of its origins, for every guest is to be treated with respect. Cheng Xing remained non-committal, pacing the room before responding. My master prefers to avoid the bustling chaos of the auction house, hence he entrusted me with the pill. Your master? Yafei mused internally, aware that only a handful of alchemists in the Gamma Empire are capable of producing gathering chi powder. Those who take apprentices are typically from prominent families. Cheng Xing continued, my master has instructed that aside from you, I am not to disclose this to anyone. Yafei's curiosity deepened, having always held a lowly status within her family. Her closest connections were with the royal family and a couple of other clans. There was no apparent incentive for someone to bestow such attention upon her. Was the old gentleman intending to auction a substantial quantity of pills? Yafei inhaled deeply, calming the tumult in her chest, and inquired with a steady tone, "It is worth noting that the 4-tier gathering chi powder has never been sold in bulk. If successful, a single auction could ensure her assessment is flawlessly completed." Cheng Xing could not help but twitch his lips at the thought. This was his sole gathering chi powder, and even if he desired another, it was not feasible. My master has recently developed a new pill that greatly aids those lacking innate talent like myself. Cheng Xing remarked with feigned enthusiasm, elaborating. This elixir can expedite the cultivation for those beneath the rank of combatant, without any side effects. Yafei, upon hearing this, felt her head spin. This young man she had only met for mere hours was continuously surpassing her understanding. First, he shared a wealth of information, then the gathering chi powder, and now a potion that accelerates combat energy cultivation with no adverse effects. Overwhelmed with astonishment, a surge of enthusiasm welled within her. A figure of this caliber would undoubtedly garner the attention of the Miter family, especially in her current circumstances. If so, I shall arrange for promotion in advance, creating a buzz to ensure the auction price escalates. Yafei declared with fervor, her mature charm radiating as she spoke. Her natural aptitude for auctioneering shone through, her articulate discourse facilitating thought and invigorating the atmosphere. As for this gathering chi powder, it ultimately hinges on the old gentleman's preferences. The Miter auction house guarantees a price that will satisfy him. Cheng Xing smirked. What did it matter to him what price would please the old gentleman, as long as he could procure a batch of foundational elixir? The initial capital would be secured. Let us auction it as soon as possible. The sooner, the better, Cheng Xing asserted. Yafei paused momentarily, then carefully took the small jade vial from the tea table, her face alight with a smile as she exclaimed, "Please hold on for a moment, young Master Cheng. I will personally oversee the auction." After watching Yafei exit the room, Cheng Xing quickly retrieved paper and pen, jotting down the materials required for crafting the foundational elixir so that when Yafei returned, she could purchase them directly. Upon Yafei's return, she held a crystalline card emblazoned with a Miter family crest, along with a completely purple card. Young Master Cheng, this crystalline card is the VIP card for the Miter auction house, granting you exclusive privileges at any Miter auction venue, while the auction fee is reduced from 5% to 2%. This card also contains 240,000 coins, after tax and service fees deducted from the total of 250,000 gold coins. Sister Yafei, you may simply call me Cheng Xing from now on. Ending the list, he smiled, saying, I would appreciate it if you could procure the herbs listed. The fund could be deducted from this card. Chapter 9. Undercurrents. Additionally, please arrange for an outfit to conceal my appearance, Cheng Xing added. Certainly, I shall attend to it right away. Although Cheng Xing's tone carried a hint of command, Yafei took no offense. She understood what Cheng Xing represented at this moment. She swiftly delivered the list to a maid at the door and provided her instructions. Young Master Chung, may I inquire about your master's name? Perhaps he has some connections with our miter auction house. Yafei ventured cautiously, her voice as melodious as silver bells. The Miter family has wielded control over the Gamma Empire's commercial realm for so long that most alchemists within the empire have, to some extent, interacted with the Miter auction house. Before I left, my master instructed me not to disclose his identity. That I hope Sister Yafei will understand. Chung Xing replied with a gentle smile, continuing, just call me Chung Xing from now on. Yafei covered her smile with her delicate hand, saying, earlier, Uncle Xiao lamented the lack of close companions among the new generation of the Xiao family, unaware that young Master Chung has already apprenticed under a renowned master. Given time, you will undoubtedly support the Xiao family in great measure. Indeed, while the Xiao family appeared united, factional struggles persisted behind the scenes. Chung Xing was reluctantly affiliated with the Xiao Zhan faction. And with the absence of the prodigious Xiao Yin, Xiao Zhan had been visibly more burdened over the past 3 years. Sister Yafei, please do not jest. I have only just reached the 6th tier of combat energy thanks to the foundational elixir bestowed by my master. It will take time to catch up to the other talents in the clan, Chung Xing responded. Young Master Chung, you are far too modest. Becoming an alchemist is no easy feat. Otherwise, they would not be so highly sought after by various powers. I kindly request that Sister Yafei keep this information confidential. If others were to discover my status within the clan, I would not enjoy a moment of peace, and that would hinder my ability to meet with my master and complicate the auction of the pills. He quickly employed this compelling excuse, hoping to steer the conversation away from the topic. Yet Yafei was not one to miss such an opportunity for information gathering. Her melodious laughter rang out before she said, naturally, we must not disturb your cultivation. However, without a concrete example to illustrate, it may be challenging to promote the foundational elixir effectively. Chung Xing waved dismissively, stating, my master has said that no example is more enticing than the pill itself placed before you. Therefore, Sister Yafei may proceed with normal promotion. Once the first batch of pills is auctioned, others will naturally spread the word. Faced with the young man's resolute words, Yafei ceased her probing. Just then, a knock echoed through the room. A maid entered, bearing a silver tray, upon which lay a simple black robe and a spatial ring nestled comfortably. Young Master Chung, the herbs you requested have been placed within the storage ring, Yafei announced, handing Chung Xing the black robe and ring. This particular ring, while not expansive in its internal space and simpler in design compared to those commonly circulating in the market, was frequently used for transactions. Chung Xing gently grasped the gray ring in his palm, observing the pristine white hand that held it. He now possessed more than enough materials for the foundational elixir required prior to ascending as a combatant, and there was no need to rush away. The matter of Galio's ambush would eventually come back to haunt him. Yet the Galio family was a formidable clan in Wutan City, and appending them single-handedly would be no simple task. Sister Yafei, can sellers set certain conditions for auctioned items? Chung Xing inquired, adopting a tentative tone. Indeed, the auction house is dedicated to providing the ideal auction experience for both buyers and sellers, as long as it does not interfere with the normal auction proceedings. We will do our utmost to accommodate any requests from sellers. Yafei elucidated the matter. Chung Xing pondered for a moment before slowly articulating, might it be possible to designate specific individuals to bid on items, with the stipulation that the price must be elevated by a certain amount? Perhaps not fully grasping the implications of his words, Yafei furrowed her brow, questioning the meaning behind the notion that the highest bidder prevails. What, she wondered, did it signify to raise the price slightly? It seemed to imply that only designated individuals could secure the bid, necessitating an additional sum. Otherwise, the auction would fail to conclude successfully. With Chung Xing's clarification, Yafei began to comprehend. However, since such a precedent had not previously occurred, and the auction house's regulations did not explicitly forbid this operation, Yafei pondered, her tone tinged with perplexity, her large, glistening eyes blinking at Chung Xing. If a bidder expresses doubts, you may simply state it is the seller's requirement. They can choose to bid or not. Chung Xing's lips curled into a slight smile, thinking that if they resorted to underhanded tactics, he would not let them have it easy either. Yafei, silent for a moment, ultimately nodded, acknowledging that the auction house had no rules against such maneuvering. This was a significant business deal, and it was best to acquiesce to any demands before gradually negotiating with the obstinate upper echelons. Resolute, she inquired, "May I ask, Chengxing, what precisely is this requirement?" Chengxing's expression remained composed, betraying no emotion as he replied coolly, "Henceforth, any foundational spirit liquid purchased by members of the Jiaye family must incur an additional charge of 10,000 gold coins on top of the auction price. Otherwise, it will be re-auctioned. Although an additional 10,000 coins may not seem exorbitant at first glance, should the Jiaye family wish to acquire multiple portions of the spirit liquid, their expenditure would far exceed that of others." Upon hearing this stipulation, Yifei understood Chengxing's intent, gasping in surprise as a chill crept up the back of her neck. This demand was clearly aimed at the Jiaye family, suggesting that the power dynamics within Wutan City were about to shift. After a brief moment of contemplation, she resolved that although the auction house's rules prohibited direct involvement in family disputes, they did not preclude indirect participation. Taking a deep breath, her chest rising and falling with tension, she clenched her silver teeth and said with feigned reluctance, "Very well, the auction will adhere to this requirement." With a definitive response, Chengxing stood, stretching lazily as he remarked, "Then it is settled. In no less than 10 days and no more than half a month. The first batch of spirit liquid designated for auction will arrive at the auction house, and the bidding will commence. Given his current sole attribute of 10, half a month was ample time to produce a batch of foundational spirit liquid for auction. During this period, Yifei would prepare for the auction, ensuring that as soon as the spirit liquid arrived, it would fetch a handsome price. As Yifei observed Chengxing rising to depart, she too stood, donning her black robe. With a tender touch, she helped him adjust the garment, their proximity causing Chengxing's face to flush once more. Though separated by a black veil, such changes did not escape Yifei's keen gaze. She found it amusing how this younger sibling displayed a maturity beyond his years. Yet at this moment, he still bore the visage of a youth, prompting her to giggle uncontrollably. "Sister Yifei, what are you laughing at?" Chengxing lowered his head, striving to avoid direct eye contact with Yifei. Fortunately, the black robe provided a veil to shield him from embarrassment in her presence. Yifei reigned in her usual captivating demeanor, her genuine concern evident as she meticulously adjusted the robe, enveloping him entirely within its folds. "If you truly see me as your sister, then do come and visit me more often." Her calm tone belied the sorrow of years spent feeling marginalized within her family. Yet today, Chengxing's sincere calls of Sister Yifei warmed her once icy heart. Having witnessed the lecherous gazes of men, the boy's innocent honesty felt even more precious. Chengxing, having endured similar experiences, intuitively understood the subtext of her words. Lifting his gaze to meet Yifei's sparkling eyes through the dark veil, he replied, "I will, Sister Yifei." They exchanged knowing smiles, perhaps recognizing their shared plight. Draped in his black robe, Chengxing navigated the expansive Mitre auction house, weaving through the crowd until he eventually blended in with the throng. In a secluded alley, he cautiously discarded the black robe into a sewer, taking care to circle around several times to ensure he was not being followed before finally making his way homeward. Having learned from the earlier ambush by Jiaye Ao, Chengxing had become increasingly vigilant. His strength was still insufficient, and caution was essential to avoid missteps in the small Wutan city, the family entrance. Several carts laden with goods were parked, and a number of burly men were busily unloading cargo, none clad in the uniform of the Shao family. These individuals, all weaker than the 7th rank of fighting spirit, had no other employment options and resorted to manual labor, akin to laborers on construction sites in Blue Star, toiling tirelessly merely to survive. Chengxing sighed internally, quickening his pace to enter the family compound. The murmurs of the workers gradually faded as he stepped into the sanctuary of his family, where several narrow corridors insulated the inner sanctum from the outside world. The high walls and deep courtyards were but a microcosm of human nature. Wherever there were people, conflict was inevitable. Chengxing's resolve solidified as he recognized the urgency of honing his skills to the level of a fighter, eager to experience the vastness and grandeur of the Duki continent. As he walked, he could faintly hear the sounds of a dispute emanating from a nearby hall. No. For this batch of goods to enter the weaving market immediately, It requires a signature of confirmation. Otherwise, I cannot permit its passage. Humph. This is a message from the Grand Elder. You must be discerning. Apologies, young Master Shao Ku. Without authorization from the Patriarch, I cannot comply. Hello? You dare defy even the Grand Elder's orders? It seems you are no longer welcome in our Shao family. Just as Chengxing entered the hall, he intervened to halt the enraged Pain. Young Master Cheng, he acknowledged, I have heard enough. Please wait a moment before proceeding. Chengxing said softly. Upon seeing Chengxing, Shao Ku's expression shifted. The smugness he had exhibited while belittling Pain evaporated, replaced by a mix of alarm and surprise. You, Chengxing, you arrived just in time. This batch of goods must enter the weaving market without delay. Avoiding Chengxing's scrutinizing gaze, Shao Ku tossed a letter towards him. Chengxing caught the letter mid-air, and upon recognizing the signature that matched the clothing order, a flicker of murderous intent briefly crossed his eyes before being swiftly suppressed. The family regulations clearly stipulated that the weaving market was directly managed by the Patriarch or authorized representatives, requiring prior approval for the entry and exit of goods. Did he think the Grand Elder was unaware? Discarding the letter, Chengxing turned to Pain and remarked, from now on, no matter who makes such a request, simply refuse. Patriarch Shao Zhan is astute and will not allow you to be wronged. Hello? Chengxing, just you wait. I will see how long you can maintain this arrogance. When did our Shao family's weaving market become a matter for an outsider of your meager strength to manage? Shao Ku's face reddened with rage, his blood boiling as he glared fiercely at Chengxing, struggling to articulate his words through gritted teeth. What did you say? Pain was about to argue back when Chengxing restrained him. Young master. Pain was perplexed by the calm demeanor of the youth before him, who seemed remarkably composed. Chengxing smiled, speaking slowly. Rules exist for a reason. I am merely adhering to them. If I have offended you in any way, I ask for your understanding. Should you find my actions inappropriate, feel free to report me to the Patriarch. Is it necessary to become so agitated? Observing the youth skillfully managing his emotions, a chill ran down Pain's spine. He was adept at navigating various situations to shield himself. Yet his lack of strength was evident. Shao Ku, initially intent on further escalating the situation, found himself rendered speechless by Chengxing's words, his anger bubbling over as he trembled, eventually stomping his feet in frustration before retreating in defeat. After watching the irate figure depart, Chengxing and Pain exchanged glances, both bursting into laughter. By the way, Pain, for the time being, I wish to focus on my training in peace, unless it is of utmost importance. Please refrain from disturbing me. I will visit the weaving market when I have the opportunity. This batch of goods should proceed through the usual channels, without concern for them. Understood, young master. Pain responded, though concern flickered in his eyes. After a moment's hesitation, he ventured, with less than a year until the coming-of-age ceremony, young master. Chengxing, sensing Pain's implication, patted his arm nonchalantly, replying, it matters not. Some things are fated. Perhaps, in the near future, I will experience a fortuitous breakthrough in strength. Ha! Hearing the youthful self-assurance in Chengxing's words, Pain sighed in resignation, saying, as long as you diligently assist Patriarch Shao in managing the weaving market, your future will not be bleak. After all, everyone has witnessed your capabilities. Chengxing smiled but offered no further comment, merely waving his hand. Pain understood immediately, bowing respectfully before turning to leave. Once Pain was out of sight, Chengxing gazed at the letter that Shao Ku had neglected to retrieve. Muttering thoughtfully, the Grand Elder, Shao Ku, it seems you cannot evade involvement in this matter. The factional struggles within the Shao family have long been led by the Elder and the Second Elder, who opposed Shao Lin's ascension to the position of family head. However, after Shao Lin suffered grave injuries and fell, with the assistance of the Venerable Nalan, the Shao family relocated to Wutan City. Following in his father's footsteps, Shao Zhan successfully became the current patriarch of the Shao clan. Yet, despite the passage of years rendering the election of the two elders as patriarch impossible, they have not relinquished their ambitions for the title, instead placing their hopes on their grandsons, Shao Ning and Shao Ku. Within the Gailey family's main hall, the atmosphere is tense, preposterous. How could a mere waste with only 4 stages of fighting spirit possibly kill several of my fighters? Gaily Bai's furious voice reverberated throughout the hall as he slammed his palm against the wooden table, causing tea to spill. Gaily Ao, whose once fair complexion had turned pallid, felt the weight of failure for not achieving their ambush's objective and for having lost so many men. In a quavering voice, he replied, "But I cannot lie. He indeed committed the murders. I am unaware of what nefarious techniques he employed. It took me considerable effort to escape. Father." Enough. Gaily Bai's reprimand cut off Gaily Ao's further explanations. After glancing at the elders seated nearby and pondering for a moment, he commanded, "Send someone to contact Elder Liu. Gaily Ao, you shall handle this matter. If you fail again," listening to his father's stern words. Gaily Ao felt a surge of anxiety within him, cursing Cheng Xing under his breath, and promptly responded, "I will ensure the task is completed." Once Gaily Ao awkwardly retreated, the elders exchanged glances and began to deliberate. "Patriarch, Elder Liu's price is rather steep. Are we truly going to invite him?" one elder inquired. "Indeed, these alchemists are all exceedingly arrogant, demanding nearly 70% of the profits," Gaily Bai lamented. "What other choice do we have? The Shao family's market activity surpasses ours, that if we do not take a gamble, we may well become a second-rate power in Wutan City." Listening to the patriarch's reasoning, the elders fell silent, acutely aware that the Shao family was once a prominent clan capable of engaging with the Nalan family. A chorus of sighs filled the hall. Chapter 10. Foundation Establishment. Elixir. Dappled sunlight filtered through the canopy of trees, lazily illuminating the fallen leaves strewn across the ground. The mountain breeze swept down from the back mountain, rustling the leaves and sending them fluttering towards the rooftops. Creaking, Cheng Xing pushed open the wooden door and began to gather the items necessary for his upcoming period of cultivation. Having recently broken through from the 4th to the 6th stage of fighting spirit within the past 4 months, he now stood at the threshold of the 7th stage. The medicinal herbs he had purchased possessed potency comparable to those he had obtained previously. A breakthrough to the 7th stage was imminent. With the door firmly shut, the youth sat in meditation, his breathing the only sound, as the sun set and the birds returned to their nests. Even as the crescent moon ascended, he remained unmoving. Although he need not personally concoct the Foundation Establishment elixir, the system's alchemical process required the consumption of his soul power. After the exertions of the day, his body had yet to fully recover. It was prudent to first restore his condition through meditation, as the moonlight softly illuminated the area before him. Cheng Xing finally opened his tightly shut eyes, exhaling a breath of stale air. "That should suffice," he murmured, retrieving the previously obtained gray-black ring and arranging the herbs upon the table. Before long, the entire surface was covered with various herbs, necessitating the use of additional space. 50 portions. Just as needed. Now I have work to do. After dividing the herbs into 50 portions and confirming their alignment with the previous list, he set most of them aside. System: concoct the Foundation Establishment elixir. Quantity: 5 portions. The system responded, detailing the required materials for 5 portions of the Foundation Establishment elixir. 5 complete purple leaf orchid grasses, 10 bone-washing flowers, 5 first-tier magic crystals, and a consumption of 10 mental points. As Cheng Xing issued his command, the materials for each elixir vanished from the table. Soon after, he began to feel a wave of fatigue wash over him. Fortunately, having already adjusted his condition, his spiritual energy was ample. Calculated to support the concoction of these 5 elixirs, he was determined not to succumb to sleep during the process. Seizing the opportunity while the system was busy concocting, he sought to restore his energy. Although he could not directly cultivate his soul power at this moment, practicing his fighting spirit concurrently allowed for some recovery of his soul energy, as the soul energy within him was nearly depleted. The fighting spirit, mixed with a faint trace of soul energy, began to gradually separate and quietly replenish his drained reserves. Ding! 1 portion of Foundation Establishment elixir successfully concocted. The system's notification echoed in his ears. A flicker of light, appearing as a delicate jade vial, materialized on the table. Cheng Xing deftly took hold of the vial and poured its contents into a basin of clear water he had prepared. As the emerald liquid dripped into the water, it instantly transformed the clear water into a vibrant green pool. The efficacy of this batch is comparable to the last. It should facilitate my advancement. Cheng Xing remarked, his face brightening as he shed his garments and stepped into the slightly cool basin. The verdant liquid was imbued with potent medicinal properties. As Cheng Xing entered a deep meditative state. A thin layer of mist began to form on the water's surface, swirling around him in a graceful dance. Within him, the fighting spirit he had expended during the day began to replenish within the vortex of the elixir, its purity surpassing that of previous energies. Ding! Foundation Establishment Elixir successfully concocted. The system's notifications rang out several times, yet Cheng Xing remained undisturbed in his meditative state. With his eyes closed, the once thin mist around him now thickened, enveloping his form and spreading throughout the room, creating an ethereal ambience reminiscent of a celestial realm. Thus, Cheng Xing continued his uninterrupted cultivation for nearly 5 days. Finally, on the morning of the 6th day, as the mist surrounding him began to dissipate and gently settled upon the water's surface, the turbulent fighting spirit within him began to slow its motion. Drip, drop, as the sound resonated within Cheng Xing. A wave of energy surged through him, sweeping across every corner of his being. A hint of joy illuminated his countenance, and his eyelids fluttered involuntarily. The tension in his body eased, as if every cell were celebrating in unison, bringing him immense relief. As the final wave of energy subsided, Cheng Xing's eyes snapped open, revealing a glimmer of azure and white within his dark irises. He exhaled a breath of stale air, feeling invigorated as the cloudy remnants of his previous state departed. Sitting in the basin, he contemplated for a moment before twisting his stiff neck, producing a series of satisfying cracks. He clenched his fists and swung them through the air, the sound of rushing wind attesting to his newfound strength. Sensing a marked increase in his power, a smile crept across Cheng Xing's lips. Oh, this is the 7th stage of fighting spirit. No wonder it is deemed the first key for fighters. The fighting spirit within me feels more refined than when I was at the 6th stage, and my capacity has expanded significantly. He withdrew his fists and examined his body, murmuring to himself, Ding! Congratulations on breaking through to the 7th stage of fighting spirit. You have gained 5 attribute points. Please allocate them. If you do not allocate them, the system will reserve them for you. 5 attribute points this time? Just what I urgently need, Cheng Xing exclaimed, eager to allocate them. Pulling up his attribute panel, he assigned all the newly acquired points to his soul. Ding! Points allocated successfully. Soul, 15. Instantly, Cheng Xing felt an extraordinary difference, as if he could visualize the main meridians throughout his body. His perception sharpened. The sound of leaves fluttering outside was amplified within his mind, as well as the crunch of footsteps on the path beyond. This extraordinary experience lasted only a few moments before gradually fading away. Is this the ability granted by the enhancement of soul power? Cheng Xing mused, his pupils narrowing. He could perceive a significantly larger area, and his sensitivity to his surroundings had indeed been heightened. Regaining his focus, he dressed and prepared to gather the remaining herbs from his backpack. He intended to use 1 vial of the Foundation Establishment Elixir for his own cultivation, while the remaining 4 would be stored for future use. Since they were not for his personal consumption, their slightly diminished potency would not pose an issue. Cheng Xing contemplated for a moment, then resolutely extracted 4 vials, also procuring a selection of less exquisite jade bottles, some of which bore a mottled texture. With the mottled jade bottles, he drew a small quantity of liquid from the basin and arranged it upon the table, evenly distributing the potent foundational elixirs into the 24 jade bottles filled with a verdant medicinal liquid. Although a portion of the medicinal potency had already been absorbed by Cheng Xing through his cultivation, the liquid, originally a deep green, still retained its jade-like brilliance due to the exceptional herbs used in its preparation. Cheng Xing gazed at the array of jade bottles adorning the table, a sense of worry creeping into his heart. Indeed, to amass wealth through the foundational elixirs, these mere 24 vials were woefully insufficient. Thus, he activated the refining function on the system panel, inputting a substantial quantity of herbs, this time no less than 10 portions. Even during the initial concoction of the foundational elixir, it would have required the better part of the day to produce 10 batches. However, he need not concern himself with the passage of time now, as he no longer had to personally oversee the refining. He merely needed to gather the ingredients and input them into the system, allowing the process to unfold while he indulged in restful slumber without any adverse effect on the concoction of his elixirs. With a series of prompt notifications sounding in succession, Cheng Xing returned to the basin, resuming his meditative cultivation. Within the city of Aoli, a procession of carriages moved slowly amidst the throngs of people. The emblem of the Gailey family shimmered under the sun on the carriage. "Stop! This must be the place." A man commanded the driver to halt before a courtyard entrance. This man was none other than Gailey Ao. "You all wait here. I shall enter and request an audience." "No one is to enter without my command." Gailey Ao adjusted his attire, yet a hint of disdain flickered across his face as he turned to the rear carriage, calling out, "You two, disembark. We have arrived." At his command, two young maidens were pulled from the carriage by the guards. They were both fair of face and lithe of form, their hair cascading like silk and lips resembling cherry petals. Yet at that moment, their youthful visages were marred by tears, their eyes visibly swollen and reddened. Observing their woeful state, Gailey Ao jested, "Cease your weeping. As long as you serve Master Lu well, you shall be guaranteed a life of luxury, free from the impoverished existence with your gambling-addicted father." Upon hearing his words, the two maidens could not help but break into deeper sobs. Gailey Ao quickly added, "Cheer up. Put on a smile that if you don't, I might just return you to that gambling wretch of a father." The mere mention of their cruel gambling father made the sisters forcefully stifle their cries, hastily wiping away their tear-stained faces. Gailey Ao shook his head. Prior to his departure, his father had cautioned him that this esteemed alchemist, Lu Shi, was a man of lascivious nature, with a particular fondness for women, especially those who shunned the allure of cosmetics. If one could satisfy Lu Shi's desires, he might be amenable to one's requests. Otherwise, all negotiations would be futile on the journey to Oli City. Gailey Ao had been vexed about where to find such women. By sheer coincidence, just before entering the city, he encountered a gambler hastening to the city with these sisters, and under duress and temptation, he had parted with over 5,000 gold coins to acquire the pair. Gailey Ao caressed the ring on his finger, producing two exquisite veils of fine material to adorn the maidens, bestowing upon them an air of mystery. He then gently knocked on the door, respectfully announcing, "Gailey Ao of the Gailey family from Wutan City, seeking an audience with Master Liu in light of the potential assistance this esteemed alchemist could provide to elevate his family's fortune." Gailey Ao had been repeatedly admonished to show utmost reverence, accommodating any request to the best of his ability. After all, an alchemist of such caliber was a deity that ordinary families could not afford to offend. Despite his usual reckless demeanor, Gailey Ao understood this well and patiently awaited a response at the door. However, after a considerable duration, no reply came from within. The sun grew increasingly oppressive, and Gailey Ao felt his composure wavering, impatience gnawing at his rationality. "Damn it, it's just a first-rate alchemist. What kind of airs is he putting on for whom? I came all this way to invite you, and you can't even be bothered to show your face." Gailey Ao cursed inwardly, unaccustomed to such treatment after having always been the one to dictate the terms. Amidst the astonished gazes of the guards, Gailey Ao delivered a forceful kick to the courtyard's grand door. With a resounding crash, the door swung wide open, drawing the attention of many passers in Oli City. Many were aware that this was the residence of the esteemed alchemist Lu Shi, and while numerous seekers of potions often visited, such a brazen display was unprecedented. As onlookers gathered to observe, Gailey Ao signaled to his guards, who promptly formed a large semicircle to shield the courtyard's entrance, preventing curious eyes from glimpsing the unfolding scenario. "I shall see what this alchemist is up to," he declared, tugging at the two maidens as he strode boldly into the depths of the courtyard. The layout of the courtyard was characterized by winding paths. Beyond the entrance lay a series of smaller gardens replete with greenery, flowers, flowing water, and ornamental rocks, all of which left Gailey Ao in a doubly. As he ventured deeper, he encountered a wooden structure adorned extravagantly, starkly contrasting the traditional elegance of the surrounding architecture. "Damn it! Why the silence?" Why have you ceased your cries? He called out, "Oh, my lord." The sounds of passionate exchanges drifted through the surrounding bamboo groves. Catching Gaily Ao off guard to his astonishment, Lu Shi was indulging in such debauchery, a far cry from the dignified demeanor one would expect of an alchemist. Like a tea that moment, Gaily Ao felt a profound shock, realizing the implications of his father's words, and he forced himself to remain composed, deciding to wait before proceeding. However, the two maidens, having never encountered such a scene, were paralyzed with fear, their legs giving way beneath them as they collapsed to the ground. "Who is it? Who the hell is outside?" came Lu Shi's weak yet furious shout, abruptly halting the sounds of pleasure within. An alchemist, known for their aversion to disturbances, typically sought tranquility in their abode to minimize external distractions. And now, with Gaily Ao's unwarranted intrusion, Lu Shi was alerted. With no retreat possible, Gaily Ao resolved to press on, disregarding the implications that "I am Gaily Ao of the Gaily family for Wutan City, here to present a tribute to the master." As he approached the hall, Gaily Ao shoved the two maidens into the room. Like a tea that moment, Lu Shi emerged, clad in disheveled attire, his shirt unfastened and hair unkempt, a languid expression adorning his fair and handsome face, his dark eyes gleaming with lascivious intent. Upon learning of the visitor's intent to present a tribute, Lu Shi was initially incensed, questioning the audacity of interrupting his leisure. Yet, upon seeing the two maidens, weeping and clinging to each other in a state of despondency, his ire swiftly transitioned into desire. After appraising the maidens, Lu Shi finally turned his gaze, albeit lazily, towards Gaily Ao. "Ta-da. So you are Gaily Ao? Speak. What does your father wish from me?" Lu Shi inquired, barely meeting his eyes. Both parties understood the dynamics at play. When one seeks favors, it is imperative to cater to the other's preferences, particularly at a moment when Lu Shi was still caught up in his desires. "I truly do not wish to disturb the master's enjoyment. Once you are finished, we could discuss matters at length." Gaily Ao replied, his tone low and subservient, aware of the potential repercussions of his earlier brashness. He kept his head bowed, fearful of witnessing anything inappropriate, knowing well that should Lu Shi take offense, he would return home to face his father's wrath. "Very well, I understand. You may wait outside," Lu Shi responded dismissively, pulling the maidens further into the room. Gaily Ao, recognizing the cue, discreetly withdrew, before he had taken many steps. The air was once again filled with the spine-chilling sounds of cries and moans. Even Gaily Ao, notorious in Wutan City for his reckless antics, wiped the sweat from his brow, realizing that such perverse revelry was indicative of an insatiable appetite. 2 hours later, as Gaily Ao waited at the entrance, he finally spotted Lu Shi emerging from the courtyard. "You lad, this tribute of yours is truly delightful. It has been ages since I've enjoyed such pleasures," Lu Shi exclaimed, a gleam of satisfaction in his eyes as he clapped a hand on Gaily Ao's shoulder. "Now, tell me, what does your father require of me this time?" Seeing that Lu Shi bore no grudge over his earlier intrusion, Gaily Ao breathed a sigh of relief and replied with sycophantic enthusiasm, "My father wishes to inquire when we may receive the healing potions you previously promised, and he invites you to Wutan City for a discussion. He also instructed me to assure you that should you agree to assist us, all terms are negotiable, and there will be even more exquisite gifts awaiting you, ensuring you will not be disappointed." Noticing the hint of disdain on Lu Shi's face, Gaily Ao quickly added, "My father emphasized that these gifts would be of exceptional quality." Lu Shi's demeanor softened slightly upon hearing this, and after a moment of contemplation, he stated, "Half of that batch of potions is already prepared. Since your father has kindly invited me to Wutan City, I shall oblige. I can concoct the potions at your family's residence just as easily." He who wouldn't seize an opportunity when a bargain presents itself? Gifts that arrive unbidden are simply delightful, and the thrill of such exquisite offerings is undeniably intoxicating. The mind of Lu Shi, with its diminutive stature, has long been overtaken by lascivious thoughts, prompting an acceptance of the invitation. Half an hour later, the carriage departed from the courtyard, heading towards Wutan City. Meanwhile, Cheng Xing was tirelessly concocting foundation-building elixirs, the youth, whose eyes were closed in the basin, radiated an aura that grew more potent by the day, fervently absorbing fighting energy with the aid of the elixirs. When the carriage re-entered Wutan City, 6 days had already elapsed. During this time, Chengxing had become so absorbed in his cultivation that he had not stepped outside his door even once, engaging in over 10 consecutive days of intense training. Even the foundation-building elixirs, which could sustain normal cultivation for at least 2 months, had been nearly depleted. The originally jade-green liquid now resembled clear broth, only shimmering with a hint of green under the sun's rays. Damn it, 6 days of continuous indulgence. Does he have iron for kidneys? Who knows? Perhaps he had unwittingly concocted some fortifying medicine. This alchemist truly plays with fire. Escalio listened to the lively discussions among several guards in front of his carriage. He had no desire to intervene and was, frankly, in no mood to do so. Throughout the 6-day journey, the most lavish compartment of the carriage was intermittently filled with the cacophony of passionate revelry, causing a headache for him. Yet, due to Lu Shi's status as an alchemist, he could not impose restrictions. He could only advise the accompanying guards to remain vigilant and not disturb the alchemist's enjoyment. Inside the chamber, the cyclone surrounding the boy began to dissipate, revealing Chengxing, whose face appeared somewhat parched. It was evident that such relentless training was too aggressive for someone who had yet to attain the rank of a fighter. However, the euphoric sensation of power growth repeatedly compelled Chengxing to continue his cultivation. He absolutely refused to endure the peril of life and death once more. Cough, cough. Chengxing suddenly coughed violently, his body trembling as he nearly fainted into the basin. Gurgle, gurgle. His stomach protested, having not eaten or drunk for nearly half a month. This was the absolute limit of his endurance that it seemed that to maintain a prolonged state of cultivation without food, one truly needed to reach the level of a fighter. Otherwise, this sensation was far too unbearable. Chengxing rubbed his cramping stomach, and although the foundation-building elixirs had nourished his body, they only provided fighting energy. And since he had not yet become a fighter, his body still required sustenance from grains. Exhaling a cloud of dark, foul air, the noxious stench made Chengxing gag, but it gradually dissipated with the draft. Now, while Chengxing felt invigorated mentally, his body remained weak and feeble, leaving him reliant on fighting energy to sustain himself. Ding! 10 doses of foundation-building elixir have been successfully refined and have automatically been added to your inventory. The system's notification chimed. This moment. Chengxing was too fatigued to care about such matters. He mustered his last bit of strength to find something to eat, for if he delayed any longer, he truly feared he would starve to death in this land of fighting energy. He certainly did not wish to become the first person to perish from hunger in this realm. After satisfying his hunger, Chengxing leisurely made his way back. The system panel was visible only to him. He could freely access it and review his family's status. 10 doses of foundation-building elixir. This is it. Wait, what is this red dot notification? Upon seeing the conspicuous red dot, Chengxing could not contain himself and promptly clicked on it. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully refined elixirs 10 times. Rewards. Fighting Energy Acceleration Card. 7 days, 5. Strength increased by 1 level. All-purpose copy card 1. In an instant. The fighting energy within Chengxing began to circulate rapidly, expanding several-fold within mere moments before coalescing again, causing his strength to ascend directly to the 8th tier of fighting energy. Wow, the benefits from this system are exceptional. A direct enhancement of cultivation is superior to anything else. Feeling the surge of power within him, Chengxing could not help but exclaim. Moreover, this fighting energy is solid and robust, just as if it were cultivated by myself. Observing the rewards, which were several times more generous than before, a smile crept across Chengxing's face. With the addition of the all-purpose copy card, he now had the opportunity to replicate the incredible expertise of Yao Lao, enhancing the system's functionality even further. With this thought, Chengxing chuckled aloud. Now Chengxing's strength had reached the 8th tier of fighting energy, and after half a month of arduous training, he had reached the midpoint of the 7th tier. The system's level up was a direct increase, meaning Chengxing's current strength was already at the midpoint of the 8th tier, drawing him closer to the 9th tier. Once he reached the ninth tier, he would be able to condense fighting energy into a cyclone and become a fighter. However, he needed to find a chi-condensing pill to facilitate this process. Amidst the joy, Changxing also felt a twinge of anxiety. Although he was nearing the rank of a fighter, the condensation of fighting energy into a cyclone at the ninth tier carried the risk of failure. A misstep could even cause him to regress to the eighth tier. Even if he did not regress, it could take him a month or so to recover from a failed attempt. He did not have time to gamble. The safest route was to acquire a chi-condensing pill. Copy card? Self-refinement? Changxing mused. The low-level copy card cannot replicate fourth-grade pills, and currently he could only refine first to third-grade pills. Alas, he could only take it one step at a time. There were simply too many things he desired, which left him feeling overwhelmed. Changxing helplessly spread his hands, without selling the chi-condensing pill. He found it impossible to gather sufficient funds to purchase a large quantity of medicinal materials in the short term, leaving him quite troubled. With that thought, he recalled that he had successfully refined the foundation-building elixirs. He promptly took out the 10 undiluted doses of foundation-building elixir, poured one into the basin that had nearly turned to clear water, set aside a bottle for later, and diluted the remaining 8 bottles with a generous amount of water. In just half an hour, the 8 doses of foundation-building elixir transformed into 50 bottles. Changxing revealed a sly smile, muttering to himself, "In business, one must be shrewd. I am no charitable alchemist." Moreover, the efficacy of these diluted elixirs will not diminish significantly. If someone of noble birth indulges in them excessively, it could create a formidable rival, which would be quite troublesome. Although he knew such occurrences were unlikely, he still comforted himself with this thought. After stowing away the diluted foundation-building elixirs, Changxing now had a total of 80 bottles, a substantial quantity. This nourishing elixir is truly one of a kind. Seizing the moment, with the sun high in the sky, Changxing wasted no time and quickly prepared to head to the Mitre auction house. He briskly traversed through various grand halls of his family, passing by the combat techniques hall and the arena, where many peers were still training and competing, undeterred by the scorching sun. For a brief moment, Changxing seemed to catch a glimpse of his former self, but he quickly dismissed it. His opportunity had arrived, and he was determined to seize it. As the saying goes, once one stands on the windward side, even a pig can soar into the sky. Upon exiting his family's premises and navigating a few twists and turns through the city to ensure he was not being followed, he donned a brand new black robe, obscuring his appearance. Then he blended into the crowd and made his way toward the Mitre auction house. Chapter 11. The auction. Beneath the voluminous black robe, not only was Changxing's visage concealed, but even his previously slender frame appeared bulky. To an onlooker, he might resemble a robust, muscle-bound man. The foundation-building elixir, capable of rapidly enhancing the strength of the younger generation and aiding them in becoming fighters, would incite frenzied competition among family factions in any city across the continent. An alchemist capable of producing such a concoction would be highly sought after. Failing that, eliminating them was also a common occurrence. After ensuring he was not being tailed, Changxing proceeded toward the grand auction house at the end of the street. Having visited before, he was no longer bewildered upon entering the venue, making his way directly to the same small room as last time. Upon pushing the door open, he was greeted once more by the same group of maidservants. Seeing the mysterious figure in black robe enter, they were filled with curiosity, but having learned from the previous encounter, they had become more astute. "Good day, sir. How may we assist you?" the maidservants asked in unison, their voices gentle. Changxing smiled wryly. Indeed, Yafei had a knack for training her subordinates. "Please notify Yafei that the items we agreed upon half a month ago have arrived. Tell her to hurry, as I shall be waiting here." Striding directly into the room, he unceremoniously took a seat on the sofa, adopting a somewhat mature tone to mask his true age. After exchanging glances, several attendants obediently exited the room to inform Lady Ya. Shortly thereafter, Lady Ya arrived, accompanied by an elderly gentleman clad in a slightly grayish robe. The old man's face was aglow, and though his attire appeared ordinary, it subtly emanated a faint radiance capable of obstructing some forms of soul detection. His countenance, brimming with vitality, bore an unmistakable hint of pride, for indeed, an alchemist of his caliber was a coveted asset sought after by every faction. System, scan this elder, Cheng Xing instructed, observing the approaching duo. With a mental command, he activated the system. Ding, scan complete, the elder's name. Guanai, strength, 3-star great fighter and second-rank alchemist, affiliated with the Miter Auction House in Wutan City, serving as the resident alchemist for the Miter family. Seeing the mysterious figure draped in black robes, and with the attendant's words providing a semblance of confirmation, Ladia spoke. Sir, you are indeed punctual. After half a month, had you arrived any later, I would have likely faced the ire of customers for premature promotion on the auction stage. In response to Lady Yu's teasing remark, Cheng Xing paid no heed, stating directly, You brought Master Gu here. Not because you doubt the authenticity of my spiritual elixirs, I presume. As soon as the words left his mouth, the coffee table before the three was adorned with a plethora of small jade bottles, each sealed with fighting energy, yet still exuding the distinct aroma of elixirs. Cheng Xing, with a gentle wave of his robed hand, invited, Then I beseech Master Gu to indulge in a tasting. The earlier arrogance displayed by Gu and I had entirely dissipated. In the presence of a peer, such pride was ill-advised. Moreover, the sheer quantity of elixirs presented suggested that this individual was likely a higher-tier alchemist than himself. Having lived for many years, he possessed the discernment to recognize this. Quickly suppressing his scrutiny of Cheng Xing, Gu and I picked up a bottle from the table. Inhaling the fragrant aroma of the elixir, he then squinted, tilting the bottle to observe its contents, before carefully extracting a drop of the liquid into his palm. Prodding it with a silver needle, as the needle stirred, a grave expression emerged on Guni's face, and he began to form his conclusion, gently placing the jade bottle back in its original spot. His gaze toward Cheng Xing now carried an added measure of respect as he smiled and remarked, This spiritual liquid has indeed reached the level of a second-rank elixir, why, Lord, I trust my judgment has not faltered. The revelation of second-rank elixirs, an entire table laden with them, left Lady Yu incredulous. Upon receiving Cheng Xing's affirmation, she couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Lady Yu, I have delivered the goods. The rest is up to you. Cheng Xing said languidly. Regaining her composure, Lady Yu promptly replied, With such a substantial quantity of elixirs, I will ensure the auction is arranged perfectly, though it may take a few days to execute flawlessly. Not a concern. I shall return in a couple of days, Cheng Xing replied, making his way outside, leaving Gu and I and a visibly excited Lady Yu exchanging glances in the room, pondering the identity of this lavishly generous stranger. Gu and I contemplated until Lady Yu had finished organizing the foundational spiritual liquids before inquiring, Miss Yu, do you know this individual? Recalling Cheng Xing's earlier instruction to keep his identity confidential, Lady Yu could only respond evasively. The gentleman came to the auction house for shopping, and I happened to encounter him. He proposed a collaboration, and to my surprise, it has turned out to be quite significant. With that, she led several attendants into the auction hall. In the ensuing days, the entire Wutan city buzzed with discussions about the newly emerged miraculous elixirs. The auctions, which continued for several days, enveloped the already bustling Miter Auction House in a fervor. With throngs of people clamoring for a chance to procure a vial of foundational spiritual liquid. Within the auction hall, under the scrutiny of countless eyes, Lady Yu, clad in a striking red qipao, gracefully ascended the auction stage. Her charming face bore signs of fatigue from the relentless auctions over the past few days, yet her alluring smile shone even brighter, blending the two emotions into a captivating allure that stirred fervor among the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, what follows is the last remaining set of foundational spiritual liquids in this auction house. Should you miss this opportunity, the next auction is uncertain. With these words, the atmosphere surged as a set of 3 vials commenced bidding at an opening price of 50,000 gold coins. I bid 55,000, 60,000, 80,000. With the prior promotional buzz and several days of continuous auctions, the price for this set soared to unprecedented heights. Lady Yu watched with satisfaction as the bids escalated, particularly noting the Gailey family, who, having been charged extra in previous auctions, had transformed into price inflators, relentlessly stoking the flames of competition. Meanwhile, Cheng Xing, after delivering the foundational spiritual liquids to Lady Ye, devoted several days to cultivating within his quarters. He understood that to fulfill his objectives for this auction, he needed more than just what he had provided, hence he saw no urgency to return to the auction house. Ding! System reminds the host. Your Fighting Energy Acceleration Cultivation card, 7 days, is about to expire. Would you like to auto-renew? No renewal. After closing the system interface, Chengxing slightly opened his eyes, murmuring, "This acceleration card is quite remarkable, rivaling the effects of foundational spiritual liquid. If I continue using 2 or 3 more, I feel I could reach the 9th stage." Over the past 7 days, he had relied on the Fighting Energy Acceleration Cultivation card, immersing himself in the foundational spiritual liquid for intense training. In this dual environment, the progress made in just 7 days far surpassed what would typically be achieved in 1 or 2 months. 7 days have passed. It's about time to visit the auction house again. Upon my return, I should refine several more batches of foundational spiritual liquid, he mused, setting off once more toward the Mitre auction house. After this period of auctions, the popularity of the Mitre auction house in Wutan City had notably surged. Many families from other cities, having heard of the miraculous elixirs on offer, sent representatives to gather information, albeit most missed the initial excitement. Nonetheless, they returned to their respective families with valuable intelligence, even sending personnel from neighboring cities to assess the situation at the Mitre auction house. This influx of visitors had exhausted Lady Ye, as she was the direct liaison with this mysterious individual, and the barrage of questions had left her overwhelmed. Yet, the increased foot traffic allowed Chengxing to blend seamlessly into the crowd as he followed towards the Mitre auction house. Lady Ye, surrounded by representatives from other auction houses, hastily excused herself after a few whispered exchanges with her attendants, leaving them to continue their discussions. At this point, Lady Ye had become an undeniable sensation. When Chengxing spotted her, slightly fatigued yet still impeccably made up, the determination and resilience in her eyes appeared stronger than during their last encounter, prompting him to tease her. His playful banter caused Lady Ye's cheeks to flush with a soft hue, and she shot him a mock glare, saying, "After all this time auctioning your elixirs, my voice is nearly hoarse. Thankfully, it has not been in vain." Listening to Lady Ye lament about her exhaustion as she slumped into her chair, Chengxing thoughtfully poured her a cup of tea, silently reflecting. "Assisting me is tantamount to aiding yourself. Once this endeavor concludes, you can solidify your standing in the imperial capital." Lady Ye reached out with her delicate hand to grasp the teacup he offered, only to find him withdrawing instantly, leaving no trace behind, starkly contrasting with those who would exploit her. This only deepened her intrigue toward this young man. "Now, tell me, how did the auction fare?" Chengxing asked, his hand retracting as he felt the fleeting warmth of her touch. Upon hearing the shift to serious matters, Lady Ye straightened her posture and earnestly replied, "The auction spanned 4 days, during which we sold a total of 83 vials of foundational spiritual liquid, with an average transaction price of 24,000 gold coins per vial. The total revenue amounted to 1,990,200 gold coins." Chengxing interrupted her report upon hearing the figures from the foundational spiritual liquids, eagerly questioning, "So you are still quite a distance from becoming a gold medal auctioneer?" Chengxing's every action aimed to fulfill that particular task, making the progress of the mission his utmost concern. Lady Ye's face radiated with a bright smile, akin to the warmth of the sun, accompanied by the melodious sound of her laughter as she slowly replied, "Including the recent auctions, I need to auction off items worth over 4 million within a year to elevate to the rank of gold medal auctioneer." Upon receiving this news, Chengxing exhaled in relief. It would undoubtedly be challenging to surpass the threshold of 15 million relying solely on his provided foundational spiritual liquids. Fortunately, Lady Ye had previously auctioned numerous items, including high-tier fighting techniques. That's quite reassuring. "The gap isn't insurmountable," Chengxing remarked comfortingly. Lady Ye slid a purple gold card across the table to Chengxing, stating, "After taxes, all proceeds from the auction are contained within this card, totaling 195,000. Chengxing did not immediately take the card, but instead fixed a serious gaze upon Lady Ye, his eyes icy as he inquired, "What progress has been made regarding that matter?" Faced with the suddenly serious Chengxing, Ye Fei also ceased her playful demeanor, adopting a grave expression as she retrieved several sheets of stationery from the cabinet beside her, gently placing them before Chengxing. She sat beside him and remarked, "I have uncovered the details. This batch of goods was directly taken from the workshop, authorized by the eldest elder of the Shao family, who claimed it was for the clan leader to inspect the quality before returning them. Thus, the workshop consented to this arrangement." Chengxing examined the signatures on the paper, noting that they mirrored the handwriting on the delivery note provided by Shao Ke. He subsequently inquired, "Was the cargo personally retrieved by the eldest elder?" "Not quite," Yafei replied. "The workshop personnel mentioned it was a young man, not particularly tall and rather slender, likely around your age." Yafei strained to recall the information obtained during her earlier interrogation of the workshop staff. As she mentally reviewed the details, she realized that Shao Ning's physique was not small, and he was taller, whereas Shao Ke fit both descriptions perfectly. I see now. And no wonder he appeared so flustered when he encountered me last time. He must have realized I was still alive, Chengxing thought, his gaze turning menacing. Fortunately, Yafei was not seated directly across from him. Otherwise, his fierce expression might have frightened her. Yet the question lingered, why was Shao Ku colluding with Galio? Shao Ku was the grandson of the second elder, while Shao Ning was the eldest elder's grandson. How could Shao Ku obtain a letter signed by the eldest elder? It seemed that the two, Shao Ku and Shao Ning, were inextricably linked. Chengxing pondered rapidly, his outward demeanor beginning to stabilize as he understood that now was not the time for confrontation, in the absence of definitive evidence. Proving this matter would be exceedingly challenging. However, he at least knew that Shao Ku was responsible for taking the 10 sets of garments. By the way, this batch of garments will soon be completed. Should you inform clan leader Shao, or shall we notify him directly? Yafei inquired. Chengxing contemplated briefly before waving his hand, and replied, "You may inform him, and mention that the eldest elder took the 10 sets of garments. If further inquiries arise within the clan, I will address them then. Otherwise, disclosing more information could raise doubts about its credibility." In response to Chengxing's meticulous consideration, Yafei smiled and said, "Very well. I shall visit the Shao family in a couple of days to discuss this matter with clan leader Shao." Chengxing nodded in affirmation, then pointed at the purple gold card on the table, handing over a list as he spoke. "Please prepare 2 portions of the herbs listed here." Yafei took the paper, which detailed various herbs. 8 50-year-old Mo Yilian for ripe Xianhua, 2 20-year-old Zhu Ling Chao, and 2 water attribute 2nd-level magic cores. Observing the rarity of these herbs, Yafei expressed her slight frustration. Most of these herbs are quite rare. It may take some time to gather them all. Chengxing nodded nonchalantly, saying, "No matter, I can return for them later, and I will also bring some foundation-building elixirs for auction." Upon hearing about the additional foundation-building elixirs for auction, Yafei could hardly believe her ears. The previous 80 or so vials had already caused a stir in several nearby cities, and with another auction, regardless of whether it was a gold medal or not, no one would be able to overshadow her in this assessment. Chengxing's acquisition of the 2 sets of herbs for the Juqi San was also a gamble, hoping that forced refinement might be successful. If it succeeded, he could become a fighter sooner and venture out for experience. Having gathered the intelligence, Chengxing chose not to linger any longer. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Yafei, he wrapped himself in his black cloak and exited the room, heading towards the family estate. Chapter 12. Task completed. Upon learning that the 80-plus vials of foundation-building elixirs fetched nearly 2 million in total, Chengxing returned his lodgings and promptly resumed the production of foundation-building elixirs, simultaneously activating his enhancement cards to further accelerate his training. The Galio family estate. Within a grand hall, Elder Liu was approached by Galio Bai, who held a small jade vial, the very foundation-building elixir he had purchased at a great expense from the Mitre auction house. Bowing respectfully, he inquired of Liu Shi, who was preoccupied with the maidservants. "Elder Liu, is it possible for you to concoct a similar elixir?" Reluctantly withdrawing his hand from the maid's attire, Liu Shi took the vial, disdainfully sniffing it. Upon sensing that the elixir did not belong to the first-tier category, a displeased expression crossed his face, his gaze sharpening as he fixed it on Galio Bai. "Even if I could, do you think you can afford the price for such a low-tier spirit medicine?" The cost to produce this elixir is at least 2,000 gold coins. And do you really believe that alchemy is as simple as pulling any random person to concoct it? Galio Bai, noting the displeasure on Lu Shi's face, felt a surge of frustration. The healing potions they had previously discussed had yet to be completed, as Lu Shi had been consumed by his indulgences. Yet, with a request in mind, he had no choice but to concede, saying, "I merely wish to inquire, Master Lu. While the cost of this elixir is high, the selling price is also substantial, and thus you would benefit from increased profits." Observing the old man's obsequious expression, Lu Shi smirked and replied, "If someone can sell it, it indicates they possess the formula for elixirs of this level, as long as you can procure the recipe. I will certainly concoct it for you." Galio Bai, upon hearing this, could not help but twitch his lips in frustration, inwardly cursing. That recipe is the lifeblood of your alchemists. If you don't have it, just say so instead of resorting to such excuses. What a despicable creature. Given the recent bustling business at the Mitre Auction House, I was thinking we could leverage the high foot traffic to begin selling some healing and hemostatic potions in our market. What do you think? Galio Bai cautiously suggested, attempting to shift the topic. Lu Shi, upon hearing this, lazily glanced at the maid beside him, who was desperately holding back tears, while his hands reached toward her garments once more. Galio Bai, feeling a surge of frustration, could only helplessly say, "Recently, I acquired a remarkable beauty at the Mitre Auction House, and she will be delivered to your room tonight. That I wonder when these healing potions will be available for sale." Upon hearing about the exquisite beauty, a smile quickly spread across Lu Shi's face. Stretching, he declared, "Very well. Since you're so eager, I will sell a portion now, and I will gradually refine the rest later." Lu Shi gently caressed the spatial ring on his hand, and a long table in the hall soon manifested with hundreds of small vials, each labeled meticulously. Counting them, there were nearly 500 vials in total. Galio Bai, seeing this batch of elixirs, was instantly overjoyed. With a wave of his hand, several competent attendants appeared to carefully collect the elixirs. "Hey, remember the agreement. You provide the herbs, and I take 90% of the profits." "Don't think of changing the terms," Lu Shi reminded. Galio Bai eagerly assured, Of course. We will procure another batch of herbs soon, and I will trouble Elder Lu once again." Lu Shi, disregarding Galio Bai's words, simply left the hall. Unperturbed by Lu Shi's indifference, Galio Bai felt content that they could begin selling the elixirs that he believed that as long as he could present something appealing to Lu Shi, the alchemist would continue to produce more. As Chengxing immersed himself in the rapid training experience afforded by the dual enhancements of the Fighting Energy Training Acceleration Card and the Foundation Building Elixirs. The business within the Shao family's market was being severely impacted, with much of it seized by the Galio family. "Captain Payne, the merchant are packing up, preparing to withdraw tomorrow. What should we do?" A panting Shao family guard rushed to Payne, urgently reporting. Payne observed the merchants hastily departing the marketplace and fell helpless, recognizing that they had no authority to prevent tenants from leaving, that he could only instruct. "You need to report to the clan leader that the situation has worsened today. Go now." After implementing a series of measures to stabilize order, Payne hurried towards the family estate, needing to locate Chengxing, who had not made an appearance for over half a month. Having gathered the 50-plus vials of foundation-building elixirs, Chengxing heard hurried footsteps approaching from outside. "Young Master Cheng, something significant is happening in the market." Payne controlled his voice, striving not to startle Chengxing within. Hearing the familiar voice outside, Chengxing swiftly stowed his belongings and opened the door. "What is happening in the market?" The Galio family seems to have acquired a substantial quantity of healing and hemostatic potions from somewhere, attracting all the mercenaries in the city to rush in and purchase them. Many merchants in our marketplace rely on these mercenaries for their livelihood, and now they are flocking to the Galio family's market to conduct business. "The revenue in our marketplace has plummeted dramatically during this period," Payne explained patiently. Upon hearing this, Chengxing recalled the plot. Indeed, there was an alchemist named Lu Shi assisting at this time, causing considerable trouble for the Shao family. "Understood," Chengxing replied. "Let us go see what the elders of the clan have to say." Within the Shao family's conference hall, Xiao Zhan was fuming, pounding the table with fury, causing tea to splash everywhere. "Damn it, That old bastard Galio by shamelessly stealing our business. Cheng Xing merely observed, formulating a new plan in his mind, after several high-ranking members discussed the matter with no resolution. He intended to quietly withdraw. Cheng Xing, wait a moment, Xiao Zhan suddenly called out to him. Upon hearing his uncle call, Cheng Xing responded, "Clan leader, do you have any plans?" Once everyone had departed, Xiao Zhan softly remarked, "Ye Fei has informed me about the situation regarding the new uniforms, and I am now well aware of the matter. That rascal Xiao Ku has been locked away for 3 months, and both the Grand Elder and the Second Elder have been pleading on his behalf. This is as far as my uncle can go. Yet, I must say, the execution of this matter has been commendable." Unbeknownst to Xiao Zhan, Xiao Ku's collusion with Jalio had escaped his notice. However, Cheng Xing felt a twinge of relief upon hearing Xiao Zhan's handling of the situation. After all, with no blood ties between them, to manage the Second Elder's eldest grandson in such a manner must have required considerable persuasion. Cheng Xing feigned shock, then grinned widely, saying, "Really? That's splendid. This fellow overstepped his bounds, and such measures are warranted." The two burst into hearty laughter. Yet, Cheng Xing had no intention of letting the matter rest here. The situation concerning Xiao Ku would not be easily resolved in Jalio's domain. After bidding farewell to Xiao Zhan, Cheng Xing quietly exited the family estate and made his way to the middle auction house, when the familiar figure of the mysterious man in a black robe appeared in the room. Several maidens discreetly withdrew. Shortly thereafter, Ye Fei hurriedly opened the door. "This is the foundational spirit liquid we currently possess." With a wave of his hand, over 50 bottles of foundational spirit liquid appeared neatly on the coffee table. Ye Fei's eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, "Master truly has a grand style. In just a few days, you've produced so much foundational spirit liquid." Cheng Xing's gaze was piercing as he focused on Ye Fei's beaming face, adding, "All of this foundational spirit liquid must be sold in the Xiao family's marketplace to counteract the onslaught from the Jali family." Upon hearing this, a look of shock and conflict marred Ye Fei's features. The middle family traditionally refrained from engaging in familial disputes, and such actions were decidedly against protocol. "Cheng Xing, I cannot make such a decision," she said, biting her lip in distress. "Then how about this? I also possess several sets of intermediate-level mystic techniques and combat skills to sell alongside the foundational spirit liquid." Cheng Xing produced a substantial bundle of scrolls, all duplicates obtained from the medicine elder. These were items he deemed unworthy of his attention, and he decided to offer them for sale to save time on producing more foundational spirit liquid. That Ye Fei's expression turned blank, clearly taken aback. She understood the rarity of such techniques. While pills were relatively easy to acquire, finding suitable techniques was far more challenging. That a single pill might offer limited enhancement, but a well-suited technique could significantly bolster one's overall power, especially those of intermediate-level mystic rank, which could easily fetch 50,000 gold coins or more. "Very well, I shall arrange this immediately," Ye Fei replied without hesitation. As Cheng Xing watched Ye Fei depart, he suddenly remembered something and called out, "Ye Fei, wait a moment." The moment she was about to leave, she returned to Cheng Xing, bending slightly to inquire, "What is it? Is there something else? Could you persuade Master Guni to concoct some pills for sale in the Xiao family's marketplace as well? Since you have agreed to take action, why not increase the stakes? After all, my master holds the Xiao family in high regard, and I can speak highly of him when the time comes." Cheng Xing suggested, an idea sparking in his mind. Originally, Ye Fei intended to mention that Master Guni rarely crafted pills, let alone for the Xiao family. However, Cheng Xing's reasoning was sound that if they were to ally, increasing their bargaining chips would be advantageous, especially considering that Cheng Xing's master possessed the ability to produce qi gathering powder and intermediate-level mystic techniques, indicating formidable strength. Contemplating this, Ye Fei no longer hesitated and nodded in agreement. "All right, I will find a way to persuade Master Guni." To ensure Ye Fei had sufficient leverage, Cheng Xing retrieved 3 light green scrolls from his bag and handed them to her, saying, "Of course. My master instructed that we cannot have the masterwork for free. These 3 scrolls contain the formulas for 3 first-grade pills. While they are not particularly rare, their effects are notable, and producing them for auction could significantly enhance the middle auction house's profits." Seeing Yafei's jaw drop in astonishment, Chengxing felt a surge of satisfaction. This I know how to handle. Yafei quickly regained her composure and stowed the items away, fearing that this wealthy benefactor might suddenly change his mind. Well then, I shall return to my family and prepare to enjoy the spectacle, Chengxing murmured to himself, adjusting his black hood before striding out of the room. The following morning, while Chengxing was engrossed in his training, he was disturbed by a commotion outside. Have you heard? The Middle Auction House is borrowing our venue to auction items. ISNT, that incredible. The Middle Auction House is borrowing from us. Is our venue not large enough? Oh, what do you know? No venue can compare to the marketplace. An open-air market is far larger than any auction hall that a group hurried down the street, chattering excitedly. It seemed Yafei had already begun her operations. And Chengxing surmised that the task would soon be accomplished. However, he had no interest in witnessing the events unfold. He was at the critical juncture of breaking through to the 8th stage. And there was no time for pauses. With several cards enhancing his training speed, absorbing fighting energy felt as effortless as drawing water from a pond. In a matter of 3 cards, he solidly broke through to the 9th stage of fighting energy. Calculating the time spent, it took him just over 5 months to progress from the 4th stage to the current 9th stage, a feat that would surely astonish others. Yet, Chengxing understood that his pace was merely average. The system's tasks were quite random, and after such an extended period, only Yafei's task had been assigned, which was undeniably vexing. Thinking of Yafei, he figured it was time to check on the auction of the foundational spirit liquid and techniques. Seizing the initiative, Chengxing hastened to find Yafei. In the Xiao family's marketplace, the previously beleaguered area had now regained its former vibrancy, and one could hardly describe it as merely bustling. The entire marketplace was so crowded that moving through it was a challenge. The throngs of people jostled for space, all eager to purchase products. Don't shove, the auction is over here. And healing potions are over there. Pei-in was striving to maintain order amidst the chaos. Yet these battle-hardened mercenaries, unaccustomed to encountering such alluring, mature women, would cause a stir whenever Yafei appeared in the Xiao family's marketplace. Their sole intent was to catch a glimpse of the enchanting figure who had captivated countless wealthy patrons. Chengxing observed the throngs forming a human wall in the distance, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed, men's lust makes for easy wealth." In their fervor, they seem unaware of their own worth. Yet with so many people, he found it impossible to push through the crowd. Ding! Would you like the system to automatically clear a path for you? At that moment, the long-immersed system finally sent a prompt. Chengxing felt a wave of frustration, responding, "You wretched system, do I appear to be in need?" He hastily clicked the option to accept the assistance. As an unusual force enveloped him, Chengxing felt as if he had become weightless. System has activated automatic obstacle avoidance feature. All individuals who might come into physical contact with you will be automatically segregated. With the mechanical announcement concluded, Chengxing began to navigate through the marketplace. Wow, this feature is truly effective. Chengxing glided through the crowd like a slippery eel, seamlessly weaving his way through the throng as if everyone were parting for him. It wasn't long before he reached Yafei's location. Turning back, he saw a sea of faces, causing a slight shiver at the overwhelming scene that Yafei. "Look at me," Chengxing called out, disregarding the ruckus around him. "Who is this little brat? Hasn't even grown hair yet and is already chasing women." The nearby mercenaries guffawed upon hearing Chengxing's youthful voice. Unfazed, he continued to shout, "If he could make an impact, we'd be better off going home. Save your breath, kid. Just enjoy the view." From the back, Yafei recognized the familiar voice calling her name. As she scanned the crowd, she spotted Chengxing and instructed her attendants to bring him forward. Upon seeing Chengxing actually being ushered in, the mercenaries exchanged incredulous glances before erupting into frenzied shouts, making those nearby think they had lost their minds. "Chengxing, why didn't you use the VIP entrance?" Yafei looked at Chengxing with concern as he squeezed through the crowd, anxiously checking him for any injuries. That Yafei, I had no idea you were this captivating. Do you realize how the mercenaries outside are practically tearing each other apart just to catch a glimpse of you? Chengxing teased with a grin. It's not just you. This little rascal insisted on coming to the marketplace for an auction. Now, every time I show my face, It incites a commotion, making it impossible to conduct a normal auction. Yafei was somewhat embarrassed by such lavish praise, yet a radiant smile still graced her face. Sister Yafei, have the foundational spirit liquid and techniques been auctioned off? Cheng Xing inquired forthrightly. Instead of answering directly, Yafei gestured to a golden seal adorning her chest. This resplendent emblem of the middle family served as a symbol of a gold-tier auctioneer. Cheng Xing's gaze brightened at the sight of the badge, and a flurry of information flooded his mind. The golden emblem of the middle family, signifying Yafei's status as a gold-tier auctioneer, was elaborated upon in a lengthy exposition. Confirming her newfound rank, Cheng Xing smiled and congratulated her. Congratulations, Sister Yafei, on achieving your dream of becoming a gold-tier auctioneer. If it weren't for your assistance, I wouldn't have become a gold-tier auctioneer myself. Yafei replied. Ding, congratulations, host, for aiding Yafei in becoming a gold-tier auctioneer at the Middle Auction House. You are about to receive rewards. All attributes increased by 10 points, current strength elevated by 1 level. 1 mysterious token from the Middle family, an increase in backpack space by 10 cubic meters, and a chance to compress fighting energy. The series of notifications echoed in Cheng Xing's mind. Wow, had I known completing tasks could elevate my rank as a fighter, I wouldn't have had to toil so hard in my training. Cheng Xing silently lamented, striving to keep his expression neutral. You seem to have become significantly stronger, Yafei observed, noting the sudden change in his prowess. Yes, my mentor has been helping me improve my health, and I've made some progress in my training recently. Cheng Xing scratched his head, deflecting with an excuse regarding his system mentor. Yafei smiled gently, reaching out to caress Cheng Xing's cheek, and said tenderly, in a while, I will be leaving Wutan City. That if you find the time to visit the imperial capital, I would love to treat you to a meal. Cheng Xing nodded in response, aware that all gatherings must eventually come to an end. With his training concluding, Yafei would soon return to the imperial capital to engage with the elder members of the middle family, paving her path to becoming a future business empress. After bidding farewell to Yafei, Cheng Xing quietly departed through the VIP passageway, avoiding entanglement in the fierce rivalry between the Xiao and Gailey families. Although he was eager to resolve matters concerning Gailey AO, Chapter 13. Contemplations before departure, Cheng Xing hurriedly returned to his residence. Now having ascended to the rank of a fighter, it was time to learn a technique and formally embark on his cultivation journey. Earlier, he had inadvertently fused the burning technique, leaving him with the 3-Chi mixture technique, a supreme method capable of altering fighting energy attributes that he was eager to discover the extraordinary aspects of this technique. System, learn the 3-Chi mixture technique. Cheng Xing pressed the learning button on the screen as the system executed its functions. He felt as though countless centipedes were crawling within him, causing both itchiness and pain. A sensation that persisted for some time. Ugh, it feels like something is gnawing in the crevices of my bones. Cheng Xing reflected on the earlier discomfort. Unbeknownst to him, this was merely the beginning. Soon after, he experienced a scorching, searing pain accompanied by an intense heat radiating from every corner of his body. His previously calm visage turned crimson, beads of sweat trickling down his cheeks. System, what is happening? Cheng Xing's keen spiritual perception discerned that under such extreme conditions, his meridians showed signs of atrophy. If even one were to rupture, the subsequent repairs would be exceedingly troublesome, causing him to frantically call out. To learn the 3-Chi mixture technique, one must first endure tests of bone tempering, fire forging, electric shocks, and water immersion, ensuring the learner can withstand the corresponding attributes' intensity. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Cheng Xing steeled himself and gritted his teeth, declaring, "Bring it on." Following this, the tests of electric shock and water immersion commenced. Cheng Xing gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as electric arcs left scars upon his body, thankfully not on his forehead. Otherwise, he would resemble the Harry Potter of the fighting energy realm. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have learned the 3-Chi mixture technique. Please prioritize utilizing fire, wood, and other attributes, and seek corresponding enhancements to augment your attributes. Cheng Xing managed a strained smile upon hearing the system's announcement, feeling uncomfortable all over. His clothes tattered from the earlier electric burns. Without a thought for changing his attire, he decided to run the technique once to observe its effects. Changxing formed seals and entered a state of cultivation, prompting the fighting energy within him to begin operating at high speed, accompanied by the sounds of thunder and a sensation of intense heat. Followed by a cooling feeling, various attributes roared within the energy vortex, yet none clashed, a remarkable phenomenon. An idea struck Changxing. He casually summoned one attribute: lightning. His tightly shut eyes suddenly opened, and a flash of electric light flickered in his pupils, illuminating the space ahead. Is this the rare lightning attribute? No wonder it is said to be particularly domineering. Its attack potential in combat is formidable. Even in a resting state, I can feel the velocity and power of this force. Truly extraordinary. He felt the subtle flickers of electricity dancing at his fingertips, an effect conjured by the lightning attribute fighting energy. He pondered, what if I transform this in a fire attribute? Curiosity piqued. He began experimenting with the technique. With his mind focused, the lightning fighting energy flowed back through his meridians into the fighting energy vortex. When it re-emerged, the sensation of electricity had vanished, and his internal atmosphere began to radiate intense heat. Is that all it takes? Within a mere quarter of an hour, Changxing experienced the wonders of two different attribute fighting energies and could not help but marvel. Yet the versatility of multi-attribute fighting energy bore a drawback. Where could he find suitable techniques to accompany them? Although the Lightning Pavilion offered lightning techniques, he currently had no access to its practitioners. Moreover, the rarity of lightning attribute fighting energy extended to its corresponding techniques. He wondered if the techniques he had copied from Yao Lao included any related to lightning. Changxing opened the system's backpack interface and initiated a search using the keyword lightning. Before long, a technique manifested before his eyes. The yellowed pages shimmered with a hint of silver light, and mottled black clouds appeared, vividly depicted. As he turned the pages, he discovered the description: lightning arrowed, an intermediate technique of the profound rank, renowned for its aggressive power and speed, as the saying goes, swift as the wind, fierce as lightning. Once mastered, one can conjure lightning with their hands and launch it like an arrow, striking the opponent in the blink of an eye, either death or severe injury. After reading this, Changxing felt a surge of excitement. Who wouldn't want to embody the essence of thunder and lightning, or become a northern god Thor, wielding lightning to purify all? System: learn the lightning arrow technique. Ding! You have successfully learned the lightning arrow technique. This technique requires proficiency. Please master it yourself or complete tasks to earn skill proficiency points. Hearing the system's prompt, Changxing glanced at his status panel. Changxing, 1-star fighter. Techniques learned: 8 extremes collapse, low proficiency. Lightning arrow, low proficiency. This indicated that both techniques he had learned were merely superficial, entry-level skills. However, the ease of acquisition was convenient, akin to how Li Xiaoyao effortlessly learned flying star skills. Having learned them, he was eager to test them out. Changxing was impatient to gauge the power of his new technique. He quickly shifted the fighting energy attribute and adjusted it according to the technique's operation pathway. He observed as the lively fighting energy in his arm converged towards his forearm and palm. In mere moments, a luminous orb, no larger than his pinky, materialized in his palm. Changxing scrutinized the glowing object, which appeared white and emitted a sizzling sound as his spirit probed it. In just a short while, the orb absorbed a significant amount of fighting energy, growing from the size of a pinky to that of a thumb. Sending a tingling sensation through his palm, he directed his palm towards the wooden door and waved. A flash of light streaked past, leaving a hollow in the door, smoke wafting from it, accompanied by a charred odor. Witnessing such destructive power, Changxing's initial excitement deflated. Not only did this technique waste fighting energy, but also yielded a rather modest impact. Leaving him somewhat disheartened, he shook his head and sighed, planning to search for other attribute techniques to train in. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted outside. Changxing hurriedly opened the wooden door to find a stout tree, previously positioned against it, now severed in half. Its trunk crashing to the ground, leaves rustling in the aftermath. Upon closer inspection, he noted the blackened cross-section of the severed trunk, still emitting wisps of smoke, while a nearby massive tree bore a fist-sized, dark crater in its bark. Could it be the lightning arrow that caused this? Changxing was astonished. This lightning arrow could inflict such extensive damage with a single strike that if it struck a person, it would be akin to silver lightning piercing through, with blood-red mist trailing behind. Goodness, what a remarkable technique. It seems that with sufficient practice, I could become invincible in the early stages, he chuckled heartily. After extinguishing the area around the trunk that was at risk of igniting, Cheng Xing returned to his abode with a sense of relief, having now acquired the techniques for both combat skills and martial arts. He planned to devote several days to honing his abilities, preparing himself for the trials that lay ahead. In the ensuing days, each morning brought the sound of crackling from the back mountain, occasionally accompanied by a dull thud as trees succumbed to the relentless force of nature. Although the system allowed for the learning of combat techniques, true mastery was contingent upon the practitioner's diligent practice. Lest they falter in the heat of battle and fall prey to an opponent's initial strike, .8 extremes burst. Cheng Xing struck the massive tree before him with a mighty palm, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that sent countless leaves cascading to the ground. A gentle breeze stirred, causing the leaves to dance gracefully down the cliffside. Fixating on the departing foliage, Cheng Xing concentrated his soul energy, singling out the most withered, yellowed leaf as his target, and swiftly summoned his fighting spirit. Making a decisive motion with his hand, lightning arrow, a radiant streak shot forth from his palm, striking the leaf in an instant and reducing it to ashes. Observing the precision of his aim, Cheng Xing felt a swell of satisfaction. The incredible swiftness of the lightning arrow required no anticipatory adjustments. So long as his own speed was sufficient, he could strike with pinpoint accuracy. The sound of leaves crunching underfoot reached his ears from the path below, and with reflexes honed by training, he nimbly ascended the tree. Taking cover amidst the dense canopy, keenly observing the surroundings, the youthful figure emerged, and upon closer inspection, it was none other than Xiaoyan. Cheng Xing suppressed his presence, opting to remain hidden. Strange, I thought I heard a commotion here just moments ago, Xiaoyan murmured, but upon finding nothing, he prepared to leave, noticing the ring on his hand. Cheng Xing wasted no time and activated his universal copy card. Ding, copy successful. The system's crisp notification resonated in his mind, and a smile graced Cheng Xing's lips as he watched Xiaoyan disappear into the distance. With a sigh of relief, he surveyed the contents of his backpack, now filled with an array of items, including various pills, combat techniques, and martial arts manuals, all acquired through the power of the copy card. Regrettably, the supply of universal copy cards was woefully limited. Though he had gathered ample resources, the scarcity of the cards left him feeling somewhat unfulfilled. Once assured that the coast was clear, he leaped lightly to the ground, his feet landing firmly. Present. I can easily take on a 4-star fighter, he murmured to himself. He suspected that Jiaye Ao had recently acquired a new martial art, thus bolstering his strength in a direct confrontation. Cheng Xing felt confident he could vanquish him. Recalling the ambush he had previously suffered at Jiaye Ao's hands, a fiery determination ignited within him that it was time to settle the score. Cheng Xing resolved to pack his belongings efficiently. There was little of value left in his room. He left behind a note on the table, a farewell to the Xiao family, the first stop on his journey through this world of fighting spirit. As dawn broke, the clan remained relatively tranquil, allowing Cheng Xing to slip away from his family with ease. Having obtained intelligence from Yufei, he learned that Jiaye Ao had been dispatched by his father to oversee matters, making his rounds to the market each morning. This time, however, it would be Jiaye Ao who found himself ambushed. Given the urgent need for manpower within the Jiaye family, Jiaye Ao's entourage was notably sparse. Moreover, after the considerable losses he had suffered previously, the family had advised him to remain inconspicuous and to navigate the less frequented alleys. With this knowledge in hand, Cheng Xing was determined not to let the opportunity slip by. He concealed himself early in the morning along Jiaye Ao's habitual route, donning a black cloak as he patiently awaited his quarry. That Lu Shi is utterly detestable. If you weren't a pharmacist, how could you dare snatch away the girl I have nurtured for so long? Jiaye Ao muttered to himself, kicking at debris along the path to vent his frustration. Cheng Xing's lips curled into a smirk as he gathered his lightning arrow, his gaze fixed intently on Jiaye Ao. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept by, lifting Cheng Xing's cloak and causing it to billow. Jia Ao, being attuned to the wind attribute of his fighting spirit, sensed the disturbance and shouted, "Who goes there? Show yourself." Cheng Xing felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. He had been betrayed by the very wind. The lightning arrow shot forth with blinding speed, aimed directly at Jia Ao's forehead. Yet, Jia Ao was no novice. As a 3-star fighter, he had received warning from the earlier commotion and swiftly dodged to the right, the arrow merely grazing his hair. A smell of singed hair wafted through the air. "Who dares to ambush me? Are you tired of living?" Jia Ao exclaimed, his left hand instinctively brushing against his scorched hair, the pain radiating from his scalp igniting his fury. Within him, the wind whirlwind technique surged forth, his azure fighting spirit swirling rapidly around his fists, ready to unleash a counterattack. Seeing his ambush thwarted, Cheng Xing emerged from his hiding place, surveying Jia Ao, who appeared as a startled bird. "Who are you? Do you know who you have offended today?" Jia Ao raged, glaring at the solitary figure. "Come down now, or I'll make sure you regret it." "Such a chatterbox," Cheng Xing replied coolly. In the blink of an eye, he leapt from the rooftop, his foot crashing down with tremendous force, shattering several bricks beneath him. Using the recoil, he propelled himself toward Jia Ao with a powerful kick. Realizing his assailant's identity remained concealed and that the attack was relentless, Jia Ao felt a twinge of panic. He hastily coalesced his fighting spirit, forming a swirling vortex of azure energy around his fist. "You brought this upon yourself. Azure Wind Whirlwind Fist," he declared, witnessing the vortex forming atop his fist. Cheng Xing, too, infused his foot with fighting spirit, the soles of his shoes crackling with electricity as their fists and feet collided. A thunderous boom echoed through the air, akin to the sound of distant thunder. Both combatants were hurled backward several meters, Cheng Xing executing a graceful flip in midair before landing, leaving 2 deep imprints in the earth. In stark contrast, Jia Ao crashed to the ground, enveloped in a cloud of dust. Before the dust settled, anguished cries emanated from within. Cheng Xing approached Jia Ao, lightning coalescing in his palm. "Please, spare me. I did nothing to provoke you. I'm a member of the Jia family. If you let me go, I can offer you anything." Jia Ao pleaded, terror etched across his face as he crawled backward, his bloodied, exposed bone hand shielding him. "How is it that you didn't foresee this fate when you plotted against me?" Cheng Xing's gaze bore into Jia Ao, a cold menace lacing his words. How can this be?" Jia Ao's mind raced, finally recalling a familiar face from his memories, his pupils dilating in shock as he shrieked, "It can't be." "Indeed, it is I," Cheng Xing replied with a slight smile, his lightning arrow aimed squarely at Jia Ao's head. "You dare?" A voice filled with rage thundered in Cheng Xing's ears, startling him. Trouble, he thought, realizing that Jia Bao was trailing behind Jia Ao. With no time to release the lightning arrow, Cheng Xing seized Jia Ao by the shoulder and unleashed an 8 extremes burst. With a resounding thud, Jia Ao was propelled backward, his right arm and body flying toward Jia Bai, while the lightning arrow he had conjured shot forth, striking the ground. The dull sound of bones shattering rang out as Jia Ao's arm contorted grotesquely from the sheer force. "Father, save me!" Jia Ao cried, blood trailing behind him as he soared through the air. Jia Bai, upon witnessing the scene, altered his trajectory to catch Jia Ao. That moment, Cheng Xing's lightning arrow struck the ground, creating a small crater and sending dust billowing into the air, obscuring vision. Damn it! What a shame! If only I had acted sooner. Cheng Xing's eyes narrowed slightly, filled with regret over the earlier ink stains. He dashed swiftly, his figure vanishing rapidly at the end of the alley. After circling the city a few times to ensure that no one was in pursuit, he finally stowed away his black cloak and sought refuge in an inn to evade the storm. Chapter 14. The Beast Mountain Range. Finding a secluded inn, Cheng Xing settled in. For several consecutive days, he diligently avoided crowded places in the city, procuring essential supplies for his journey. The Gadgil family had some prominence in Wutan City. Yet reclaiming his dignity seemed a rather unrealistic endeavor for the time being. However, as the saying goes, a gentleman's revenge is never too late. Cheng Xing understood the value of patience, but he chose to set this matter aside for now. Embarking on a journey to seek opportunities, though he had become a one-star fighter, possessing the capability to contend with 3- and 4-star fighters, he knew that such strength would likely be insufficient in the face of wild battles or encounters with the beasts that roamed the Beast Mountain Range. Naturally, to ensure a smooth journey, the first step was to procure a good map. Unfolding the 500 gold map within his room, Cheng Xing observed the detailed markings of every town in the Gadgil Empire, as well as various trading routes through the Beast Mountain Range. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Ding, system task. Please check. Host. As Cheng Xing focused on the map, a task marked with a red pentagram appeared, indicating its urgency. Urgent task. Please locate the Heavenly Poison Maiden within 2 months and collect the Inan Poison Body. Cheng Xing's mind raced back to 6 words. Qingshan Town, the Little Medical Sage. The Inan Poison Body, a rare constitution, rendered its possessor toxic to the core, requiring no training. Merely consuming poison or toxic substances would elevate their realm, with no limits to such enhancement. However, the Inan Poison Body would erupt periodically, causing devastation and suffering. Furthermore, its bearer would not enjoy a long life. The more poison they consumed, the higher their power, yet the quicker and more tragic their demise. Searching the map for Qingshan Town, he indeed found it. Departing from Wutan City eastward towards the Beast Mountain Range, he estimated it would take about a week to reach Qingshan Town. This town was the closest to the Beast Mountain Range, also known as the Beast Town. The crux of this task lay with the physician known as the Little Medical Sage at Wan Yao Zhai. With the task clarified, Cheng Xing prepared his belongings and set off toward the eastern part of Wutan City. After 6 full days of travel eastward, he finally arrived at Qingshan Town. The blazing sun bore down, yet numerous mercenaries lounged on either side of the street, unfazed by the heat, reveling in their drinks and laughter. For these men who danced on the edge of danger, today's revelry was a reminder that tomorrow's missions could be their last. Wiping the beads of sweat from his brow, Cheng Xing spotted the only vacant corridor not occupied by mercenaries. Adorned with the words Wan Yao Zhai. It seemed this was the place, though he wondered if the little medical sage was within. Make way, make way! Help! Help! I beg you, little medical sage, save my brother. Just as Cheng Xing hesitated, a scarred, burly man knelt at the entrance of Wan Yao Zhai. Beside him lay a pallid figure. It was evident the man had suffered an attack from a beast. The man's cries and supplications were met with understanding rather than derision from the nearby mercenaries, who knew well that such misfortunes could befall them too. The previously jovial mercenaries rushed forward to assist the two at that moment. A woman in a light blue gown, though not breathtakingly beautiful, possessed a rare charm. Her elegant makeup complemented her ethereal demeanor, and a captivating smile graced her face as she swiftly approached the crowd. Little medical sage, please save him. Several mercenaries implored upon seeing the physician emerge. With a smile, the little medical sage scanned the crowd and beckoned. Quickly, someone help me carry him inside and bring out the herbs I prepared earlier. Cheng Xing couldn't help but admire the slender waist of the little medical sage, finding her perhaps even more enchanting than the mature Ye Fei. Ding, congratulations to the host. Check in with the little medical sage successful. Rewards, advanced Xian class flying doe technique, purple cloud wings. 1 bottle of green bamboo snake venom. 10 Xian class doe technique usage cards. Cheng Xing's heart raced with excitement at the items added to his inventory, especially the flying technique, for such an ability was typically reserved for those of the Dowang rank or higher. A pair of wings formed from Do Qi would signify profound strength. However, the reward of venom left him puzzled. Did it imply he was to poison the little medical sage? After a moment of thought, he recalled that the Inan Poison Body was immune to all toxins. Even the deadliest poison would serve as nourishment, potentially causing merely a brief lapse into unconsciousness due to its overwhelming potency. With this understanding, Cheng Xing devised a corresponding strategy. The little medical sage was merely a 1-star fighter, possessing strength comparable to his own, making her manageable to control. System, what constitutes collecting the Inan Poison Body? Cheng Xing inquired. After all, while checking in could be achieved simply by seeing her, the conditions for collecting her essence needed clarification. The little medical sage was a beloved figure in Qingshan Town. Any misstep could lead to her ire and make him a target. collect fresh blood from the Inan poisoned body to complete the task. The system's response left Chengxing with a headache. The little medical sage was a cherished figure in Qingshan town, making it difficult to obtain her blood, as mercenaries would rather shed their own than allow harm to come to her. It seemed he would need to devise a plan to find solitude with the little medical sage to succeed. Chengxing pondered intensely, realizing that such matters required cunning rather than brute force. Since there was no rush, he found an inn where he could observe Wan Yaozhai, allowing him to be informed of any developments. With idle time, he leaned against the windowsill, watching Wan Yaozhai. Through the open window on the second floor, he could see the little medical sage attending to mercenaries, tirelessly working from midday until nightfall. It appeared challenging to act in Qingshan town. Chengxing sighed, relieved that he had observed first. Otherwise, attempting to draw blood directly could have led to being torn apart by those enraged mercenaries. As dusk settled, he retreated to his room to focus on his training. The 3-Qi mixed origin technique was a high-level Huang class skill, and its unique meridian pathways allowed Chengxing to absorb Do Qi at a rate surpassing that of ordinary individuals, achieving in one night what would take others 3 days. For several days, the little medical sage remained within Wan Yaozhai, never stepping outside, which began to frustrate Chengxing. Did she never leave? As he dined, he overheard 2 men discussing, when will Wan Yaozhai venture into the mountains for herbs again? It should be in about half a month. We gathered quite a bit last time. Enough for a while. Hey, can I join the next herb gathering trip? I want to go with you. Young Captain Point One man, wearing a flattering expression, discreetly offered a large bag of gold coins to the one he referred to as Young Captain. No problem. I Mu appreciate your straightforwardness. Come, let us drink. Chengxing subtly turned his head, stealing a glance at the man named Mu Li, whose badge bore the emblem of a one-eyed wolf. He was the Mu Li of the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps. Recalling this, he swiftly emptied his cup and returned to his room. Given that they would soon enter the mountains, it was prudent to concoct some elixirs for emergencies. The Recovery Qi Pill, a second-grade elixir, could accelerate the user's Do Qi recovery and restore a certain amount of Do Qi shortly after consumption. Fortunately, he had purchased a substantial quantity of medicinal materials in Wutan City, allowing him to gather what was necessary for the Recovery Qi Pill. After preparing the required materials, he clicked to refine them, setting the quantity before entering a state of cultivation. For the next half-month, Chengxing remained in the inn, successfully advancing from a 1-star fighter to a 2-star fighter, and utilizing one opportunity to compress his Do Qi, elevating its quality by 1 level. He also brewed 3 or 4 bottles of Recovery Qi Pill, sufficient for emergencies when entering the Beast Mountain range. Regrettably, he could only practice the 8 extremes collapses dark energy to the 4th level, still a considerable distance from achieving the true 8th level. Chengxing gazed at the several large trees, snapped in half, standing in the woods beyond the town. These were the results of his recent cultivation. Now, with the strength of a 2-star fighter bolstered by a high-level yellow tier technique that could rival a low-level skill, coupled with 2 combat techniques, Chengxing's combat prowess was sufficient to repel a 7-star fighter. He had heard that early the next morning, the Wan Yaozhai would be selecting members for the Mountain Guard team. So he decided to rest early that evening as the night deepened. Chengxing re-entered the small town and returned to the inn, where he found Wan Yaozhai had already closed its doors. Those familiar with Wan Yaozhai knew this was a sign of tomorrow's expedition into the mountains. Chengxing was aware of this due to his formidable soul power, which he often employed to eavesdrop while seated in the inn's tavern. Thanks to the substantial increase in his attribute points, his soul power had nearly reached the mid-stage of the mortal realm. Tomorrow, they would be heading into the mountains, he murmured to himself, feeling a flicker of excitement within. He chose not to train that night, but instead to enjoy a good night's sleep to restore his state. Before dawn on the second day, Chengxing awoke and saw that Wan Yaozhai had not yet opened its doors. So he went downstairs early to wait in the Beastmaster Mountain range. Magical beasts were the true masters of the mountains, while humans were merely uninvited guests intruding upon their domain to survive the treacherous territory swarming with beasts. It was best for mercenaries to travel in groups. Thus, the guard team of Wan Yaozhai consisted of fewer than 10 members from their own ranks, with the remainder recruited from among the mercenaries. As the sun rose, The recruitment of mercenaries for Wan Yao Zhai began at the town's entrance. This time, they were going into the mountains to gather medicinal herbs, accompanied by the renowned little medical sage. Recruiting 60 individuals with a strength of at least 2-star fighters, and the spots were limited, first come, first served. The shouts broke the morning tranquility, and soon a throng of mercenaries, including Cheng Xing, followed a man dressed in Wan Yao Zhai's uniform. Fortunately, Cheng Xing had risen early. Within half an hour, all 60 spots were snatched up, and he secured a place in the mountain expedition team. As the morning dew lingered, the once silent forest welcomed the first wave of travelers. Cheng Xing found himself in the middle of the group, walking quietly as the seasoned mercenaries remained vigilant, scanning the low bushes around them for any potential beast ambush. Not far behind them was the Wan Yao Zhai herbal gathering team, surrounded by a throng of people. Cheng Xing's gaze casually swept through the crowd, finally resting on a young woman in a white dress, who was surrounded like a moon among stars. Like a tea that moment. The delicate girl known as the little medical sage straightened slightly, wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead with the back of her hand. Appearing somewhat breathless, with her gentle yet healthy countenance, she evoked a sense of affection in those who beheld her. Nearby, a handsome young man called out, "Everyone from the Wolfhead team, stay alert. We have only just entered the outer regions of the Beastmaster mountain range. We haven't yet reached the core area of this herb-gathering mission. Not let your guard down." "Yes, young captain." The response from the mercenaries reverberated, startling the birds and beasts in the surrounding woods, causing them to flee. Such foolish behavior was considered taboo among the seasoned mercenaries. Yet Mu Li wore a smug expression. As the team continued onward, Cheng Xing could hear mutterings cursing Mu Li. However, the sheer number of people and their employment by Wan Yao Zhai forced everyone to suppress their emotions and press on. Shortly after Mu Li had boasted of his leadership, the team encountered an ambush. "Be careful, right side of the team. It's a first-tier magical beast, the Golden Leopard. Over here too. Tighten the formation, don't get separated." Several first-tier magical beasts, utilizing their agility and the cover of low bushes, darted back and forth, attacking the flanks of the team, eliciting cries of distress. Positioned towards the center, Cheng Xing could only see the chaos and hear the cries, so he summoned his soul power to sense the situation. In the presence of his formidable soul strength, the movements of the golden leopards appeared to slow down dramatically, and he noticed that one of the leopards seemed to be communicating with the other three. Just as the lead leopard prepared to pounce into the crowd, Cheng Xing seized the opportunity, launching a lightning arrow with his right hand, forcing the beast to alter its landing trajectory and directly into a giant beast-catching net that was being deployed. Once the others had ensnared the leading golden leopard, the remaining three, deprived of their leader's guidance, were swiftly dispatched, allowing the team to finally resolve the situation. After tending to the injured, they resumed their journey. Following a brief respite, the team set off once more. By the time night fell, they had faced 6 or 7 ambushes, but fortunately, they were all from lower-tier beasts, and no one had been lost. "Thank you for your hard work today, everyone. The distance to the herb-gathering area is still considerable. Let us camp for the night and resume our journey at dawn." The soft voice of a woman echoed through the ranks, prompting the mercenary team to halt. With members of Wan Yao Zhai and Wolf Head present, a small mercenary camp was swiftly established. Cheng Xing found a relatively quiet corner to sit and rest. Choosing not to congregate with the others, the flickering campfire cast light upon every face. The day had gone relatively smoothly. Although they had faced several magical beast attacks, none had required significant effort to fend off. Yet, Cheng Xing couldn't shake the feeling that, despite their long journey, the number of attacks felt insufficient. In the dead of night, the forest was eerily dark. Leaning against a large tree, Cheng Xing observed the flickering campfire struggling to stay lit. As he watched, he noticed Mu Li surreptitiously pulling out an object resembling a morning glory and handing it to a fellow mercenary by the edge of the camp. Cheng Xing, illuminated by the firelight, recognized the item. That the frenzied beast flower? The frenzied beast flower was known to incite unrest among magical beasts. Its scent was potent enough to attract second-tier beasts eager to compete for it. What could they be planning? Cheng Xing wondered, quickly expanding his soul perception. Don't worry, Just place the flower at the entrance of that cave up ahead, then hurry back that we will—" The last few words were whispered so quietly that, despite Cheng Xing straining to listen, he could not make them out. That he watched as the mercenary, clutching the frenzied beast flower, stealthily left the camp and disappeared into the night. Cheng Xing sensed something was amiss. They were already deep within the outer regions of the Beastmaster mountain range, where second-tier beasts could very likely appear. None in their group were fighters, and under the cover of night, the destructive power of second-tier beasts was far greater than during the day. After a short while, the mercenaries staggered back into the camp, and soon after, distant roars of magical beasts echoed through the night. Then, a tremor shook the ground, accompanied by loud, crashing sounds, as the mercenaries up ahead screamed in alarm. "It's a second-tier magical beast, the Bone Ape. Night Raid. Magical beasts are attacking. Everyone wake up!" Sensing the enormous energy fluctuations ahead, Cheng Xing swiftly climbed the tree behind him, utilizing his soul perception to observe the unfolding chaos. He saw two massive shadows charging directly towards the camp. Even with the cover of night, their colossal forms were unmistakable. What in the world? Two second-tier magical beasts, and they're the exceptionally formidable adult bone apes. We might not make it through the night. The bone apes were entirely black, but once they matured, their fur would gradually transform into a patterned white, revealing their bones beneath, which was the origin of their name. The thunderous sounds roused all the mercenaries. These second-tier magical beasts were not something ordinary fighters could contend with. Though it was their first collaboration, everyone was acutely aware of the terror these creatures represented. With their seasoned beast fighting skills, they managed to momentarily hold the two magical beasts at bay. "What is going on? What is with all this commotion?" Muli emerged from his tent, casting a glance at the little medical sage in the center, and loudly inquired. "Young Captain, two second-tier magical beasts are assaulting the camp." Mu Li's lips curled into a slight smirk as he approached the little medical sage and said, "Rest assured, little medical sage, our Wolfhead mercenary group possesses the capability to handle such emergencies. You should return to your tent and leave this to us." The little medical sage's face was etched with concern. She had heard of the fearsome reputation of these magical beasts. Even fighters of the same rank found it challenging to emerge victorious against them, especially at night. However, before she could finish her thought, Muli reached out, supporting her waist and guiding her back towards the tent. Realizing his intentions were inappropriate, the little medical sage wriggled free from his grip and walked into the tent herself. As soon as she entered, Muli's forced smile vanished, and he exchanged a knowing glance with a mercenary nearby, who immediately made his way towards the front lines of the battle. Was he attempting to stage a heroic rescue? Cheng Xing discerned his tricks with a mere glance. Through the perception of soul power, he clearly observed the members of the Wolfhead Mercenary Corps stealthily retreating, leaving the mercenaries who had joined the fray alone to contend with the two second-tier magical beasts, agitated by the frenzied beast magic flower. In less than the time it takes to smoke a cigarette, over 20 fighters lost their capacity to battle. The two withered bone apes, now unrestrained, directed their gaze towards the massive bonfire at the center of the camp. This was dire. Should these two beasts extinguish the fire, any hopes of repelling them would be dashed. Cheng Xing recognized their intent. Although magical beasts are naturally fearful of fire, certain semi-intelligent beasts have begun to surmount their innate dread, thus enhancing their chances of survival. It was evident that these two withered bone apes had achieved that capability. With a powerful leap, after evading the frontline mercenaries, the two bone apes crashed down near the bonfire, creating a large crater that nearly extinguished the flames due to the shockwave. "Protect the little healer! Protect the young captain!" The shockwave from their landing had stirred chaos throughout the camp, scattering several tents adjacent to the bonfire. The members of Wanyao Zhai gazed in terror at the monstrous beasts akin to demonic deities, their hearts quaking with the urge to flee. The little healer observed the massive heads, smeared with the blood of mercenaries, tightly clutching a pouch of pale purple powder, cautiously monitoring the tide of battle. "Wolf head, charge! These two are at their wits' end," Mu Li declared, casting a glance at the surrounding mercenaries, and swiftly gestured commands. Faced with such formidable beasts, the crowd dared not be negligent, maintaining a safe distance while launching their group attacks. One misstep could result in grievous injury. "See, we must rely on our Wolfhead Mercenary Corps. Mu Li, observing the beasts once more restrained, wore a smug expression, flaunting his triumph to the little healer. Yet, despite the temporary containment of the withered bone apes, they remained a formidable threat. The little healer merely smiled at Mu Li without uttering a word. Turning to assess where her healing was needed among the injured mercenaries, seeing the little healer disregard him, Mu Li's expression darkened anew, muttering, "I wonder what she is pretending for. Soon she'll realize she cannot escape without me." He then signaled the nearby mercenaries as the once contained beasts began to show signs of counterattack. From his vantage point atop a tree, Chengxing observed the unfolding events with keen interest. Good heavens, Mu Li is resorting to such despicable tactics just to gain the little healer's attention that if this gets out, the reputation of the Wolf-Head Mercenary Corps will be tarnished. With the opportunity to breathe, the beasts unleashed astounding power, swiftly incapacitating 4 fighters with their brute strength. "Young captain, we cannot hold much longer. If we delay, these 2 brutes will soon tire," Mu Li exclaimed, producing a small pouch from his possession and tossing it to a mercenary. "Find an opportunity to scatter this over its head. System, scan that pouch." Inside lay the extract of the frenzied beast magic flower, which when inhaled in significant quantities by magical beasts, would induce a state of unconsciousness due to the rapid flow of their blood. The mercenary received the pouch, gauged its weight, and quickly hurled it towards the beast's head. Just as the pouch neared its target, one of the magical beasts, catching sight of the human's action, erupted in a furious roar. The ensuing shockwave dislodging the powder from the pouch, as the fine pollen rained down, Mu Li's pupils constricted in alarm, followed by an irate shout. "Useless fools! What are you standing around for? Focus your fire!" The little healer, examining the pale powder in her hand, pinched a bit and inhaled cautiously, her expression darkening as she said, "It's the frenzied beast magic flower. Be wary. This beast is about to go berserk." Before the mercenaries could react, the withered bone ape launched another assault, its colossal hands wildly striking the ground. Bang bang. Chengxing, witnessing the 2 battle-worn beasts, was taken aback as they drew forth tremendous power after inhaling a small amount of powder. This powder acted as a stimulant for magical beasts, enabling them to unleash terrifying strength for a short duration. With barely 30 fighters still capable of combat, the challenge of subduing the rampaging second-tier beasts was immense. Chapter 15. The terror of second-tier magical beasts. These magical beasts possessed unimaginable strength. Even a single blow from one could severely injure an ordinary fighter. Following the previous skirmish, many had been grievously wounded in the darkness, struck by the withered bone apes, resulting in a rapid decline in numbers. However, the mercenaries held an overwhelming numerical advantage. Witnessing their comrades being brutally struck and left bleeding, many fought with rage, unleashing their techniques upon the beasts. This collective assault rendered the 2 bone apes battered, their once white fur now stained crimson, illuminated by the flickering flames, creating a fearsome spectacle. Though injured, the beasts had not sustained any critical wounds, and the violent effects of the frenzied beast magic flower coursing through their veins dulled their sensitivity to pain, rendering them relentless killing machines. Mu Li, feeling the pressure, had not anticipated this turn of events. If the 2 withered bone apes were not dealt with, and they harmed the members of Wanyao Zhai, their chances of being selected for future escort missions would dwindle, but he had intended to impress the little healer with his performance in this situation. After a brief standoff, the 2 magical beasts seemed to realize that the humans were incapable of subduing them. They began to pound their chests with their fists, emitting thunderous roars, strutting back and forth like victorious champions surveying their subordinates. Could it be, after enduring so many attacks, these beasts are still unscathed? Do they have no weaknesses? Chengxing pondered, eyeing the 2 withered bone apes from a distance, that if they cannot prevail, I certainly cannot face 2 second-tier magical beasts alone. Once they incapacitate everyone, I will have no means of escape in this darkness riddled with peril. With a mental command, he utilized the system's scanning capability to gather information on the withered bone apes. Withered bone ape, second-tier magical beast, prefers cool environments, characterized by white fur and skin, adorned with bone-like patterns, possesses immense strength, adept at running, with defense second only to the rock serpent of the same tier. Prior to advancing to the 4th tier, the abdomen is its primary weak point. After reaching the fourth tier, star-like spots will appear on the back of the head, targeting this area for a potential kill. Having acquired this information, Chang Xing remained unhurried, choosing to stay atop the tree. After all, over 20 members of the Wolfhead Mercenary Corps were below, protecting their young captain. Descending now would not significantly aid their cause. Mu Li, recognizing the magical beasts he had unleashed were becoming increasingly difficult to control, glanced back at the members of Wanyao Zhai. Spotting the little healer diligently tending to the injured, he steeled himself and shouted, "Wolfhead, follow me!" With an attack initiated, the remaining mercenaries sprang into action, united by their shared predicament. Despite their doubts regarding the abundance of powder strewn about, this was not the time for hesitance. Utilizing the light of the fire, they launched their assault on the two withered bone apes. Having suffered prior setbacks, the mercenaries opted for ranged attacks, hurling spears to harass the beasts, the bone apes. However, were not dim-witted. They stomped the ground forcefully, creating a cloud of dust that obscured the mercenaries' vision. Be cautious. This creature possesses considerable intelligence. Observing the thick dust, Chang Xing lamented, "If only I had mastered the absorption palm and fire-blowing palm techniques. They would have proven invaluable in this situation." The mercenaries lost sight of their surroundings. They attempted to retreat from the dust, their eyes fixed intently ahead while channeling their fighting spirit to prepare for the beast's sudden charge. Do not fear. This creature is likely gravely injured and is attempting to flee under the cover of dust. Keep your focus. 2 second-tier magical cores are excellent spoils, as the tension in the air heightened. Mu Li proclaimed, his face brimming with confidence. The little healer, gazing at the lingering dust cloud, felt an inexplicable anxiety and cautiously stepped back a few paces, whispering to the members of Wanyao Zhai nearby. Boom! Boom! With 2 resounding crashes, 2 dark figures shot forth from the dust, hurtling directly into the central bonfire, extinguishing it in an instant. Without the guiding light, the mercenaries quickly huddled together, unable to discern the situation elsewhere. Only hearing the thunderous footsteps of the magical beasts echoing through the camp, accompanied by the sound of collapsing tents. "Quick, get the torches!" Mu Li's hands trembled as he heard the footsteps drawing ever closer. Yet before him lay an impenetrable darkness, obscuring the whereabouts of the beast. Even the wolf-headed mercenary was momentarily taken aback, quickly igniting a flame and passing a torch to Mu Li. Holding the torch aloft, Mu Li cast it forward. In the feeble glow, 2 skeletal apes emerged, their bodies drenched in blood that had long since dried, resembling garments of crimson. Stimulated by the light, the skeletal ape exerted its massive feet, leaving a colossal footprint upon the ground, using its flesh as a projectile to charge towards the crowd. Chang Xing assessed the positioning of the group, noting that Mu Li and the other members of the wolf-headed mercenary team were not facing the skeletal ape directly. Rather, it was the Wanyao Zhai and the injured mercenaries who became the targets of this onslaught. A sense of foreboding crept into his mind as his fighting spirit swiftly transformed under the guidance of his thoughts. The little medical fairy, witnessing the blood-red object enlarging rapidly in her vision, realized there was no escaping it. The mercenaries, seeing the wolf-headed mercenaries fail to intervene, erupted in expletives. "Damn it, wolf-headed mercenaries, move!" Yet who would dare to intercept a colossal beast weighing nearly 1,000 pounds? Barreling forward at such speed, even a Dome Master might not withstand such force, let alone the mere Dou fighters present. Bang! A tremendous little medical fairy felt somewhat disheartened. In the past, whenever she expressed her gratitude to someone, they would respond with enthusiasm. Yet, the youth before her remained remarkably composed, leaving her in a state of dissatisfaction. However, it was not that Chang Xing lacked fervor. Rather, at this moment, he was engrossed in observing a system panel that others could not see, which displayed the effects and usage methods of the newly acquired combat technique. The Xianyun Flowing Light Shield, an advanced combat skill of a Xiantier, was a rarity in a world where most combat techniques emphasized offense, with defensive techniques being few and far between. This particular skill aimed to utilize the prowess of its practitioner to defend against opponents of a higher tier. Those who successfully cultivated it could withstand attacks from fighters below the Dou Emperor level, while those at the Dou Zone level were deemed undefeated at their rank. Upon reading these final lines, Chang Xing's eyes widened in astonishment. A Dozone practitioner wielding this skill will be virtually invincible against opponents below the Dozun level. Terrifying indeed. Just when he needed to engage in a battle beyond his current capabilities, this technique arrived at the perfect moment. System: learn the combat skill. Chengxing immediately placed the combat skill scroll from his backpack into the learning section. As a torrent of information flooded his mind, his pace slowed considerably, and eventually, he noticed a faint glow emanating from his hands, accompanied by an announcement in his mind confirming his successful learning. A smile crept onto Chengxing's lips. Hurry! This beast is about to perish. Everyone, give it your all. The shouts of the mercenaries grew nearer, until Chengxing and his companion passed through a dense thicket, revealing a withered bone ape surrounded by a throng of mercenaries. Blood still steamed on the ground, and over 20 spears were embedded in the beast's body. The most grievous wound lay in its abdomen, where the fur was not dark red but charred black. The tough hide had been brutally punctured, leaving a gaping hole the size of a human head, with large intestines still writhing grotesquely. It seemed that the previous strike had indeed taken effect. Chengxing, observing the horrific injury, felt a sense of satisfaction. This one is finished. Let us go see how the other one is faring, he said to Little Medical Fairy before they moved to another area. Here, the primary group consisted of members from the Wolfhead mercenary team. The other withered bone ape had not sustained fatal injuries. So despite the remaining 10 or so members of the Wolfhead mercenary team coordinating closely, they had yet to bring it down. Captain, this creature's hide is exceptionally tough. After all this assault, it still hasn't fallen. Mu Li, his face smeared with blood and his hand trembling around the knife, expressed his frustration, saying, "Hold it down. Once that side is dealt with, this beast must die here today." The operation of the Wolfhead mercenary team was orchestrated solely by him, and with so many casualties, he was left pondering how to explain this to his father, Roar. The withered bone ape bellowed once more, its enormous roar sending shockwaves that left the surrounding mercenaries trembling in their legs. Another beast, hearing the cry, joined in, echoing the lament of doomed lovers. "It's Little Medical Fairy. She's still alive," a mercenary shouted as he spotted Little Medical Fairy, clad in a white dress, reappearing. This exclamation attracted everyone's attention, and they turned to gaze upon the blood-stained white fabric, the young girl standing gracefully like a rose blooming amidst carnage. That moment, the withered bone ape surveyed its surroundings, realizing no one was focused on it. Instead, all eyes were on the figure in white. With renewed determination, it launched itself like a cannonball toward her. Chengxing, caught off guard, heard the rush of wind as the beast charged, realizing it was too late to escape now. "Damn it, I lost focus. I have to fight back." Xianyan Flowing Light Shield, activate. Facing the oncoming beast, Chengxing steeled himself and unleashed the combat technique he had just learned, channeling all the Douqi he could muster. The light around his hands intensified as he positioned one arm as a barrier, while the other hand formed a cross shape, creating a faintly glowing shield that enveloped them both. The immense force of the impact sent Chengxing staggering, his feet sinking into the ground as he felt the overwhelming pressure. A low groan escaped his lips, followed by a warm wave of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Chapter 17. Slaying the second-tier beast, the luminous shield in Chengxing's hands appeared diminutive before the massive body of the beast. Yet the energy it radiated was sufficient to halt the nearly 1,000-pound creature in its tracks. Once the onslaught subsided, Chengxing understood that engaging in close combat with such a powerful beast was unwise, prompting him to retreat with Little Medical Fairy. Roar. The colossal roar seemed to convey the beast's astonishment, as its massive arms flailed aimlessly before crashing down. "Stay here. I will handle the rest," Chengxing instructed Little Medical Fairy. Fixing his gaze on the final withered bone ape, she grasped Chengxing's arm, pressing a pouch of green powder into his hand. "This is a paralysis powder I concocted. It can immobilize a second-tier beast and slow its movements. Take it. It should be effective." After the harrowing encounters they had just faced, genuine concern shone in Little Medical Fairy's eyes as she entrusted him with her life-saving powder. Her soft, warm hand held the fragrant green powder, and although Chengxing did not dwell on the warmth of her gesture, he accepted it with a nod and a smile, saying, "Thank you. Don't worry." With that, he turned to face the second-tier beast. Cheng Xing glanced at the sky, which was beginning to brighten. Dawn would soon arrive, and with it, the chances of a successful ambush would diminish significantly, potentially benefiting the numerous mercenaries. He retrieved 2 energy-replenishing pills from his backpack and quietly swallowed them, replenishing the dou qi expended during the previous battle. Fortunately, his cultivation method was of the advanced yellow tier, and he still had about 40% of his dou qi remaining, with ample pills on hand. The lowly members of the Wolf Head mercenary team, witnessing the beast charge at Little Medical Ferry, had grown numb. At this juncture, fate was left to chance, and their ability to assist was limited. Seizing the opportunity while their vision was obstructed, Cheng Xing resolved to eliminate the beast swiftly. Expanding the range of his soul scan, he locked onto the massive creature and forcefully hurled the pouch of green powder toward the beast's head. Go! Following that, he condensed his dou qi, launching a lightning arrow in quick succession as his second-tier beast. The withered bone ape possessed its own abilities. Upon sensing the incoming projectile, it seized a boulder with its arm and hurled it in the direction of the flying object. Cheng Xing had not anticipated that such an attack would be effective. Taking advantage of the ape's distraction, he swiftly maneuvered to the side. When the boulder collided with the lightning arrow, a cloud of debris erupted. Hurtling toward the beast. Good opportunity. Use the experience card. Xiantier Intermediate Combat Skill. Lightning Arrow. To maximize the power, he opted not to use his own dou qi, but instead activated the experience card, forming a pure white bolt of lightning in his hands and launching it at the beast's flank. Bang! Roar! The lightning arrow struck the withered bone ape's right arm, obliterating its once mighty limb in an explosive display. The immense pain elicited another deafening roar from the creature. Stung by the injury, the beast realized that this human was not like the previous mercenaries it had faced. It had encountered a formidable opponent. Coupled with its prior fatigue, the strength coursing through its veins was dwindling, prompting it to seek an escape route. Trying to flee, not so easily. With formidable soul power, every minute movement of the beast could not escape Cheng Xing's keen observation. This desiccated bone ape, typically boasting a tough hide and formidable strength, had long terrorized its vicinity, with few mercenary teams daring to provoke it. Now, confronted with a formidable adversary, it naturally sought to flee. Knowing that once it dashed into the forest, it could once again roam freely. Cheng Xing would not permit such an opportunity. With a slight smile, he slowly raised his foot and then brought it down heavily upon the ground. A slender arc of white light flickering beneath his soul. Accompanied by a piercing howl, Cheng Xing transformed into a streak of white light, appearing instantaneously at the beast's right side. His palm straightened, and the fighting spirit rapidly coalesced, delivering a mighty blow to the charred stump of its severed arm. With the 8 extremes collapse technique, an overwhelming force propelled the 1,000-pound beast through the air, crashing through several large trees before finally smashing into a boulder, where it gradually came to a halt. Cheng Xing gasped for breath, his palms swollen and numb from the impact. This strike was executed using his lightning-attributed fighting spirit, infused with a trace of electric power, ensuring that even if the beast did not perish from the 8 extremes collapse, it would surely lose its ability to move due to the explosive force. As the thick smoke dissipated, Cheng Xing cautiously approached the location where the beast had landed, once again conjuring a bolt of lightning in his hand. Prepared for any unforeseen circumstances, the once mighty desiccated bone ape was now a shadow of its former self. Its right arm completely obliterated, along with the surrounding musculature, revealing several of its rib bones. Blood poured from its shattered body, quickly forming a thick, viscous pool on the ground. Despite this, the beast continued to gasp for breath, prompting Cheng Xing to reflect on the tenacity of its life force. Upon noticing Cheng Xing standing nearby, the creature attempted to rise, its roars no longer as fierce, the sound diminishing that, let me escort you on your way. Cheng Xing sighed softly. In an instant, a lightning arrow shot straight toward the center of the ape's skull, and with a resounding explosion, the second-tier beast finally met its demise, with the creature dispatched. Cheng Xing retrieved a dagger, searching the remains of the desiccated bone ape for its magic core. Before long, he unearthed a fist-sized magic core from the mangled head. Hey kid, this beast wasn't slain by just one person. Do you intend to keep it all for yourself? A voice interrupted, drawing the gaze of everyone present. The speaker was none other than Mu Li, accompanied by several members of the Wolfhead mercenary group. Cheng Xing chuckled, gesturing toward the desiccated bone ape beneath him. What's this? Were you not sufficiently harried by this creature earlier? If I hadn't intervened to slay it, many of you might not even be standing to speak now. And now you appear, demanding the magic core. What is your intent? As Cheng Xing prepared to stow the second-tier magic core, Mu Li smiled slightly, stating, "It seems the earlier powder was indeed your doing. No wonder you were so eager for the magic core." Cheng Xing, detecting the ulterior motive in Mu Li's words, narrowed his eyes and retorted, "What do you mean?" Mu Li, with a grin, began to pace. Raising his voice slightly, "What do I mean? You used a frenzied beast magic flower to lure in the second-tier beast, causing so many casualties, and yet you stand here pretending innocence. Was that green powder not your creation?" This loud declaration drew the collective attention of the mercenaries, their accusations now aimed squarely at Cheng Xing, Little Doctor. Witnessing Cheng Xing's unjust accusation, attempted to speak out, but was forcibly silenced by Mu Li's companions who dragged her away. Meanwhile, Mu Li's group brandished their weapons, prepared for any confrontation. Chapter 18. Battle with Mu Li. Cheng Xing surveyed the scene, noticing Little Doctor being escorted backward by the Wolfhead members. The other mercenaries had gathered around, unsure if they were there to witness the spectacle or to side with Mu Li. The atmosphere was growing increasingly tense. Emily picked up a handful of powdery soil from the ground, glancing at his loyal followers, and said with an air of arrogance, "Hand over the magic core, and in light of your slaying the beast, we might let you depart unscathed. Otherwise, you shall face the consequences of your actions." As more mercenaries converged, the original 60-member group had dwindled to around 40 able-bodied individuals. Many had received Mu Li's misinformation, and with the Wolfhead mercenary group's deliberate manipulation, Cheng Xing had become the focal point of their scrutiny. "So you wish to transfer the blame for your deeds onto others? Quite the cunning tactic you have." Mu Li. Cheng Xing scoffed, discreetly popping 2 recovery pills into his mouth. "Everyone, tell me, is it not he who attracted those second-tier beasts with the frenzied beast magic flower powder, causing us to lose a night's rest while he orchestrated this chaos?" With a resolute gesture, Mu Li rallied his comrades, and they echoed their agreement. Much like an audience at an inquiry, the previously uninformed onlookers now brandishing weapons. Glaring angrily at Cheng Xing, "Ha, it is clear that you instigated your loyal subordinates to summon the beasts, hoping to play the hero. Yet you underestimated their power and overestimated your own abilities. And that green powder, if you allow Little Doctor from Wan Yaozhai to appear, the truth will be revealed." Cheng Xing retorted angrily, "I suspect you were too cowardly to summon her, which is why you had her taken away." At his words, several mercenaries realized that Little Doctor had indeed been taken away by the Wolfhead members, causing those ready to act to pause and reassess the situation. Mu Li's gaze turned venomous and murderous as he declared, "Even at death's door, you still dare to argue. Someone kill him. I will reward you with an advanced yellow-grade cultivation technique." Upon hearing the promise of a yellow-grade advanced technique, many mercenaries' eyes lit up with greed. Most of them came from humble backgrounds, with their techniques typically being mid-level yellow-grade or even lower. Though merely a yellow-grade advanced technique, the allure was still significant. Many were driven mad by the bounty. Advancing slowly toward Cheng Xing, while the Wolfhead mercenaries remained still at Mu Li's signal. Observing these brutes, Cheng Xing made no move, merely retrieving the magic core from his pocket and holding it aloft, proclaiming loudly, "Do you truly believe you're stronger than this second-tier beast? If you think so, heed Mu Li's deceit and come to your doom." As the magic core gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight, many mercenaries swallowed hard, reluctantly halting their advance. The wisdom of preserving one's life over risking it was not lost on them. Ding! A notification resonated, indicating the potential to absorb power from the second-tier magic core, which would enhance Cheng Xing's strength. IT estimated that absorbing 5 cores would elevate him to a 3-star fighter. A blinding light radiated from the magic core, flooding Cheng Xing's vision, and the system's prompt momentarily overshadowed any dizziness he felt. "This system can actually absorb magic cores to enhance my power." Cheng Xing was astounded. With this capability, as long as he continued to hunt beasts in the Beast Mountain range, he could rapidly increase his strength. Seizing the magic core, Changxing silently operated the system, absorbing the core from the desiccated bone. As the magic core vanished from his hand, a surge of pure energy rushed into his body, replenishing his previously depleted fighting spirit and noticeably enhancing his overall power. Looking back at Mu Li, his demeanor transformed into one of calm confidence, a smile gracing his face as he taunted. "What is the matter, Mu Li, the vice captain? You can slander others but lack the courage to take action. Perhaps it's time you returned home to serve your father T instead of leveraging your position over the Wolfhead mercenaries." "You, kill him!" Mu Li seethed, his teeth grinding as he issued the command without further Mu Li's order. The members of the Wolfhead mercenary group surrounded Changxing, yet none dared to strike. "Damn it! Have I raised you all for nothing?" Mu Li cursed, drawing his long sword. With a slight bend of his knees, he unleashed a burst of energy from his feet, sending dirt flying as he lunged forward. Sword aimed directly at Changxing's face. Mu Li, a 7-star fighter, practicing the advanced yellow-grade technique Wind Soaring Kill. 7 stars? Not insurmountable, Changxing muttered, glancing at the system prompt. In an instant, Mu Li, wielding his sharp sword imbued with potent fighting spirit, lunged at Changxing with a cunning and ruthless strike aimed at his eyes. Facing this treacherous swordplay, Changxing remained unperturbed. A faint glow enveloped his hands as he clasped them together just as the sword's tip approached. Firmly pinning the blade between his palms, with a surge of fighting spirit, he exerted all his strength to deflect the attack. The crisp sound rang out as Mu Li's longsword was caught bare-handed by Changxing, who effortlessly snapped the tip off. The shockwave from the broken blade surged back toward Mu Li, sending him reeling. "Such an attack, and you think to take my life?" Mu Li gazed in terror at the broken sword in his hand, then turned his eyes towards the unscathed Changxing, a flicker of wariness igniting within him. Changxing cast a cold glance at Mu Li, the sword tip nestled between his fingers, which he swiftly waved towards Mu Li. The shattered sword tip soared directly towards Mu Li's face, and Mu Li's complexion drained of color. He had not anticipated that a sword capable of effortlessly severing a first-tier magical beast could be so easily broken by Changxing, who could then launch a counterattack. The fragmented tip transformed into a speck of white light in his vision, hurtling towards him at an alarming speed. Desperately, Mu Li hurled his long sword at the oncoming tip, and upon their collision, a sharp clang resonated, with both weapons clattering to the ground. Wind blade technique. The young vice captain had actually resorted to this move. Even if he were to perish, it would be worth it. This technique was personally taught by the captain, who had claimed numerous second-tier magical beasts with it. The members of the Wolfhead Mercenary Corps erupted into cheers upon witnessing Mu Li's display of skill. Mu Li strained to channel his fighting spirit. From their earlier encounter, he had discerned that this 2-star fighter possessed combat prowess comparable to an ordinary 5-star fighter, and the ease with which he had broken the sword signaled formidable strength. Thus, Mu Li unleashed his most powerful attack, the advanced yellow-tier fighting technique, Wind Blade Technique. As Changxing observed the several swirling vortexes of condensed fighting spirit surrounding Mu Li, he noted their rapid rotation. The wind attribute vortexes possessing enough lethality to slay a first-tier magical beast. In the face of such an assault, Changxing remained composed, allowing Mu Li to complete his gathering of energy. "Kid, remember this for your next life. When you encounter me, take the long way around." Seeing that Changxing had no intention of evading, Mu Li wore a smug expression, a slight smirk gracing his lips. The lightning arrow in Changxing's hand required but a heartbeat to form, while Mu Li's swirling wind blades rushed forth. With a slight lift of his palm, a bright flash erupted, followed swiftly by another. The white lightning traced a delicate line through the air, colliding with the vortexes. In an instant, their intensity plummeted as the second flash caught up. The vortexes teetered on the brink of collapse, and under the impact of both beams of white light, they disintegrated instantaneously. Chapter 19. Encirclement with the sound of rushing winds, the vortexes completely vanished under the onslaught of the white light, the residual force of the lightning arrow continuing its trajectory towards Mu Li. Witnessing his once proud fighting technique so effortlessly neutralized by the young man before him, a flicker of horror crossed Mu Li's eyes. To effortlessly dissolve an advanced yellow-tier fighting technique indicated that either the opponent's strength surpassed his own, or that the technique he wielded was of an even higher tier. Yet this youth appeared to be merely a 3-star fighter. He could only be using a mysterious tier technique. Mu Li hastily formed hand seals, invoking the wind blade technique once more, summoning several less potent vortexes of wind to intercept the white light, successfully neutralizing Chang Xing's technique. The potency of such a technique only reinforced Mu Li's suspicions, fueling the greed within him, as he licked his lips and exclaimed, "You little rascal, to think you wield a mysterious tier technique. No wonder you are so audacious." Upon hearing Mu Li's mention of a mysterious tier technique, the mercenaries present collectively gasped. Once a technique reached the mysterious tier, its power increased exponentially, and its value soared well above that of yellow-tier techniques. Acquiring such a technique would make hunting magical beasts considerably easier. If nothing else, selling it at an auction would ensure a lifetime of financial security. This fellow possesses a mysterious tier technique, yet his attire hardly suggests wealth. This technique must be immensely valuable. Mu Li caught wind of the murmurs. A cold smile crept across his lips. Under the allure of a mysterious tier technique, there would inevitably be those willing to seize it. Ladies and gentlemen, today, whoever helps Mu Li eliminate this brat shall share in the benefits of the mysterious tier technique. Mu Li is also willing to endorse you for membership in the Wolfhead Mercenary Corps. Standing atop a stone, Mu Li raised his right hand, gesturing towards Chang Xing, who was encircled by the mercenaries, his smile glinting ominously in the sunlight. This promise drew several capable mercenaries closer, their desire for the mysterious tier technique tempered by reservations about Mu Li's character, fearing they might end up worse off if they attempted to snatch it. Chang Xing surveyed the increasingly crowded scene, noting the presence of several 8-star fighters among them, whose strength posed a significant threat. If anyone present were to assist Mu Li, as long as I, Chang Xing, remain alive, I shall ensure they pay for it, Chang Xing declared, swiftly conjuring a lightning arrow in his hand, which he flung towards a nearby thicket, shattering a large tree in half with a resounding crash. Everyone, when out in the world, be wary of others' empty promises. Otherwise, you may find yourself in a regrettable situation. As the tree tumbled to the ground, Chang Xing's calm words resonated like thunder, instilling fear in those reckless enough to covet the mysterious tier technique. Noticing many began to retreat, Chang Xing let out a sigh of relief. If Mu Li managed to incite those scattered mercenaries to attack, no matter how formidable his fighting techniques, he was still merely a 2-star fighter. With limited fighting spirit, it would only be a matter of time before he was overwhelmed. Xiao Yixian, held at bay by the Wolfhead mercenaries, could only watch anxiously from a distance as Chang Xing found himself encircled. Her delicate brow furrowed, lips murmuring, "Chang Xing, you must not be caught by them. It's my fault for dragging you into this. Enough of that. Hurry and leave." 2 nearby Wolfhead mercenaries continued to push Xiao Yixian along. Having stabilized the scattered mercenaries, Chang Xing flashed a smile, revealing a row of pristine teeth as he derisively remarked to Mu Li, "What's this? Is the vice-captain of the Wolfhead Mercenary Corps only capable of such trivial strength? I suggest you save yourself the embarrassment and refrain from stepping forward, as your pitiful abilities are nothing but a nuisance. If you cannot hold your own, you resort to calling for help." Mu Li, incensed by Chang Xing's mockery, flushed crimson with rage, bellowing, "You insolent brat! You will die here today." "Only if you possess the capability to make it happen," Chang Xing retorted defiantly. The situation had escalated beyond resolution. Under Mu Li's instigation, many mercenaries now harbored hostility towards Chang Xing. The only viable option was to break through the encirclement and escape into the mountains. Once Xiao Yixian returned to Qingshan town, she would surely find a way to clear his name. If not, he would have to resort to annihilating the Wolfhead Mercenary Corps himself. Chang Xing pondered relentlessly, casting a cold gaze at Mu Li and his entourage of Wolfhead mercenaries. The immediate priority remained to break free from the encirclement. His fighting spirit was still relatively abundant, but with over a dozen fighters opposing him, Each had likely only half their strength remaining after the battles of the previous night. Eliminating them would undoubtedly consume considerable time and energy. If any of those 8 starfighters intervened, he would be in grave trouble. These thoughts coursed through his mind. Cheng Xing's brow furrowed. The risks of a forced breakout were considerable. He needed to devise an alternative strategy. If only I could fly. The reward of the purple cloud wings had yet to be utilized. Previously, he had not refined this flying technique due to a lack of suitable circumstances. Now, in this critical moment, he recalled its existence. System refined the advanced mysterious tier technique, purple cloud wings. Cheng Xing summoned the system interface, placing the purple cloud wings technique card into the refinement slot while issuing the command. Received. The system will refine the fighting technique for the host. Excellent. With the aid of the flying technique, I can easily breach the encirclement. Cheng Xing mused as the technique card emitted a brilliant purple light before vanishing. However, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the system's notification caused his spirits to plummet once more. Due to the necessity of expanding the meridians, please be patient and ensure your safety. Are you kidding me? What is this timing, making me wait? Cheng Xing fumed internally, his frustrations boiling over at the system's impassive tone. Regardless of his complaints, the system interface merely displayed the refinement progress, remaining otherwise silent. Fine. So this is how you want to play it? Huh. Very well. With no response from the system, Cheng Xing reluctantly shifted his focus back to Mu Li and his group. Charge. Kill him. Mu Li, incensed by Cheng Xing's apparent lack of fear, waved his hand, commanding his mercenaries to attack. Very well. Do not blame me for being merciless. Cheng Xing's gaze hardened, his teeth clenched. Activate battle system, in his mind. He manipulated the system interface, opening the combat screen as he coldly observed the mercenaries charging towards him. 4-star fighter, fire and wood attributes, threat level. Moderate. 3-star fighter, earth attribute, threat level. Low. Chapter 20, Flight. Escape. Cheng Xing, utilizing his scanning abilities, quickly discerned the information of the few individuals before him, noting that certain parts of their bodies were marked with red flashing points, which indicated their vulnerabilities. Taking a deep breath, Cheng Xing allowed his entire body's fighting energy to circulate rapidly, gathering it in his palms, where 2 lightning arrows coalesced in mere moments. Upon witnessing the emergence of these lightning arrows, the mercenaries dared not underestimate the situation. They had previously experienced the might of this white flash, capable of severing a massive tree with a single strike. Should they be struck by such a projectile, they would either perish or be left severely incapacitated. With Earth-type fighters at the forefront and Fire-type fighters behind, they aimed to engage him in close combat, determined to prevent him from unleashing his techniques. Believing that this would enable them to slay him, Mu Li, observing the radiant glow in Cheng Xing's palms, felt an increase in his trepidation and immediately shouted to the advancing individuals, Earth Shield. Fire Lance. Hearing Mu Li's command, the group swiftly reformed their ranks, with Earth-type fighters acting as shields to protect the Fire-type fighters behind them, cautiously approaching Cheng Xing. Noticing their apprehensive demeanor, Cheng Xing smiled, holding the lightning arrow in one hand and mimicking a throwing motion. This gesture caused the advancing mercenaries to halt in their tracks, their legs trembling uncontrollably. After a period of tactical maneuvering, they had only managed to close a small distance. The white glow in Cheng Xing's palm was undeniably intimidating. Hurry up, Mu Li bellowed, his frustration mounting as he observed the timid behavior of his comrades. Although many mercenaries around them had no intention of engaging, they were eager to witness the unfolding drama, and the prospect of embarrassment only fueled Mu Li's ire. He shouted, You, and you, the lot of you, go assist them and ensure that brat is eliminated. Cheng Xing, smiling at the hesitant figures in the distance, refrained from speaking. His primary objective was to buy time, as long as the white light in his palm remained. The mercenaries would not dare to approach too closely, that he needed to stall until the successful refinement of the Ziyun wings, at which point he could take flight and escape. Damn it! Have I been nurturing you all for nothing? Get moving! Mu Li, unable to contain himself, cursed vehemently and dangled the prospect of rewards to motivate the reluctant fighters. Finally, under pressure and temptation, the pack of mercenaries cautiously advanced towards Cheng Xing once more. Ding! The fighting technique network is complete and will soon be activated. The system's notification rang out, providing Changxing with a glimmer of hope. However, a sudden and intense pain radiated from his back, causing the light in his palm to begin to dim. Damn it! I forgot that the Ziyun wings require the expansion of meridians. This pain is unbearable. Changxing's face paled as the excruciating agony surged through him, disrupting his concentration and causing beads of sweat to form. He could not afford to let his adversaries perceive his suffering. He slightly hunched over, gritting his teeth in silence, despite his efforts to conceal his distress. The diminishing light in his palm did not go unnoticed. Quickly, his technique time is running out. Someone shouted, prompting the others to hasten their steps, brandishing their weapons. Changxing's lips turned pale, and the faces of those before him became somewhat blurred as pain distorted his vision. He was left with no choice but to hurl the lightning arrow before him. With a thunderous boom, a thick cloud of dust erupted around Changxing, enveloping the mercenaries, gritting his teeth against the pain in his back. He quickly retrieved 2 energy-replenishing pills and swallowed them along with several pain relief pills. As the soothing effects of the painkillers took hold, he employed his spiritual perception to ascertain the locations of his foes. Confirming that they were still within the dust cloud and at a safe distance, he immediately sat down to restore his internal state. Although the system could directly refine and expand his meridians, the pain had caused a significant depletion of his fighting energy. Coupled with the emergence of new meridians, much of his fighting energy had inadvertently entered them, exacerbating the energy loss. Changxing focused his mind, guiding the energy from the replenishing pills into the newly opened meridians. Once the pain subsided, he felt a renewed sense of vigor. Ding! The meridians have been successfully expanded. Congratulations, the host has refined the advanced fighting technique. Ziyun wings. Following his meditation, the system's announcement echoed in his mind, as if the 2 notifications had entirely suppressed his pain, invigorating him. Indeed, it was not an illusion, as he felt the wind rushing past his ears. Changxing opened his eyes to see the dust being blown away, and to his astonishment, he found himself levitating above the ground, gazing in wonder at the deep purple wings adorned with mysterious patterns sprouting from his back. He finally grasped that these were the Ziyun wings. The intense pain he had felt earlier had now diminished to a mere itch, allowing him to stabilize his focus. With the Ziyun wings propelling him upward, Changxing ascended continuously, the wind howling around him and scattering the dust. As the gusts intensified, the dust was completely dissipated, revealing that the mercenaries who had encircled him could no longer see his figure. "Where is he?" Mu Li exclaimed, his voice filled with disbelief. "He was just here." His frustration mounted as he stared at the spot where Changxing had stood moments before, his upper lip trembling in rage. "He can't have escaped. He must be hiding nearby. Search for him," Mu Li demanded, his eyes fixated on the ground. The others felt the chilling wind, but were oblivious to the fact that, at that moment, Changxing was soaring above them. Mu Li, I'm right here." Changxing's laughter resonated through the air. The mercenaries looked up, only to behold a striking young man with wings extending over a meter behind him, gracefully gliding through the sky, a Do Wong expert. Someone shrieked in terror upon realizing the gravity of the situation. As the crowd comprehended that it was indeed a human soaring above, their pupils dilated in shock, their bodies trembling uncontrollably in their understanding. Such aerial feats could only be performed by a Do Wong-level fighter. Mu Li, overwhelmed by fear, collapsed to the ground, while the once advancing mercenaries knelt in submission, pleading for mercy from the supposed Do Wong expert. "Ha ha, Mu Li, today's events will be repaid 100-fold in the future. For now, I take my leave," Changxing proclaimed with a hearty laugh. Sensing his fighting energy rapidly depleting, he did not linger and instead directed his flight deeper into the Beast Mountain range, leaving behind the stunned members of the Wolf Head mercenary group, who exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions reflecting their narrow escape from peril. How could he possibly be a Do Wong? Mu Li stuttered, his face drained of color, the arrogance he once bore replaced with sheer terror. Chapter 21. Deeper into the mountains, Changxing, still somewhat unskilled in maneuvering the Ziyun wings, glided above the treetops. To be precise, it could be described as a controlled descent, for the fighting energy within him was insufficient to sustain the Ziyun wings. forcing him to manage it with great effort within a few breaths. The wings behind him began to shrink, the mysterious patterns adorning them fading as well. Sensing the loss of lift, Chengxing thought to himself, "This is bad. I'm about to crash. I need to land quickly." Clumsily lowering his altitude, he misjudged the distance and plunged directly into the thick canopy of trees. With a thud, Chengxing landed heavily, yet he found himself lying on the ground, bursting into laughter. "Ha ha! Is this what flying feels like? It's absolutely exhilarating." His smile remained unblemished by the dirt that clung to him, only growing brighter. This flight technique felt akin to an endless abyss, despite the assistance of energy-replenishing pills. Chengxing could manage to glide only 1,000 meters before his fighting energy was exhausted, resulting in his descent. However, that distance was substantial on the ground, requiring at least several hours to traverse, especially since magical beasts were exceedingly scarce in the skies. Gazing at the small opening in the treetops he had created, Chengxing peered through to see the tranquil blue sky within mountains. The surroundings were still and silent. The Beast Mountain Range was not always a battleground for magical beasts at all. What a relief! During this time, I could focus on cultivating in the Beast Mountain Range. With numerous magical beasts around, as long as I proceed cautiously, hunting them should not be too challenging. Chengxing rose to his feet, surveying the vast expanse of dense forest, sighing as he remarked, "The second-tier magical beast cores are hard to come by, but perhaps the first-tier ones will suffice." As he could absorb the energy from the magical cores to enhance his strength, it would save him from excessive training. By continuously hunting magical beasts and absorbing their cores, leveling up would become significantly easier. Having already absorbed one second-tier core, he only needed 4 more to reach the status of a 3-star fighter. In the depths of the Beast Mountain Range, magical beasts were never in short supply. There were even 6-tier magical beasts that could rival human Do Huang experts lurking in the shadows. On the outskirts of the Warcraft Mountains, the mercenaries gathered in disarray, their spirits seemingly lost after the earlier turmoil. Many from the Wolfhead Mercenary Corps muttered strange phrases as if bewitched. Mu Li's expression was one of deep distress, his lips twitching intermittently as he gazed at the disheartened mercenaries, muttering to himself, "How could this lad possibly be a battle king? If he truly were, why not simply eliminate us?" The cold moonlight cascaded gently from the heavens, enveloping the entire forest in a shroud akin to a delicate veil. In the shadowy underbrush, a young boy held his breath, tightly gripping a finely crafted dagger, his gaze fixed upon the pitch-black earth beneath the trees. With an acute sense of perception, Chengxing was attuned to every rustle of the wind and movement of the grass nearby. Suddenly, a sound pierced the stillness, and Chengxing immediately pinpointed its origin. From the darkness emerged a sizable, jet-black giant rat, stealthily advancing. This burrowing rodent, a common low-tier magical beast of the night, was highly vigilant. At the slightest disturbance, it would dig frantically with its massive claws to escape. With a swift motion, Chengxing leapt from the tree trunk, channeling all his momentum into a powerful thrust of the dagger, which pierced the creature's skull. The enormous rat did not emit a single cry before it succumbed to death. Skillfully extracting the magical core, Chengxing placed it into a pouch already brimming with over 40 cores collected over the past fortnight. Though the energy from these cores was minimal, their sheer quantity made it more prudent to hunt several of these creatures rather than risk confronting stronger beasts. After securing the pouch, Chengxing brushed his left hand, revealing a scar that extended from his upper arm to his forearm. Although healed, it still bore witness to the severity of the injury he had sustained not long ago. Just recently, after his elevation to a 3-star fighter, he had grown overconfident and attempted to hunt a second-tier firebear. However, the creature's tough hide and formidable strength rivaled that of the skeletal ape. And with a single swipe, it shattered his Xianyun Liuguang shield. Fortunately, Chengxing reacted quickly, sidestepping just in time to evade a fatal blow. Had he been struck in the chest, he might not have survived. Returning to the present, Chengxing wiped the blood from his dagger with a rag, then lightly tapped the ground with his foot, causing a flicker of light as he melded back into the depths of the forest. Over the past 2 weeks, Chengxing accumulated considerable combat experience through relentless hunts, no longer making the rookie mistake of being detected and fleeing. coupled with the advantages afforded by multi-attribute transformation. He moved like lightning and attacked with the precision of sharpened blade, mastering the art of hunting magical beasts. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a total of 50 magical beasts. Reward: Advanced Shin-level Battle Technique, Thunderbolt Technique. Reward: 1 3-star Magical Core. As the morning light streamed into the forest, Cheng Xing, catching his breath, sat on the ground, searching for the magical core of a wind spirit fox with a steel dagger. Damn it, this second-tier beast lacks a magical core. What bad luck! After scouring the area without success, he could not help but curse, wiping the blood-stained hands with a rag. However, he found solace in the system's rewards. The 3-star core, along with the collection of 1 and 2-star cores, should enable him to break through to a 5-star fighter. Uncle Kagong, so early, aren't the magical beasts still asleep? What do you understand? We must take advantage of their slumber. It makes our journey much safer. The sound of chatter drew Cheng Xing's attention, and he quickly leapt silently toward the source of the noise. Don't run too fast and stray too far from the group, or the captain will scold you. Cheng Xing observed a middle-aged man admonishing a youthful maiden at the Blood Battle Mercenary Corps. I thought it was merely the rabble from the Wolf Head. Cheng Xing felt a tinge of disappointment. Recently, many from the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps had ventured into the mountains, and he had generously guided them back to their homes. Expecting another bout of conflict, only to realize he had overestimated the situation. Uncle Kagong, I heard that many from the Wolf Head have fallen in the Warcraft Mountains recently. Is that true? Ling bounced over to Uncle Kagong, her youthful face reflecting surprise, her bright eyes wide with curiosity. Upon hearing the girl's inquiry, a serious expression crossed Uncle Kagong's face as he spoke in hushed tones. I've heard that they crossed paths with a remarkably strong young man. And many of those who entered the mountains to hunt magical beasts were quietly eliminated by him. Realizing that the two were discussing him, Cheng Xing lost interest in further inquiries and stealthily departed. Hastening back to his concealed cave. Chapter 22. Thunderbolt Technique, Navigating Through the Lush Thickets. Cheng Xing arrived at a cave adjacent to a gully, where water cascaded down the mountainside like a sinuous azure dragon. Clinging to the steep, damp rock face, the splashing water created a veil of mist that concealed the cave below, and under the sunlight, rainbows occasionally arched above it. Cheng Xing chose this location to hide, relying on the waterfall's mist to obscure the entrance, making it difficult for ordinary individuals to detect the cave's presence. Only someone with a keen sense of perception like Cheng Xing could uncover it. Upon entering the cave, Cheng Xing set several small traps. Should anything intrude, he would be alerted immediately, as his focus during training primarily lay within his own body. After arranging these defenses, he seated himself on a clean stone platform, opening the system panel to extract all the magical cores he had amassed, intending to absorb them entirely. Noticing a few red dots flashing on the panel, he realized they were notifications for treasures he had yet to claim. However, there was no time to attend to them now. He promptly closed the panel and prepared to absorb the magical cores. Grasping a handful of various sized magical cores, he began the refining process without hesitation. Casting the cores into the system interface, the colorful cores transformed into a dazzling stream of light, vanishing from sight. Within mere moments, the battle aura within Cheng Xing began to whirl furiously. Where the magical cores had once been, a dense and pure battle energy emerged, rapidly being drawn into the spiraling vortex of his battle aura, which swelled in speed and size. As he felt the vortex expanding, every cell in Cheng Xing's body greedily absorbed the battle aura. The pure energy from the core sustained him for over 3 hours. It became evident that the energy required for each level varied. Despite the numerous cores he had consumed, he still had a considerable distance to cover before reaching 4-star status. Cheng Xing slowly opened his eyes, glancing at the system panel where the last remnants of energy in the magical core dwindled. With a sigh, he grabbed another handful of cores and placed them into the refining area. His objective for the day was to absorb all the magical cores. Achieving 5-star status would make hunting second-tier magical beasts significantly easier. Otherwise, progressing solely with the power of 1-star cores would be exceedingly challenging. As he continued to refine the magical cores, the pure battle aura re-emerged. With the prior groundwork laid, This new batch of cores caused his battle aura vortex to undergo a transformation, ultimately elevating his strength to 4-star status. Yet his ambitions did not end there. For the next stretch of time, Chengxing relentlessly absorbed the battle aura refined from the magical cores. In just over 2 days, the 50-plus cores propelled him from a 3-star fighter to a 5-star fighter. Thanks to the purity of the energy and the intricacies of his technique, now he possessed the strength to contend with 9-star fighters and even battle masters. Finally, 3 days have passed, and I've completed the absorption. Chengxing stood, exhaling a plume of pure battle aura. He stretched, loosening his muscles, as his bones crackled in a satisfying manner. With a flick of his hand, a battle technique materialized in his palm. Thunderbolt Technique, an advanced Xian-level battle skill, harnesses the power of thunder and lightning from the heavens, containing a trace of the primal thunder's might. Practitioners must exercise caution, should they be harmed by this celestial thunder. The consequences could be dire. Chengxing studied the description of the technique, puzzled. Isnt thunder, merely a discharge phenomenon resulting from friction in the clouds. How could it possess such power? It's not like it's a 7th-tier pill accompanied by the pill's thunder. With curiosity piqued, he decided to delve deeper, scanning the technique with the system, which began to relay information. The Thunderbolt technique utilizes the scattered thunder elements in the world, condensing them to strike enemies. It is a simplified version of the mid-tier Earth-level technique, Thunderstorm Rampage. It requires practitioners to possess acute perception, gradually mastering the ability to generate thunder in their surroundings, absorbing energy, and unleashing lightning. Although outwardly an advanced Xian-level skill, it is essentially a pseudo-Earth-level technique, and when mastered, its power rivals that of mid-tier Earth-level techniques. Amused by the seemingly earnest description of the technique, Chengxing smiled faintly before tossing it into the refining area. System, refine the advanced Xian-level battle technique, Thunderbolt Technique. As Chengxing's command was issued, the technique transformed into a streak of black lightning, shooting directly towards him. The originally standing figure of Chengxing was struck down by this black lightning. A tingling sensation spread from his chest throughout his entire body. He attempted to rise, but his muscles had already ceased to obey his commands. The system prompted, "Please, host, refine the power of the profound thunder in a timely manner." The voice of the system in his mind became somewhat unclear, and Chengxing could only force himself to concentrate, channeling his internal fighting spirit to seize the power of the profound thunder. Fortunately, having just advanced to a 5-star fighter, he was in a state of abundance. After several hours of exertion, although he was drenched in sweat, and steam was rising from his head with his hair standing on end, he managed to suppress the power of the profound thunder without serious consequence. Diving deep into his inner self, he observed a bolt of black lightning, about the thickness of a hair, swirling near the vortex of his fighting spirit. Faced with the immense aura emanating from this circular void, the lightning, though devoid of consciousness, did not recklessly enter, but instead meandered around, occasionally brushing against the few strands of fighting spirit nearby. The system prompted, "Tonight we'll witness a thunderstorm. The host may summon the thunder and lightning of heaven and earth to enhance his own lightning attributes and refine the power of the profound thunder." Sitting upright, Chengxing immediately entered a meditative state to recover the fighting spirit he had just expended. Before him, the luminous system panel displayed gathering dark clouds, punctuated by the intermittent sounds of thunder. Outside the cave, the once clear sky was gradually darkening as storm clouds drifted in from the northeast, obscuring the blazing sun. These thunderclouds stretched endlessly, engulfing the mountains from one end to the other. Soon, the continuous rumble of thunder served as a reminder to Chengxing that the time had come. Opening his eyes, a flicker of black light flashed within them. Chengxing mustered his strength and dashed towards the cave's entrance. With a powerful leap, he shattered the ground at the entrance, using the rebound force to propel himself into the sky. In the pouring rain, he activated the purple cloud wings, soaring towards the nearest mountain peak. The torrential rain mercilessly battered the forest, fierce winds howled, forcing Chengxing to alter his flight path multiple times. Some flying magical beasts, caught without shelter, were hastily retreating towards the lower forest instead of ascending the peaks. For lightning struck high places, and flying upward could invite calamity. However, for Chongqing, the lightning was precisely what he sought. The greater the storm, the more he relished it. The system gently reminded, the danger level of this thunder strike is exceedingly high. The host should exercise utmost caution. Hearing the system's alerts drowned out by the rain, Chongqing felt a tremor of fear. The rain pelted his face mercilessly, far more intense than the day Yiping had asked his father for money. Chapter 23. The Power of Profound Thunder Boom. A massive bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the darkened heavens. Chongqing's face reflected a hint of panic. Seizing the moment before the light faded, he swiftly ascended to the mountain's peak, steadying himself beneath a towering pine tree at the cliff's edge. The power birthed from this world was truly not something human strength could easily contend with. Chongqing's gaze fixated on the sky, the brilliant light reflecting off the puddles below, where his handsome visage now appeared shadowed. If I cannot refine this power of the profound thunder, then what hope do I have for the... Damn it, I must give it everything. Chongqing raised his head, addressing the stormy skies. Heaven, if you have the power, strike me down. A bolt of lightning seemed to respond to Chongqing's call, brewing within the clouds before plunging straight to the earth. With a thunderous crash, the silver-white lightning cascaded from the heavens, trampling the lush forests of the mountains. In its wake, it carved a swath over 10 zhang wide. And this was merely the breadth. Its length extended infinitely into the mountains. Witnessing the might of this lightning, Chongqing felt parched and his lips trembled, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. Even the previous bolt of lightning would deter a Do Wong-level expert from facing it directly. To confront it head-on would likely lead to instant annihilation by the terrifying power contained within. Yet as the rumble of thunder echoed around him, Chongqing's resolve hardened. Gritting his teeth, he reassured himself, the greater the storm, the more precious the fish. Fortune favors the bold. If I can master this power of lightning, I shall be unmatched among my peers. Suppressing the fear rising within him, he sat down to gather his energy, awaiting the next lightning strike. This moment, the power of the profound thunder within him was exceedingly active, darting about chaotically, driving away the errant fighting spirit in his body, even shattering it into wisps of black light that fused with him. Ding! The system gently reminded. To refine the power of the profound thunder, correct guidance is required to merge the heavenly thunder with it, utilizing the technique to draw it into the vortex of fighting spirit for absorption. During this process, the energy released by the lightning will randomly overflow from the host body. This energy release cannot be hindered or will result in a fatal explosion. Gazing at the warmly glowing system panel, Chongqing exhaled softly, hiding it away before closing his eyes to await the impending lightning strike. In the pitch-black rainy night, the youth sat like a statue atop the mountain peak, unaffected by the wind and rain. Steadfast in his resolve to grow stronger, the system urgently warned, a lightning strike is imminent. The area where the host is located will soon experience lightning. Energy levels are extremely high. The host must evade the lightning immediately. Hearing the system's frantic alerts, Chongqing did not panic. Instead, he ignited his internal fighting spirit to its utmost, his technique operating without pause. Atop the mountain, seated beneath the sturdy pine tree, a thick beam of silver light suddenly descended from the heavens, enveloping his entire form. This bolt of lightning appeared to drain the clouds of their energy, so robust that it evaporated every droplet of water in its path, striking the pine tree with such force that it caused the mountain to tremble. Yet, Chongqing's form showed little change. Only the lightning danced upon his skin. Outwardly unscathed, within him surged a powerful silver lightning, thick as several fingers, coursing through his meridians, wreaking havoc upon the once sturdy barriers of his veins. No matter how he channeled his fighting spirit to guide this silver lightning, it proved futile. Gradually, his skin began to shimmer with silver light, as if he were a conductor, the radiant silver energy flowing through him, emitting a dazzling glow. This transformation did not escape Chongqing's spiritual perception. Should this continue, he would surely be overwhelmed by the domineering silver lightning. He needed to find a way to direct this power. Chongqing thought, as the skin on his palms began to peel away, arcs of electricity dancing in his palms, a glimmer appeared in his hand, and then a bolt of white lightning shot forth, crashing into the forest with a thunderous roar, rivaling the very lightning from the sky. This release of energy caused the silver lightning's form to shrink slightly, yet remained overwhelmingly large. Chengxing intended to condense another lightning arrow, but discovered that the silver lightning began to stir under the influence of his lightning arrow technique. What? Can I control this? Chengxing felt a chill run down his spine. Such immense energy, if mishandled, could lead to utter destruction. He dared not underestimate it, carefully maneuvering the technique as another lightning arrow formed in his palm. This time, without hesitation, he activated the purple cloud wings and soared into the sky, directing the lightning arrow deep into the mountains. A colossal bolt of lightning surged from Chengxing's palm, striking the earth with ferocious power. This lightning forged an unbreakable connection between him and the ground, unleashing a torrent of energy that flattened several thousand zhang of forest before finally ceasing. With the release of energy, Chengxing's body trembled violently. A tingling sensation spread from his palm throughout his being, as if his bones had been softened by electricity. He quickly assessed his internal state. The once mighty silver lightning had dwindled to a thread as thin as a hair. Now floating within his meridians, while not far from it, a wisp of black profound thunder power wandered aimlessly. Guiding his purple cloud wings back to the mountain peak, Chengxing immediately sat down, using his fighting spirit to merge the two powers. After the earlier exertions, the lightning attribute fighting spirit within him was exceptionally dense, causing these two forces to willingly follow his fighting spirit and merge effortlessly. Upon contact with the black profound thunder, the silver lightning transformed into a gray-white serpent, winding around Chengxing's fighting spirit technique, seemingly without resistance. Success is just within reach. Chengxing summoned all his fighting spirit, directly sending the gray-white serpent into the vortex of combat energy. To his astonishment, the serpent emerged from the vortex once again, swiftly maneuvering along the path dictated by the technique, before vanishing entirely. What on earth? Where did it go? Upon witnessing this, Chengxing was immediately struck with panic. He was utterly exhausted and could not withstand further turmoil. Moreover, the power contained within that serpent was enough to obliterate him. And now that it had disappeared, what was he to do? Just as Chengxing was engulfed in anxiety, an incredibly pure energy surged forth within the vortex. The aura of a five-star fighter began to rapidly escalate. It turned out that the technique Chengxing was cultivating, the 3-chi mixing formula, prevented the vortex from absorbing natural attributes, allowing energy to circulate solely through the technique's path. Once absorbed by the technique, it transformed into pure fighting energy within him, which could be released as needed, with the required attributes preserved by the technique. The damaged meridians within Chengxing were now being repaired by the pure fighting energy. And after this tumult, the strength of his meridians had significantly increased. As the fighting energy circulated, he could even hear the rumbling of thunder. The dark clouds, having lost much of their energy support, began to dissipate slowly. The eastern horizon saw the sun rise gradually, piercing through the remaining clouds, illuminating the forest. Dewdrops slid off the sturdy pines, tracing elegant arcs in the air before plummeting into the ravine. His body trembled slightly, and Chengxing suddenly opened his tightly shut eyes, a glimmer of pure brilliance flashing through them before being deeply buried. Congratulations, host! You have successfully refined the power of the mysterious thunder and captured the heavenly lightning once, greatly enhancing your lightning attribute. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Chengxing couldn't help but smile. This time, I have directly ascended from a 5-star fighter to a 7-star fighter, with one foot even stepping into the realm of an 8-star fighter. The things birthed by this world are truly formidable. In just under a month, he had elevated his strength from a 3-star fighter to a 7-star fighter. Such a rapid progression would be regarded as extraordinarily exceptional anywhere on the continent. And if witnessed by ordinary people, they would find it utterly unbelievable. Chengxing gazed at the azure sky, now clear as a mirror after the storm, feeling immensely pleased that he leaped down from the mountain's peak, maneuvering his purple cloud wings to glide gracefully before landing gently. The strength of a 7-star fighter was sufficient to sustain the daily flight of the purple cloud wings, and following this refinement of lightning, It seemed that the technique had received an enhancement, with the amount of fighting energy clearly surpassing his previous levels, making the seven-star fighter's vortex incapable of accommodating such an abundance of energy. Changxing pondered this as he opened the system panel to take a look. As expected, the technique he was now practicing had reached the pinnacle of high yellow grade, comparable to pseudo-mysterious grade techniques. However, to his surprise, the overwhelming power of the lightning could not evolve the technique into a mysterious grade 1. Nevertheless, Changxing was not disheartened, as the system had rewarded him with a considerable number of attribute points. Distributing the attribute points, Changxing aimed for balanced development, allocating additional points to his lacking physique and agility, as his soul power was already sufficient and did not require further investment. Physique, 15 soul, 20 agility, 14 now. Relying solely on his physical strength, he could withstand a blow from a 5-star fighter, and, combined with the speed boost from refining the lightning, his agility now allowed him to move unhindered within the fighter realm. Having achieved what he desired, Changxing did not forget the core of this endeavor, reopening the interface to drag the Thunderbolt technique into the refinement area. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully learned the high-level yellow grade fighting technique. Thunderbolt technique. The Thunderbolt technique could perform single-target powerful strikes or inflict area damage, moving like a thunderclap with astonishing speed, obliterating foes in an instant. Changxing's mind was flooded with various demonstrations of the Thunderbolt technique, where a silver-white silhouette rapidly morphed, wielding what appeared to be a bolt of heavenly thunder, the lightning taking on various forms, striking in straight lines, coiling like a serpent, or even manifesting as a spherical shape. After absorbing all this information, Changxing felt an overwhelming eagerness to test the might of the Thunderbolt technique. After all, he had exerted tremendous effort to refine the mysterious thunder's power, and it would be unbearable not to try it out while the excitement was still fresh. Changxing touched the scar on his left hand, smiling. Today, I'll use you for some practice. With that, he unleashed his energy, propelling his body forward swiftly toward the lair of the beast he had previously encountered. He had been careless before, sustaining injuries from the fire bear's powerful strike. It was time to reclaim his honor. The forest after the rain was still damp, the scent of earth wafting through the air from a distance. Before Changxing even approached the territory of the fire bear, he could already detect a thick scent of blood in the atmosphere. Second-tier magical beasts could delineate their territories, and he had previously noticed that the fire bear's domain was advantageous for a potential ambush, only to suffer a significant setback. The once orderly thickets had been demolished, yet no signs of a struggle were visible. The clean cut on the tree trunks clearly indicated that human mercenaries had cleared a path, leaving traces everywhere to ensure that their larger group could not lose their way. Could it be that someone has set their sights on the fire bear? Changxing's expression shifted. The fire bear was a formidable presence among second-tier magical beasts, which also rendered its magical core highly valuable. It would be wise to investigate. Without a fighter-level powerhouse, hunting this fire bear would not be a simple endeavor. Changxing lightened his steps, transforming his fighting energy into a light, airy wind attribute, maximizing his soul perception as he made his way toward the small valley where the magical beast resided. Herman, are you all right? Did that woman drain you dry last night? How come you're already struggling after such a short time? If you can't hold on, hurry back home to recuperate. Just don't die out here at Emily. You're talking nonsense. I'm as vigorous as ever. If anyone needs to recuperate, it's you. Changxing, concealed among the bushes, observed a group of mercenaries, armed with various weapons. Surrounding the fire bear's cave point, 3 figures were engaged in a fierce struggle with a towering magical beast. Recognizing their familiar attire, Changxing smirked internally. What a coincidence. I never expected you would dare to target the fire bear. But this works out perfectly. I was just about to seek you out. Despite facing the combined attacks of 3 individuals, the fire bear, relying on its immense strength and solid physique, maintained the upper hand. Mu Li, watching the battle from the sidelines, appeared relaxed, chatting jovially with the mercenaries as if it were a routine hunt. Mu Li, stop spectating and come help. One of the fighters shouted, unable to hold back his frustration at the sight. Chastised, Mu Li ended his banter, quickly instructing his subordinates before drawing his weapon to join the fray. Wielding a longsword, Mu Li concentrated his fighting energy into his palm and launched the sword toward the fire bear. which transformed into a glinting shard of ice slicing through the air, yet was effortlessly swatted away by the beast's paw upon nearing it. Why aren't you using that technique? None of our attacks can harm it. Mu Li complained to his companion, Mu Shi, after witnessing his unsatisfactory attack being easily neutralized, a fighter. This complicates matters. Cheng Xing frowned upon hearing Mu Li's reference to a middle-aged man, though he was now a 7-star fighter and should not fear a fighter in a one-on-one confrontation. The presence of 3 other fighters in the vicinity made it unwise to act recklessly, as it could lead him back into a precarious situation. Mu Shi, 2-star fighter, specializes in wind attributes and frequently employs the high-level yellow grade technique. Wind Slash, Herman, an 8-star fighter, specializes in earth attributes and often utilizes the intermediate yellow grade technique. Rock Explosion Slash, various information emerged on the system panel. Cheng Xing steeled his resolve, deciding to put an end to these grievances once and for all. From now on, he would strive to act discreetly, avoiding unnecessary entanglements, and focusing on his own development. Let them fight. Once they're finished, I'll make my move. Cheng Xing smirked, blending back into the foliage. Now he merely needed to bide his time, waiting for the fire bear to exhaust its energy, ready to reap the rewards once the struggle concluded. Even with a fighter overseeing the battle, taking down this second-tier magical beast was no simple task. With the assistance of Mu Li and the other fighters, Mu Shi exerted all his efforts, spending over an hour before finally subduing the fire bear, listening to the cheers of the wolf-head mercenaries. Cheng Xing's lips curled into an enigmatic smile that he leaped forth, his foot lightly touching the damp grass without making a sound. The hunting experience during this time had allowed him to grow rapidly, and the thought of finally understanding this enmity filled him with uncontainable excitement. Mu Li, the deputy team leader, is truly impressive. With so many people, it took them this long to defeat the magical beast. Truly worthy of the wolf-head mercenary group, always opting for group battles over one-on-one confrontations. Cheng Xing's face radiated with a confident smile as he stood tall, appearing before the crowd with an air of assuredness. He spoke at a measured pace, his hands rhythmically clapping, while the applause around him was an ambiguous blend of congratulations and farewells. Chapter 25. Fierce Battle with Mu Shi upon encountering the suddenly appearing youth. Mu Shi, the leader of the wolf-head mercenary group, merely fixed his gaze intently on him, not overly concerned. After all, they were numerous and had frequently encountered lone individuals seeking to join their ranks in hopes of safely traversing the monster beast mountain range. Thus, he had little reaction to Cheng Xing's arrival. However, Mu Li, who recognized Cheng Xing, felt his face flush with a deep hue akin to that of a liver, trembling uncontrollably, his pupils dilating as he stammered. Cheng Xing, the formidable Do Wang, capable of transforming into wings. The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd that it was well known that within the borders of the Gamma Empire, a Do Wang's prowess could secure a place among the top 10 strongest. Each a formidable force in their own right, supported by powerful families. Yet how could this seemingly naive youth, dressed in plain attire and covered in grime, possibly be a Do Wang-level warrior, upon witnessing his son's bizarre demeanor? Mu Shi recalled a report from over half a month ago. When Mu Li had mentioned encountering a Do Wang at the time, he had dismissed it as a jest, not taking it seriously. Mu Li, what nonsense are you spouting? Mu Shi's voice, thick with Do Qi, resonated, forcibly calming Mu Li's frayed nerves. With a pale expression, Mu Li anxiously replied, Father, he is the one who slaughtered over 10 of us and seized the core of the withered bone ape. I thought you were speaking of a powerful foe, yet it turns out to be just a naive brat. Mu Shi scoffed, dismissing Cheng Xing from the corpses of his fallen comrades. He could discern that the assailant could not possibly possess Do Wang's strength. He was merely a Do Shi. I presume that flying contraption of yours must be quite valuable. Mu Shi mused, showcasing the shrewdness of a seasoned veteran, that if someone so young had indeed become a Do Wang, then they might as well buy a block of tofu to end their lives. Seeing Cheng Xing approach without a word, Mu Shi simply waved his hand, and the members of the wolf-head mercenary group skillfully formed a circle. Surrounding Cheng Xing, observing the familiar formation, Cheng Xing smiled and halted. Addressing Mu Li, you truly live up to the name of the wolf-head mercenary group. Your wolf pack tactics are executed flawlessly. You brat, if you hand over your treasures today, I might consider granting you a whole corpse, Mushi declared with arms crossed, speaking disdainfully. Blame your blindness for provoking the wolf-head mercenary group. You should inquire about my strength in Qingshan Town. Chengxing, amused by Mu Shi's self-aggrandizement, couldn't help but laugh and retorted, "Oh, what level of strength can a mercenary group without even a grando sure possibly possess? You seek death." Hearing Chengxing's mockery, He Ming, filled with rage, charged forward. Faced with the attack of an 8-star Dosher, Chengxing remained unperturbed. He curved his palms slightly, gathering strength in his legs, and after a brief moment, unleashed a powerful thrust towards He Ming. This fool is truly oblivious. The third commander possesses such formidable physical strength, yet dares to engage in a brawl. He must be seeking death. Let us merely enjoy the spectacle. The onlookers thought, smirking at Chengxing's decision to confront He Ming, that He Ming's fists, enveloped in a pale white douqi, plummeted towards Chengxing, his massive fists creating a terrifying wind pressure that magnified in Chengxing's eyes. In response to the 8-star Dosher strike, Chengxing swiftly gathered his silver-white douqi in his palm, forming a slender beam of light in the blink of an eye. Under the guidance of his meridians, the light shot forth, colliding with He Ming's fist. The speed of this light was so rapid that He Ming barely had time to comprehend it before his form staggered, desperately adjusting his stance to regain balance. "Why don't you dare to take it?" He Ming taunted, his gaze filled with disdain. Yet, the spectators watching the confrontation had pupils that shrank to pinpricks. The once lush green grass was now stained with a pool of fresh blood, droplets hanging from the distant leaves, while a robust, yellowing arm lay peacefully on the ground nearby, in a single blow. He Ming's arm had been severed, just as He Ming charged at Chengxing, enveloping his fist in douqi. Chengxing, with keen perception, seized an opening that he lunged forward, his hand curving at an unusual angle. Releasing a lightning bolt that struck He Ming's forearm joint, the charred muscle emitted a foul odor as the adrenaline faded, pain surging forth that He Ming stared in horror at his severed arm lying on the grass, his eyes wide with dread, before a wail of anguish echoed through the clearing. "You little brat, I will skin you alive today." The excruciating pain caused beads of sweat to pour from He Ming's forehead. His eyes reddened and bloodshot, glaring furiously at Chengxing. Mushi inhaled sharply. Fully aware of He Ming's physical prowess, he had previously held an advantage against a 9-star Dosher, yet after just one exchange with Chengxing, He Ming found himself disarmed. This youth possessed terrifying strength. He must be eliminated today. He Ming, retreat. Mushi commanded gravely. Mu Li, Tai Shi, come with me. Under the leader's directive, the eager members of the Wolf-Head mercenary group dragged He Ming away. Mu Li, Mu Shi, and Tai Shi formed a straight line, blocking Chengxing's path. "You brat, it seems you possess quite a treasure. That previous Do technique must at least be of the low-level Xian rank." Mu Shi remarked, greed evident in his eyes as douqi began to coalesce around his body, forming a robe. Chengxing observed impassively as the mercenaries carried He Ming away, then turned his gaze to Mu Shi, who had now manifested his douqi robe. The douqi robe, a hallmark of Dosher warriors, not only enhanced its wearer's defenses, attacks, and speed, but also facilitated the rapid absorption of external douqi energy, replenishing the user's depleted reserves. Thus, nearly every Dosher warrior would strive to form their douqi robe before battle. It was this distinction that separated Dosher from Doja. As Mushi's attributes visibly improved, a hint of seriousness crept onto Chengxing's face. Regardless, he was still merely a 7-star Doja. Facing a genuine Dosher required utmost caution. That I know what you're thinking. If you have the ability, try to keep me here. If not, you shall all perish today, Chengxing declared, his palms pressed together at his chest, silver arcs of electricity crackling across his body as he prepared to unleash his assault. With a shout, Mushi lunged forward, his spear cutting through the air with a sharp whistle towards Chengxing wind soaring step. Mushi commanded, his toes barely grazing the ground as douqi surged forth. His figure resembling a leaf caught in a tempest, seemingly erratic, yet his trajectory was unmistakably aimed at Chengxing. As Changxing pushed back with force, he propelled himself off the ground, creating a series of explosive sounds beneath his feet. In the midst of Changxing's retreat, Mushi relentlessly pursued, his spear extending as if yearning to pierce Changxing's throat. Driven by his immense dou qi, Mushi closed the distance to Changxing. His wrist twisting as the spear danced through the air, its tip aimed at Changxing's throat from an unorthodox angle. Faced with this ferocious onslaught, Changxing swiftly redirected his silver dou qi to his palms, a white radiance emerging as he forcefully blocked the spear's tip. Each clash between the spear and his delicate hands left deep impressions in the grass. Chapter 26. Slaying the two-star Dou Shi, the hand enveloped by the Xianyun flowing light shield demonstrated such strength that it could withstand the spear's impact. As Mushi unleashed a torrent of relentless attacks, Changxing began to find it increasingly challenging to cope. Each encounter with the spear left a faint mark, and to secure victory, he either needed to create distance or seize the weapon for a decisive strike. Seeing Changxing thoroughly overwhelmed, Mushi couldn't help but revel in his advantage. Changxing, if you beg for mercy now, I might spare you further suffering. Otherwise, you shall be reduced to nothing but bones. Having spoken, the force wielded by Mushi's spear intensified, producing a deeper sound barrier in the air. The brilliance emanating from his palm nearly dissipated after several impacts, and his originally fair hand was now reddened from the shock. Just before the light vanished, Changxing hastily summoned the fighting energy within him, enhancing it with the attribute of lightning through his cultivation technique. As the spear tip lunged toward him, he deftly evaded its point, allowing the forward momentum to surge up the smooth shaft of the spear. Ziz! The fighting energy coursed through the refined iron spear towards Mushi, and despite the protective enhancement of the fighting energy garment, the lightning-fast speed left Mushi no time to react, and Changxing's lightning-infused fighting energy surged into his body. Startled by the sudden jolt of electricity, Mushi instinctively released the spear, and Changxing seized the opportunity to snatch it away. Father, upon witnessing the refined iron spear change hands, Mu Li, his face flushed with urgency to save his father, quickly snatched a spear from a rear-guard mercenary. Charging into the fray, whirlwind thrust, Mu Li spun his spear with vigor, letting out a low, thunderous shout. The spear's tip was instantly enveloped by a faint wind attribute fighting energy, and as it sliced through the air, the surrounding atmosphere seemed to tear apart. As the spear surged forward, it abruptly halted, unleashing a piercing wind that hurtled toward Changxing with the release of the wind vortex. Mu Li's breath quickly waned. This was his most powerful strike, intended to suppress Changxing once more. If he could do so, the numerical advantage would ensure Changxing's eventual defeat. As Changxing was propelled backward, he redirected the spear's point upward, condensing his fighting energy, transforming the originally darkened, refined iron spear into a brilliant silver hue. Infusing the spear with abundant fighting energy, he hurled it toward the oncoming massive wind vortex, accompanied by a violent fluctuation of fighting energy. The silver spear, crackling with arcs of electricity, produced a sound that threatened to shatter eardrums. Under the gaze of onlookers, it collided with the wind vortex, shattering it into pieces and sending a powerful gust that squinted the eyes of those nearby. After breaking the wind vortex, the silver spear quickly reverted to its original dark hue. Without the support of fighting energy, it still flew through the air in an arc, aiming directly at Mu Li. Having exhausted his fighting energy, Mu Li could no longer muster the strength to resist the spear's assault. Puffed! A resounding impact echoed as the spear struck Mu Li's body with immense force, sending him flying several meters back until the crimson tip pinned him firmly against a tree, shaking the leaves to the ground. Mu Li's terrified eyes remained fixated ahead, blood gushing from his mouth. His arm attempting to raise in a futile expression, but as the light faded from his gaze, his head drooped along with it. Son! At this moment, Mushi, too distraught to dispel the paralyzing lightning energy coursing through him, gazed at Mu Li with eyes filled with sorrow and rage, unleashing a desperate and wrathful roar. You wretched boy! Today, I shall surely slay you! Fury etched across Mushi's face, having had his weapon taken and his only son slain by this fighter. He lost all reason, glaring venomously at Changxing gazed at the dwindling supply of recuperation pills within his backpack, a wave of concern washing over him, he mused to himself. Though the members of the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps have been dealt with, returning to Qingshan Town should pose no difficulties. However, as I am about to venture deeper into the Beast Mountain range, making a swift return is rather inconvenient. While it is certain that the materials needed for the recuperation pills can be found within the Beast Mountain range, the absence of clear guidance renders the task akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Contemplating this, Changxing felt an increasing sense of vexation. With fewer than 10 recuperation pills remaining in his backpack, he was left with no choice but to abandon the idea of delving deeper into the Beast Mountain range. Opting instead to return to Qingshan Town for resupply and reconsider his plans. I still have 2 pieces of information regarding rare treasures that I have yet to check. Changxing stared at the screen for a considerable time. Finally recalling the incessant blinking red dot that he tapped the pulsating red dot on the screen, and 2 encrypted messages materialized before him. Greetings, host. Welcome to view the information on celestial treasures. This message will provide you with the location of the nearest celestial treasure and the method for its retrieval. If fortune smiles upon you, there is a chance to trigger a retrieval bonus. Complete the task to receive corresponding rewards or items directly. After reading the prompt, Changxing hesitated for a moment before clicking on the first message. Ding! Announcing the celestial treasure. Ice Spirit Spring. The Ice Spirit Spring, found in regions of extreme cold or heat, can withstand high temperatures and enhance the innate ice abilities of ice attribute fighters. The preservation conditions are exceptionally rigorous. Ice Spirit Spring. Upon reading the first 4 characters of the message, Changxing felt a surge of excitement. This was one of the essential materials needed to obtain the exotic fire. The second material was the Blood Bodhi Pill, a 5th-grade elixir that he was not yet capable of refining. However, the Ice Spirit Spring might be within his grasp. Taking a deep breath to quell his excitement, he continued reading the message. Proceed northeast for 100 miles, where a towering snow-capped mountain stands, its peak perpetually cloaked in snow, accessible only to the extraordinary. At the summit lies a pool, eternally frozen. The Ice Spirit Spring shall manifest at the bottom of this pool in a month and a half. Please collect it in a timely manner. As he finished reading, the information transformed into a stream of light and entered Changxing's right arm, subsequently revealing a map in his palm, with 2 glowing points marking the starting and ending locations. Congratulations, host! You have received a task bonus. Do Huang Strength Experience Card 7 days. X1. Experience Card 7 days. X1. 100 high-grade pure white J bottles. The rewards issued by the system appeared directly in his backpack. Yet Changxing could not summon joy at such bountiful rewards, for he realized, upon examining the map, that this towering snow mountain lay deep within the Beast Mountain range, encroaching upon the territory of the 4 formidable beasts of the East. Relying solely on the experience card of Do Huang's strength might not guarantee his safe return. Recalling the excruciating pain he endured while attempting to subdue the celestial thunder previously, he felt a shiver run down his spine. If the thunder had been so formidable, then the even more tyrannical would likely incinerate him before he could even approach it, without the protection of the Ice Spirit Spring. Changxing contemplated the items within his backpack for a long while. He then closed the system panel, observing a large magical beast chasing after a low-tier bird in the sky, in the Duki continent. The cycle of life and death played out every moment. If he did not fortify his strength, he would eventually become a target for others. Now that an opportunity lay before him, would he dare to seize it? Damn it, if I die, then so be it. I want to see what a 6th-tier magical beast is capable of. Changxing gritted his teeth, cursing as he spoke, the eastern terminus of the Beast Mountain range. Several figures soared swiftly through the sky, their sonic booms shaking the low-tier magical beasts lurking beneath the sand to death. Why have we been summoned back so urgently? A woman inquired, her brow furrowed. It is said that our king has discovered a lead on that entity, and we are now 1 step closer to success, replied a man accompanying her, his rugged voice tinged with tenderness. Upon hearing about the entity, the woman's flying speed noticeably halted, and her Duki surged, propelling her to maximum velocity. That entity is beyond our reach. Any misstep could lead to our demise. Indeed, That is why we were hastily summoned back. We have heard that within a certain snow mountain lies a celestial treasure capable of diminishing its power, and we may be tasked with retrieving it. For the king, I shall do whatever it takes." The woman's resolute voice echoed, as the two figures transformed into streaks of light, racing deeper into the desert. Chengxing withdrew his dagger from a magical beast, observing its charred body. The luminous point in his hand remained bright beneath the bloodstains. The 100-mile journey was not something he could traverse solely on the wings of his purple cloud. He had to hunt magical beasts along the way, hoping to ascend to the Doshur level. After all, he had over a month until the Ice Spirit Spring would appear. Unbeknownst to him, he was not the only one with his sights set on the Ice Spirit Spring. Chapter 28. Preparations before the treasure hunt, as the saying goes. A mountain may run a horse to death. In this vast forest, Chengxing could only rely on the small map in his palm to ascertain his direction, occasionally using his purple cloud wings to soar to the treetops and then glide at low altitude for a while. The deeper he ventured into the mountain range, the more ferocious the magical beasts became. The creatures capable of surviving within the Beast Mountain range were predominantly 3rd tier or higher. Once they reached the 3rd tier, magical beasts began to develop intelligence. Unlike the incessant howls of beasts outside the mountains, the interior was eerily silent, often devoid of sound for long stretches. In the stillness of the forest, a 1st-tier black-tailed snake slithered cautiously, its scarlet tongue flicking in and out, vigilantly gathering information from the underbrush, its robust and elongated body imbued with formidable strength. After traversing a short distance, the black-tailed snake spotted a shadowy rabbit feasting on tender roots. Just as it coiled its body to strike, 2 beams of light shot down from the treetops, and before the 2 first-tier magical beasts could emit a cry, their bodies were scorched black. Devoid of life, the source of this attack was none other than Chengxing, who had been navigating through the mountains. Leaping down, he skillfully opened the creatures' bodies to search for magical cores, finding only a single core. Chengxing expressed his frustration. The further in I go, the rarer 1st-tier magical beasts become. If I continue this way, I'll be stuck with these stone eggs. The 2nd-tier beasts are notably more formidable than those outside, making them tougher to deal with at this rate. When will I ever ascend to Doshur? After weeks of travel and hunting magical beasts, Chengxing had significantly strengthened his physique, exuding a bloody aura. He had slain over 100 magical beasts on his journey, storing the still bloody magical core in his bag. He glanced at the mere 60 cores remaining, sighing helplessly. The energy provided by these 1st-tier magical cores is dwindling. Some barely offer as much as a day's worth of my cultivation. Seems I truly need to seek out 2nd-tier magical beasts. Glancing at the map in his palm, he noticed the distance between the 2 glowing points had significantly decreased. Throughout this journey, he had encountered no mercenary groups or humans gathering herbs, indicating that he had indeed entered the heart of the Beast Mountain range. He retrieved a small vial from his bag and evenly sprinkled the powder inside onto his clothes, particularly his shoes. Though he had concocted this powder himself, its effectiveness in concealing his aura was surprisingly good, allowing him to evade many magical beast detection and sparing him from considerable trouble. He moved slowly through the dense forest, feeling the weight of the oppressive atmosphere. Chengxing realized he was merely an 8-star Doshur, already deep within the Beast Mountain range. If he ventured further, he would be surrounded by 3rd-tier magical beasts. Crossing 2 tiers would make fleeing exceedingly arduous. I can't continue like this. I need to reach Doshur first. Glancing up at the dim sky, Chengxing furrowed his brow, halting his progress to seek a safe haven for the night. Utilizing his exceptional soul perception, he discovered a small cave not far off on the cliffside. He summoned his Ziyun wings to ascend and investigate, and upon confirming that the cave had long been abandoned, devoid of any recent traces of magical beasts, he felt at ease to enter. Over the past fortnight, aside from traveling, Chengxing had relied on the system and managed to gather a considerable amount of medicinal herbs, allowing him to concoct a few elixirs, the most plentiful being the Qi recovery pill. With these, venturing deeper into the magical beast mountains would be significantly safer. In addition to these pills, he had also crafted various other medicinal powders, including those capable of masking human presence. After organizing all the herbs for the Qi recovery pill and setting the quantities for refining on the interface, Cheng Xing began his multitasking operation. He promptly took out a bag of magic cores and commenced absorbing the energy contained within. Just a week prior, he had advanced to an 8-star fighter, yet after continuous hunts of magical beasts each day, the fighting energy within him remained stable and unyielding. The energy he absorbed was exceptionally pure, and coupled with the powerful filtering effect of his cultivation method, Cheng Xing was able to avoid forcibly suppressing his advancement speed. As night descended, the cave was shrouded in darkness, with only a faint glow emanating from Cheng Xing's position. The processes of refining the elixirs and absorbing the magic cores were time-consuming, as the energy from the magic cores began to be refined by the system. The surrounding energies surged rapidly. Cheng Xing ran his cultivation method, allowing the worldly energy coursing through his meridians to gradually be purified into pure fighting energy. Once it merged with the energy tide provided by the system, he could voraciously devour this immense reservoir of pure energy. Outside the cave, as the cyclone within Cheng Xing spun at high speed, the suction emanating from his body grew increasingly formidable. Ultimately, the originally sparse and colorful energies of the environment coalesced into a lustrous circular energy ring surrounding him. Magical beasts possess an acute sensitivity to worldly energies, and Cheng Xing's commotion did not escape their notice. Many magical beasts began to stir in the night, but upon realizing the source was on the cliff, they could only retreat in frustration, leaving behind their agitated howls. For several consecutive days, Cheng Xing reveled in the euphoric sensation of absorbing pure energy. Under the influence of such abundant pure energy, changes began to manifest within him. His meridians and bones grew increasingly resilient. Although his body had developed some resistance to the energy of first-tier magic cores, the onslaught of energy caused the cyclone within him to undergo remarkable transformations. As the final magic core's energy was absorbed, the cyclone began to expand and rotate in reverse. And no matter how Cheng Xing tried to suppress it, he could not curb this momentum. Damn it! What is happening? At this rate, the cyclone will collapse. Cheng Xing anxiously observed the cyclone's transformation. Fortunately, the reverse rotation did not inflict any harm. Instead, it scattered the previously absorbed pure energy throughout his body in a liquid form. This compressed pure energy, after being flung to various corners by the cyclone, was swiftly absorbed by his body, merging with and enhancing his meridians, bones, and flesh. Even with his eyes closed, Cheng Xing could feel his body subtly expanding, his muscles silently growing larger and more robust. Sensing the burgeoning strength within, he released the tension in his heart, allowing the cyclone to take its course. After continuous nourishment for over half an hour, the pure energy within the cyclone gradually diminished, and its rotation slowed before finally coming to a halt. The surrounding worldly energy began to dissipate. Sitting cross-legged within the cave, Cheng Xing suddenly opened his eyes, releasing a powerful aura several times stronger than days prior. The speed of energy circulation in his bones and meridians accelerated dramatically, transforming the formerly gaseous energy into fine streams that, after passing through his cultivation method, morphed into silvery rivers, rushing forth like thunder. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have advanced to the rank of fighter. Based on your rate of ascension, the system has granted you the following rewards: Earth Tier Low-Level Fighting Technique, Dragon Dance. Cloud Avoidance Technique, Earth Tier Low-Level Fighting Technique. Frost Shattering All Methods. Listening to the system's announcement, Cheng Xing gradually rose, the surging fighting energy within him providing a sense of security. The rewards are all low-level Earth Tier techniques. Cheng Xing pondered, gazing at the newly acquired fighting techniques in his backpack with curiosity. Previously, low-tier Earth techniques were unattainable. I wonder if I can utilize them now that I become a fighter. He then tentatively dragged one of the techniques into the refining area. Detecting that the fighting technique is learnable, would you like to proceed with learning and refining? Indeed, upon reaching the fighter level, he could now learn the Earth Tier techniques. Upon receiving this information, a joyful smile spread across Cheng Xing's face, as he now had several Earth Tier techniques at his disposal, providing him with additional security for the future. Chapter 29, Earth Tier Fighting Techniques, Part 1. Now that he could learn Earth Tier fighting techniques, Chengxing wasted no time. Entering the magical Beast Mountains, relying solely on the mysterious tier techniques, would make it difficult to ensure his safety. He needed to refine several Earth tier techniques to be prepared for any eventuality. He casually tossed the 2 recently acquired Earth tier techniques into the refining area to begin the learning process. Earth tier low-level fighting technique, Dragon Dance, Cloud Avoidance Technique. This technique focuses on agility and movement, akin to the dragon, which can traverse waters and soar through the clouds. The wind follows the tiger, while the clouds follow the dragon. The dragon often uses clouds to conceal its form. Once mastered, one moves as effortlessly as a dragon escaping confinement, rendering all things in the world incapable of restraining them. The introduction of the technique unfolded before his eyes. A quaint scroll revealing strange patterns enveloping a golden dragon, soaring amidst the heavens. The clouds above suddenly crackled with thunder and lightning, yet the golden dragon showed no fear, swiftly evading the dense storm with an uncanny grace. Each time a bolt of lightning nearly struck, the dragon would deftly dodge it. Chengxing was entranced, marveling at the intricacies of this technique. As the golden dragon broke free from the storm, its body glimmered under the sun, lifting its head to gaze at Chengxing outside the scroll. With a resounding roar that echoed through the skies, Chengxing was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, a beam of golden light flashed from the scroll, entering Chengxing's forehead. Upon the golden light entering his body, he felt no discomfort. Rather, the awe-inspiring resonance of the dragon's roar soothed his spirit. A warm sensation spread from his forehead throughout his body. And soon, a torrent of information surged into his mind. Chengxing promptly sat cross-legged, meticulously absorbing the knowledge flooding his thoughts. After a while, his tightly shut eyes sprang open, his gaze shimmering with brilliance. A subtle golden hue began to appear on the surface of his skin, and the previously arid ground beneath him began emanating wisps of vapor. As the vapor gathered, a small cloud materialized. Lifting Chengxing's body from head to toe, an indescribable sense of comfort coursed through him, prompting him to suppress a joyful moan. This sensation was indescribably exhilarating. Following the emergence of the golden light, Chengxing felt his body become remarkably light. Even the bones resonated with the sound of rushing wind. Yet every cell within his muscles brimmed with power, and the fighting energy around him flowed in sync with his movements. With a mere thought, Chengxing's previously seated body was suddenly swept up in a gust of wind, accompanied by a sharp, piercing whistle, propelling him out of the cave at astonishing speed, faster than even his Ziyun wings. The abrupt shift startled him. He had merely wished to test the technique, yet in an instant he had traversed several dozen meters. Looking down at the forest below, the once mighty trees now appeared minuscule. As he soared through the air, he glanced back at the cave nestled in the cliffside, and then his body began to plummet rapidly. Without the inertia to guide him, he descended like a bird stripped of its wings. Heading straight for the forest below, a cold sweat broke out on Chengxing as he watched the ground rush closer. He quickly activated his fighting energy, unleashing his Ziyun wings to glide gracefully for a moment, stabilizing his form before maneuvering back to the cave. My heavens, this technique is terrifying. Standing at the cave's entrance, Chengxing gazed apprehensively at the vast sky before him. This agility technique speed was astonishing, allowing one to hover briefly in mid-air. With mastery, one could achieve low-altitude flight without reliance on the Ziyun wings, a feat typically reserved for those at the spirit fighter level. Moreover, after utilizing the Ziyun wings for flight, should one encounter a formidable foe, abruptly cutting off the Ziyun wings and employing this movement technique could yield unexpected results. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully learned the Dragon Dance Cloud Avoidance Technique. Please practice diligently. Ignoring the system's notification, Chengxing immediately moved on to the next technique, frost shattering all methods. It doesn't sound particularly impressive. Murmuring quietly to himself, he did not dwell on it for long, reassured by the plethora of combat techniques he had acquired from the venerable Master Yao, most of which he had yet to peruse. That, if all else failed, he would certainly embark on a search. He was confident he would discover something satisfactory. Yes, a flash of white light flickered across the interface. A bundle of pristine white scrolls, bound together by a deep blue cord, appeared before him. Upon unrolling the scroll, a chilling aura seeped forth, numbing Chengxing's features. Could this scroll truly exert influence over the external world? Was this the terrifying nature of Earth-tier combat techniques? As the coldness enveloped him, Chengxing found his breath freezing in a mist, even rendering his eyes dry and parched. The technique, Ling Shuang Wan Fa. An Earth-tier, low-level combat skill, promised to bestow practitioners with methods to harness ice and water attributes, thereby enhancing their understanding and mastery of such elements. This sacred art had been passed down by predecessors, refined and improved upon, with numerous profound intricacies. Practitioners must not be hasty, for the mastery of ice requires diligent effort over time. Frost flowers crystallized across the interface, and the biting cold compelled Chengxing to sneeze repeatedly, his body trembling uncontrollably. Within the scroll, a vast icy lake began to crack and thaw with a series of shattering sounds, the ice melting away and the temperature dropping further still, unable to withstand such frigid conditions. Chengxing hastily summoned his fighting spirit, enveloping himself in layers of energy attire, a desperate yet effective barrier against the encroaching chill. Suspended above the lake's surface was a man clad in white, his garments undisturbed by the gentle breeze, his strikingly handsome face adorned with a hint of enigmatic smile. Those fortunate enough, observe closely as I demonstrate. He beckoned, with a mere wave of his hand. Torrents of energy surged from the heavens, converging upon him, and in an instant, the formerly frigid lake transformed into a scene of spring-like warmth. Though the temperature had ceased its chilling grip, Chengxing remained oblivious. For within his perception, he witnessed the coldness from the scroll being absorbed into the white-clad figure, a feat of such rapid efficiency that even a celestial-tier technique could not replicate it. It was as if the very essence of winter bowed to his mastery. With another flourish of his sleeve, the once tranquil lake's surface became shrouded in mist, a haze rapidly expanding outward. The white-robed sage waved his hand once more, and the dense fog coalesced into a sphere the size of a fist, exuding a terrifying aura. Go, he commanded, and the sphere shot into the sky, accompanied by a thunderous sound, leading to a torrential downpour of raindrops, their density increasing with alarming rapidity. The previously serene gaze of the white-clad sage transformed into one of fierce intensity, as each raindrop became a lethal projectile, piercing the earth below like myriad daggers. As Chengxing observed the deluge of attacks, a sudden chill enveloped him. Each droplet bore a horrifying lethality, amplified by the energy of the universe, effortlessly manipulated by the white-robed sage. Such mastery was truly fearsome. With another command, the torrential rain ceased, leaving behind a landscape of ice pillars, the ground, sky, and clouds all ensnared by an overwhelming chill that penetrated to the marrow, exuding a palpable aura of slaughter. Chengxing stood aghast at the sheer power of manipulation displayed, while the sage merely chuckled, restoring the scroll's world to a state of tranquility. This truly Ling Shuang Wan Fa? Chengxing pondered. Awestruck by the profound control exhibited, a mere parlor trick, the sage replied with a smile, before gradually fading away, leaving behind a solitary, cold droplet of water. Chengxing realized that within this droplet resided the entirety of the Ling Shuang Wan Fa's techniques and instinctively reached out to grasp it. As his hand approached, the droplet began to swell, instantly transforming into a colossal bubble that enveloped Chengxing, subsequently solidifying into a massive ice sphere, marking the commencement of his study of Ling Shuang Wan Fa. Chapter 30, Earth-tier Combat Techniques, Part 2. Unlike other combat techniques, the mastery of Ling Shuang Wan Fa relied solely on personal comprehension. Encased within the ice sphere, Chengxing found his breath becoming increasingly shallow. Yet the energies of the universe gradually permeated through his skin, muscles, and bones, facilitated by the mysterious patterns etched upon the sphere's surface. In contrast to being trapped within the ice sphere, Chengxing's spiritual awareness transported him to the bank of a lake, strikingly reminiscent of the location where he had encountered the enigmatic white-robed sage. This intended to be an experience for me, he mused, observing the stark whiteness of the landscape, where icicles dangled from the trees. and the biting wind stung his face. Where am I? How did I end up here? I should be in the cave, Chang Xing thought, summoning his energy attire to shield himself from the skin-piercing cold. This is a training space for combat techniques. You must complete your training here before your consciousness can return to your physical form. A voice echoed from above. Chang Xing looked up but saw no trace of the white-robed figure. As he surveyed his surroundings, he paused momentarily, then respectfully bowed several times, saying, "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your guidance. May I dare to ask you a question?" "What question?" "Speak freely," came the reply. "When you practiced this technique, how long did it take you to master it?" Chang Xing inquired. Merely half a year." The sage responded with a calm tone, yet pride was evident in his voice. "However, young friend, mastering this technique is no easy feat. Taking a year or more is entirely normal. Do not be impatient." Chang Xing did not argue, but instead, his expression shifted slightly, and he sighed. "I recently learned that I must retrieve the Ice Spirit Cold Spring from High Mountain within a month. It seems I may miss this opportunity. Fear not. Time flows differently here. When I began my training, half a year equated to merely 1 month in the outside world, but it all depends on your own abilities. Furthermore, within this space, your fighting spirit will remain at the level of a 3-star Do Huang, and your energy will be inexhaustible. Young friend, rest assured and train boldly." The sage encouraged. Upon hearing this, Chang Xing eagerly replied, "I shall strive diligently in my training. I'm grateful for your guidance." After spending half a day acclimatizing to the cold environment, he began to convert his energy into the ice attribute, attempting to freeze the surface of the vast lake. The lake was several thousand zhong wide and unfathomably deep, revealing only a glimpse of deep blue at its center. Even with the strength of a Do Huang, freezing the entire surface into thick ice was no small feat. Once, twice, thrice for times. After numerous failed attempts, a voice resonated in his ears, offering guidance on intricate details, enabling Chang Xing to make rapid progress in the days that followed. Initially struggling to freeze the lake's surface, he soon mastered the technique, able to freeze the water with a mere wave of his hand while ensuring the ice would support his weight. As Chang Xing's control over the ice improved, the ice sphere became crystalline, slowly beginning to melt. "Ice seal," he shouted as energy surged within him. Placing his palm on the gently rippling lake, he unleashed a powerful cry, summoning ice attribute energy to his hand. In mere moments, the entire lake froze solid, the surface still revealing the remnants of previously swirling waves. Gazing upon the fruits of his labor after days of diligent practice, Chang Xing felt a swell of satisfaction. He had finally grasped the secret to freezing water. As the lake became entirely encased in ice, the voice of the sage rang out. "Ah, young friend, your talent is extraordinary. In just a few months, you have accomplished what took me half a year. With continued practice, your potential is boundless." As the elder's voice faded, the scenery before Chang Xing began to blur, and in a whirl of dizziness, he awoke back in the cave. He expelled the cold, murky breath from his lungs, discovering it contained numerous black ice crystals, likely impurities accumulated during his training. After a prolonged period of inactivity, as he moved, his bones crackled and popped, echoing throughout the cave. "I wonder how much time has passed. I still have a long journey ahead, but I mustn't be late," he murmured to himself while stretching. He then activated the system panel to check the status of the precious materials. Finding the message, 10 days remain until the Ice Spirit Cold Spring appears. Chang Xing sighed in relief. He had unknowingly spent a full 20 days mastering Ling Shuang Wan Fa. While pleased with his progress, he realized he was still over 100 miles from the mountain housing the Ice Spirit Cold Spring. The path ahead would lead through the Monster Beast mountain range, where flying would inevitably draw the attention of nearby beasts. However, he still possessed a Do Huang experience card. With this thought, his initial anxiety began to dissipate. "It's no problem. If needed, I can simply become a Do Huang in the remaining days and fly straight there." He mused, gazing at the sky outside the cave, that I wonder if the Ice Spirit Cold Spring is guarded by any beasts. If so, I may have to engage in battle. With the enhancement of these two combat techniques, coupled with the experience of cultivating formidable fighting energy at the Do Huang level, and armed with several advanced Xian tier combat skills, Chang Xing possesses ample confidence to secure the Ice Spirit Spring. Furthermore, it is imperative for him to obtain this spring. On one hand, it serves as preparation for capturing and on the other hand, for those who cultivate ice attribute fighting energy, the allure of the ice spirit spring is akin to that of for alchemists. He can seamlessly transform into the ice attribute at any moment, as mentioned in the Ling Shuang Wan Fa. After all, these phenomena are manifestations of the terrifying powers naturally condensed by the heavens and earth. Until one possesses an undeniably formidable strength, human power appears infinitesimal before the energies of the cosmos. Having retrieved the Qi recovery pill refined by the system into his backpack, Changxing took a brief moment to recuperate before leaping down. The Ziyun wings unfurled abruptly from his back, propelling him swiftly towards the northeast under the radiant moonlight. However, from nightfall to the dawn of the sun, Changxing had only traversed a mere tenth of the distance, and his fighting energy was completely exhausted. It seems that with the strength of a dosher, reaching the destination directly through flight is exceedingly challenging. A more gradual approach is necessary. As Changxing navigated through the forest, he endeavored to avoid areas with active magical beasts. Now deep within the magical beast mountain range, there was a genuine possibility of encountering fourth-tier magical beasts, equivalent to human Do Ling-level experts. In the following days, Changxing tread cautiously through the dense woods, despite having a map for guidance. The terrain was intricate and convoluted, inevitably leading to some detours. However, as he drew nearer to his destination, the vegetation underwent a significant transformation, transitioning from lush, towering shrubs to sparse trees, eventually culminating in vast expanses of low-lying thickets. After parting the final thicket with his hands, a vibrant green meadow unfolded before his eyes, with a tiny white dot at the far end, the location where the ice spirit spring would manifest. After a prolonged journey, Changxing felt considerably fatigued and retreated to the thicket for rest. Uncertain of what might emerge from the seemingly endless meadow in 2 days, the ice spirit spring would appear, and traversing this meadow in that time should pose no significant issue. He would assess the situation and utilize the experience card then. Changxing glanced at his palm. The distance between the two small red dots had narrowed considerably, almost touching that on the other side of the towering mountains. At the horizon, several beams of light were racing like shooting stars. One beam emanating a palpable pressure that compelled the surrounding magical beasts to fall silent, allowing them to split the sky, creating a tempest that surged toward the towering peaks. Chapter 31. Soul-eating demon griffin. As the night descended, accompanied by thick, dark clouds, it prepared to plunge the land back into darkness. A cool evening breeze rustled through the shrubs as Changxing leaned against a sturdy trunk, his legs straddling a robust branch. Watching as the snow-capped mountains gradually faded from view, his thoughts slowly returning. Soon to leave the forest and enter the meadow. This would be his final night spent in the trees, yet an inexplicable sense of foreboding gripped his heart, sensing that something ominous awaited him. The path ahead appeared smooth, yet the vast meadow revealed no signs of magical beast activity, and the sounds of magical beasts were conspicuously scarce within the forest. Changxing murmured softly, his gaze unwavering as it pierced through the enveloping darkness ahead. Suddenly, amidst the pitch-black meadow, flickering lights began to rise, illuminating the previously desolate expanse. What is this? Will-o'-the-wisps, observing the vast amounts of ghostly blue flames swirling in the meadow. Dancing whimsically with the gentle breeze, they appeared almost as ethereal spirits. The system explained that magical beast phosphorescence can form after the demise of numerous magical beasts. If a multitude of magical beasts had perished here, then why were there no signs of their presence nearby? Typically, when magical beasts engage in battle, the fallen are consumed by the survivors. Such natural resources are never wasted. As Changxing pondered this, the more he contemplated, the more he felt the meadow ahead was peculiar. The phosphorescent glow cast an eerie light upon his face, making it seem unsettling. A chilling breeze swept from the woods towards the meadow, and as Changxing sat in the tree, this sudden gust sent a shiver down his spine, causing goosebumps to rise all over his body. When faced with unknown threats, a sense of panic always emerges, and Changxing was no exception. Although he possessed an unused Do Huang experience card, Who could say if a seventh-tier monstrous beast lurked in this expansive meadow? Yet, even if a formidable beast were present, it would require a hiding place. This meadow offered no cover, making it unlikely for a magical beast to establish a den here. Changxing glanced at the system panel where time was ticking away. The day after tomorrow marked the arrival of the Ice Spirit Spring, and he needed to adapt to the Ice attribute promptly. With that thought, his fighting energy swiftly transformed into the Ice attribute as he adjusted his breathing and closed his eyes, attuning himself to the sparse attribute energy in the air. Utilizing his keen soul perception, Changxing sensed the minute ice crystals forming in the shadowy corners of the ground due to the sudden drop in temperature, connecting these locations to receive feedback. However, as he extended his awareness further into the meadow, he encountered a sense of powerlessness, as if his soul's strength were being wholly consumed by the ground beneath him, rendering him incapable of gathering any information, no matter his efforts. After numerous attempts, Changxing's soul energy began to wane, forcing him to abandon his efforts. How could this be? Could the meadow truly isolate soul energy? Opening his eyes, he wore a complex expression and sighed, realizing this meadow was far from simple. Suddenly, a fierce gale swept across the dark night sky, causing the low trees to rustle violently. Changxing struggled to grasp the trunk, barely managing to stabilize himself. Yet, the motionless clouds above signaled this was a windless night. This wind was indeed peculiar, carrying an acrid stench. Changxing pinched his nose, enduring the foul odor wafting through the air. Despite the myriad of questions swirling in his mind, it was still dark, making movement unwise, so he resigned himself to waiting atop the tree until dawn. As he waited, the wind gradually intensified, dispersing the earlier foul odor. Replaced by a biting chill, this gust brushed against Changxing's face, igniting an unusual excitement within his fighting energy, as the cold wind contained the essence most beneficial for the ice attribute. The thick cloud cover robbed the sunlight of its penetrating power, casting a gray pall over the sky, while the meadow now resembled a turbulent lake, the wind carving shapes across its surface. This wind seemed to originate from beyond the mountains, bringing with it an intense chill. Changxing narrowed his eyes, gazing at the distant pea-sized white, pondering as the sun's rays were lost to the meadow. It grew increasingly eerie. A thin veil of fighting energy enveloped his body, shielding him against the encroaching cold. Although it was indeed chilly, the ice attribute fighting energy was exceptionally potent, and as he neared the mountains, this energy became even more vibrant, indicating that the Ice Spirit Spring was on the verge of appearing. Changxing popped a few chi recovery pills into his mouth, having no intention of utilizing the experience card. After all, cultivating his fighting energy through endurance was another form of training. As Changxing ventured deeper into the meadow, the once ankle-high grass now reached his knees. The previously firm ground had become surprisingly soft underfoot. Sensing this subtle change, he grew wary. The softness of the meadow prompted him to summon his soul energy for a closer inspection. But unexpectedly, the surrounding grass began to wrap around him, in Changxing's perception. As his soul energy radiated outward from his body, it was swiftly absorbed by the grass, which then surged toward him like sharks sensing blood, with his fighting energy on high alert for such sudden developments. Changxing swiftly infused his energy into his feet, propelling himself upwards, causing the soft earth to erupt beneath him. He launched into the air, activating the Ziyun wings to stabilize himself in the sky. Even with his quick reflexes, he witnessed the once soft grass turn razor-sharp in the blink of an eye. After a few interactions, the grass on both sides had been significantly severed, and the fallen blades vanished mysteriously before touching the ground. Observing this bizarre scene, Changxing felt a shiver run down his spine, for he had glimpsed a pile of white bones during the grass's movement. What in the world are these? Could these bones belong to the magical beast that once roamed this meadow? Changxing murmured, hastily activating the system for a scan at soul-eating demon grass. The system reported is a peculiar plant formed within the soul-eating demon griffin after it consumes blue demon grass, possessing the ability to devour souls. Only soul-eating demon griffins of 5th tier and above can produce seeds for the soul-eating demon grass, and cultivate them. High-tier, soul-eating demon griffins utilize this grass to assist in hunting other magical beasts. Should a soul-eating demon griffin perish, the soul-eating demon grass it cultivated will also vanish. As Chengxing absorbed the system's information, his expression paled in an instant. This vast meadow was, in essence, a farm for magical beasts. If such a sprawling expanse were under the dominion of a single magical beast, its power would undoubtedly exceed 5th tier, possibly reaching 6th or even 7th tier, as Chengxing was still reeling from shock. A piercing eagle's cry shattered the sound of the wind and exploded in his mind. Gazing at the swiftly darting black, traversing the clouds above, a single thought consumed Chengxing. Run. The soul-eating griffin, a pinnacle 5th-tier beast on the verge of ascending to the 6th tier, possesses an acute sensitivity to soul fluctuations, making it an exceedingly rare entity. Unlike other beasts, the soul-eating griffin prefers to dwell in groups, often acting in 3s or 5s. When one spots a soul-eating griffin, it is as if they have encountered a whole flock in an instant. The system captured this information and kindly began to relay details to Chengxing. Yet he had no time to ponder such matters. Instead, he swiftly retrieved his experience card, ever ready to activate it. This was a creature poised to become a 6th-tier beast, equivalent to a human emperor-level fighter. All he could do was hope that the beast had not yet detected his presence. Otherwise, this commotion would undoubtedly delay his journey significantly. Chengxing shut off his soul perception, quickly folded his purple cloud wings, and plunged toward the ground. Although this grassland was a breeding ground for magical beasts, even if it could sense him, locating him amidst the vast expanse of grass would not be a simple task. Such actions were undoubtedly a gamble, but what alternative did he have? This was merely a 5th-tier beast. It could not possibly cultivate such an extensive prairie, from the last thicket to the foot of the snow-capped mountain. There lay several dozen miles, certainly populated by other soul-eating griffins. Should a skirmish ensue, the support of its kin could lead to unpredictable outcomes. Chengxing's form resembled that of a soaring dragon, swiftly navigating the verdant waves of grass, deftly dodging the occasional gusts of soul-eating grass, his feet seemingly never touching the ground, as if he were gliding atop the grass waves. Meanwhile, the soul-eating griffin in the sky vanished from sight beneath the clouds. Chengxing continuously turned his gaze skyward, vigilant against the creature's potential dive. While keeping watch, he pressed onward toward the snow-capped mountains with renewed vigor, unperturbed by the increasingly fierce cold winds, maintaining his pace. Chapter 32. The Mysterious Woman Utilizing the Dragon-Swift Cloud-Evading Technique. Chengxing skimmed just above the ground, his speed hardly inferior to that of the purple cloud wings, though this technique did consume a considerable amount of fighting spirit. At this rate, his fighting spirit would not last long. The energy within him rapidly dwindled, and he swallowed the last of his replenishing pills, feeling his speed surge once more. The biting cold wind reddened his face, and his hands, long exposed to the fierce gusts, were numb with cold. Yet the ice attribute fighting spirit within him silently mended these injuries and absorbed the encroaching chill. As time elapsed, the once flat grassland began to undulate. The horizon now interrupted by several imposing rolling slopes in the dim twilight. These slopes loomed like great mountains, instilling a sense of dread. A piercing cry suppressed the howling winds, emanating a formidable aura that made Chengxing's hair stand on end. He halted, disregarding any instinct to hide. Crouching low, his eyes fixed warily on the sky, his grip tightening around the experience card, prepared to activate it at a moment's notice. Whoosh, the sound of wind tearing through the air crescendoed, then sharpened before fading away. Chengxing glimpsed a small black line racing through the clouds, hurtling toward the ground with astonishing speed, seemingly in pursuit of prey. How perilous! The oppressive aura emanating from the soon-to-be 6th-tier beast was terrifying. Chengxing gasped for breath, his body still tense, palms drenched in sweat. He hastily wiped the experience card and opened his system backpack, carefully placing it in an easily accessible spot. Seizing the moment while the biting wind paused, Chengxing leaned against the towering slope, taking a moment to appreciate the distant grassland swaying in the wind and the line of dense forest that now appeared as a dark green ribbon on the horizon. The mountains behind him seeming to waver in the gusts. How long will this strange wind continue to blow? Although the clouds above remained motionless, the wind persisted, carrying an icy chill. Changxing rubbed his reddened hands. The techniques within him silently transforming his fighting spirit from the frigid ice attribute to the warm fire attribute, finally granting him a modicum of warmth, despite the incongruity of the fire attribute amidst the surrounding cold. In this dire situation, what use was it to focus solely on cultivation? What good is relentless training if it costs him his life? Just as Changxing managed to catch his breath. A harrowing scream shattered the tranquility. The anguished cry startled him, conjuring a multitude of possibilities in his mind. He could not fathom why a human scream, especially a female one, would resonate in this desolate place. The eerie sound left him restless, prompting him to stand vigilantly and scan his surroundings. Everything appeared unchanged. The previously silent grassland was now only pierced by the faint sound of wind. Could it be that I misheard? Changxing scratched his head, brow furrowed, beginning to doubt his own judgment. In order to ascertain the truth, Changxing unfurled his purple cloud wings and soared up the slope, standing atop the lofty crest to survey the vast grass sea around him, where only the gentle breeze stirred, devoid of any further sounds. Phew, it seems I truly was mistaken. Changxing chuckled sheepishly, his shoulders relaxing, a flicker of ease in his gaze in such a desolate region. Encountering another person would indeed be a terrifying prospect. After all, who in their right mind would venture to a place like this? Resolving this thought only solidified his conviction, as he shook off the earlier hallucination from his mind. Bang! Just as Changxing exhaled a sigh of relief, preparing for a well-deserved rest, a violent surge of energy accompanied by a deafening explosion suddenly erupted in the distance, echoing like distant thunder. This was swiftly followed by a series of urgent, piercing eagle cries. Realizing that the powerful energy fluctuations carried a potent fighting spirit, Changxing's pupils contracted, thinking, so it was not merely a figment of my imagination. Are they targeting this soul-eating griffin? Hearing the urgent cries, Changxing felt parched. Having previously witnessed the terrifying pressure exerted by this beast, he understood that hunting a flying magical creature on this boundless grassland would be an exceptionally arduous task. In the shadowy sky, a brilliant white light suddenly appeared, followed by a violent wave of energy that swept through the area. Changxing, standing atop the slope, watched as this wave crushed the soul-eating grass. The residual force traveling far and wide, a testament to the ferocity of the battle. After a moment's hesitation, his purple cloud wings fluttered gently, and his body gradually ascended to meet the incoming shockwave. His eyes narrowing as he scrutinized the distance, striving to catch a glimpse of the combat unfolding as he rose higher. Changxing noticed a shift in the scene before him. There it was. With a swift flap of his wings, he darted toward the site of the conflict. This is a fifth-tier beast. If I can obtain its magical core, a mysterious smile crept across Changxing's lips. As the saying goes, one must rise early for profit. He would not engage in any losing ventures. From the earlier battle's aftermath, it was evident that the soul-eating griffin held the upper hand. If the combatant failed to slay the beast, he could reap the benefits. After soaring low for 5 or 6 minutes, Changxing neared the area of conflict, given the endless expanse of the grassland. He dared not venture too close, positioning himself where he could observe the combatants clearly. His gaze first fell upon the soul-eating griffin, flapping its massive wings as it hovered low in the air. This flying beast was colossal, its wingspan exceeding 10 yards, and each flap stirred the winds violently. Its body was a deep gray-black, yet beneath its bald head, a few strands of white feathers remained. That head alone was over a yard long, and its obsidian eyes could easily dwarf an adult human. Its curved, powerful beak loomed ominously against the dim sky, exuding an aura of death, while its claws, encased in thick scales, appeared clumsy, yet each swing produced a mournful wail as if the very air were being rent asunder. I could see this moment. Its once glossy gray-black feathers were now flecked with pristine white. Radiating an icy chill, the grass beneath had transformed from vibrant green to a stark white, standing out vividly in the sea of green on the ground. A woman clad in a flowing white gown stood proudly amidst the fierce winds. wielding a fan adorned with a vividly painted scene of a frozen snow kingdom. Her hair remained elegantly styled, unperturbed by the chaos of battle, save for a slight blush on her otherwise strikingly beautiful face. Compounded by a ghastly wound on her arm, it was difficult to reconcile her with the formidable strength of a Do Wong-level fighter. A flicker of concern crossed Chengxing's eyes as he concentrated his mind to glean information. The fifth-tier soul-eating beast was at a critical juncture in its ascension to the sixth tier, known for its volatile and savage temperament. During this phase, it required a copious supply of flesh, preferably from high-tier magical beasts or equally powerful humans. The mysterious woman was a 2-star Do Wong, possessing dual attributes of wind and snow. The battle now exhibits a decidedly one-sided trend, a formidable beast, akin to the pinnacle strength of a human Do Wong, effortlessly contends with a recently ascended 2-star Do Wong. Observing the enchanting beauty, her visage marred by blood, a surge of protective instinct welled up within Chengxing. After all, they were both human, and in such dire moments of life and death, it is only natural to feel compassion. Chapter 33. The frigid frozen lotus, the woman's aura was unstable, wavering perilously. It appeared she bore grave injuries. If the fighting continued, she might very well perish. Chengxing gazed at the lady in the flowing white gown from afar, a sigh escaping his lips, his tone laden with regret. Though the woman seemed to be at a disadvantage, she remained remarkably composed, unlike many who, when faced with the might of beasts, would falter under pressure and succumb to the overwhelming physical strength of their foes. Becoming mere delicacies, the mysterious woman clutched her horrifying wound on her left arm, where the stark whiteness of bone was faintly visible. In contrast, the soul-eating griffin maintained its sleek, dark feathers, though its long neck was speckled with numerous flakes of white, snowflakes. Upon closer inspection, the woman condensed her Do Qi into delicate white snowflakes, covering her wound to stem the flow of blood. Her eyes, dimmed by excessive blood loss, flickered with a lingering light, yet her expression remained taut. Devoid of any hint of fatigue, it was evident that this woman possessed a fiery spirit, a fiercely independent and extraordinary individual. Chengxing observed her shifting expressions from a distance, a sense of admiration blooming within him. She appeared to be just over 20, yet had already reached the Do Wong tier. Given some time, she might even ascend to Do Zone. Beast, even if I perish today, I shall ensure you cannot advance, she declared with fervor, her hand forming intricate seals. Suddenly, her previously crouched stance propelled her backward, escaping the grasp of the soul-eating griffin's wings. The flush of her face rapidly faded, replaced by a pallor reminiscent of a lifeless fish. Her Do Qi surged forth at an astonishing pace, channeling the very winds of the world, swirling around her as she unleashed her power. The ability to manipulate the elements to amplify one's techniques indicated at least an Earth-tier Do skill. It seemed the forces behind this woman were formidable, likely sending her out to hone her skills. Chengxing's pupils constricted as he watched her adeptly wield her Do skill, his jaw dropping in disbelief. The once stilled cold winds converged rapidly from all directions, the force so great that it caused Chengxing to sway, uprooting blades of grass, creating a cacophony of howling winds and flying debris. Darkening the already overcast sky, in mere moments, a colossal tornado began to form, centered on the woman, with a radius stretching dozens of yards, gradually rising to a height of over 100 feet. This beast, having reached the pinnacle of the fifth tier, had developed a semblance of intelligence. Witnessing the terrifying effects of the woman's Do skill, it sought to end the battle swiftly. The soul-eating griffin unleashed its powerful claws, propelled by its wings, forcefully breaking through the encroaching wind column. Its claws left only a fleeting shadow in the air, the sound of its passage barely registering before it was upon the woman. Though the soul-eating griffin was a massive creature, being a flying beast endowed with unique maneuverability, it effortlessly broke through the intense tornado despite the fierce winds. The woman, seeing the griffin's vanishing form, frowned and quickly dodged to the right. With a miss, the soul-eating griffin did not relent, its long neck twisted, keen eyes scanning for the woman, who had retreated several feet away. with a mighty cry. It surged toward her position, confident in its assault. However, considering the prior failure of its ambush, one could only wonder how effective this overt attack would be. In the tumult of the winds, a deadly game of cat and mouse unfolded, reminiscent of an eagle hunting a chick. Yet if the eagle succeeded, the consequences would be dire. The intensity of the tornado continued to escalate. The woman evaded. She desperately infused her dough chi into her hands. Her once lustrous dark hair gradually losing its sheen, ultimately turning white, even her delicate brows losing their color. Ikati was clear this was a consequence of draining her life essence. The last remnants of her dark hair dissipated. Her once vibrant form ceased its flight. That moment, the rampaging tornado calmed, and an overwhelming pressure radiated from her, rivaling that of the soul-eating griffin. As the storm subsided, Chang Xing's vision cleared significantly. He beheld the woman suspended in midair, devoid of the ethereal wings of Do Chi, holding a vividly pristine white lotus bud in her hands, poised to bloom. This pressure emanated from the snow lotus itself. In response to this unforeseen turn of events, the soul-eating griffin flapped its massive wings, stirring up fierce winds to maintain its aura, its piercing gaze fixated on the lotus, its body coiling as if gathering its most potent strike. Success or failure hinges on this moment. The woman spoke serenely, as the snow lotus in her grasp slowly began to unfurl. The instant the snow lotus blossomed, snowflakes began to fall from the heavens. Chang Xing gazed dreamily at the rapidly descending snowflakes, reaching out to catch one. To his shock, the flake did not melt in his palm. Instead, it radiated a chilling cold that seeped into his body, eroding his Do Chi. Alarmed, he hastily discarded the snowflake and activated his purple cloud wings, retreating over 10 yards to distance himself from the falling snow. Bloom and freeze all things in this world. A gentle and delicate voice resonated, carrying with it an icy chill. The soul-eating griffin, now covered in the undissolvable snowflakes, realized their enigmatic nature. It flapped its wings vigorously, attempting to shake off the adhering snowflakes. Yet to no avail. In its frantic movements, even more snowflakes clung to its feathers. In a matter of moments, a blizzard engulfed the area. The woman descended slowly. Her exposed skin appeared semi-transparent, her face ashen, her breath becoming erratic. Upon touching the snow-laden ground, she found herself too weak to stand, collapsing to one knee, her weary gaze fixed upon the enormous ice sculpture that had been the soul-eating griffin. It seemed the frigid frozen lotus had indeed fulfilled its purpose. The woman gasped for breath, utterly exhausted, the once radiant snow lotus in her grasp, now wilting, watching the flower fall to the ground. Gradually withering without the support of her considerable Do Chi, she sighed. Had it not worked, it would have been my own demise. Meanwhile, even though Ching Xing had distanced himself from the snowflake's descent, the terrifying chill did not relent. Those areas untouched by the snowflakes experienced a brutal cold front. The previously swaying, soul-eating grass was forcibly frozen, maintaining its posture as if still dancing in the wind. A mere touch reduced it to a pile of powder, indicative of the extreme temperatures. Despite Chang Xing reinforcing his Do Chi robe with all his might, the relentless cold swept through him, as if countless sharp needles were piercing his body, freezing even the Do Chi coursing through his meridians. This cannot continue. I shall freeze to death here. Yes, the snow lotus continued to bloom. The flow of Do Chi within Chang Xing slowed further. Before the overwhelming chill enveloped him entirely, he had to utilize his experience card to bolster his strength. Shivering, he retrieved the prepared Do Huang experience card, reasoning that since the ice spirit cold spring would appear the following day, using it today would yield the same results. Activating the card, an ocean of Do Chi surged through him. The previously frozen currents within him now churned like the tumultuous waves of a stormy sea. Unaffected by the encroaching cold, feeling the abundant Do Chi within him, an overwhelming sensation of comfort washed over Chang Xing, nearly compelling him to let out a roar of exhilaration. With the support of Do Huang's strength, he could withstand the residual impact of the Do skills that could injure Do Ling experts. Thus, the effects on him were negligible, requiring only a fraction of his Do Chi to resist. Chapter 34. Save the Person. Chang Xing, still trembling, gazed anxiously at the scattered, wilting snow lotus. Had he not distanced himself from the area where snowflakes fell, the mere chill emanating from them would have caused him to lose consciousness swiftly. He might not have even managed to activate the Do Huang experience card. The soul-eating griffin must surely have been frozen to death. What a pity, as he had hoped to seize a fortuitous opportunity. Chang Xing cast a fleeting glance at the colossal ice sculpture, the soul-eating griffin, standing resolutely upon the snow-covered expanse, and spoke with a tone laden with complexity. The system interface suddenly materialized, displaying several lines of bold text before him, revealing that the soul-eating griffin was still alive, albeit injured. Upon seeing the three words "still alive," Chang Xing's lips involuntarily twitched, and his expression morphed into one of unease, his eyes betraying an incredulous glimmer. How? How could it possibly still be alive after such a terrifying onslaught of ice and snow? Chang Xing was profoundly shaken. It was one thing for a peak 5th-tier beast to endure, but even a combat emperor-level expert would have to temporarily evade the lethal prowess of such a formidable technique, let alone this beast that had yet to reach the 6th tier. Just as Chang Xing was reeling from the shock, cracks began to appear on the surface of the massive ice sculpture. Crack, 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 crack. The woman, upon hearing the sound of the ice fracturing, turned even paler, despair evident in her gaze. Yet her expression shifted from tension to resignation as she sighed softly. As expected, this strike ultimately cannot vanquish it. Had I known, I would have brought that item with me before setting out. Perhaps there would still be a glimmer of hope. With that, the woman attempted to rise, but despite several struggles, she could not stand upright, instead collapsing into the snow with a few weak coughs. With a thunderous explosion, the enormous, soul-eating griffin broke free from the ice, its furious screech echoing through the skies, a harbinger of death for the woman. Chang Xing observed the now-active, soul-eating griffin. Although it had miraculously survived, its previously composed demeanor had devolved into a state of utter disarray. The once glossy gray-black feathers now bore extensive patches of ashen white after the ordeal, and upon closer inspection, one could discern the writhing crimson veins beneath its skin. This soul-eating griffin had lost a significant portion of its plumage to the extreme cold, and the remaining feathers had lost their luster, rendering the gusts generated by its wings a mere fraction of their former strength. Gazing at its once majestic form, now nearly resembling a featherless vulture, the beast's fury intensified, its massive beak trembling with rage. "Human, I shall rend you to pieces." The fragmented speech, though stuttered, was laced with profound malice. Chang Xing was taken aback to hear the beast articulate human words. Typically, only those soul beasts advancing to the 6th tier could articulate in such a manner. It appeared that this soul-eating griffin was not only immensely powerful, but also possessed remarkable innate talent. The exposed parts of the soul-eating griffin began to rupture, the extreme cold having inflicted considerable damage, particularly on an aerial beast, for whom wing damage was most critical. The griffin flapped its wings desperately, but without its thick plumage, the lift generated was insufficient to support its massive frame in flight. Left with no choice, it summoned its internal fighting spirit, transforming it into a pair of massive wings to aid its flight. Chang Xing chuckled upon witnessing the griffin's half-bare wings, now adorned with ethereal azure wings, resembling diminutive chicken wings in stark contrast to its original plumage. The sight of the creature struggling to ascend into the sky was rather comical. Nevertheless, the soul-eating griffin managed to ascend, circling the air to celebrate its escape from such a terrifying combat technique. Chang Xing, observing the flying beast, swiftly concealed his presence, crouching low amidst the knee-high grass in an attempt to remain hidden. However, the griffin's sharp eyes quickly spotted the previously stealthy human, assuming that Chang Xing was merely the earlier combat master. It dismissed him, continuing its aerial maneuvers while intermittently emitting piercing cries. What was the soul-eating griffin doing? Was it perhaps calling for others of its kind? Chang Xing watched the circling beast with unease. If it truly summoned companions, even if they were merely of the combat king level, their inherent speed as flying beasts would make it exceedingly difficult for even a combat emperor to contend with them. The piercing calls of the circling griffin reverberated through the skies, and then its tone abruptly shifted from high-pitched to jarring, and at a rapid frequency. It dived down like a streak of gray-black lightning. As the shrill sound reached Cheng Xing's ears, it felt akin to someone revving a chainsaw right beside him, coupled with the sensation of needles stabbing into his ears, creating an overwhelming discomfort that caused him to shudder involuntarily, instinctively curling up in a bid to escape the tormenting sound. What on earth is this? Fortunately, the effect of the sound was fleeting, lasting less than a breath before fading away. Cheng Xing gazed in horror at his trembling hands. Feeling unsteady, and upon looking down, his legs felt as if they were electrified, unable to muster strength to stand. System. What is happening? The soul-eating griffin possessed a unique sound wave technique known as the soul-eating sound, which only a select few could master. It was capable of bewildering the mind, disrupting judgment, instilling terror in the soul, and potentially shattering the body. Under optimal conditions, it could even manifest as a soul technique, directly attacking the spirit. Upon reading the system's description, Cheng Xing contemplated for a moment, a glint of strange light appearing in his eyes, before inquiring, "Is there any way to learn this technique?" The system was silent for a moment. Killing the soul-eating griffin carries a probability of drop. How high is that probability? The probability is 3%. Cheng Xing felt a twinge of disappointment upon seeing the 3% drop rate. Yet recalling the moment he was struck by the sound, when his mind short-circuited and his body became unresponsive, he resolved to attempt it, even if the odds were merely 3 in 1,000. With determination, he focused on the diving, soul-eating griffin, its sharp beak opening and closing, concentrating the sound waves as it targeted the woman lying in the snow. The already weakened woman could hardly withstand such an attack. Within mere seconds, under the sound assault, she fell into unconsciousness. Since action was inevitable, Cheng Xing thought it better to save her. His heart tightened as he gazed at the defenseless woman, and he swiftly transformed his fighting spirit, becoming a streak of silver lightning that reappeared several dozen zhang away. The sudden shift caused the diving griffin to halt abruptly, its wings flapping with renewed vigor, propelling it towards the woman with its curved claws poised to strike. Chapter 35. Fierce Battle with a Fifth-Tier Beast. Noticing the griffin's relentless assault, Cheng Xing quickly mobilized his internal fighting spirit, activating the dragon-soaring cloud shadow technique. In an instant, he became a phantom, appearing before the woman. Looking down at her pale face, though disheveled, her unparalleled beauty remained evident. She lay in the snow like a slumbering beauty, serene amidst the icy landscape. Truly beautiful. Cheng Xing could not help but praise the unconscious woman. Yet before he could savor her exquisite, frosty allure further, a series of piercing sounds assaulted his mind from behind, causing excruciating headaches. "Damn beast, today I shall send you to your demise." Cheng Xing, discomforted by the griffin's sound assault, felt his anger ignite. He gently lifted the unconscious woman, and beneath his feet, a small cloud of mist materialized. When he reappeared, they had already escaped the snowy terrain, leaving behind mere afterimages that indicated their trajectory. Just as Cheng Xing vanished, a massive shadow plummeted from the sky, crashing into the ground and creating a deep pit with a diameter of over 10 zhang. As he looked down at the woman resting peacefully in his arms, unease stirred within him. After a moment's hesitation, he extended a finger to check for her breath. Detecting a faint pulse, he traced his finger along her snow-white wrist, channeling a fragment of his soul power to assess her injuries. After a moment, he sighed in relief. Fortunately, the internal injuries are not severe. She must have simply exhausted her vitality, compounded by the sound assault, leading to her fainting. He retrieved 2 pristine robes from his backpack, laying them beneath her to ensure her comfort, before turning his attention to the soul-eating griffin, which was now struggling to extricate itself from the deep pit. This moment, the griffin was caked in dirt, no longer exuding its former grandeur, resembling nothing more than a bedraggled hen. Cheng Xing's gaze remained calm as he observed the griffin emerging from the dust. With a mental command, he initiated a scan. Soul-eating griffin remaining fighting spirit, 30% remaining stamina, 40% weakness. Beneath the right wing, there's a red patch, the area with the thinnest defense. Observing the intricate details presented by the system, Cheng Xing couldn't help but smile faintly as he remained rooted to the spot. his gaze fixated on the ferocious, soul-eating griffin not far away. Its eagle-like eyes were locked onto him with a fierce intensity, as if it yearned to devour him whole with its mere gaze. "Human, should you dare to harm me, you shall find no escape from this vast prairie," the soul-eating griffin declared ominously. "Oh, is that so? You believe you can intimidate me with your peak fifth-tier strength?" Chang Xing did not rush to engage, given that this beast could articulate words, and considering the considerable distance to the snowy mountains. He sensed that extracting information could prove immensely beneficial. The usually proud beast, upon hearing his nonchalant remarks, could only express its mounting dissatisfaction through a series of low growls. "Perhaps my strength is insufficient, but the leader of my kin possesses peak sixth-tier power. Do not presume that your Duke-level prowess grants you the liberty to act recklessly upon this prairie." As the griffin mentioned this, its previously lowered head lifted, now gazing down at Chang Xing with an air of superiority. "Human, I warn you, before my clan's elite arrive, you still have a chance to withdraw. Otherwise, you shall find yourself without a burial ground." With that, the soul-eating griffin raised its head once more, releasing a piercing eagle cry into the sky. "Peak sixth-tier power, you say? If that is indeed the case, it could pose quite a challenge," Chang Xing contemplated, realizing that if the griffin spoke the truth, its leader would indeed be a formidable threat, and that was not even considering the potential involvement of other fifth-tier beasts from its clan. A conflict here could jeopardize his efforts to gather the ice spirit spring. "Human, why do you not retreat at once?" The griffin, growing impatient at Chang Xing's indifference, opened its beak to unleash a sharp sound wave aimed directly at him. Noticing the griffin's agitation, a smirk crept onto Chang Xing's lips. Channeling his inner energy, he casually unleashed a wave of fighting spirit, shattering the sound wave with sheer force. "Next time you attempt to deceive, try to maintain your composure. Otherwise, you may find yourself suffering greatly," he remarked, his tone laced with playful mockery. Initially, Chang Xing had believed the griffin's words to be sincere, weighing the possibility of eliminating it. Yet, the griffin's anxious roars in a bid to intimidate him unveiled its underlying intentions. As Chang Xing exposed its ruse, the griffin fell silent, then suddenly flapped its wings, its claws digging into the ground, creating several large craters as it hastily retreated, attempting to escape. Trying to flee? You may as well stay." Chang Xing smiled slightly, unleashing a surge of formidable fighting spirit. Stepping forward, the energy erupted from his feet, exerting a Duke-level pressure that immediately weighed down the retreating griffin, further slowing its already diminished speed. Under Chang Xing's suppression, the griffin had long lost its prior peak strength, and the scant fighting spirit possessed was now reserved for escape. Yet, with this increased weight, evading a Duke's pursuit proved nearly impossible. Dragging its body, the griffin stubbornly held its head high, uttering slowly, "Cunning human, if you wish for my demise, you must pay a price." With that, it spread its wings, unleashing a tremendous suction force. The surrounding soul-eating grasses withered rapidly, each dying plant transforming into wisps of fighting spirit drawn into its wings. Chang Xing observed the grasslands decay at an alarming rate. The fighting spirit being absorbed into the griffin's body, a glimmer of realization sparking in his eyes. This beast possesses such a method to enhance its power. With a thought, the system began scanning. The soul-eating griffin could, in dire situations, absorb the soul-eating grasses it cultivated, extracting the energy within to augment its strength. However, the energy was excessively volatile, and once utilized, the grasses would take considerable time to regenerate. Note: this method of enhancing power has a time limit, generally lasting only half an hour. I shall observe whether it can indeed muster enough strength to contend with me after absorption." Chang Xing did not hinder this action, but continued to watch. As the suction intensified, the previously damaged feathers and skin rapidly healed, even forming a new layer of wings, which, unlike the original dark gray, now exhibited a sinister shade of dark green, creating an eerie appearance. Continuously drawing power from the soul-eating grasses revitalized the griffin significantly, its aura steadily climbing, hinting at a potential ascension to the sixth tier. Now restored, the griffin flapped its newly mended wings, fierce glints shining in its eagle eyes as it stared menacingly at Chang Xing, letting out a piercing screech. The terrifying sound waves compressed the air around them, forming tangible ripples that uprooted the bare earth beneath, propelling it towards Chengxing. Faced with this monotonous attack, Chengxing merely smiled, allowing a pair of silver-purple wings to sprout from his back. Crackling with thunder in his palm, a brilliant silver light coalesced, rapidly forming into a thick lightning arrow, the manifestation of Duke-level power. Lightning arrow, go! The silver lightning in Chengxing's hand, under his mental command, shot towards the griffin, which was hidden behind the sound waves. In a flash, the lightning arrow transformed into a streak of silver light, emitting a terrifying arc of electricity, the crackling sounds echoing as it effortlessly shattered the sound waves. After piercing through the sound waves, only a silver light remained, accompanied by a deep rumble of thunder. Chapter 36. Kill. The soul-eating griffin, with its keen eagle eyes, observed the transformation, and as the silver lightning magnified within its massive gaze, it furiously flapped its enormous wings, even summoning phantom wings of fighting spirit to nimbly evade the rapidly approaching bolt. Boom! The silver lightning struck the ground, cleaving the earth into a fissure several dozen feet long. Darkened soil emitting wisps of smoke. Upon witnessing this terrifying destructive force, the griffin's large eyes widened in shock, and it turned its gaze towards Chengxing, feeling a profound sense of despair. Shameless human. Prepare to face the wrath of my kin. The griffin understood that it was no match for Chengxing at this moment. To survive, it had but one option: to flee. Having spoken, it spread its two magnificent wings and soared directly into the sky. One could see its enormous wings generating countless feather blades in midair, each spinning at high velocity, producing a deep, resonant hum as they cut through the wind, hurtling towards Chengxing. Witnessing the duck he had nearly caught attempting to flee, Chengxing wasted no time. That a radiant sphere of light manifested in his right hand, its surface swirling with clouds, as a thin layer of protective shield adhered to his arm, rapidly expanding into a disk that enveloped the space ahead. The feather blades, carrying a terrifying force, left behind streaks of white in the air, a testament to their speed as they sliced through the atmosphere, evaporating moisture in their wake. In an instant, numerous feather blades struck against the Xianyun Liuguang shield, incessantly battering it, causing the shield's glow to intensify until it transformed into a brilliant orb. Faced with such a relentless barrage, Chengxing catalyzed the fighting spirit within him, expanding the entire disk into a sphere that enveloped his body. Having accomplished this, he fixed his gaze upon the feather blades, pursuing the diminishing black of the soul-devouring griffin. Although flying magical beasts possess unique aerial techniques and fine feathers that significantly reduce flight resistance and can manipulate wind attributes, this does not imply that their advantage in speed within the skies is absolute. All attribute enhancements, when subjected to absolute suppression, prove ineffective. Moreover, Chengxing can effortlessly shift his fighting spirit's attributes. After all, it is merely wind attribute, which he can convert at will as the internal techniques course through him. The previously tempestuous fighting spirit silently transformed into the howling winds of the wind attribute. The purple cloud wings behind him suddenly unfurled, thick purple cloud patterns rapidly manifesting, a stark contrast to the previously activated purple cloud wings. Accompanied by a terrifying sonic boom, Chengxing shot forward like a cannonball. The soul-devouring griffin, initially confident it could evade Chengxing, was taken aback by the intense wind pressure rushing from behind. After a brief pause, the azure fighting spirit affixed to its four wings thickened once more, and its speed began to gradually increase. Observing the distance he had just closed begin to widen again, Chengxing felt no urgency. He understood that the Griffin's secret method would soon reach its limit, at which point it would be weakened, making it the most prudent moment to strike. After all, this was a peak 5th-tier magical beast, and recklessness could lead to a fatal counterattack that would not be worth a risk. Ahead, the soul-devouring griffin furiously flapped its wings, darting towards the snow-capped mountain. Human, if you have the ability, follow me to the snow mountain. In the face of Chengxing's relentless pursuit, the beast dared not be careless. Its last flicker of hope lay in reaching the snow mountain before its internal fighting spirit was completely depleted. There, at the mountainside, lay its nest. Across the vast prairie, the sharp sound of sonic booms reverberated through the air. In the instant the sound erupted, a massive black silhouette flashed across the grassland, soon reappearing 100 yards away. Mere moments after the initial shadow passed, an even more terrifying shadow, accompanied by a piercing shriek, followed closely behind, its size indiscernible. Changxing noted the increasingly sparse grassland beneath him, yet the griffin showed no signs of slowing, continuing its dash towards the snow mountain. Furthermore, remnants of black and white droppings from the earlier rocky terrain confirmed his suspicions. It seemed that this snow mountain was indeed its lair. Changxing squinted slightly, pondering. I must not allow it to escape any further. If it truly summons its kind, it could lead to significant trouble. Retrieving several replication cards from his backpack, he realized that preserving his current state was paramount to avoid the worst-case scenario. Thus, employing a low-tier replication card to cast his combat technique was the most prudent course of action. With a vigorous flap of his wings, he retracted the purple cloud wings, and a corporeal cloud materialized beneath his feet, propelling him directly in front of the soul-devouring griffin. Observing the beast charging ahead, a glimmer of grayish-white light flickered in Changxing's eyes as a replication card transformed into brilliance on his panel and subsequently vanished. He waved his fingers before him. Thunderous strike, that a calm voice resonated as a grayish-white beam shot forth from his fingertips, aimed at the rapidly approaching soul-devouring griffin. Startled by Changxing's sudden appearance, the griffin was taken aback, especially as he stood confidently before it, seemingly motionless. Yet the beast's instincts warned it of the peril emanating from the energy at Changxing's fingertips. One touch could spell disaster. With no time to break, it twisted its wings, forcing its body to alter its angled in the blink of an eye. The grayish-white beam reached the griffin. The sound of sizzling filled the air, as crimson blood splattered across the sky, resembling a rain of blood. In an instant, the griffin's iron-hard feathers were pierced by the grayish-white beam, which then penetrated its skin, severing half of its vast wing. Measuring over 10 feet in length. With a resounding thud, the now off-balance soul-devouring griffin crashed onto the rocky ground at the base of the snow mountain. Dark stones were scattered with feathers, and as the griffin lay there, its neatly severed wing revealed stark, white bones beneath, thick veins pumping forth warm blood in a torrent. After suffering such a devastating blow, the griffin's eyes were filled only with the fear of impending death and an endless resentment. Gazing at Changxing, who stood triumphantly in midair, the once mighty ruler of the prairie found itself utterly helpless. Despite the excruciating pain radiating from its wing, the soul-devouring griffin struggled to rise, using its remaining wing to shield its body, glaring venomously at Changxing above before emitting a wretched wail. Still hoping for reinforcements. Allow me to send you on your way. In a flash, Changxing vanished, reappearing beside the griffin's beak, standing atop a cloud of white. 8 Extremes collapse. Changxing materialized at the side of the griffin's head, his youthful fist clenching tightly, infused with a surge of violent energy, akin to the sound of thunder as it struck downwards. That moment, his fist was as hard as steel, smashing the griffin's delicate feathers into fragments. The tremendous force cleaved the unsuspecting griffin's beak in two. The mournful cries in the air abruptly ceased, leaving only the faintest whimper. Changxing shook his slightly numb right hand, while his left hand gathered a silver-white radiance, delivering a final blow to its head. Accompanied by a muffled explosion, amidst a dark red mist of blood, the soul-devouring griffin was effortlessly slain by Changxing. Finally, having vanquished his foe, he contemplated whether it possessed a magical core. Observing the now motionless griffin, Changxing exhaled in relief, remaining vigilant as he surveyed his surroundings, unleashing his soul power to quietly erase any traces of the battle that had transpired. Chapter 37. Beast Spirit Orb. While the magical core of a 5th-tier beast is not particularly rare, it is not something that just anyone can acquire, especially considering this was a core from a beast on the verge of breaking into the 6th tier, containing energy of exceptional quality. Changxing retrieved a finely crafted steel knife from his backpack, enveloping it in fighting spirit, and began to rummage through the gaping wound in the beast's skull. Eventually, he uncovered a small, black orb, roughly the size of a fist. Could this be the magical core of the soul-devouring griffin? It certainly appears peculiar. Observing the strange orb, a sense of unease crept into Cheng Xing's mind. He did not immediately reach for it, instead carefully prodding it with his steel knife. The glinting blade, under his deft control, pried the orb free from the mass of flesh, revealing its complete form to him. The orb was not large, only fist-sized, entirely black, but with what appeared to be some sort of mystical patterns on its surface, even exhibiting signs of movement. Its many unique characteristics compared to other magical cores compelled Cheng Xing to proceed with caution. System: Scan Beast Spirit Orb. Extremely rare. Produced only within the bodies of soul beasts on the verge of evolution. It is a magical treasure capable of nourishing the soul and enhancing soul power. However, it contains an extremely volatile magical beast aura, and improper use may lead to mental instability due to the beast's malevolent influence. Nourishing the soul? Cheng Xing was slightly taken aback, his eyes gleaming as he gazed at the orb. Enhancing soul power is an arduous task for ordinary individuals. It can only increase gradually with each advancement in strength, and significant improvement is virtually impossible. Even potion masters who excel in soul power find it incredibly challenging to elevate their soul strength independently. Thus, whenever something capable of directly enhancing soul power surfaces on the continent, it invariably incites fierce competition among various factions that I never expected that the soul-devouring griffin not only wielded soundwave techniques, but also contained such a treasure within. I shall not decline this gift. Cheng Xing licked his lips. Although he had relied on attribute points to elevate his soul power to the mid-level of the mortal realm, the sheer joy of acquiring such a treasure effortlessly surpassed the satisfaction derived from painstakingly earning attribute points. With that thought, he reached out to grasp the black orb. Upon first contact, a chill swept over him, but just as Cheng Xing intended to examine it closely, a powerful surge of soul energy struck him directly. Centered around the orb, the surrounding space trembled violently, and a fierce wave of soul fluctuations surged forth like ripples. Faced with this unexpected turn of events, Cheng Xing's expression shifted. Such a potent wave of soul energy was likely to attract the attention of other formidable beings. Remembering the earlier deeds of the soul-eating griffin, he realized this wave could very well summon a 6th-tier magical beast. After all, anything capable of enhancing soul power would be exceedingly tempting to the generally weak-souled magical creatures. The wave's sudden emergence and rapid propagation left Cheng Xing no time to react before it collided forcefully with his chest. With a muffled groan, he felt a sweetness in his throat as he was sent flying. A wave of dizziness crashing over him, nearly causing him to falter. Damn it, how could such a powerful wave of soul energy manifest? Cheng Xing pressed a hand against his chest, coughing violently. The shockwave had genuinely impacted his chest cavity, unsettling his internal organs, and he spat out a mouthful of blood while the other hand hurriedly suppressed the wave, forcing his fighting spirit and soul power to envelop the black orb. He severed the connection between it and the outside world, and only then did the intense fluctuations gradually subside. However, as he gazed at the retreating waves that triggered a series of avalanches on the snow-capped mountains, an ominous premonition settled in his heart. Indeed, just after Cheng Xing managed to suppress the wave emanating from the beast spirit orb, an incredibly terrifying aura erupted from the mountain's peak, accompanied by a furious roar that reverberated throughout the universe, directly triggering a massive avalanche. Feeling this dreadfully potent presence that rivaled his own strength, Cheng Xing sensed trouble. This was bad. The beast spirit orb undoubtedly contained remnants of the soul-eating griffin's soul, and the earlier soul wave had essentially been a signal. Damn it, a 6th-tier magical beast is no trivial matter. I must find a place to hide. Cheng Xing muttered to himself, quickly applying multiple layers of soul-sealing fighting spirit shackles to the beast spirit orb before stowing it away in his backpack. Who dares to slay my royal confidant? I will ensure you have no place to rest. The roar imbued with murderous intent resounded once more, and the once tranquil snow-capped mountain began to stir with activity. Cheng Xing cast a complex glance at the nearby mountain, gritted his teeth, and with his purple cloud wings fused with fighting spirit, he summoned floating clouds beneath his feet, vanishing in an eerie manner within moments. Though the ice spirit spring was about to appear, facing such an enraged six-tier magical beast made acquiring it exceedingly difficult. After all, he had no clone and could not simultaneously fight and obtain the ice spirit spring. However, a thought struck him. At the summit of the snow-capped mountain lay a vast lake, its 100-jong-wide surface reflecting the overcast sky like a mirror. A grayish-white figure burst forth from a snow-covered cave, sporting a pair of several zhonglong wings adorned with thick black feathers. Clearly, these were not wings of fighting spirit nor flight techniques, but true magical beast wings. Once the figure stabilized, it revealed a body clad in coarse fabric, with numerous black feathers sprouting from its surface, while its face bore a clean and tidy male human visage. Even its hands and feet were covered in fine down, rendering it quite peculiar. It could hardly be described as human, but rather as a birdman. Damn it, why does this presence dissipate so quickly? The birdman furrowed his brow and scoffed. Humph, even if you can run, I have my ways to draw you out. With that, the birdman's fur-covered hand coalesced a formidable fighting spirit, which he waved skyward. Changxing, who was in the midst of fleeing, felt a weight in his heart upon witnessing the soaring pillar of light. This level of magical beast was essentially the ruler of this region, and it appeared to be summoning all its subordinates for a meeting. Forgetting all else, he resolved to rest for a moment. He was determined to obtain the ice spirit spring. Changxing's gaze hardened as he thought, "It's not as if I'm the only one who can seek assistance." Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the snow-capped mountain, several figures in flight halted in unison upon seeing the towering pillar of fighting spirit light at the mountain's peak. Point 1. Adorned in an extravagant and costly purple brocade robe that accentuated her voluptuous figure, exuded an alluring charm that captivated all. Her elongated, pale purple pupils were fixated on the fighting spirit light, and her cherry-red lips parted slightly. "Let's go. I must have that." With that, she transformed into a flash of purple light, racing toward the mountain. The others, hearing her words, promptly followed in her wake. After half an hour of flight, Changxing once again beheld the exposed ground where he had previously battled, still distinctly identifiable amidst the lush green grass. Upon landing smoothly, he approached the mysterious woman from before. Gazing at the stunningly cold beauty, various thoughts swirled in Changxing's mind. Sighing softly, he resolved, since I've lent a hand, I might as well see it through. He summoned the system panel and commanded, "System, scan this woman and analyze her injuries. See if there are any remedies available for her treatment." Ding. Scanning. Scan complete. After system analysis, the woman currently faces no life-threatening danger. The wound on her arm has not damaged any tendons or bones and can be treated with ointment. Her internal fighting spirit is depleted and requires replenishment. Her soul has been impacted and needs rest or calming elixirs for recovery. Changxing breathed a sigh of relief upon reviewing the system's analysis. As long as she could recover, he would gain an additional fighting force at the king level. However, persuading her to assist him would still pose a challenge. The system prompted him, indicating a new gift was available for collection. Chapter 38. Snow Ling. Just as Changxing pondered how to convince the woman to help him, the mechanical notification of the system echoed in his mind, interrupting his thoughts. Right? I wonder if there are any sound wave fighting techniques among the drops. Remembering the notification, Changxing suddenly recalled he had not checked for any loot after defeating the soul-eating griffin. Skillfully manipulating the system, he opened the incessantly blinking red. Congratulations to the host for the first successful kill of a 5th-tier magical beast. Reward: 1 5th-grade fighting spirit pill, 10 5th-grade recovery pills, 10 5th-grade chi restoration pills. Changxing looked at the 21 pills displayed on the interface and couldn't help but click his tongue in dissatisfaction. Why are they all pills? These have formulas, and I can procure them later. They're not as direct as fighting techniques or medicinal herbs. Despite his complaints about the lack of fighting techniques, he quickly claimed the rewards. The fighting spirit pill appeared to be capable of directly enhancing his strength at the king level. But with the experience card now in hand, it seemed prudent to save it for later. Changxing examined the pills one by one. Fighting spirit pill, a pinnacle 5th-grade pill, entirely emerald green. Effective only for king-level fighters. Consuming it can enhance one's strength by 1 star. though there is a certain failure rate. Lower quality pills tend to have a higher failure rate. A king-level fighter has only one opportunity to consume a fighting spirit pill. Should they attempt to take it again, they would waste the opportunity due to drug resistance. Nevertheless, it remains highly coveted among countless powerful beings across the continent. The recovery pill, on the other hand, is an internal healing pill, entirely emerald green, capable of healing severe injuries. Its properties are gentle, posing no risk of secondary harm to an already injured individual, making it an exceptional healing remedy. Chi Restoration Pill. Classified as a 5th-grade pill, serves as a consumable that can quickly restore fighting spirit within a short time and accelerate its recovery. The IT can be considered an advanced version of the Chi Recovery Pill, though the latter has minimal effect on fighters of king rank and above. In contrast, the Chi Restoration Pill still proves effective for Emperor and Sect Master level fighters. Chengxing glanced at the serene woman lying on the ground, and without hesitation, he took out a recovery pill, propping her up and placing the emerald green pill into her pale lips. After completing these actions, he remained uneasy and transformed his fighting spirit attribute into a gentle wood attribute. He sat behind the woman, channeling soft fighting spirit into her body to expedite the pill's efficacy. As Chengxing infused his fighting spirit, the originally gentle pill rapidly dispersed its healing properties within her body, nourishing her meridians and repairing the previously damaged areas. The injured arm began to recover swiftly. Cough, cough. Accompanied by a faint, weak cough, the woman's tightly shut eyes gradually opened, a hint of color returning to her pallid face. I'm still alive? She gasped, her voice filled with surprise and disbelief. Upon sensing the peculiar sensation within her body and the gentle fighting spirit flowing continuously from her back, she turned to look behind her. Not yet. Focus on refining the medicinal properties within you. Chengxing spoke directly, his tone imbued with a sense of command. Though somewhat abrupt, it did not lack warmth. Upon hearing Chengxing's bright and cheerful voice behind her, the woman felt an overwhelming sense of doubt, compelling her to struggle and turn back. Chengxing did not overly restrain her, allowing her to indulge in her whim. She turned, revealing a face as cold and beautiful as frost, with eyes resembling crescent moons sparkling with an unusual light. The slight blush returning to her cheeks against the barren backdrop rendered her particularly alluring. Her pink lips, pressed together, showcased her modesty and shyness. At you? Did you save me? Gazing upon Chengxing's handsome visage, the woman nodded slightly and inquired. Chengxing withdrew his hands, feigning nonchalance, and replied indifferently. What else could it be? There are no others around. It's not as if that magical beast suddenly developed a conscience and decided to show mercy. Listening to Chengxing's slightly whimsical words, the woman managed a faint smile before asking, and what of that magical beast? What else could it have done? It fled. I alone cannot defeat a beast of that caliber. Chengxing stated after a brief pause, not wishing to reveal too much at this early stage, justifying his words with a little fabrication. Upon hearing that the beast had escaped, a clear sense of disappointment flickered in the woman's eyes. But she quickly regained her composure, her sparkling gaze fixed on Chengxing as she cheerfully said, Then I truly thank you. What is your name? I am Xueling Chengxing, he replied. Why would a young woman like yourself confront a beast of the king level? That beast seemed extraordinarily formidable, Chengxing continued, attempting to extract further information. Xueling merely forced a smile, appearing reluctant to discuss the subject. However, Chengxing was not inclined to give up. He patted his chest and placed a hand on Xueling's shoulder, saying, When venturing out, one relies on friends, does one not? Are you worried that the elixirs I offer might be poisoned, and that I wish to harm you? In response to Chengxing's indirect probing, the frown on Xueling's face briefly dissipated, and she pursed her lips, somewhat unwillingly stating, That magical beast is something I have sought for a long time. This time I failed. I do not know when I might successfully hunt another that meets the requirements. What requirements? Chengxing asked, his curiosity piqued. Perhaps it was Chengxing's genuine expression that touched Xueling, or perhaps she had not spoken to anyone for too long. The seemingly aloof woman began to speak at length. The requirements are complex to describe. yet quite simple in essence. IT must be a flying magical beast, and either of the 5th or 6th rank. IS is a bounty task. Or, no, it is a task for our sect evaluation. If I do not complete it within the allotted time, I shall fail the assessment. The final task is to obtain the magical core of the beast. Upon hearing this, Changxing's expression subtly shifted as he thought. Good thing I did not mention that I had slain the beast. Otherwise, after all the effort put into severely wounding it, I would be the one to reap the rewards but unable to produce the core, which would be difficult to explain. IS acquiring a magical core through auction, not an option, Changxing queried, puzzled. Having regained her composure, Xueling looked significantly better, her beauty enhanced, and with a smile, she replied, "That won't do. Our sect requires the final blow to be delivered with a specific technique. Only by employing that technique can unique energy imprint be left on the core. Pre-existing cores cannot replicate that." "That indeed complicates matters," Changxing acknowledged, nodding in understanding. "Your sect must be quite powerful. Requiring the defeat of 5th or 6th rank magical beasts for a mere evaluation is quite a grand undertaking." Upon mentioning the sect, Xueling's previously relaxed expression was once again marred by a pallor. "What is it? Are the penalties for failing your sect evaluation particularly severe?" Changxing inquired cautiously, surmising that a major sect would deal harshly with disciples who did not meet the standards. Xueling remained silent, merely nodding, the light in her eyes dimming. "Well, did you not nearly defeat the magical beast? Wait until your injuries heal, and then you can try again," Changxing said, attempting to comfort Xueling, who seemed to be sinking into despair once more. Chapter 39. Yusha sect. I hope so. Xueling forced a smile, but gradually faded as cold elegance reclaimed her demeanor. She pressed her delicate hands against the ground, attempting to rise. "Hey, why are you in such a hurry to get up when your injuries are not yet healed?" Changxing instinctively moved to assist her. Her hands were as smooth as jade, yet emanated a chilling aura that pierced through the skin, causing her fingers to ache from the frost. Startled by this terrifying sensation, Changxing quickly withdrew his hand upon contact. "What an alarming temperature! How did I not notice it when I held you earlier? If I were to linger longer, will my fingers freeze solid?" Changxing pondered, his pupils dilating as his body instinctively recoiled. Noticing Changxing's reaction, Xueling did not appear surprised, instead hastily apologizing. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Observing Xueling's sensitive demeanor, Changxing smiled in reassurance, scratching his head and chuckling. "What? I just remember my mother saying one should not casually hold another girl's hand, and that one ought to show more respect to women." "Really?" Xueling's eyes glistened with moisture. Her captivating gaze blinking at Changxing, her unparalleled beauty was beyond mere description, and her delicate mannerism struck at the heartstrings of Changxing's compassion. Changxing gazed at Xueling, nodding and striving for a calm tone. Indeed, suppressing the fluctuations of emotion within, he discreetly activated a scanning ability to gather information about Xueling's extreme cold physique. The innate extreme cold body, characterized by a chilling constitution, serves as the optimal vessel for cultivating ice attributes, possessing exceptional sensitivity to cold. Due to this unique constitution, she perpetually has cold hands and feet, only achieving a normal body temperature in an unconscious state. As her strength increases, the cold energy accumulates within her meridians. Without a method of treatment, her body will ultimately be consumed by ice, rendering her a living sculpture of frost. Just reading this passage made Changxing feel suffocated. While the toxic body could enhance its strength by incessantly consuming poisons, the extreme cold physique seemed to leave her with no options but to await her fate. Hearing Changxing's warm words, their eyes locked, and his sincere gaze seemed to warm Xueling's icy heart. Xueling, barely in her 20s and inexperienced in the ways of the world, began to lower her guard in response to Changxing's earnest conversation. "Changxing, thank you for your elixirs. I feel much better now," Xueling said with a smile, before asking, "By the way, why are you here amidst so many magical beasts?" Changxing had already prepared a response and immediately replied, "Oh, I was heading to the snowy mountains to gather medicinal herbs that I heard that the ice spirit flame grass grows there. While on my way, I heard sounds of battle, and upon arriving, I saw that the magical beast was attacking with lethal intent. It never hurts to have an extra friend when venturing out. Xueling listened attentively as her slender fingers glided over the pink ring she wore, conjuring a small pot into her palm. Take a look. Is this the herb you seek? She beamed at Chengxing. Within the exquisite pot lay a plant with alternating white and red foliage, its leaves displaying both colors. Crystalline formations adorned the white branches while the fiery red flower crown resembled a blazing inferno. These two contrasting attributes and colors were masterfully fused into one plant by nature itself. Faced with the sudden appearance of the ice spirit flame grass, Chengxing found himself at a loss for words, which Xueling misinterpreted as overwhelming delight. Hey, Chengxing, is this not the ice spirit flame grass you need? I harvested it from my sect medicinal garden. Since you saved my life, feel free to take it if you need it. She offered, cradling the small pot with both hands and extending it towards Chengxing, looking at the ice spirit flame grass before him. Chengxing reluctantly accepted it, tears brimming in his eyes, and tentatively asked, I have been searching for this ice spirit flame grass for ages without success, yet you produced it so effortlessly. It seems your sect is quite remarkable. Our sect may lack many other types of medicinal herbs, but we can usually find one or two that relate to ice and snow in our medicinal garden, Xueling replied, her face glowing with happiness and pride in her tone. Chengxing, intrigued by her mention of the sect, inquired further, since you deal primarily with ice and snow, is your sect situated in a world of ice and snow? That must be terribly cold. The environment outside our sect is indeed frigid. But within the sect, there are special formations that create a habitable space, so it's not excessively cold. Otherwise, we couldn't endure living there for long. Xueling earnestly introduced, our sect is called Yusha Sect, located in the far northern region, where an endless expanse of white blankets the land. The biting cold winds howl throughout the year, and the sky rarely clears, perpetually cloaked in thick, feather-like snow. The inhabitants of our realm predominantly cultivate ice attributes, benefiting from the vast land and sparse population, coupled with the resources of our sect, which allows us to progress at a pace far exceeding that of individuals in densely populated areas. Chengxing had little understanding of this far northern land. He only knew that the Jiama Empire was situated in the northwestern part of the continent, given the vastness of the Duki continent. The exact location of the far north was difficult to ascertain. Does that mean everyone there possesses such strength? Chengxing inquired, feigning shock as he tested Xueling's response. Having spent time conversing, the distance between them had gradually diminished, and the initial awkwardness had lessened. Xueling stifled a light laugh before continuing. Not quite. The harsh environment compels us to concentrate our resources on nurturing those with sufficient potential and talent. If one's talent is lacking. At this point, her voice noticeably dropped, her head bowing, revealing the weight of sorrowful memories within her brief statement. In the Duki continent, it is a harsh reality of survival of the fittest. Only when one is sufficiently powerful can they protect their cherished loved ones. Yet, the cruelty of reality often leads to numerous regrets. Chengxing reached out, intending to comfort her with a pat on the shoulder, but found himself at a loss for words. And what about you? Where do you hail from? Xueling, regaining her composure, lifted her head, her face now adorned with a warm smile, no longer the aloof beauty she had been before. Chengxing grinned, gesturing towards the direction from which he came. I arrived from the forest over there, from a place called the Jiama Empire. While the environment is suitable, the population is dense, making resources perpetually limited. The intricacies of human relationships can be quite taxing. The two continue their conversation, engaging in a light exchange, unaware that a crimson hue was gradually painting the horizon, resembling a stunning oil painting. As Chengxing gazed at the sun setting in the distance, he pondered deeply. What are your plans next? He asked. What plans could I have? If I failed to complete the assessment task, returning would be futile. I must seek out that magical beast, Xueling replied, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she looked at Chengxing. How about we join forces? That would make the task quite effortless. Chengxing chuckled awkwardly. He had suppressed his strength to a 3-star Do Wong to ensure Xueling felt a sense of security, preventing her from becoming suspicious due to their stark difference in power. Noticing Chengxing's silence, Xueling's gaze drifted toward the distant, elusive snow-capped mountains. The dimming sky was becoming increasingly indistinct, and she pointed directly at that direction, stating, "The lair of that magical beast must be near those mountains." "Oh, how can you be so sure?" Cheng Xing asked, his interest piqued as he followed her train of thought. Shuai Ling pouted, adopting a proud demeanor. "I won't divulge my secrets, but I can assure you that the beast is indeed headed toward the snow-capped mountains. Moreover, I have a faint sense that there might be some rare treasures beyond those peaks." As she spoke, a serious expression crossed her face, her tone growing weighty as she earnestly proposed to Cheng Xing. "To be frank, if we cooperate, the magical core is mine, and I can offer you several exquisite medicinal herbs in return. Should we encounter any other rare treasures, we could split them evenly. What do you think?" This was the moment Cheng Xing had been waiting for, yet he could not outwardly express his joy for fear of raising her suspicions that he feigned difficulty, saying, "Who knows if there are higher-tier magical beasts there? That previous one was already a peak 5th-tier beast. Who knows if we might encounter a 6th-tier beast further along?" Observing Cheng Xing's hesitant demeanor, Shuai Ling felt invigorated to persuade him to team up for the task. She confidently thumped her not-so-sturdy chest, assuring him, "What is there to fear? As long as you team up with me, I guarantee your safety. Even if we encounter a 6th-tier beast, I have ways to ensure you escape unharmed." Cheng Xing dismissed her assurances. After all, he was merely concealing his strength, and with only 6 days left until the deadline, they needed to act swiftly. "All right then, but we must agree to return safely. Our lives cannot be sacrificed," he said deliberately, feigning concern for their future, which elicited a teasing response from Shuai Ling despite this light-hearted banter. After their brief exchange, they had become acquainted as friends, driven by mutual interests. They set forth on the path toward the snow-capped mountains. However, as night fell, the dark sky became the domain of flying magical beasts. Given that they had expended some energy during the day's battles, and Shuai Ling had yet to fully refine the medicinal power within her body, Cheng Xing proposed they rest for the night on the vast grassland. The faint flicker of firelight illuminated the surroundings, and with the biting winds abated, the grassland exuded a unique charm. Cheng Xing, however, did not rest. Instead, he carried the flickering light, gazing toward the direction of the snow-capped mountains, while Shuai Ling sat nearby, meditating to refine the remaining potency of her recovery elixir. With the appearance of the ice spirit, spring, drawing near, the countdown on the system panel continued to diminish, igniting a surge of excitement within Cheng Xing yet. Recalling the formidable aura of the magical beast from earlier and glancing at the beautiful shadows cast by the flickering firelight upon Shuai Ling's delicate face, he found himself uncertain whether his decision was right or wrong for her. Sighing internally, he hoped to successfully acquire the ice spirit spring and aid her in completing her task. After all, they were both individuals struggling in this cruel competition. Surely a mutually beneficial outcome would be ideal. The ice spirit spring is about to appear. Countdown 3, 2, 1. As the mechanical countdown reached its conclusion, a surge of powerful energy erupted from the summit of the snow-capped mountain. Boom! A dull explosion shattered the tranquility of the night, causing Shuai Ling to snap her eyes open, fixating intently on the direction of the snow-capped mountain. Her pupils quivering with excitement, a dazzling white light shot into the sky, piercing through the thick clouds that loomed over the mountain peak, revealing a pristine crescent moon. Accompanying the spectacle was an intensely cold wave that radiated from the mountain's center, swiftly spreading in all directions, transforming the surrounding area into a frozen wasteland. The once delicate soul-devouring grasses on the ground were instantly encased in ice, enduring temperatures far colder than those produced by the Duqi technique Shuai Ling had previously unleashed, rapidly enveloping the vicinity around the snow-capped mountains. Within a radius of nearly 100 miles, this terrifying chill swept through, freezing many unsuspecting magical beasts into lifelike ice sculptures, each detail preserved with remarkable fidelity. "It seems I was indeed correct," Shuai Ling remarked, gazing at the chilling energy swirling in the air. Turning to Cheng Xing, concealing her expectations, a sly smile crept onto Cheng Xing's lips as he replied, "Indeed, it appears that treasures truly abound atop these snow-capped peaks." Confronted by the encroaching cold, the two did not dare to underestimate the situation. They combined their powers to withstand the formidable onslaught. The intertwining streams of their Duki struggled against the frigid shockwave, gradually dissipating the energy contained within. Chengxing observed the descending beam of light from the mountain's peak, while the system panel displayed the remaining time for the Ice Spirit Spring's presence. This frigid air is no less fierce than the blizzards of the far north, Shuel Ling noted solemnly, her gaze fixed on the mountain, now transformed from a sea of green grass to a crystalline expanse of ice. It was only the fourth watch of the night, with dawn still some time away. Let us wait until morning to proceed. It is inconvenient to act under the cover of night, Chengxing suggested as he turned to the enthusiastic Shuel Ling. The distance to the snow-capped mountain is not far, and we can set out once the day breaks. Shuel Ling bit her lip, reluctantly agreeing. All right then, we shall wait until dawn. However, this extraordinary phenomenon is likely to attract many powerful individuals seeking to seize the treasures. Chengxing shrugged off her concern, shaking his head. There is no need to worry. This place is deeply nestled within the mountains, and the surrounding area is rarely traversed, even if it draws in strong contenders. They will require considerable time and energy to reach here. Listening to Chengxing's reasoning, Shuel Ling found his perspective quite reasonable, as the shockwave continued to expand on the other side of the snow-capped mountains. A group soaring through the sky bore expressions of excitement upon witnessing the extreme cold energy. Your Majesty, this intense frigid energy is undoubtedly from the Ice Spirit Spring. My blood is rejoicing. Indeed, we belong to this realm of coldness. The one referred to as Her Majesty the Queen is none other than Queen Medusa, the leader of the Serpent People tribe residing within the vast Taggart Desert. The Taggart Desert lies beyond the eastern border of the Gamma Empire and does not belong to it. Due to the unbearable heat of the desert, it is unsuitable for habitation, which has led the Serpent People to continuously seek alternative living spaces, resulting in ongoing conflicts with neighboring territories, the closest of which is the Gamma Empire. The persistent skirmishes have made Queen Medusa's name known to many within the Empire, a moniker that evokes terror rather than admiration. Sufficient to make even the top 10 strongest individuals within the Empire shudder at its mere mention. Surrounding Queen Medusa are several formidable warriors from the Serpent People, namely Yin Shi, Nan Shi, Yu Mei, and Yin Li, the four combat kings who represent the pinnacle of their tribe's strength. Particularly noteworthy is Yin Shi, the eldest among them, who has attained the formidable rank of 8-star combat king. This underscores the significance of their current endeavor, as it necessitates traversing a portion of the Gamma Empire's territory and delving deep into the Beast Mountain range, requiring a substantial display of power to address any unforeseen circumstances that may arise. Chapter 41. Clouds of Suspicion do not celebrate too soon. The 6th-tier magical beasts are still present at the mountain summit. Akati remains uncertain whether other magical beasts are guarding the area. Queen Medusa gazed towards the snow-capped mountains with her faintly purple diamond-shaped pupils, her serpent tail languidly swaying, the subtle sound echoing against the confidence of the 4 Serpent People warriors. Your Majesty, even if there are 2 6th-tier magical beasts atop this mountain, with our Serpent People's unique combined combat technique, the 5 Serpent Poison Seal, dealing with them should not pose much difficulty that if there's only 1 6th-tier beast. We can easily restrain it as a team. To that point, Your Majesty can secure the Ice Spirit Cold Spring. Yin Shi lowered his head slightly, admiration gleaming in his eyes, his tone respectful. The rare softness flickered across Queen Medusa's enchanting visage as she replied gently, "Let us depart. The sooner we go, the sooner we return." With that, her violet form flickered and vanished into the horizon, the others exchanging glances before hastily following suit. 5 beams of various colors surged toward the snow-capped mountain. At dawn, Chengxing stealthily approached Shuel Ling, gently tapping her shoulder as he whispered, "Shuel Ling, it's almost time for us to set off. It seems dawn is nearing." Her captivating beauty was accentuated by her crescent-shaped eyes, which slowly opened, the cold light within dissipating as she gazed toward the snow-capped mountains on the horizon. Her voice soft. "Yes, let us go. I hope we can find something valuable." Chengxing opened his system panel, which now displayed not the countdown to the disappearance of the Ice Spirit Cold Spring, but rather a detailed image of a vast, crystalline lake, its surface transparent enough to reveal the depths nearly 100 fathoms below, where a small pool of unfrozen water was slowly moving. Is this the ice spirit cold spring? Chengxing marveled at the small pool of lively water at the lake's bottom, gasping in astonishment. The lake, hundreds of fathoms wide and nearly 100 fathoms deep, had transformed overnight from a pool of living water into a frozen lake, with numerous air bubbles trapped within the ice. Remnants of the soft sediment at the lake's bottom releasing air that had yet to reach the surface before being frozen in the icy waters. Contemplating this, a grave expression settled on Chengxing's face. The ice spirit cold spring would likely not be easily obtained. As the sky brightened slightly, Chengxing and Xueling were already en route, observing the drastically altered scenery from the previous day. Chengxing's pupils narrowed in astonishment as he murmured, "I have never encountered such a terrifying cold wave before." Xueling, however, was unfazed. Having dealt with ice and snow since childhood, she remarked nonchalantly, "At this level, it can only be considered moderately strong in our extreme northern lands. Previously, during a blizzard, our sect dispatched 3 or 4 combat emperors, yet they could not halt the terrifying cold wave. It was only through the combined efforts of those at the combat sovereign level that we managed to withstand it. The fearsome forces of nature, once unleashed, are ultimately difficult for mere mortals to resist before reaching a certain level. This applies to blizzards, thunderstorms, and other natural phenomena alike. However, garners particular destruction in the minds of people due to the special profession of alchemists. Yet, represents only the fire attribute, while the natural world encompasses a perfect blend of attributes, with every entity possessing its corresponding nature. Other attributes similarly have their own destructive counterparts, albeit not boasting a multitude of individuals like the rankings does. This does not negate their potential for devastation. Chengxing, this chilling aura feels somewhat peculiar. While flying, Xueling suddenly furrowed her brow, as if she had sensed something unusual, having faced countless terrifying cold waves over the years. She, unlike even the combat emperors who would shy away from such extremes, could endure the frigid conditions, yet this time she felt an unprecedented sense of danger. Upon hearing this, Chengxing turned to Xueling. Noticing her previously relaxed expression now tensed like a tightly wound spring, the playful smile that occasionally graced her face vanished, replaced by a solemnity and concern. "What is peculiar? Have you discovered something?" Chengxing inquired hastily, not daring to be negligent. "The cold is so terrifying that it even affects the range of my soul perception. In all my years, I have never encountered such a phenomenon." Xueling's expression was grave. Earlier, she had attempted to probe the situation ahead with her soul power, only to find her searching range diminished to less than half of what it had been before. Observing Xueling's serious demeanor, Chengxing quickly utilized his own soul power and, indeed, sensed an anomaly. Despite his soul realm being in the mid-stage of the mortal realm, he found his probing capabilities were even less effective than in the early stage, which felt exceedingly strange. The clouds in the sky were slowly undulating, once thousands of fathoms high, now seemingly on the verge of crashing to the ground, an overwhelming sense of pressure causing a sense of unease to creep into Chengxing's heart. "Do not dwell on it. We shall understand the cause upon arrival." Chengxing could only comfort both himself and Xueling, inquiring within his mind to the system, which remained unresponsive to this point. They could only adapt to the situation as it unfolded. The two continued their flight toward the snow-capped mountain, but with Xueling by his side, Chengxing could not afford to accelerate. He was obliged to match her pace. Remarkably, it took them an entire hour to reach the foot of the mountain. Upon arriving, Xueling, her attention sharply focused, spotted the remains of the soul-devouring eagle that Chengxing had slain the previous day, now covered in a thick layer of ice. Moreover, the ground was scattered with massive footprints, leaving impressions in the ice. "Chengxing, come look. The 5th-tier magical beast that escaped yesterday has been killed after all." Xueling expressed disappointment, for this had been a hard-won 5th-tier flying magical beast, and with such high-tier flying magical beasts being exceedingly rare, it now seemed impossible to complete their task. Chengxing, who had slain the beast, felt a pang of guilt, fearing Xueling would grow suspicious. Upon noticing the giant footprints scattered across the icy surface, he quickly remarked, It seems there are quite a few high-tier magical beasts around here. He casually unleashed a stream of combat energy, striking the ice, which merely left a bowl-sized dent rather than shattering it entirely, indicating the peculiarity of the ice layer. This ice is no ordinary matter. Those who left footprints on it are likely fifth-tier magical beasts, Cheng Xing calmly analyzed. The earlier towering beam of combat energy had likely served to summon this group of fifth-tier magical beasts. Judging by the tracks, there may be more than two. Shuai Ling added after examining the footprints. It's quite strange. High-tier magical beasts possess territorial instincts. The deceased fifth-tier beast, along with the signs of prior combat, indicates that the two magical beasts arriving afterward did not engage in conflict, and it is very likely they traveled together. Yet, how could these inherently savage creatures coexist so harmoniously? Various enigmas loomed over their minds, prompting both to summon their combat energy in readiness for any impending confrontation. Chapter 42. At the summit of the Snow Mountain in the world of magical beasts, territory is fiercely guarded by its inhabitants. While the hierarchy of power supersedes it, that high-tier magical beasts can command lower-tier ones. After all, might makes right. Thus, the only plausible explanation for the coexistence of two fifth-tier magical beasts is that they are subjugated by an even more formidable beast. Cheng Xing and Shuai Ling were both aware of this in their hearts, yet they were reluctant to voice it. A glint of cunning flickered in Cheng Xing's eyes, having anticipated the magical beast's call for reinforcements. He had intentionally sought Shuai Ling's company. Based on the signs, these were likely two fifth-tier magical beasts recently ascended to that level, and Shuai Ling should have no trouble stalling them that were almost at the summit. Shall we proceed? Cheng Xing observed her apprehension and feigned casualness, knowing full well that Shuai Ling would not easily back down, especially after having made a prior commitment. Noticing Cheng Xing's mischievous grin directed at her, Shuai Ling's heart raced with anxiety, repeatedly reassuring herself that since they had come this far, there was no harm in taking a look. If worst came to worst, they could always flee. Let us proceed. Having come this far, I am eager to discover what object could cause such an extensive freeze. Shu Ling wore an expression of indifference as she confidently spoke. After finishing her words, both of them unfurled their wings and soared toward the snow-capped mountains ahead. At this moment, the snow mountain was no longer merely a speck of white sesame at the horizon. Gazing upward from a base, one could see the towering mountain body ascending into the clouds. With only a white ribbon visible at mid-height, the bare gray-brown rock below glimmered faintly, and the rugged mountain path was strewn with stones. Ascending from the mountain base, they encountered an unobstructed and eerily tranquil journey, as if the prior terrifying fluctuations had never occurred. Not even a trace of the magical beast was in sight. How peculiar! Where are the signs of any magical beast activity? Cheng Xing also found it strange. If the soul-devouring griffin's lair resided within this snow mountain, then the absence of any activity was perplexing. Cheng Xing, come here, don't fly any higher. Shu Ling's voice grew slightly urgent as she called out to him. What's wrong? Is it a magical beast? The cloud layer at mid-mountain seemed to impose a special restriction. Beyond this point, they could no longer manifest their dooky wings. Shu Ling pointed ahead to the mist not far away, where the white ribbon they had observed from below now lay directly in front of them. The thick cloud layer appeared like a tangible white wall, blocking the path to the mountain's summit. Rather than a path, it resembled a relatively gentle ridge, barely wide enough to accommodate a few strides, with steep mountain bodies flanking either side. Then let us proceed. It's nothing to worry about. Cheng Xing chuckled, grasping Shu Ling's wrist and striding forward. Shu Ling felt the warmth at her wrist, her gaze becoming somewhat dazed, akin to a fawn whose heart had been shattered, as she numbly followed Cheng Xing, allowing him to lead her onward. Though the cloud layer appeared as a wall from a distance, as they drew closer, it revealed itself to be thick mist gathering at the mountain's waist. This proximity evoked an even more peculiar sensation. As they walked, Cheng Xing's dookie enveloping his body to fend off the cold continued to circulate until they neared the cloud layer. In mere moments, the external chill halted its operation, allowing the terrifying cold to seep in, exposing Cheng Xing to the harsh reality of low temperatures. This temperature is dangerously low. The dookie might freeze. We must move quickly. As he spoke, Chengxing lightened his steps, pulling Shuling along as they glided swiftly over the cloud layer. Utilizing the dragon soaring cloud avoidance technique, Chengxing soon broke through the clouds, revealing a landscape adorned with shimmering ice crystals, transforming the entire mountain into a scene of exquisite beauty. Gazing at the transparent crystals, Shuling gradually freed herself from Chengxing's grasp, squatting to examine the ice crystals scattered across the ground. Chengxing joined her, as this phenomenon was also a first for him. Perhaps Shuling had seen it before. He inquired, "So, do you recognize these?" With her slender fingers attempting to pick up a crystal, Shuling was taken aback when upon contact, the crystal disintegrated into a cloud of dust, revealing its fragility. Staring at the peculiar ice crystals, Shuling appeared bewildered and shook her head helplessly. "I've never seen these before either." Chengxing focused on the crystals that had turned to dust beneath them, prompting his system to initiate a scan. Ice crystals formed from the purest water attribute Duqi in the air, instantly frozen under extreme cold. "This is actually frozen Duqi, my heavens." Upon learning the source, Chengxing's astonishment could hardly be contained. The Duqi being frozen didn't seem overly frightening. However, the fact that the mountainside above was blanketed in ice crystals meant that, in a fleeting moment, the terrifyingly low temperatures had frozen half a mountain's worth of water attribute Duqi. Gasping at the thought, Chengxing felt an icy chill envelop him, causing him to involuntarily draw in a sharp breath as the frigid air coursed through him, wrapping him in a shroud of cold, as if his very blood had turned frigid. Under such terrifyingly low temperatures, his body shivered uncontrollably. "Chengxing, are you all right?" Noticing his discomfort, Shuling rushed forward to inquire that "I'm fine." Before he could finish, a terrifying gust of wind swept down from the mountain peak, barreling toward them in an instant. Be careful." Chengxing was the first to sense the imminent danger, swiftly turning to enfold Shuling in his embrace. His Duqi surged violently as his purple cloud wings expanded several feet, forming a protective shield against the oncoming onslaught. Being suddenly enveloped in Chengxing's embrace caused Shuling's previously pristine complexion to flush with warmth, her cheeks reddening like candied fruit, though not quite that rosy. Amidst the piercing howl of the wind outside, she felt no chill, for she could distinctly hear Chengxing's steady breaths, the warm exhalations above her head akin to a steam locomotive, enveloping her in a captivating warmth. After a considerable while, the wind began to subside. With the terrifying chill abated, Chengxing felt reluctant to release her from his grasp, yet this thought was short-lived as he quickly suppressed it. Stepping back and clearing his throat to alleviate the awkwardness. "Are you okay?" Shuling, covering her flushed cheeks with her hands, turned slightly as she spoke. Chengxing's face also bore an unnatural hue as he repeatedly assured her, "I am fine, really." Just as the two were still ensnared in their mutual embarrassment, a sudden and intense surge of energy rippled through the air, accompanied by sound akin to muffled thunder, sharply capturing their attention. Sensing the terrifying pressure emanating from the energy fluctuations, Chengxing felt a slight tightness in his chest, even experiencing a fleeting moment of palpitations. That coming from the mountaintop. Shuling, alarmed by the sudden energy wave, turned pale as the flush in her cheeks vanished. Chengxing, equally shocked, realized that in this desolate wilderness, there were indeed others vying for the ice spirit cold spring alongside them. "We must hurry. If we delay, we might miss out entirely." A sense of urgency surged within him as he spoke, hastily guiding Shuling toward the mountain summit. However, with the mountain towering over 1,000 feet, reaching the top on foot would still require considerable time. The intense aftershocks of battle continued to radiate outward, and as they drew nearer to the summit, the impact of these shock waves intensified, intermingled with the anguished cries of magical beasts, prompting them to tread with utmost caution. "Wait, we're almost at the summit. Let us adjust our states and prepare for any unexpected situations." Chengxing, without turning back, spoke in a low voice, having sensed the terrifying aura from the previously observed Duqi light pillar amidst the ongoing battle fluctuations. As they approached the peak, the clouds that had obscured their view dissipated, restoring their line of sight, yet the sensing of souls still bore a formidable resistance, preventing them from foreseeing the state of the mountaintop. The fluctuations must be from a sixth-tier magical beast. Shualing thought, her heart filled with trepidation, her tone wavering. Changxing remained silent, nearing the summit, yet the aura within the fluctuations was challenging to discern. Judging from the external waves, this sixth-tier beast had reached its mid-stage. If its physical strength was formidable, it would equate to a 6- or 7-star Do Huang among humans. Although Changxing had utilized the Do Huang experience card, his own strength could only be classified as around 5-star Do Huang. Moreover, the surface-level yellow-tier techniques he employed were actually equivalent to low-level Xian-tier techniques, which, despite possessing numerous ground-tier Do techniques, meant his combat power could only withstand a 6-star Do Huang. To effortlessly suppress someone equivalent to a 5-star Do Huang implied that its strength was likely nearing the pinnacle of Do Huang. Contemplating this, Changxing clenched his fists tightly, his jaw set in determination as he felt a surge of excitement. With a resounding cry that echoed through the heavens, the violent fluctuations of battle abruptly ceased. Just a few hundred meters from the summit, they halted to observe. "Is it over?" Shuling asked, her expression one of confusion, her eyes revealing a hint of unease as she looked at Changxing. Uncertain himself, Changxing, his nerves taut, merely shook his head and continued onward. Following the cessation of the fluctuations, a shadow darted close to the ground from the central lake at the summit, hurtling outward and leaving a distinct trail of blood across the snow. Covering the distance of a few hundred meters in mere minutes, Changxing and Shuling found themselves nearing the peak. A sharp whistle rang out from above, mingled with the anguished cries of magical beasts. And the previous terrifying fluctuations surged once more. Be cautious. Something is approaching us. Changxing was the first to notice the anomaly, hastily warning Shuling. Within moments, a small black descended from the mountaintop, accelerating rapidly toward them, heedless of its surroundings, clearly fleeing for its life. The drew closer. Changxing discerned its true form. The magical beast was entirely clad in black feathers, not particularly large. Resembling an oversized crow, its wings beat frantically, blood cascading with each flap, and a ghastly wound on its back exuded a foul stench. It's a 5th-tier flying magical beast. Upon discerning that the approaching creature was a 5th-tier flying beast, Xueling could not contain her exclamation. "I shall take action to slay it." As her words echoed, she dashed towards the beast with fervor. Changxing, unable to intervene in time, found himself on the verge of a collision with the creature. The beast, already in a panic state, could hardly fathom the presence of a human ambush. Upon spotting the sudden silhouette, it instinctively veered off course, attempting to escape the mountain path. "Do not flee," Xueling commanded, her voice ringing out as she invoked Ice Prison. Thick ice pillars emerged from thin air, encircling the beast in an instant. The creature, desperate for survival, paid no heed to the encirclement and charged directly into the ice column. The sound of crashing resonating chillingly in Changxing's heart, still struggling. "Allow me to send you on your way," Xueling proclaimed, her form gradually lifting into the air. The markings upon her hand shifted, her flowing gown billowing without wind, as she voraciously absorbed the chilling energy permeating the atmosphere. Her gaze fixated on the beast, which was repeatedly battering against the ice prison, and with a delicate parting of her lips. Her soft voice was laced with lethal intent. "Ice needle strike." As her command resonated, the gathered coldness in the air transformed into countless slender ice needles that sliced through the atmosphere, emitting a piercing sound as they relentlessly targeted the ensnared beast. The already wounded creature, realizing its inability to escape, enveloped itself with its wings and summoned its internal energy to resist the incoming ice needles. As the energy clung to its dark feathers, it emitted a faint glow, appearing quite mystical. The crisp sounds of impacts echoed, as the once soft black feathers hardened under the luminescence, the ice needles striking them with minimal effect. Taken aback by the scene, Xueling momentarily hesitated, but after a brief pause, her internal energy surged, and a thicker ice pillar rapidly formed before her. Biting her finger, she let a drop of blood fall onto the tip of the forming ice spike. The ice spike, having absorbed this drop of blood, radiated a dangerous aura, its icy gleam seemingly capable of rending the very fabric of space. Changxing, witnessing the ice spike, was equally astonished, estimating that the level of this spell was certainly not low, likely at least of the earth tier, and his gaze towards Xueling was filled with complexity. Go, Xueling commanded, pointing her finger as the newly formed terrifying ice spike hurtled towards the beast defending itself within the prison. Compared to the previous ice needles, this spike sliced through the air with an overwhelming force, emitting a sharp whistling sound before it struck the glowing wings of the beast. For a moment, two distinct colors of light clashed, but the cold white light of the ice spike swiftly tore through the black feathers, shattering the dark luminescence that clung to them, accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream as the creature within the prison was pierced through. Chilled to the core, seeing her strike succeed, Xueling did not relent but continued to unleash ice needles upon the beast with fervent intensity. Only when the agonizing screams began to subside did she descend to the ground, her face pale from the exertion, gazing upon the now bloodied and dismembered creature within the cage. Changxing could not help but exclaim, "That beast is surely dead." In response, Xueling merely smiled gently, her hand curving as a powerful pull extracted the glowing magic core from the mangled remains. This dark feather crow has been gravely injured, making it particularly easy to handle. Yet even without such injuries, with its initial 5th-tier strength, it could not escape our grasp. Xueling beamed, showcasing the magic core to Changxing, her smile radiant. Changxing, witnessing Xueling's swift actions, also broke into a smile, remarking, "Then your assessment task must be considered a resounding success. Congratulations are in order. Our next goal is undoubtedly the rare treasures of the mountain's peak," Xueling declared, stowing away the magic core, her smile gradually fading as she approached Changxing with a teasing tone. Changxing was somewhat taken aback. He had anticipated that Xueling would depart after slaying the beast, and had prepared to bid her farewell. However, her current demeanor was unexpected. Nevertheless, considering the unpredictability at the summit, Changxing suggested, "Perhaps you should refrain from going to the peak. I can manage alone since your task has already been completed." "Hey, are you trying to send me away?" Xueling's expression shifted, her delicate face darkening, brows furrowing as her gaze pierced Changxing like a blade. "The summit is far too perilous. We have not interacted much, and there is no need for you to wade through such treacherous waters alongside me," Changxing stated calmly, hoping to persuade Xueling while also concealing too much information from others. The gravity etched on Changxing's face conveyed an unmistakable signal of danger. Yet even so, Xueling did not retreat, advancing on dainty steps until she stood before him, a mischievous smile playing upon her lips as she surveyed his youthful visage. "You appear to be younger than I," Xueling remarked, scrutinizing the young man who was a few years her junior, his spirited demeanor captivating her, causing a peculiar sparkle to flicker in her eyes. Xueling's sudden closeness left Changxing flustered. He stumbled back, feeling awkward yet unable to evade her gaze, allowing her glistening eyes to inspect his face. "What's the matter? So what if you are a few years older than me?" Changxing stammered, turning his head and speaking softly, his tone losing its previous firmness. Upon hearing his admission of being younger, a tender smile graced Xueling's face, radiating warmth. She then spoke in a surprisingly firm tone. "Then the younger brother must heed the elder sister's words. She would not bring you harm." Faced with Xueling's insistence, Changxing could only swallow hard, pouting in resignation. "Fine, fine, fine. We shall go together, but it is agreed. If the situation turns dire, we must flee immediately, and no one shall be left behind." Though their time together had been brief, spanning merely 2 or 3 days, they had formed a mutual understanding. And Xueling's naive innocence made it difficult for Changxing to refuse such collaboration, leading to their trust in each other under these circumstances. "Agreed. It is settled then," Xueling replied cheerfully. "However, regardless of the outcome, I will ensure your safe return from the mountain." Changxing merely smiled wryly at her statement, clearly not taking it to heart, and then jested. "All right, Sister Xueling, if I find myself truly unable to escape, you must come to my rescue. Ha ha ha." With that, he ambled forward, unconcerned. Watching Changxing dismiss her words, Xueling could only stomp her foot in frustration, casting a resentful glance at him before hastily catching up. With only a final 100 meters to the summit, the two proceeded with trepidation, their forms mirroring one another as they navigated cautiously, each step taken with utmost care to avoid provoking any disturbances. Before long, they reached the pinnacle. There, at the edge of the summit, lay an uneven circular stone formation, scattered with the remains of various beasts, evidently aged. Advancing further, they beheld a vast basin at the center of the mountaintop, perhaps more accurately described as a colossal depression in Annular Mountain. The term flashed in Chengxing's mind as he immediately recognized the geological formation of the summit. Suppressing his tumultuous emotions, he pressed forward, moving towards the source of the fluctuations. The depression was immense, stretching at least 1,000 feet across, its depth considerable yet not extreme, measuring several dozen feet deep at its core, where a lake encased in thick ice lay. Above it, several dark figures wove in and out of each other's paths, fierce combat reverberating from their midst. Chengxing's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized the distant figures. The foremost woman bore a languid expression, her diamond-shaped pupils reflecting a dismissive attitude, as if she were not engaged in a life-or-death struggle. Clad in a regal purple qipao, her silhouette remained impeccably defined, her breathtaking beauty exuding a chilling allure that made the notion of slaughter seem incongruous. Behind her stood 4 formidable figures, each emanating a powerful aura. Before these 5, a birdman cloaked in black feathers, a 6th-tier beast, was present. Yet now, he no longer exuded the air of composure. Behind him lay the lifeless bodies of 2 soul-eating griffins, their corpses marred by an unknown liquid that continued to corrode their bones, emitting a foul stench into the air. Why do those individuals have tails? Xueling inquired with curiosity as she observed the figures at the center. Could it be that they are fully transformed 7th-tier beasts? Chengxing, previously captivated by the woman's beauty, had entirely missed the purple serpent tail subtly swaying beneath her fitted qipao. Upon Xueling's prompt, his pupils constricted to pinpoints as he managed to utter, "Medusa Queen, are you referring to the woman at the forefront?" Xueling asked, perplexed. Indeed, all 5 are serpent folk, and the one leading them must undoubtedly be the highest leader of the serpent folk. "Medusa," Chengxing replied, his breath quickening as he spoke, this race truly so formidable." The snow spirit, born in the frigid northern realm, had never heard of this notorious figure. However, witnessing Chengxing's reaction only piqued her curiosity further. It was not a matter that could be easily articulated at this moment. All she needed to know was that this woman was cold-blooded and ruthless, a merciless killer with a capricious temperament and exceedingly cruel methods. Her strength being truly terrifying, it appeared that this 6th-tier magical beast would soon meet its demise. Chengxing explained in a hushed tone, her current power should be nearing the pinnacle of a battle emperor. And coupled with the 4 formidable battle kings behind her, if the 5 of them unleash the serpent clan's combined battle technique, the 5-serpent venom seal, this 6th-tier magical beast would likely stand no chance. The aura indeed belonged to a 6th-tier creature, but why did it possess a humanoid form? Perhaps it had consumed a 6th-grade demonic transformation pill, hence retaining the characteristics of a magical beast even after taking on a human shape. As its fur had yet to shed, Chengxing added, "Medusa, you have traversed great distances to invade my territory, slaughter my subjects, and butcher my progeny. What is your true intention? We are both magical beasts, with no grievances nor enmities between us. Why do you harm me so?" A powerful avian voice thundered, accusing Medusa of her actions. "Impudent wretch, how dare you utter the queen's name so casually?" A figure cloaked in flames retorted sharply. "Yinli, cease your idle chatter. Let us strike together and subdue him swiftly, lest the queen take further action." But a serpent clad in green robes respectfully lowered his gaze towards Medusa, then turned to the flaming figure beside him, before taking flight and wielding his battle aura to strike at their foe. Following the previous battle, the avian had sustained numerous injuries, its feathers stained with blood, and 2 puncture wounds on its neck were swelling, continuously exuding purple toxic fumes, evidently inflicted by a venomous snake. Even its once mighty wings were now nearly bare, presenting a pitiful sight. "Medusa, you are merciless. Even in death, I shall not allow you to claim it." The feathered avian bellowed, followed by a sudden disappearance, evading the swift attacks of the two serpents. Yen Li, Nan Shi, return. In the face of the suddenly vanished opponent, Medusa merely smiled slightly, summoning the two back. Cheng Xing, upon hearing the avian's fierce words, anticipated that the next phase would be one of mutual destruction, and he wished to lead the snow spirit to safety. I wondered why the reinforcements were delayed. It turns out you too have slain my messenger. You shall join him in the grave." A booming laughter erupted from above, causing Cheng Xing's heart to sink and his complexion to change dramatically. Realizing the peril of being discovered, he immediately grasped the snow spirit's hand. But before they could move, a terrifying gust of wind surged from behind, propelling them into the mountaintop basin. Their sudden appearance drew the attention of all present. "Those damned humans," the serpents cursed in unison, extinguishing any flicker of hope for Cheng Xing's escape. "This is it. We've been discovered," Cheng Xing lamented, turning to the snow spirit with resignation. Chapter 45. Desperate struggle in the face of the two unexpected arrivals. Medusa could not even be bothered to lift her eyelids, or they were merely two battle kings, easily dealt with, while the greatest threat remained the elusive sixth-tier magical beast. Let us not rush. Observe what this Kunpeng has in store. Medusa cast a cold glance at Cheng Xing and the snow spirit before gesturing slightly to her four serpentine allies. With the queen's command, the four could only glare menacingly at Cheng Xing, their battle aura surging and ready to strike. System: investigate the origins of this magical beast. Cheng Xing felt a chill run down his spine. This sixth-tier beast was retaliating, and it seemed intent on dragging two more souls into the fray. Despite his grievances, the prospect of safely departing had become increasingly unlikely. Ding, Gray Feather Kunpeng, a flying magical beast, is a branch of the Kunpeng species, born as a fourth-tier beast, with each ascension from the fifth tier onward. Its feathers undergo peculiar transformations. At the sixth tier, its feathers turn gray. At the seventh, they become purple. At the eighth, they turn red, with the potential to ascend to the ninth tier, becoming a magical beast of golden feathers. Second only to the ancient phoenix. Second only to the ancient phoenix? This beast has quite the pedigree. Cheng Xing mused, reflecting on the information displayed on the screen. Point 1 is a serpent possessing a trace of the seven-color devouring python's bloodline, and the other can evolve into a being second only to the ancient phoenix. What a remarkable lineage! Look, that magical beast has soared into the clouds. The snow spirit pointed at a small black dot amidst the thick, dark clouds. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed the Gray Feather Kunpeng, which had been engaged in battle with Medusa and her entourage. Cheng Xing squinted his eyes, attempting to track the Kunpeng's movements through the cloud cover. He needed to ascertain its current intentions. The Kunpeng's innate skill, Storm Surge, allowed it to harness the energy stored within the clouds, unleashing devastating attacks. These clouds had remained stagnant for several days, and their vast expanse covered several tens of kilometers, harboring energy that even a battle emperor would struggle to withstand. He gazed at the dense clouds above. Cheng Xing felt a sense of dread, having previously witnessed the immense power contained within the energy of the heavens and earth while refining the force of Xianlei. He had not anticipated that the Gray Feather Kunpeng would wield such a peculiar technique. Medusa, prepare to meet your end. Perish beneath my storm surge is a privilege you shall cherish. The triumphant laughter echoed from above, causing Medusa's diamond-shaped pupils to fixate upon the swirling clouds, her enchanting visage slightly paling as she hurriedly condensed her battle aura, unleashing a violet blast towards the clouds. Yet, amidst the swirling tempest, her attack yielded no effect, failing to pierce the thick cloud cover. The surrounding clouds, expertly manipulated by the Gray Feather Kunpeng, began to whirl, transforming from a heavy mass into a nimble, agile formation. The soul's power being unrestricted, Cheng Xing suddenly realized the energy accumulating within the clouds, discovering that the soul's power was no longer constrained, allowing for effortless information probing. The snow spirit's countenance turned ashen as she beheld the nascent storm cloud in the sky. Exclaiming in despair, perhaps we truly should not have ventured into this quagmire. The swirling storm cloud dominated half the sky, forming a robust wind barrier with a distinctly visible EY. This feature emerged. The previously tranquil atmosphere was abruptly shattered by howling winds that swept across the land, awakening the frigid tempest once more. In mere moments, stones of all sizes on the ground were lifted by the fierce winds, clouds of dust obscuring the sun and deepening the already gloomy sky. Medusa, it is not too late for you to retreat with your companions, that I can overlook this transgression. Kunpeng, do not indulge in fantasies. Even as death approaches, you still think to intimidate me. Medusa replied coldly, a smirk gracing her lips. Even if you withstand this attack, your 4 battle kings shall not endure. Ha! At the center of the storm, I stood a shadowy figure. The gray feather Kunpeng, defiantly upright. Though its wounds bled profusely, it strove to maintain its composure. The colossal storm brewing in the sky periodically released powerful gusts of energy, striking the ground with incredible speed. After casually dissipating several energy blasts, Medusa gazed up at the ever-mounting tempest, her delicate lips moving in silent contemplation. .5 Serpent Venom Seal. The 4 previously engaged in fending off the gusts swiftly unleashed their concentrated battle aura. First neutralizing the imminent threat before regrouping around Medusa, they executed a dazzling array of hand seals, and as their movements synchronized, 5 beams of differing hues coalesced in their palms. Simultaneously, a faint purple barrier materialized, effortlessly blocking the fierce winds directed at them. What are they doing? The snow spirit asked curiously, having formed several ice pillars to create a sturdy ice wall, her gaze fixed on the 5 individuals arranging themselves in an unusual formation at the center of the ice lake. This is the Serpent Clan's fusion battle technique, rather enigmatic, capable of conjuring a giant serpent imbued with intelligence and control. Its power is the cumulative strength of those who execute the technique, even allowing for challenges against higher tiers. Changxing elucidated with familiarity. Several massive beams of energy shot skyward, momentarily dispersing the wind barrier, then converging upon the central purple beam. Suddenly, the purple beam began to swirl, and in an instant, it transformed into a colossal serpent over 20 zhang long, radiating a purple glow, its energy fluctuations hinting at a potential breakthrough beyond the peak of a battle emperor. I never imagined the power of this fusion technique to be so formidable. Changxing marveled as the energy serpent surged skyward, intercepting all the unleashed winds from the storm, its size remaining unchanged yet exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure that enveloped the battlefield. In the skies above, the Kunpeng, witnessing the soaring serpent, was consumed by a mix of reluctance and madness. Laughing maniacally, I will not let you have it. With that, its gray feathers began to shed, melding into the tempest above. With bloodied hands, it expertly performed the bloodline-etched hand seals, and as the seals quickly completed, the gray feather Kunpeng spat forth a mouthful of vital blood, coalescing it before itself, its expression twisted in rage as it bellowed. Storms surge, the tempest, having coalesced, transformed under the guidance of the Kunpeng into colossal columns of wind, surging towards the gathering atop the mountain peak. At this moment, the energies of heaven and earth became fiercely tumultuous, as dozens of wind columns, each exceeding 10 zhang in diameter, obliterated the boulders on the ground, wreaking havoc in their wake. This forced Changxing and Xueling to lean against each other, their bodies channeling a half-circle of fighting spirit, barely managing to maintain their footing amidst the storm's fury. Meanwhile, on Medusa's side, a 20 zhang-long energy serpent coiled protectively around the 5, enduring the relentless assault of the towering wind columns. As the energy columns seemed incapable of overcoming the serpent, the gray-feathered Kunpeng coughed violently, expelling a pool of purulent blood mixed with shattered innards. The complex expression flickered in his eyes. He understood that his time was drawing near. With a melancholic glance at the frozen lake, he murmured, "What a pity! Such a treasure shall not await her return." As the words left his lips, the gray-feathered Kunpeng, with his already shriveled hand, painstakingly formed a seal, and his body was swept away, vanishing into the eye of the storm. But a dull thud echoed as the once gray-white clouds instantaneously erupted into a vivid crimson hue, transforming into a blood-red sky within the blink of an eye. After a few rotations, the rampaging energy columns dissipated, giving rise to a blood-colored energy beam, barely a zhang wide, that hurtled towards the energy serpent coiled upon the lake's surface. Chapter 46. Terrifying impact at last. The storm had abated. Had it continued, their fighting spirit would have been entirely depleted. Xue Ling gasped for breath, her body leaning against Cheng Xing's back. The previous energy columns had drained considerable energy, and this respite was undoubtedly a relief. However, Cheng Xing did not easily retract his fighting spirit. His keen senses alerted him to the abruptness of this cessation. Raising his gaze to the now discolored storm clouds above and the swiftly forming blood beam, he perceived an extremely dangerous aura. This must be the essence of destructive power. A piercing shriek resonated in everyone's ears simultaneously as the energy beam, a zhang wide, descended from the heavens to the mountaintop. Stretching for thousands of zhang, from a distance, it appeared as a fragile thread connecting heaven and earth. The blood beam locked onto Medusa on the icy surface, a tide of murderous intent rushing forth. This intense fluctuation could not escape Medusa's perception. She witnessed the violet energy serpent open its maw, a deep violet fighting spirit beam rapidly coalescing within, charging directly at the blood beam. Sensing the overwhelming force, the others did not dare to be negligent, intensifying their fighting spirit output, with beads of sweat rolling down their cheeks, the color of their fighting spirit beams deepening. Yet Medusa, the queen, was not faring much better. A hint of caution adorned her enchanting visage, her fragrant sweat thoroughly soaking her veil. The serpent, gathering the fighting spirits of several, could only withstand the onslaught of the blood beam for a mere 20 seconds before signs of collapse began to manifest. As the serpent faltered against the blood beam's impact, Cheng Xing and Xue Ling sensed a suffocating aura engulfing the mountaintop. Should this beam fully erupt, it would undoubtedly annihilate everyone present. The massive body of the violet serpent began to develop cracks. Yet the intensity of the blood beam showed little signs of waning. The expressions of Yin Shi and the others turned increasingly fearful as they witnessed the widening fissures. Their fighting spirit had dwindled perilously low after prolonged exertion. "Your Majesty, we cannot hold on much longer. You may spoke first." Under Medusa's cold gaze, the others could only nod in reluctant agreement. Observing her four powerful allies nearing exhaustion, Medusa's countenance darkened in a swift motion. She expanded her form, transforming into a true violet serpent within mere moments, providing mutual support to the energy serpent while shielding her four companions. "Leave at once," Medusa commanded resolutely. This was the last card of the serpent people. As long as her companions could escape, she could fight without reservation. Otherwise, injuring her subordinates would be a grave miscalculation. Though Yu Mei and the others wished to remain, only Yin Shi, having watched Medusa grow from a young age, understood her intentions, urging, "Our presence will only hinder your Majesty's efforts. We must leave quickly." With Yin Shi's insistence, the four fled swiftly from beneath the two serpents, landing on the periphery of the icy lake alongside Cheng Xing and Xue Ling, forming a small protective barrier with their fighting spirit to support each other. "Cheng Xing, we must go." Xue Ling tugged at Cheng Xing's sleeve, whispering, "If these serpent people recover, our escape will become troublesome. Let us wait a moment. There is still plenty of energy yet to be unleashed from this storm. If Queen Medusa cannot endure, I do not believe those four will remain idle." Cheng Xing replied. He had come to this snowy mountain for the ice spirit cold spring, and he would not easily concede, especially since he had yet to lay eyes upon it. Worry filled Xue Ling's eyes as she gazed at the storm above, the blood-red hue gradually fading. The once thick crimson had begun to contract from the edges towards the center. Surely, once the blood energy was exhausted, the storm would gradually disperse. After watching the four depart, Medusa, in her serpentine form, devoured the energy serpent, which immediately radiated a rich purple light. Her pale violet pupils fixed upon the now unimpeded blood beam, she opened her cavernous maw and exhaled a dense purple mist. As the purple mist corroded the blood beam, it climbed rapidly, reaching mid-air in the blink of an eye. What is she attempting? Is she trying to sever the blood beam's energy supply? Changxing marveled at the swiftly advancing purple mist, which possessed formidable corrosive properties akin to a potent toxin. The purple smoke emanating from the wound on the gray-feathered Kunpeng was reminiscent of this very mist, under the relentless corrosive onslaught of the purple smoke. The blood beam suddenly snapped in two. Changxing observed as the severed remnants of the blood beam slowly leaked their energy onto the icy lake, causing debris to scatter violently, leaving behind a deep pit of several zhang. Yet not a single drop of water surged forth to this moment. The storm above did not dissipate due to the severing of the blood beam. Rather, it accelerated its rotation, seemingly brewing an even more ferocious onslaught. Your Majesty has succeeded. Next, we shall deal with these two humans, the serpent people, witnessing Medusa's triumph over the blood beam, prepared to launch an attack on Changxing and Xueling. Their race had long been driven into the deserts by human forces, cultivating a profound resentment towards humanity over time. Xueling, undeterred by the fierce demeanor of the four serpent people, slid her finger across her storage ring, conjuring a short sword into her palm. Standing resolutely alongside Changxing in defense against the impending assault. Why are these serpents so vile? Always seeking trouble with us, she grumbled in frustration. Changxing raised his gaze to the storm above, now accelerating in its rotation, grasping Xueling's wrist firmly as he urgently instructed, "Stay close to me and do not wander off." With his other hand, he rummaged through his backpack for something. Xueling, bewildered, struggled to comprehend Changxing's sudden insistence. In that moment of distraction, Medusa noticed a glimmer descending rapidly from the blood-red clouds. Due to its immense speed, a black line traced across the sky, drawing the tremendous energy brewing within the storm back along this path. The object shone with a radiant white light, standing out starkly against the dim sky, before Medusa's transformed violet serpent could mount a defense. The brilliant light was nearly upon them. Damn it, it's too fast. Both Medusa and Changxing cursed simultaneously. In an instant, the light flashed, illuminating Xueling's pale face to the point of translucence under its brilliance. Changxing could only see her mouth moving, yet no sound reached his ears. Time seemed to slow dramatically. Then, a terrifying explosion erupted from the center of the icy lake, with a thunderous roar ringing in his ears. Changxing pulled Xueling behind him, finally grasping what he had sought. Damn it, I found it. System, activate the Nine Hells Wind Flame Experience card. He bellowed inwardly. Ding. The Nine Hells Wind Flame Experience card has been activated for the host. As the activated, Changxing no longer concealed his strength. His Do Huang aura surged rapidly, and the fighting spirit within him circulated swiftly. In less than a breath, he erupted in his palm, emitting an unsettling wind that stirred the senses. With the emergence of the surrounding air began to warm, dispelling the earlier chill. The winds now infused with a peculiar heat, reminiscent of the scorching summer sun, faced with the surging white wall approaching. Changxing dared not underestimate it. His expression grew solemn, his eyes fixed ahead, commanding, "Stay behind me. Do not stray even a step." That he manipulated with both hands, tracing elegant arcs in the air, striving to maintain control of the swirling flames before him. In the next moment, the sound of this roiling was drowned out by the booming impact, the surroundings turning to a haze of gray. The previously elevated temperature plummeted, sinking even lower than before. No way. With this influence, how can the temperature still drop? Changxing felt the biting cold enveloping him. The Nine Netherwind Flame, a highly esteemed variant of fire, should surely be capable of withstanding such minor chill. Chapter 47. The emergence of the ice spirit cold spring. The temperature plummeted abruptly. Changxing sensed something amiss. He retrieved several qi restoration pills from his backpack, popped one into his mouth, and handed another to Xueling, exclaiming loudly, "This pill can replenish your fighting spirit. Consume it quickly. This chilling cold is highly unusual, and we cannot ascertain how long it will persist." Xueling gazed at the round, fragrant pill and, without a moment's hesitation, swallowed it whole. As the pill entered their bodies, the previously depleted fighting spirit within both of them was swiftly replenished, recovering at an astonishing pace, with the subsequent support of fighting spirit. Changxing's variant fire surged forth more fiercely, emanating a striking black hue amidst the thick whiteness, appearing exceptionally glaring. The terrifying grayish-white shockwave had filled the entire mountaintop and was even spilling over the protruding rock faces. Spreading down the mountainside, within the grayish-white expanse, three distinct colored specks could be observed: a pale lavender, sustained solely by the Medusa Queen; a somewhat feeble light green, upheld by the four Do Wong of the Serpent Clan; and Chengxing's deep black. Clearly, the variant fire held a significant advantage against such an onslaught. Chengxing merely needed to activate it and continuously supply fighting spirit, as the inherent strength of the fire ensured safety. After all, the Nine Nether Wind Flame was birthed in the most extreme Een territory, where the wind's ferocity was unparalleled. If it could not withstand this level of impact, it would be a discredit to its ranking. The dense cloud cover above began to slowly dissipate, having lost its tether, restoring much of its previous appearance. Above, only a layer of cold glinting clouds remained, appearing somewhat translucent from below, as though one could glimpse the ice crystals contained within, shimmering under the piercing sunlight in a manner that seemed quite mystical. As the storm clouds began to disperse, rays of sunlight could finally pour down unabashedly onto the earth. The land sparkled with ice crystals, entombing once vibrant life. The sun, suspended over the mountaintop, endeavored to release heat, yet the chaotic expanse of white below remained unyielding, as if frozen in time. What was once a smooth ice surface had transformed. In the lake's center, a massive chasm cleaved the surface, with a deep hole at its core. Rather than merely a hole, it resembled a ruptured opening, through which the ice-locked chasm extended, seemingly reaching down to the lake's depths. This resulted in countless ice blocks being propelled into the air when the radiant light descended, and before they could land, the interconnected ice blocks were once again frozen, forming uniquely shaped ice sculptures around the fissure, some towering even to several dozen meters, a testament to the terrifying force that had been unleashed. However, perhaps the more terrifying aspect was the extreme low temperature, which could refreeze the shattered ice blocks in virtually an instant. As the white shock began to fade, Chengxing discerned the composition of the impact. It was composed of the finely shattered ice layers, obliterated by the brilliant light. The destructive power was indeed formidable. If such force were to strike a person, even a Do Huang would find it unbearable. Chengxing, witnessing the altered lake's surface, stood agape, his astonishment utterly unmasked. Behind him, Xueling, upon gazing at the bizarre ice sculptures, sighed. Such a terrifying low temperature could not be easily generated without a Do Zong's might. I never imagined encountering it here atop the mountain. Yet, in the eyes of the Serpent Clan, this chilling temperature was quite suitable. After all, their bloodline was inherently cold, making adaptation to such frigid conditions a trivial matter. Chengxing scanned the area, knowing that it would not be difficult for Medusa to survive this impact. Indeed, not far from the chasm, he spotted a massive purple serpent, frozen yet maintaining its posture from the earlier battle. However, there was no trace of the four Do Wong of the Serpent Clan nearby, and after a thorough search yielded no results, he chose not to dwell on the absence of their numbers. The priority lay with the mysterious treasure. Xueling pointed at the encased giant serpent, exclaiming, "Chengxing, look, this giant serpent has been frozen. Let us hurry and see what treasures lie within the chasm." With that, a pair of snow-white wings manifested behind Xueling as she sped towards the center of the lake. "Wait!" Chengxing called out urgently, but Xueling had already taken flight, leaving him no choice but to follow closely. This Medusa possesses formidable strength. It cannot simply be easily encased in ice, that we ought to proceed with caution. Chengxing remarked, his gaze fixed on the frozen serpent. Though no cracks had yet appeared, his expression remained grave. After all, a peaked Do Huang would not be so easily subdued. Indeed, you possess the strength of a Do Huang, yet still pretend to be a Do Wong by my side. Are you being cautious or simply distrustful of me?" Xueling teased, glancing back at Chengxing's serious demeanor. Chengxing was momentarily at a loss for words, merely following Xueling's lead as they swiftly approached the chasm. Standing on the ice surface, despite the protective barrier of the variant fire, Chengxing could still feel the penetrating cold seeping through, a chill that surged from his feet to the crown of his head. He stomped a few times on the solid ice, feeling the deep, resonant sound echo beneath him before he began to observe his surroundings. This lake is incredibly deep. It appears to be at least 100 meters deep. Entirely frozen over, Changxing watched as the sunlight transformed through the ice layer, eventually fading into a dim darkness. The appearance of the lake's bottom remained elusive. This is merely a modest depth. You have yet to witness the glaciers of our extreme northern region, which plunge 1,000 fathoms deep, with wondrous ice that remains unthawed for centuries. Xue Ling animatedly recounted her past experiences. Suddenly, a crackling sound echoed through the air, though it was not particularly loud. It pierced through the ears of both Changxing and Xue Ling. They simultaneously turned their gaze towards the purple giant serpent encased in ice, yet found it utterly still. Could it be an illusion? Changxing looked at Xue Ling, whose nerves were equally taut, hoping for a shared conclusion. Xue Ling furrowed her brow slightly, listening intently to the surrounding sounds. After a moment, she remarked, "It seems the noise did not come from above. Rather, it originated from beneath the icy lake." As she spoke, she pointed in the direction of the sound, and Changxing caught sight of a stream of water glimmering with cold light, effortlessly breaking through the ice layer at the lake's deepest point and flowing into the previously revealed chasm. The moment this spring emerged, an intense cold surged up through the chasm, flooding the lake's surface. Sensing the extreme chill, Xue Ling's previously calm demeanor transformed into one of joy as she exclaimed, "It is the Ice Spirit Cold Spring. This is a rare treasure, exceedingly difficult to find even in our extreme northern lands." Changxing observed the urgency in Xue Ling's eyes and inquired, "If the Ice Spirit Cold Spring appears in such frigid terrain, could it not be found in the vast cold regions of the extreme north?" Though the extreme north is exceptionally frigid, the Ice Spirit Cold Spring is a treasure of heaven and earth, much like the variant fire. Not every volcano or magma source yields such fire, Xue Ling elucidated. Listening to her explanation, Changxing concurred, realizing that the Ice Spirit Cold Spring had the potential to temporarily suppress the variant fire, making its rarity entirely reasonable, thus affirming the value of their expedition. It appeared that the Ice Spirit Cold Springs were plentiful here. The lake's surface was likely frozen due to these springs, for otherwise, a body of water in such a region could not be so thoroughly encased in ice. With a sudden clap, Xue Ling struck the lake's surface, but the formidable force only left a palm-sized dent. "It seems we must venture into this chasm to obtain the Ice Spirit Cold Spring," she concluded. Chapter 48. Conflict. Changxing gazed at the seemingly indestructible ice surface, turmoil churning within him. What was the source of that radiant light, capable of penetrating such deep ice and wreaking such havoc? "It's here. The Ice Spirit Cold Spring is emerging." Xue Ling's urgent call interrupted Changxing's thoughts. The glimmering spring water continued to flow into the chasm, revealing parts of its deep shape under the cold light, further intensifying Changxing's astonishment. This Ice Spirit Cold Spring is astonishingly abundant. Changxing's eyes widened in disbelief as he observed the vastness of the chasm above. Even if it narrowed below, it remained several zhang wide. With an unfathomable depth, the cold light gradually ascended, soon filling the base of the chasm and showing signs of further rising. Xue Ling, witnessing this, could hardly contain her excitement. She retrieved several high-quality jade bottles from her storage ring, handing them to Changxing with earnest instructions. The preservation of the Ice Spirit Cold Spring is extremely delicate, if not stored properly. The cold essence may leak out, turning it into ordinary water. With so much of it here, we should each fill our bottles to ensure preservation. Changxing took the jade bottles from Xue Ling. Feeling a sense of disbelief, he mused to himself, "I prepared over 100 bottles myself. How much can these few small bottles hold?" Though he harbored such thoughts, Changxing still held the jade bottle in his hand, intending to seize the opportunity to fill it with the 100 bottles residing in his backpack. 100 small jade bottles may seem plentiful, yet in reality, they scarcely amount to even a cubic meter, a fact that Changxing was well aware of. However, with no other suitable containers at hand, it was prudent to fill the 100 bottles for the time being, just as the two were preparing to divide the spoils of their victory. A fiery red serpent's tail stealthily emerged at the edge of the icy lake, accompanied by a thick plume of white smoke. The crimson pupils of the flame serpent fixated intently on the two figures moving about on the ice. Flicking its forked tongue, following a series of transformations, a silhouette materialized, none other than the Serpent Man, Yin Li from earlier. Damn those humans, attempting to seize Her Majesty the Queen's ice spirit cold spring. I, Yin Li, will never allow it. His gaze was filled with malice, especially upon witnessing the massive purple serpent still encased in ice, the murderous glint in his eyes intensifying. Beside him, green and dark gray serpents appeared in succession, soon followed by the silhouettes of 4 formidable warriors from the Serpent Clan. It appeared they had utilized the Serpent Clan's unique differentiation technique to survive the impact, and although their strength had diminished, they could quickly recover. Yin Li, we must first rescue Her Majesty the Queen. Otherwise, with our current strength, it will be exceedingly difficult to wrest the ice spirit cold spring from this Do Huang and Do Wang. The eldest among them, Yin Shi, regarded the frozen giant serpent with a gaze full of pity and affection before addressing Yin Li and the others. Typically hot-tempered, Yin Li nodded in agreement under Yin Shi's counsel, and the 4 cautiously advanced toward the colossal serpent. Hey, since you possess would you mind giving me that ice spirit cold spring? Shui Ling's eyes twinkled mischievously as she turned to Chengxing, adopting an alluringly pitiful expression. Were it anyone else, they might have acquiesced to such a request, but Chengxing was different. He wanted it all. Chengxing shot her a sidelong glance and resolutely replied, "We agreed to share, so why are you trying to claim it all before we even have it?" His tone bore no trace of inquiry, but rather a hint of unyielding authority. Not receiving any concessions, Shui Ling pouted in protest. "Fine. When you go down, I'll keep watch for you from above." "What kind of teammate have I found?" he lamented internally, bearing the brunt of the dirty work while she seeks to partake in the spoils. Yet, out of respect for his prior commitment, he found it difficult to turn against her, especially since it was a promise he had made. However, upon glancing back at the still frozen giant serpent, Chengxing flashed a devilish smile and pointed, saying, "All right, but if that Medusa queen breaks free, you must help me fend her off? Okay." Her voice dripped with sarcasm, inciting Shui Ling's ire as she pointed at Chengxing, momentarily at a loss for words to counter him. "Fine, we shall descend together. Surely that is a fitting compromise." Shui Ling reluctantly pouted as she spoke. Observing her expression, Chengxing couldn't help but find it amusing. It was apparent that this woman was accustomed to being pampered, which had led her to maintain such habits. Yet now that she faced him, she would have to obey. Chengxing approached the edge of the chasm first, tentatively extending his hand to gauge the temperature. Even with surrounding him, a thin layer of frost quickly formed on his palm. He raised his hand to Shui Ling, gesturing for her to observe, then taunted, "Can you withstand this temperature? If not, perhaps you should rest above while I venture down alone." Upon hearing this, a radiant smile blossomed on Shui Ling's face, eager to respond, only to be met with Chengxing's next words, which made her grit her teeth. "However, if I descend alone, the ice spirit cold spring will be mine alone." "You, Chengxing, you will come to a bad end." Shui Ling erupted in a flurry of curses, unable to contain her frustration. The two continued their playful banter, completely oblivious to the giant serpent behind them, its enormous eyes snapping open, fixated on the swirling ice spirit cold spring below the chasm. Meanwhile, Do Wang warriors were devising a plan to thaw the peculiar ice layer at the serpent's side. "All right, enough of this playful banter. If you truly can't handle it, I'll share half of what I obtain with you afterward," Chengxing remarked, observing the myriad emotions flickering across Shui Ling's face, which was a mix of red and green. He then adopted a serious demeanor. "Who needs your charity? I am of the ice attribute. How could I possibly be affected by such trivial temperatures?" Shui Ling retorted, her frown deepening as she boldly declared her resolve. She was the first to venture into the chasm. Yet, despite her bravado, the terrifying chill within the chasm tightened her heart. However, the sound of rushing wind behind her left her no choice but to steel herself, channeling her internal to safeguard her meridians, enabling her to approach the ice spirit cold spring closely to. In contrast, Chengxing felt relatively at ease. The black flames, tinged with purple from his 9 netherwind flame, formed a protective ring around him. The fierce blaze causing the icy walls to emit swathes of white mist as he traversed the chasm. Move on. The ice spirit cold spring lies just ahead, he urged, noting that Xueling had momentarily halted in midair. As they delved deeper, Xueling's lips began to lose their color, frost accumulating upon them, a clear indication that she had reached her limit. Noticing her silence, Chengxing quickly drew closer, and with the light emitted by the illuminating the dim, narrow space, he observed the pallor of her face. Sighing, "I told you so. You insisted on coming down." "Mind your own business," Xueling retorted weakly, her eyelids drooping as her snow-white wings began to wane in substance. Observing this, Chengxing swiftly embraced her, stating, "Stop being stubborn. Allow me to take you back up." As he gazed at the beauty so close at hand, her face resting against his chest, relishing the warmth. A smile involuntarily graced Chengxing's lips. Though Xueling wished to resist, Chengxing paid her no mind. With a few powerful flaps of his wings, a wisp of black light surged from the chasm. Yet upon emerging, the scene before him caused the smile on his face to freeze abruptly. Where has the serpent gone? In Chapter 49, Confrontation, he beheld the spot where the massive purple serpent had been encased in ice. Now only a pile of ice sculptures remained, revealing a vast serpentine cavity within, indicating that whatever had been inside had escaped. Aware of the gravity of the situation, Chengxing heightened his vigilance, unleashing his soul power while maintaining a small flame in his palm, his eyes scanning the remnants of the ice sculpture with acute caution. Atop the mountain, within the circular summit, only the whispering breeze could be heard sweeping across the snowy expanse and icy lake, devoid of any other sounds. Yet the eerie silence only amplified Chengxing's unease. Such stillness was utterly terrifying. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, his arms cradling Xueling began to ache. But the sight of her slightly improved complexion provided him with a measure of solace. "Medusa, reveal yourself. I know you will not depart until you secure the ice spirit cold spring." Suddenly, Chengxing shouted at the pile of ice sculptures at the edge of the chasm. His voice reverberated across the empty snowy expanse and icy lake, echoing back multiple times. After a prolonged silence, with no response in sight, Chengxing's instincts told him that Medusa was still lurking nearby, lying in wait for the perfect opportunity to strike. And if he recklessly pursued the ice spirit cold spring without locating the concealed viper, he would only place himself in peril. Realizing this, Chengxing felt a wave of dread wash over him. Had Xueling braved the chilling temperatures, they might soon find themselves caught off guard by the venomous serpent. Since you refuse to emerge on your own, do not blame me. With a sharp gaze sweeping the surroundings, he retrieved a duplication card from his backpack. In light of the uncertainty, it was imperative to maintain his state of readiness. Chengxing activated the system panel, and several new messages appeared in the notification bar. But he had no time to peruse them. He executed a series of operations visible only to himself on the system interface. And as the duplication card emitted a faint glow, the sky began to shift dramatically. Moments later, the previously clear sky was suddenly adorned with dark clouds, flickering with distant lightning. "Thunderous technique," Chengxing murmured, and as a glimmer of gray-white light flashed in his eyes, the thunderclouds above trembled violently, unleashing massive bolts of lightning that struck the ice sculptures, transforming into countless minuscule arcs of electricity that darted in every direction, leaving no corner untouched. In an instant, the entire circular summit was illuminated with a dazzling silver light, dispelling the encroaching darkness. You possess quite the skill, my lord." Just as the last silver lightning bolt was about to strike a concealed corner, it was abruptly shattered by a surge of purple. Behind the arcs of electricity, a figure clad in a purple qipao gradually materialized, accompanied by the 4 warriors who had recently escaped. In comparison to the peculiar techniques of your serpent clan, this hardly qualifies as a feat. Chengxing beheld the ever-graceful Medusa Queen, her prior encasement in ice seemingly having left no discernible mark upon her. The once resplendent qipao now bore signs of wear, subtly revealing her exquisite form beneath. A faint flush colored her cheeks, likely a consequence of the turmoil stemming from their earlier confrontation. As he gazed upon the enchanting Medusa, an insidious fire ignited within his lower abdomen. However, he swiftly marshaled his fighting spirit to suppress this unwelcome surge. The four Do kings standing behind Medusa caught Cheng Xing's attention momentarily. He discerned their grievous injuries at a glance, understanding that a swift recovery was out of the question. Yet, for prudence's sake, he activated his scanning ability. Medusa Queen, leader of the serpent folk at the border of the Gamma Empire, possessed peak Do Emperor prowess, accompanied by the soul of the purple ghost flame serpent. Capable of evolution through the aid of foreign flames, Medusa's fighting spirit was critically diminished, with numerous internal injuries necessitating recuperation, compounded by an excess of unrefined cold energy within her body, which had damaged her meridians, leaving her fighting spirit feeble and unstable. As Cheng Xing contemplated the information displayed above Medusa's head, he felt an unexpected surge of confidence. He had not anticipated that the serpent folk, renowned for their icy bloodlines, would be vulnerable to external cold energies. The world was indeed full of wonders. Cheng Xing sighed inwardly, narrowing his eyes as he regarded Medusa with heightened vigilance. Despite her injuries, she remained a venomous serpent, and he harbored no illusions that the cold-hearted Medusa would become docile. Humans, you still have a chance to depart before I take action. Medusa's chilling gaze met Cheng Xing's for several seconds, during which he sensed an unsettling, scorching aura searing into his very soul. In response to her gaze, Cheng Xing retaliated with his foreign flames. The Nine Netherwind flame could induce fluctuations in one's mental state, and for one so inherently capricious, the effect was magnified. If I choose not to leave, what can you do about it? Cheng Xing paid no heed to Medusa's blatant threat, engrossed in assessing the condition of Xueling, barely sparing a glance in Medusa's direction. This infuriated her beyond measure. In the vicinity of the Tagore Desert, who would not tremble at her presence? Even the once-renowned Ice Emperor had been left in a state of disarray by her. Yet here was a mere youth daring to provoke her. The foreign flames in Cheng Xing's grasp surged and crackled, their incessant noise, coupled with his taunts, igniting a tempest of anger within Medusa. Her once alluring visage now transformed into one of ferocity. She was a true femme fatale, seeking death. Medusa's ire intensified as she observed Cheng Xing's dismissive demeanor. Gathering her fighting spirit, she unleashed a massive, unrefined wave of energy hurtling towards him. Cheng Xing smirked at her chaotic assault. It seemed the Nine Netherwind flame was indeed effective at disrupting her mental composure. Nevertheless, he did not grow complacent. Swiftly channeling his fighting spirit to conjure a foreign flame that shattered her colossal wave of energy. The remnants of the explosion surged toward Medusa with a terrifying roar. Watching the dark purple fire, Snake hurtled toward him. Cheng Xing sensed a peculiar energy within it. The scorching flames bore an undertone of coldness. Upon witnessing the dissipating foreign flames, he remained unfazed. Though revered, they could not withstand the sheer scale and potency of his adversary's flames. Chapter 50. Suppression and Negotiation. Yet this fire piqued Cheng Xing's interest, and he resolved to toy with it a bit longer. The fleeting thought crossed his mind, followed by a wicked smile. The purple ghost flame. A unique fire born from the sixth-tier beast, the purple ghost flame serpent carried an inherent cold poison due to its icy bloodline, capable of infiltrating the body and corroding flesh and bone. Truly a superior beast fire. A series of information flashed across his interface. As long as this entity was not a foreign flame, all would be manageable. It was merely a matter of measuring strengths with a sudden flourish. Cheng Xing spread his palm wide, then closed it, as the foreign flames within began to swell, expanding nearly tenfold in less than a second to form a fireball of considerable size. Go, he commanded, hurling the massive fireball toward Medusa. The fireball soared through the air. It collided directly with the head of the dark purple fire snake. Medusa, witnessing the onslaught of the fireball, wrestled with her instincts before commanding the fire snake to open its maw and unleash a torrent of rich purple flames, creating a sea of fire in the air. The purple flames illuminated the previously dim sky as the fire snake reveled in its display, asserting its dominance over the realm. Cheng Xing shook his head at the waste of fighting spirit. For despite his brief acquaintance with flames, he had mastered considerable ice manipulation techniques during his studies of the Ling frost arts. Fire and ice were both manifestations of fighting spirit, and to claim they shared a kinship would not be an exaggeration. With a firm grip, Cheng Xing commanded the flames, transforming the once mighty fireball into an exquisitely crafted trident, its tip slicing through the air as it aimed for the fire snake. The vast sea of flames only momentarily hindered the trident before it was forcefully dispersed. Striking the fire snake squarely in its maw, a tremendous explosion ensued, scattering sparks across the sky, which soon vanished, leaving only the echoes of their brilliance. The trident, having vanquished the fire snake, returned to Cheng Xing's grasp. Observing the slightly faded black weapon, he smiled with satisfaction, his gaze toward Medusa laced with mockery. As the fire snake disintegrated, Medusa's fury intensified, her eyes burning with a desire to see Cheng Xing utterly destroyed. Your Majesty, the shadowy figure of Yin Shi, witnessing Medusa's grim countenance, rushed forward with concern, his raspy voice grating on the ears. Your Majesty, we must form the 5 serpent poison seal. This human is no ordinary foe. If we do not act swiftly, the ice spirit cold spring may slip from our grasp. Indeed, Your Majesty, let us unite against him. The 4 Dou kings behind Medusa stepped forward, their sinister gazes fixed upon Cheng Xing, exuding an intent to devour him whole. Facing a Dou emperor and 4 Dou kings, Cheng Xing felt no trepidation. His fighting spirit was brimming, bolstered by the foreign flames. In a 1 versus 5 scenario, the advantage lay with him. Very well, then. You may attempt to see if you 5 can shake the foreign flames in my possession. The black trident in Cheng Xing's hand vanished, morphing into a strange flame that shimmered black and exuded an intense heat. Floating before him, although you possess foreign flames, which naturally counter our serpent folk's icy bloodline, if we all converge upon you, you may have strength to spare, but the ice spirit cold spring will be out of reach. Yin Shi's shadowy visage was lined with deep wrinkles, and his raspy voice echoed tortuously in the air. If I cannot have it, then neither shall you. Cheng Xing scoffed at Yin Shi's threats. The current state of the serpent folk was far from optimal, incapable of enduring prolonged conflict. Unless Medusa was willing to sacrifice the lives of several Dou kings, they could not hope to seize the ice spirit cold spring through brute force. After a brief respite, Xueling's spirit had markedly improved. Her previously frostbitten lips regained their rosy hue. However, upon awakening to find herself cradled in Cheng Xing's embrace, she felt a surge of irritation. You've awakened, Cheng Xing noted, feeling her movement and blushing slightly as he quickly released her, awkwardly scratching his head. Xueling was about to scold Cheng Xing for his earlier behavior, but upon noticing the cluster of foreign flames hovering before them, she sensed something amiss. Following the light, she spotted 5 distinct figures in the distance, her expression darkening instantly. These serpent folk are truly relentless, Xueling pouted, exhibiting a rather petulant demeanor. Yet, after her outburst, she quickly inquired, are they also after the ice spirit cold spring? Cheng Xing did not speak directly. Instead, he gave a slight nod to indicate his understanding. Medusa, observing the animated conversation between the two, gestured for the others to take a brief respite, assuring them that she would keep watch. Upon noticing the others pausing, Xueling realized the precarious situation of the snake people. Her expression shifted, and she leaned closer to Cheng Xing, whispering softly, the ice spirit cold spring here is a product of extreme cold. Even I might struggle to retrieve the treasures within. These snake people possess a bloodline of icy coldness. Yet none have an affinity for ice, but we could certainly allow them to venture forth as a test. After all, there is plenty of the ice spirit cold spring to go around. Listening to Xueling's suggestion, Cheng Xing pondered. Although Queen Medusa did not presently pose a threat, her quest was for the ice spirit cold spring, seemingly in pursuit of a path toward evolution. Indeed, you make a compelling point. You are quite the clever one, he complimented Xueling without revealing his deeper thoughts. Then you should convey this to them. Xueling said, a mischievous smile gracing her lips as she nudged Cheng Xing after casting a sidelong glance at Xueling. Cheng Xing inhaled deeply, enveloping his words in fighting spirit as he addressed Medusa. Medusa, perhaps we should discuss matters. After all, this stalemate benefits neither of us. Human, do not delude yourself into thinking you can negotiate with me that I, Medusa, have never compromised with humans, she retorted, her delicate features momentarily taken aback. Though she quickly regained her prideful demeanor in response to Cheng Xing's proposal. Others may not know your intentions regarding the ice spirit cold spring, but I do I not? Your Majesty, Cheng Xing remarked with a smile. Sensing her momentary distraction, which revealed her desire not to squander time in this place. What I intend to do with it is of no concern to you that if you are wise, you will leave quickly and not assume that your strange fire makes you my equal. Medusa replied, maintaining her haughty stance, her words laced with cold detachment and mistrust toward humanity. Yet the more she resisted, the more Cheng Xing pressed on. Since you are aware that the flame I wield is unusual, you must also recognize that the ice spirit cold spring can temporarily suppress such flames, thereby alleviating the agony of evolution, correct? His words struck like a thunderclap in Medusa's mind, transforming her previously languid and fierce gaze into one of clarity. Then disbelief, before settling back into a cold indifference. The visible fluctuation of her expression was astonishing for someone of Medusa's renowned icy demeanor. Realizing he had struck a chord, Cheng Xing continued, "This ice spirit cold spring is abundant enough for all. Are you truly prepared to engage in conflict over it, Your Majesty?" Upon hearing the title Your Majesty, Medusa understood that this was the final opportunity. If she declined, the outcome of any ensuing battle was uncertain. "What do you propose?" Medusa inquired, lifting her head to meet Cheng Xing's gaze, her enchanting features exuding an endless allure as she sought to regain the upper hand in the conversation. Chapter 51. Collaboration. The inherently alluring Queen Medusa was now fully unleashing her unique charm. Yet Cheng Xing appeared entirely unfazed, merely veiling his eyes with the strange fire, emphasizing the darkness of his pupils. "We must ascend together. The cold below is not something a Do Huang can easily contend with. We will need to join forces," Cheng Xing stated calmly. Medusa smiled slightly upon hearing this, her tone laced with both a threat and mockery as she retorted, "You leave only a Do Huang-level girlfriend above. Are you not concerned for her safety?" This statement, whether intentional or not, was delivered without the usual protective energy, its enticing tone reaching the ears of everyone present. Xue Ling, who had been quietly awaiting the outcome, shot Cheng Xing a fierce glance upon hearing Medusa's words, although to an observer, it appeared more as playful reproach than genuine anger. How can a queen of the snake people speak so recklessly? Cheng Xing chided. Who said anything about that kind of relationship? You speak nonsense. While emphasizing that Medusa was merely spouting unfounded claims, Cheng Xing felt a twinge of anxiety within, being a young man himself. He too yearned for companionship and revelry in life. But the current circumstances rendered such thoughts impractical. Moreover, should you dare to command your subordinates to act in such a manner, I possess the capability to confront you 5 against 1. Cheng Xing concluded, deliberately slowing his speech, a glimmer of grayish-white light flickering in his eyes, infusing his presence with a fierce aura. Upon hearing a human dare to threaten her, Medusa was taken aback, her gaze locking with Cheng Xing's. Feeling the icy ferocity in his stare, Cheng Xing stood undeterred, his resolve only solidifying. In this exchange of glances, the first to relent would be deemed the loser. For one could never afford to show weakness against a being like Medusa. Intrigued by this human who dared to meet her gaze, Medusa's rebellious heart stirred, and the two remained locked in an unwavering contest of wills. Faced with Medusa's tenacity, Cheng Xing summoned his strange fire, its unnerving clamor and searing heat compelling her to relent. "Humph, a human who relies solely on strange fire," Medusa scoffed. Cheng Xing did not contest this accusation. After all, it was indeed true that he wielded such flames. "Hey, what have you two been discussing? You've been staring at each other for ages. What about the ice spirit cold spring?" Xue Ling interjected. Observing the charged atmosphere between them, the mention of the ice spirit cold spring, Cheng Xing snapped back to reality, quickly responding, "Of course we will. I will descend with her, and you can wait above." Within the chasm, the ice spirit cold spring had filled the crevices entirely, the frigid air rendering the once solid ice even more crystalline, with impurities shattered to leave only pure ice behind. the deeper one ventured. The higher the purity of the ice became, Medusa grew increasingly impatient with the stagnation. She urged, "Are we going or not? Don't make me say that I have changed my mind." With that, she transformed into a streak of purple light, appearing at the edge of the vast chasm, feeling the bone-chilling breeze. "Rest assured, your share is guaranteed," Changxing assured her as he swiftly retrieved a recovery pill from his pack. Handing it to Xueling, casting a glance at the four snake people regaining their strength, signaling her to wait, he then vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he stood at the chasm's edge, only a few paces away from Medusa. Changxing exhaled deeply, sensing an even more terrifying drop in temperature that he estimated that if the icy wind swept through, anyone below the Douling pinnacle would likely be frozen solid. And as one descended further into the chasm, the cold intensified. Attaining the ice spirit cold spring was impossible without the strength of a Do Huang. Let us proceed. Otherwise, when the ice spirit cold spring fully spreads, the temperature will only drop further. Changxing urged, gazing at the slowly moving waters below. His fighting spirit surged through his meridians, continuously fueling his body, enveloping him in a faint black aura that radiated an eerie glow. This display elicited a mixture of envy and wariness from Medusa. The proximity heightened her awareness of the oppressive cold, even causing her attire to begin to warp. "You fool," she cursed, feeling her body heat up. Changxing merely cast a glance at Medusa, whose complexion had shifted, then leapt into the air, the purple cloud wings unfurling as he vanished above the chasm. Seeing Changxing take action, Medusa glanced back at her four companions in recovery, clenching her teeth before enveloping herself in a torrent of fighting spirit, forming a violet halo, and swiftly following him. Watching the two vanish into the chasm, Xueling sat down, placing the pill in her mouth, then looking up at the starry sky, only a few clouds obstructing the view. A massive crescent moon hung in one corner of the horizon, its cold light casting a stark glow on the lake's surface, creating an atmosphere of desolation. This celestial phenomenon is rather peculiar. Xueling mused, her brows furrowed as she recalled something but could not quite piece it together, deciding to focus on her recovery for the moment. The ice spirit cold spring at the chasm's bottom reflected the moonlight, and as they ventured deeper, Changxing, despite using the strange fire as a barrier, could still feel an encroaching chill. The fissure, barely a span of 10 feet wide, felt stifling, especially as gusts of cold wind swept upward. "There is no foothold down there," Medusa complained, following closely behind and surveying the ice spirit cold spring, which lay less than 50 meters below. "Shall you retrieve it first, or shall I?" Changxing glanced back at the poised Medusa, shifting slightly to the side to grant her the lead, a teasing smirk gracing his lips as he replied, "Of course, your majesty shall go first." Medusa cast a fleeting glance at Changxing, initially expecting this human lad to make the first move to her surprise. He did not today ask for the collection of the ice spirit cold spring. She had only heard tales from the elders of her clan. Lacking any practical experience, confronted with the task before her, she steeled herself to give it a try. Medusa extended her delicate palm, slightly bending her fingers, and a surge of formidable fighting spirit swiftly enveloped her, forming a large purple hand in the air, reaching out to grasp the ice spirit cold spring below. Changxing observed Medusa's attempt with a cold gaze, feeling no confusion within himself, and directly inquired about the method of collecting the ice spirit cold spring. "System, how can this ice spirit cold spring be collected and preserved?" After entering his voice command, the system's response quickly materialized. Collect the ice spirit cold spring. One can use fighting spirit to encapsulate it for extraction. This is the most rudimentary method and can easily damage the ice spirit cold spring. Alternatively, one may employ a pure, unblemished jade vial, cooling it first before submerging it in the ice spirit cold spring, then sealing the vial's opening with fighting spirit and storing it in an extremely cold environment. With this information, Changxing withdrew his thoughts and prepared to witness Medusa's performance. Chapter 52. Collecting the ice spirit cold spring. Medusa as fighting spirit manifested as a hand, reaching out to seize the ice spirit cold spring, yet this hand, not even a yard in size, was halted by the frigid air that emanated from above, freezing it solid before it could make contact. No matter how she attempted to control it, It was futile. Ultimately, it shattered into countless purple specks, cascading into the ice spirit cold spring and transforming into numerous tiny purple crystals that sank to the bottom. Watching her fighting spirit being frozen solid, Medusa's pupils constricted sharply, her complexion paling as she gazed at the ice spirit cold spring. She had not anticipated that obtaining it would prove so challenging. Undeterred, the Queen of Serpents plunged downward, attempting to lower her altitude for another attempt. As the purple crystals settled to the bottom, the surface of the ice spirit cold spring suddenly roiled, unleashing a terrifying wave of coldness. This powerful aura seemed capable of freezing all living beings, surging forth rapidly after breaking the surface, targeting the chasm above. Changxing, who had initially been a mere spectator, could no longer remain passive upon witnessing the ferocity of the cold. His internal fighting spirit ignited fully, his protective flames expanding several folds, even pressing against the icy walls on either side. He swiftly descended several yards, yanking Medusa back while urgently exclaiming, "Step back!" Medusa, poised to unleash her fighting spirit to counter the icy onslaught, was abruptly pulled back by Changxing. Her first reaction was one of anger. No human man had ever dared to touch her noble form so brazenly, and this persistent intrusion on her boundaries ignited her wrath. "Release this queen, you wretched," Medusa struggled, hurling curses. However, Changxing paid her no mind, exerting his considerable strength to pull her behind him. He then clasped his hands in front of his chest, a torrent of fighting spirit surging within him. As the Black Nine Netherwind flame rapidly coalesced into a fire dragon that exhaled a plume of dark flame, spreading across the chasm to intercept the encroaching cold. Upon contact, the cold air and black flames transformed into white mist, dissipating swiftly in the air. The once frigid atmosphere was rendered considerably less so by Changxing's intervention. Sensing the change in temperature, Medusa's previously furious countenance softened, her gaze complex as she regarded the youthful human before her. His slightly immature features, tempered by recent trials, exuded an unwavering spirit that felt somewhat incongruous with his appearance, yet did not detract from his allure. "I must admit, you differ from those gluttonous human men," Medusa remarked softly, indicating that in her eyes, Changxing was not entirely lacking. Yet Changxing had little interest in her assessment of him. The moment the mist appeared, the purple crystals that had sunk below began to move rapidly, ultimately entering the icy lake's depths through a small aperture. Observing closely, Changxing discerned that the ice spirit cold spring within the chasm was but a small fraction of what lay at the lake's bottom, where the majority remained in repose. The faint light revealed the icy floor's reflective sheen, but vast expanses of darkness obscured the complete picture. It seemed the true treasure might lie beneath the ice. At the lake's depths, Changxing's brow furrowed, doubt filling his expression. He was left to speculate without any concrete evidence to support his thoughts. "Human, do you possess a method to collect this ice spirit cold spring?" Medusa prodded, her fighting spirit coalescing into a stick that poked at Changxing's back. "Must you incessantly refer to me as human? You act as if you yourself will not become one in due course." Changxing retorted, angered by her manner, that he despised being prodded with objects, regardless of her strength, and he brashly replied, "My name is Changxing. If you have matters to discuss, please address me by my name." "Understood, Medusa." Suppressing his displeasure, Changxing managed to maintain a calm tone. Yet this declaration darkened Medusa's expression, and a crimson longsword materialized in her hand, her demeanor suggesting she might tear Changxing apart on the spot. Changxing did not relent. Flames blazed in his hands, emitting unsettling sounds. Point 1 must understand the concept of perspective. If I were to jab you in the back like this, would you find it agreeable? Refrain from resorting to violence. Were it not for the ice spirit cold spring, I could easily challenge you right now, Changxing asserted, his gaze fixed on Medusa, ready for confrontation. Thus the atmosphere grew tense. The air colder than before, as a smile suddenly graced Medusa's exquisite features, albeit in a manner that felt ominous. "Very well. Once we have collected the ice-cold spring, I hope we shall not meet again," she said through gritted teeth. Changxing felt a sense of relief. He had no desire to forge enmity with this venomous serpent. He promptly retracted his flames and added, "I detest it when others prod me in the back with objects. No one is exempt from this rule, and I trust you have your own principles." With that, he retrieved a small jade vial from his bag, raising it towards Medusa. "Observe closely and see how it is done." Then he unleashed a surge of fighting spirit, creating a fist-sized hole in the ice wall and placing the jade vial within. Though Medusa was seething with anger, she had no choice but to watch with a begrudging expression as Chengxing instructed her. Her thoughts solely on swiftly acquiring the ice spirit cold spring and departing this cursed place. By the way, did that six-tier magical beast perish? Chengxing inquired as he awaited the vial to cool. "Indeed, it is dead. Then why do we not see its remains? It's self-destructed, along with its soul. Otherwise, how could the final cloud be crimson? And where did its core go?" Chengxing continued, disregarding Medusa's evident impatience. "Are you ever finished? What does this have to do with collecting the ice spirit cold spring?" Medusa snapped, the last vestiges of her patience evaporating, her fierce expression returning. "How do you expect to lead the serpent people in finding a suitable dwelling with such a fearsome demeanor?" Chengxing muttered under his breath, his palm curving as the jade vial was drawn into his hand, but a wave of intense coolness washed over him, calming his spirit considerably. "As soon as I break through to the Dozone, all surrounding human empires shall pay for their past transgressions," Medusa stated calmly, Chengxing's words striking a deep chord within her sense of responsibility. Yet to achieve this breakthrough, one must rely on the flames of otherworldly origin. Chengxing sighed, his movements no longer delayed as he enveloped the jade vial in fighting spirit and cast it into the ice spirit cold spring. This high-grade jade vial was perfectly suited to withstand extreme temperatures, making it ideal for containing such a heavenly substance. Before long, the once empty vial began to fill with the chilling essence of the cold spring. Observing the vial submerging, Chengxing deftly maneuvered it back out, quickly sealing the opening with a surge of fighting spirit to prevent the escaping vapor and further enveloping it with additional fighting spirit to isolate it from external temperatures. Grasping the vial in his hand, he felt only a gentle coolness, devoid of any other sensation. A triumphant smile broke across Chengxing's face as he tossed the vial to Medusa, saying, "Did you see how it's done?" Medusa, with her slender fingers playing with the warm vial, revealed a glimmer of greed in her diamond-shaped pupils, praising Chengxing. "Well done. Now fill these vials for me." Damn it, this woman truly believed herself to be a queen. Can't she lift a finger herself? Chengxing inwardly lamented. Owe it yourself. "I'd rather not be accused of foul play later," he retorted, stepping several paces away from her. Chapter 53. The Greedy Medusa, clearly. Chengxing was unimpressed by Medusa's haughty command and chose to disregard her imperiousness, opting instead to wait for her to take action. Medusa, glancing at Chengxing from a distance, merely smirked, dismissively stating, "Do not think that your inaction will prevent me from collecting the ice spirit cold spring." The ambitious Medusa, driven by her competitive spirit, extracted over 100 jade vials from her storage ring. Although the quantity was considerable, Chengxing's discerning gaze quickly revealed that the vials were of uneven quality, with only a select few meeting the necessary standards for containment. Unbeknownst to Medusa, she mimicked the process by drilling dozens of small holes into the icy wall, her delicate hand gesturing to manipulate the jade vials for cooling. Before long, the sound of shattering glass echoed ominously. What was happening? Medusa's expression darkened as she observed the incessantly exploding vials, frustration evident in her demeanor. Chengxing, witnessing Medusa's futile attempts to crush the shattered vials into dust, couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. "Serves you right, you wretched woman, for poking at my back that I won't divulge the requirements for those vials. Letting you fret in vain." Medusa, her expression clouded with irritation, continued to extract the shattered vials, only to replace them hastily. At a fleeting glance at Chengxing's indifferent face made her hesitate to inquire further. Instead, she persisted in her efforts to substitute the vials. Yet as the leader of her clan, Medusa managed to replenish the broken vials with remarkable efficiency, filtering out those capable of withstanding the frigid temperatures, gradually unraveling the intricacies of the task at hand. After all, nearly 100 battered jade vials had met their demise. Chengxing merely smirked, continuing to observe the spectacle. As time wore on, Medusa's expression twitched slightly. Despite these vials being mere possessions, such extravagant waste was painful for her, especially since her serpent tribe seldom engaged in trade with humans. However, for the sake of her clan's future, she deemed this sacrifice trivial. Encasing the jade vials in her fighting spirit, she submerged dozens into the ice spirit spring, a serious look crossing her features as she watched the vials gradually fill with liquid. Noticing no further mishaps, she exhaled in relief and gingerly withdrew the vials. Merely a handful of vials. This is nothing compared to the Changxing remarked, his tone laced with mockery, observing Medusa's cautious demeanor. Medusa sealed the vials and tossed back the one previously belonging to Changxing, contemplating the veracity of his words. After rummaging through her ring, she discovered that the high-quality vials were now scarce, as she had not anticipated the need for them prior to her journey. Her expression shifted subtly, clearly conflicted. How much ice spirit spring would suffice? Then, Medusa's eyes flickered with a predatory glint, her fingertips gathering formidable fighting spirit, swiftly forming several purple whirlwinds that spun menacingly. Changxing paid little mind to the ominous energy radiating from Medusa's fingertips. Instead, he tossed a jade vial into the air, summoning a flicker of that struck the vial. With a thunderous explosion, the entire vial of ice spirit spring erupted into a cloud of cold mist, while the merely flickered, retaining its terrifying presence in the air. Medusa, we bear no grudges, yet I must inform you that this, born from the very essence of heaven and earth, possesses unparalleled lethality. Suppress it with ice spirit spring. You would require an equivalent force. As he withdrew it danced playfully at his fingertips. Watching the single vial of ice spirit spring barely diminish this aura, Medusa's heart raced with alarm. Although she had anticipated this outcome, she had grossly underestimated this might. Yet, this was no fault of Medusa, for there was indeed a rarity, one that countless individuals spent their lives seeking, and many untrained souls who chanced upon it often fell victim to its insatiable hunger during the taming process. Medusa remained silent, contemplating the several jade vials before her. After much consideration, her gaze brightened as she observed the crystalline ice layer below. She deftly manipulated the rapidly spinning purple whirlwinds at her fingertips. Slicing through the icy walls, the formidable ice yielded only minor debris under such ferocious onslaught. Undeterred, Medusa intensified her fighting spirit, conjuring more high-speed whirlwinds to continuously carve into the ice. Changxing narrowed his eyes, coming to understand the cleverness behind her actions. Through relentless expenditure of her fighting spirit, Medusa successfully separated several massive blocks of ice, and soon after, she exerted considerable effort to hollow them out. Crafting a square container, this woman, Changxing mused, though barbarous and unreasonable, possesses a keen intellect. This ice block container is nearly a cubic meter. Remarkably precise calculations, he marveled at the series of intact ice blocks before him. Genuine admiration evident in his expression. Medusa, noticing Changxing's nuanced reaction, flashed a charming smile and waved her hand. What is the matter? This method of mine is quite ingenious. I assent it. Those little jade vials are merely for personal use. It was apparent that Medusa reveled in the realization that her actions had astonished Changxing, her heart swelling with pride. With renewed vigor, she hastened her movements, wrapping over 10 ice blocks in her fighting spirit, and plunged them directly into the ice spirit spring. In mere moments, they were filled to the brim, yielding over 10 cubic meters of ice spirit spring. If auctioned, this would undoubtedly ignite a frenzy in the marketplace. As the ice spirit spring filled the ice blocks, the chilling essence permeated through, causing the previously thin ice to thicken, evidently condensing moisture from the air into solid form. Witnessing this, Medusa exclaimed, her overwhelming fighting spirit enveloping the ice blocks entirely before they were secured within her storage ring. Changxing, observing her crude methods, couldn't suppress his disappointment, shaking his head as he remarked, "Aren't you concerned that the cold might freeze all the items within your storage ring into powder?" In response, Medusa laughed boisterously. "This is the taken from my clan's sacred grounds, specifically designed to contain frigid substances. Why would I fear the cold?" Changxing merely scoffed, indifferent to how Medusa chose to act. Yet, as the saying goes, greed begets downfall. After amassing over 10 cubic meters of ice spirit spring, Medusa remained unsatisfied, descending further to create more ice block containers. "Hey, Medusa, are you still collecting? Is this not enough for you?" Chengxing expressed his discontent. Although the chasm was vast and deep, Medusa's earlier collection had significantly lowered the water level of the ice spirit spring, leaving little room for her to continue. Ignoring Chengxing's protest, Medusa persisted in her greedy endeavor. "If you continue like this, I'll retract the," Chengxing warned, seeing Medusa's insatiable desire for more ice spirit spring. He summoned the back into his being. Without the suppression of the cold, the temperature plummeted, and the terrifying chill of the ice spirit spring caused the ice blocks to assimilate rapidly into the underlying icy layer. Frustrated, Medusa could only extract a handful of the ice blocks after watching the rapid retreat of the ice spirit spring. "How dare you? What I choose to do is none of your business, human," she fumed. Chengxing, darkly serious, summoned the beside her, asserting, "You may collect no more. You have gathered enough, and I still require some." Fearing the might of the Medusa conceded with a sheepish smile, securing 10 massive ice cubes filled with ice spirit spring into her storage ring. Observing the dwindling supply at the chasm's bottom, she shrugged nonchalantly. "Very well, the rest is yours." Only then did Chengxing retract but upon casting his gaze at the ice spirit spring, he was left dumbfounded. The remaining ice blocks, previously filled, began to leak, the precious liquid flowing back into the lake. "Heavens, so much ice spirit spring has vanished," he lamented internally, dismay washing over him as he realized that the remaining supply would hardly suffice to fill his jade vials. Chapter 54. Beneath the cold spring, Chengxing took a deep breath. With the ice spirit spring dwindling, he directly summoned to clear a flat space where the spring had receded, subsequently retracting his wings and descending to the chasm's floor. Meanwhile, Medusa observed from above the icy walls. A smirk of mischief returning to her features. "Medusa, look at what you've done," Chengxing chastised, pointing at the scant ice spirit spring, his gaze fixed on Medusa, whose smug expression only fueled desire. However, Medusa remained preoccupied, inspecting her delicate hands, responding nonchalantly, "You said it yourself. The remaining ice spirit spring belongs to you, that I have not played any tricks." Reflecting on his earlier words, Chengxing clenched his teeth, gradually tempering his anger. With the ice spirit spring dwindling further, he refrained from speaking out, retrieving all 99 high-grade, pure, white jade vials from his backpack. Utilizing he scorched a line into the ice to place the vials, meticulously collecting the ice spirit spring. Yet before he could fill even half of his vials, the ice spirit spring had entirely receded, watching the last remnants of the ice spirit spring slip through the fist-sized hole back into the lake. Chengxing felt a surge of frustration, realizing that the prize he had nearly grasped had slipped away. Dawn is approaching, and I shan't indulge you any longer." Medusa's intoxicating laughter echoed through the chasm. As a faint glimmer emanated from her hand, directed towards Chengxing, accompanied by a subtle radiance, the sky above the chasm gradually brightened. "This magic core is a token of my gratitude for our collaboration. However, I, Medusa, owe you a favor. Should we not become adversaries in the future, I shall repay this debt." Stretching her limbs languorously, Medusa exuded her enchanting allure, her curvaceous figure outshining even the dawn. With that, her form transformed into a wisp of violet light. Darting out of the chasm in a flicker point one cannot deny, "You are indeed a unique human." The final words floated lightly into Chengxing's ears, clutching the magic core, imbued with a rich fragrance. Chengxing found himself disinterested in its grade, carelessly tossing it into his backpack, his gaze fixated on a fist-sized hole at the bottom of the chasm. Thanks to the illumination, he could discern that the hole still contained several ice spirit cold springs, albeit at a considerable depth now. "Let me see how deep you truly are," he thought, glaring at the hole as he sat down on the ground, channeling his soul power in a frenzied accumulation, which ultimately transformed into a thin black line, darting towards the opening. Descending through the fist-sized hole, he discovered that it extended about 10 zhang deep, before revealing a hint of Ice Spirit Cold Springs, which were also continuously sinking. That I shall see how much you possess below. Chang Xing gritted his teeth, the ethereal flame safeguarding his soul essence as he ventured deeper into the abyss. With each descent, he felt the chill intensify. Even with the presence of the Ice Spirit Cold Springs, the cold was excruciating, compelling him to press on despite the biting frost. Suddenly, the originally confined space expanded, revealing a pitch-black lake bed devoid of any life. Illuminated only by a dim light, the radiance, striking Chang Xing's soul power, caused a sharp, agonizing pain in his head, as if it were about to shatter from the cold. Before he could react, a second flicker of light flashed, and the thin black line, representing his concentrated soul power, was instantly frozen into powder, sinking slowly to the lake's bottom as nourishment. Chang Xing cried out in agony. The abrupt loss of this strand of soul power sent waves of excruciating pain through his mind, accompanied by a prolonged dizziness, making his body sway violently as if he would collapse at any moment. Forcing himself to suppress the intense pain and discomfort, Chang Xing gradually regained his composure. Panting heavily, it was evident that the shattering of his soul power had inflicted significant harm upon him. Leaving his complexion ashen, devoid of any semblance of color, he retrieved a recovery pill from his backpack, placing it in his mouth, and resumed meditative cultivation, urging the medicinal effects to take hold swiftly. Meanwhile, Xueling, who had been recuperating above, quickly awakened upon hearing Chang Xing's anguished cry. Noticing that the four serpent people had vanished, she thought to herself, "This is bad. It must be that woman." Xueling hurriedly stood up, her finger tapping on her spatial ring, summoning a snowflake-shaped jade piece in her palm. Clenching it tightly, a look of resolve flashed in her eyes. And then with a gust of wind, her wings flared, propelling her swiftly towards the chasm. Feeling the gentle medicinal power within her continuously mending her injuries, she suppressed the pain within. Although her soul remained unscathed, the loss of a strand of soul power had left her with an eerie chill, which was the root cause of Chang Xing's initial excruciating pain. What kind of entity emits such a light that can freeze soul power into dust? This is truly terrifying. Chang Xing reflected on that harrowing moment, a sense of trepidation creeping into his heart. Yet, the more formidable the treasure, the more he yearned to possess it, just as he was tending to his injuries. A familiar voice suddenly rang in his ears. "Chang Xing, how are you? Are you all right?" Xueling, slightly anxious, crouched down to check for his breath beneath his nose, her expression easing once she confirmed he was still alive. Slowly opening his eyes to meet Xueling's worried gaze, Chang Xing felt a warmth in his heart that he sniffed and replied, somewhat reproachfully, "What is the matter?" "I'm fine, and you come here to check my breathing." Caught in the act, Xueling's face turned slightly red, feeling as though her thoughts had been laid bare. She hurriedly explained, "I was worried that my Ice Spirit Cold Springs might be gone." "Who would worry about you? You're a Do Emperor. If anyone were to perish, it would be me, a mere newly ascended Do King." Hearing Xueling's teasing, Chang Xing shook his head and produced 20 vials of Ice Spirit Cold Springs from his backpack, enveloping them in Do Qi and presenting them before her with a playful tone. "Here, Ice Spirit Cold Springs. I ascend this it." Xueling's eyes widened in astonishment as she beheld the delicate frost crystals adorning the jade vials. Cautiously, she accepted one, peering through the bottle's mouth, and sighed. "Wow, this is truly Ice Spirit Cold Springs, and it's preserved impeccably. Its quality can be deemed top tier to top tier. Does Ice Spirit Cold Springs really have grades?" Chang Xing inquired. Puzzled, he had only heard of medicinal pills being classified into various grades, but was unaware that such rare natural treasures could also be categorized. Noticing Chang Xing's astonishment, Xueling's face lit up with pride as she elaborated. "Indeed, not all Ice Spirit Cold Springs possess such high quality. Only those that preserve their cold essence intact are considered top tier, while those that have not come into contact with impurities are classified as superior tier. Conversely, those that have are deemed mid-tier and low-tier. Low-tier Ice Spirit Cold Springs are on the verge of losing efficacy, often turning into a mere white liquid or mist, dissipating into the world." Gazing at the small jade vial in his hand, Chengxing contemplated the stringent preservation conditions of the ice spirit cold springs, astonished by the intricate classifications. Few can discern these differences. Even some high-tier alchemists may not understand them as well as we do. Xueling remarked proudly, her expertise honed from years of dealing with ice and snow. Chengxing smiled and nodded, his expression reflecting admiration. Chapter 55. Ice Spirit Pearl. What a pity. It seems rather difficult to retrieve the ice spirit cold springs from below. Chengxing lamented, gazing at the hole that had once instilled fear in him, his eyes drifting uncertainly. Xueling noticed the peculiar hole as well and approached it, peering into the profound darkness below. Due to the hole's narrowness, the emanating chill was not overwhelming, and Xueling was still able to withstand it. With so many ice spirit cold springs below, we've only managed to collect this little. It seems such a waste, she sighed, gazing at the faintly glowing, flowing water beneath the ice layer, lamenting the prospect of relinquishing such treasures so easily. Don't you have ethereal flames? Let us work together to extend this ice chasm and see if we can retrieve more. Xueling suggested. She had previously attempted to breach the ice layer, realizing that its hardness far exceeded the strength of a single individual. Otherwise, the terrifying impact would not have created merely this chasm. Listening to Xueling's proposal, Chengxing pursed his lips, feeling that he should not keep this matter hidden. After all, if Xueling were to be harmed due to his concealment, he would not be able to live with himself. There's something strange down there. I'm worried that forcing an expansion could attract unnecessary trouble, he said, his face revealing his concern. He was uncertain what lay beneath, and consulting with another person could only be beneficial. Observing Chengxing's genuine expression, Xueling grew more curious about what could instill such fear in a Dou emperor with ethereal flames. Could it be? Was that earlier cry truly caused by it? She probed, her eyes sparkling with intrigue as she gazed into the lake's depths. Chengxing nodded in affirmation. I initially intended to use my soul power to ascertain the quantity of ice spirit cold springs of the lake's bottom. However, upon reaching the lake's depths, an exceedingly terrifying cold light directly shattered my soul power, inflicting harm upon my body, which drew your attention. Xueling fell into deep thought as she absorbed his words, her mind racing through her memories, attempting to identify any previously encountered objects, but found nothing that matched. This is indeed peculiar. Something that can freeze soul power into fragments is no trivial matter, she admitted, a troubled expression crossing her face. However, you are correct. With so many ice spirit cold springs lying beneath, it would be a waste to ignore them. We might as well give it a try. Chengxing said, forcing a smile. He understood all too well that if he wished to subdue the ethereal flames, it would be exceedingly difficult without relying on substantial ice spirit cold springs. Meanwhile, Xueling harbored her own intentions within her heart, both of them tacitly understanding each other. Since your soul power can be frozen into fragments, perhaps our combined efforts will enhance our chances of success. Xueling returned to Chengxing's side, half squatting down and extending her impeccably pure jade-like hand. Chengxing understood her intentions and warmly grasped her hand with his own. The two sat facing each other, their hands tightly intertwined. Entering a state of focus together, a surge of dark soul energy rapidly coalesced into a robust line above Chengxing's head, while on Xueling's side, a thread of snowy white soul energy emerged. Under their guidance, the two strands of contrasting soul energies intertwined, ultimately merging into a mixed black and white form that dove directly into a fist-sized opening, having learned for the previous experience of being instantly overwhelmed. Chengxing's soul energy this time was formidable, drawing nearly half of his power from the mid-stage of the mortal realm. Meanwhile, Xueling, feeling the warmth embedded within Chengxing's soul energy, did not experience the anticipated frigid terror upon entering the opening. Her expression remained composed as their combined black and white soul energy delved deeper. A scene gradually clarified before them. The icy spirit spring within the cavity had shrunk to less than 10 zhong and continued to retract, while the cold light below began to stabilize, no longer flickering but instead emitting a steady, faint glow. Upon reaching the lake's bottom, the vast, icy spirit spring enveloped them in a chill, causing Xueling to shiver slightly. Fortunately, Chengxing's exotic flame provided considerable warmth. Otherwise, with Xuling's current soul energy, it would have been impossible for her to withstand such a frigid, icy spirit spring. In retrospect, the bizarre fog that appeared halfway up the mountain may also have had a peculiar effect of limiting soul perception. Or perhaps there was some connection between the two phenomena. The lake's bottom, adorned with a ghostly cold light, allowed only vague outlines to be discerned, compelling them to feel their way forward. Let us proceed towards that illuminated area. Xuling suggested, it was that flash of light that shattered our souls before. With their soul energies now intertwined, communication between them was effortless and devoid of barriers. Indeed, there are no signs of life at the lake's bottom. But the cold light suggests a natural phenomenon. Chengxing mused. Xuling shared the same sentiment. Unity was their only path to maximize their benefits. The black and white soul energy slowly advanced within the icy spirit spring. Every movement consumed a significant portion of their soul's strength, as they had to contend not only with the biting cold, but also the hazards of the chilling light. After a taxing journey, both were beginning to feel fatigued. Just a little longer, and we shall arrive, Chengxing urged, gritting his teeth. Sensing Xuling's soul energy starting to wane, he abruptly intensified his own, ensuring they would not collapse together. Fortunately, the source of the cold light was not far from the opening. After their arduous struggle, they finally reached the site of the light. It's right beneath us, but it appears to be at the lake's bottom. Xuling observed, her voice weak and lacking vigor, clearly nearing her limit. Let us unveil its true form. Chengxing furrowed his brow. Gritting his teeth as he summoned his resolve, he directed the soul energy to emit a powerful tremor, causing the black mud cloaking the cold light at the lake's bottom to shift. It's working. The cold light is becoming more pronounced. Xuling's heart leaped with joy as she witnessed the cold light becoming increasingly visible. Chengxing, equally elated, amplified the intensity of the vibrations. After several strenuous efforts, the cold light erupted forth, brilliantly illuminating the space before them. Before them lay a small orb, radiating a soft white glow, perfectly formed and measuring only about 2 inches across, quietly resting amidst the lake's muddy bottom. Despite being ensconced in mud, the orb's surface bore no blemishes, seemingly untouched by its surroundings, its luminescence intensifying as the mud receded. That moment, the white light illuminated their souls, sending a bone-chilling cold coursing through them, causing both to shudder. Nonetheless, Xuling's excitement could not be concealed. The ice spirit pearl, she exclaimed joyously, mobilizing her soul energy as the white thread thickened, attempting to hasten toward the small orb. Sensing Xuling's fervent reaction, Chengxing felt a surge of exhilaration. While the icy spirit spring had merely brought her momentary joy, this ice spirit pearl had completely unsettled her, indicating its immense value. Chapter 56. The Spirit Doe, Dan suppressing his joy. Chengxing calmly reassured Xuling, whose soul energy was in turmoil. Wait, rushing in now would be reckless. Our soul energy is insufficient. We should return once we have regained some strength. Xuling, already at her limit, recognized the truth in Chengxing's words, yet her heart ached at the thought of abandoning the nearly within reach ice spirit pearl. After a moment's hesitation, her white soul energy began to rapidly diminish, her complexion growing alarmingly pale. Perceiving her change, Chengxing acted without delay, enveloping her in his soul energy and retreating as their soul energy returned to their bodies. Chengxing let out a muffled groan. Such expenditure was still manageable for him. Cough, cough. A violent fit of coughing shattered the silence. Chengxing opened his eyes to find Xuling's pallid face before him, her brows knitted tightly, appearing extraordinarily haggard, eliciting feelings of compassion within him. How are you? I told you not to overexert yourself. Chengxing sighed, hastily supporting Xuling's swaying form. Although Chengxing was not particularly robust, he seemed relatively dependable in comparison to Xuling's delicate frame. Fine, if we can obtain the ice spirit pearl. This minor injury is inconsequential, Xuling said weakly, leaning against Chengxing's shoulder and waving her hand, forcing a flicker of spirit. Enough of that. Rest well. Once your condition stabilizes, we can attempt again. Chengxing flipped his palm. revealing a chi recovery pill nestled in his hand. Shuling's hand was too weak to grasp it, and she shook her head, pushing away the pill Chengxing offered, her voice faint and hoarse. This one tea helped me. My soul energy is exhausted to the point that no mere pill can remedy it. Observing the chi recovery pill in his hand, Chengxing sighed in resignation. Indeed, most remedies for restoring soul energy were incredibly rare herbs or elixirs, and finding such now was nearly impossible. Besides relying on these, the only way to restore soul energy was to enhance their strength. After a moment's deliberation, Chengxing stowed the pill away and produced a round, deep green pill. Though reluctant, he resolved that for the sake of acquiring the mysterious ice spirit pearl, it was worth it to offer this pill to Shuling. Here, this should be effective, Chengxing said, his voice slightly trembling as he presented the pill to Shuling's lips. Gazing at the richly fragrant pill before her, Shuling discerned its quality must exceed the 5th rank. Noticing Chengxing's slight grimace, she inquired curiously, "What kind of pill is this?" "This is the pinnacle of the 5th rank. The Spirit Do Dan S long as you can enhance your strength. Your soul energy will rapidly recover, allowing us to acquire the ice spirit pearl below in the swiftest manner possible," Chengxing explained, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. Although the Spirit Do Dan held no value for him, it was a premium elixir capable of elevating a Douang strength by 1 star in a short time. Upon hearing about the Spirit Do Dan, Shuling's face revealed astonishment. She had never expected Chengxing would so readily present such an invaluable pill to her. The treatment she received was something anyone would find hard to refuse. Overwhelmed with curiosity, she looked again at Chengxing's handsome visage and could no longer contain her emotions, urgently asking, "Do you realize how precious the Spirit Do Dan is? You're simply giving it to me?" "Why?" With a flash of anger, Shuling pushed Chengxing's arm away, struggling to rise and distance herself from him. Although Chengxing was bewildered by Shuling's resistance, he firmly grasped her, steadying her form, and gazed earnestly into her haggard face. Softly explaining, "The Spirit Do Dan is of little use to me, but it is different for you. Furthermore, we will need soul energy moving forward. Without the Spirit Do Dan, how can we swiftly recover? Even considering my selfish desires. You should take this pill. A single Spirit Do Dan could fetch an exorbitant price at the auction market, drawing many Douang experts to compete for it." Observing Shuling's silence, Chengxing continued, "What if I offer this Spirit Do Dan in exchange for half of the Ice Spirit Pearl?" "How does that sound?" Chengxing, unaware of the Ice Spirit Pearl's true rarity, could only make such a proposition. Sigh. Shuling's exhalation was laden with meaning. Her sigh left Chengxing somewhat at a loss, his gaze flickering as he pondered whether the Spirit Do Dan could indeed procure the Ice Spirit Pearl. Yet he did not withdraw his hand, instead holding it steady before her, as if awaiting her final decision. After a prolonged silence, Shuling exhaled deeply, biting her lip as she delicately picked up the pill with her slender fingers, softly stating, "This pill will count as a debt to you. I shall repay you with a royal extreme pill in the future." Chengxing observed Shuling's serious expression and chose not to utter any discouraging words. For their immediate priority was to restore both their conditions in pursuit of the Ice Spirit Pearl. "Very well. Let us see if this Spirit Do Dan proves effective," he replied. Chengxing's gaze was filled with compromise, and his tone bore a certain indulgence, as if he were coaxing a petulant child. Upon hearing Chengxing's acquiescence, Xueling picked up the elixir, parting her soft lips to swallow. As the potion entered her body, an immense wave of energy began to surge rapidly within her, nourishing every part of her being, even causing her soul to involuntarily emit a pleasurable sigh. This transformation prompted Xueling to swiftly form a seal, entering a state of cultivation to begin refining the potent medicinal energy. Observing her commence this process, Chengxing finally exhaled in relief. After walking a few paces away, with his back turned to Xueling, he began to input Ice Spirit Pearl into the system panel, seeking valuable information. "That I am curious to discover the true nature of this Ice Spirit Pearl that has elicited such a strong reaction from her." Soon, a cascade of text appeared on the system panel, densely filling the screen. "The Ice Spirit Pearl is a peculiar energy orb formed through the absorption of the chilling energies of the earth over countless years. Within this orb resides a formidable amount of energy, which, after the passage of time, has become exceedingly pure. Compared to other energy attributes represented by orbs such as the Earth Core Pearl, the formation conditions of the Ice Spirit Pearl are far more stringent. A drastic change in external temperature could shatter an unformed Ice Spirit Pearl. The Ice Spirit Pearl grows 1 inch every 500 years. The larger its diameter, the more terrifying the energy it contains. If one can skillfully manipulate the Ice Spirit Pearl and master the method of releasing the energy within, it can serve as a formidable weapon. Chengxing pondered over the text. 500 years for merely an inch. This Ice Spirit Pearl from the lake bed is approximately 2 inches, which implies it has been absorbing terrifying power for nearly 1,000 years. Reflecting on the earlier flash of cold light that shattered the soul force he had manifested, it makes sense that this small orb harbors such formidable power. Chapter 57. To the capable belongs the spoils. Thus, it is not difficult to comprehend why Xue Ling would react so fervently upon encountering the Ice Spirit Pearl. Such an object is akin to a rare flame within ice and snow, perhaps even more formidable. After all, the Ice Spirit Cold Spring seems to serve as its nourishment. In other words, any chilling energy is its sustenance. If one could indeed master the use of the Ice Spirit Pearl, when faced with a formidable adversary, releasing the energy contained within would be utterly devastating, recalling the injuries he had previously sustained. Chengxing's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he licked his lips, but he quickly regained his composure. Given the immense terror of this object, the conditions to acquire it must also be exceedingly harsh. He thought uneasily as he posed a query to his system. System, please inquire about the methods for collecting the Ice Spirit Pearl. The capable belongs the spoils. 4 succinct characters appeared at the center of the screen, leaving Chengxing speechless. The capable belongs the spoils. Did it really need to be stated? With a desire to inquire further, Chengxing slowly articulated, System, how can one successfully collect the Ice Spirit Pearl? After a brief silence, the system's mechanical voice echoed in his mind. To the capable belongs the spoils. Listening to these 4 words, Chengxing fell into contemplation. He then regarded the words on the panel, thinking, perhaps it means that those who can seize it shall possess it. Hence the phrase, to the capable belongs the spoils. After rationalizing this, he could only console himself in this manner. In any case, he still had 4 days left on the Do Huang experience card, and he should make the most of this time to gather more items. Otherwise, he would truly miss out. With determination, Chengxing once more turned his attention to the Ice Spirit Cold Spring beneath the ice layer. Although he already possessed dozens of vials of Ice Spirit Cold Spring in his backpack, the combined volume of these small vials paled in comparison to a single ice block from Medusa, so he needed to find a way to acquire more. That he retrieved a Qi cultivation pill and placed it in his mouth, chewing it haphazardly, feeling his Do Qi rapidly restoring within. With a flick of his hands, black flames surged forth from his palms. Several strands of sped towards the fist-sized opening at Chengxing's command, aligning themselves to melt the ice layer surrounding the entrance. Supporting these efforts required an immense expenditure of Do Qi. Without this approach, he could see no other way to breach the impenetrable ice. The flames blazed fiercely, and the temperature near the entrance began to rise gradually. Not even the sunlight pouring down from the sky could alter the chill within the crevice. Yet after only a brief moment of surging, caused the temperature to begin to climb. As his Do Qi continuously flowed outwards, his meridians were relentlessly flushed by this terrifying and persistent motion, with a significant amount of Do Qi colliding against the meridians, ultimately forming a protective layer that enveloped them entirely, indirectly enhancing Chengxing's meridian strength. As time passed, the flame shone even brighter against the night sky. The once fist-sized opening had expanded several times over, now large enough for an adult to pass through. But this was still insufficient. Chengxing maintained control of the flames, continuing to scorch the ice layer at the entrance, which extended downward for dozens of yards. Throughout this process, the originally irregular opening gradually became more rounded under Chengxing's increasingly adept fire control, growing larger and more circular, showcasing his impressive ability to manipulate flames. The fire blazed for a full day and night, ultimately transforming the opening into a round shape with a diameter of over a yard. Gazing at the circular entrance from which cold mist emanated, Chengxing shook off his fatigue, excitement bubbling within him. This indicated that the ice spirit cold air beneath was now within his grasp. Action speaks louder than words. Chengxing withdrew the flames, conjuring a delicate small knife emanating black light. Once the knife materialized, Chengxing's complexion visibly paled, and even his breathing quickened. It was evident that this method of fire control demanded an immense amount of vital energy to wield, representing the pinnacle of his current flame manipulation capabilities. However, though small, the knife sliced through the ice layer as effortlessly as cutting through tofu, swiftly carving out several massive ice cubes. After some meticulous crafting, like Medusa's ice block, they plunged into the ice spirit cold spring. Emanating cold mist, Chengxing collected the ice spirit cold spring from the lake bed. Xueling's aura began to rise, her complexion becoming rosy, indicating that she had refined much of the Douling Dan's potency, and her power was on the verge of a breakthrough. After sealing the last ice cube, Chengxing looked with satisfaction at the neatly arranged dozen or so ice blocks. Although he had expended a significant amount of Do Qi, the support from the Qi cultivation pill ensured he was still in good shape. Just a few for her. After all, I did most of the work, so taking a bit more is only fair. Chengxing glanced at Xueling, whose complexion was radiant, murmuring to himself. With a wave of his hand, 10 ice cubes transformed into glimmers of cold light, vanishing into thin air, while 10 small blocks of glimmering ice appeared in his backpack. 10 cubes of ice spirit cold spring. Even if he is fierce, it should be able to hold it back for a while as he beheld the successfully stored ice spirit cold spring. Chengxing finally felt a profound sense of contentment. All his efforts had borne fruit. Simultaneously, his anticipation for the grew even stronger. Turning back, he noticed that Xueling's aura had stabilized at the 3-star Douwang level. Her entire being radiant, indicating that she had fully recovered. With her aura beginning to retract, Xueling slowly opened her tightly shut eyes, a glimmer of snowy brilliance flashing within. Her complexion significantly improved compared to before. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld Chengxing's handsome visage, adorned with a warm smile, prompting her to express joyfully, "This Douling Dan truly lives up to its reputation. In just a day, I've advanced to 3-star Douwang. However, there is still some residual medicinal power yet to be refined. If fully absorbed, perhaps I could further enhance my strength." Seeing Xueling in such good spirits, Chengxing breathed a sigh of relief, smiling as he remarked, "Otherwise, how could the Douling Dan rank among the pinnacle of 5th-tier elixirs? A truly effective potion for enhancing strength is certainly not to be underestimated." He then gestured towards the large ice blocks standing nearby, saying, "These ice spirit cold springs have all been preserved. You can apply a few more layers of Do Qi. Sealing them with ice attribute Do Qi might yield even better results." Gazing at the neatly arranged ice blocks, Xueling's smile broadened. Her eyes filled with tenderness as she looked at Chengxing. The previous chill that had kept her at arm's length had vanished without a trace, and her delicate fingers brushed through her flowing hair, appearing exceptionally enchanting. Since Chengxing had prepared everything, Xueling saw no reason for unnecessary modesty. With a flick of her fingers, Do Qi danced and flickered, adhering to the ice blocks. The pink glow of the spatial ring on her slender fingers shimmered, causing the massive ice blocks to disappear from sight as they were stored away. Both had amassed a significant quantity of ice spirit cold spring, making this expedition to the snowy mountains a bountiful success, and the ice spirit pearl remained their final endeavor. Chapter 58. The Soul's Grasp. As the ice blocks were secured by Xueling, their expressions became subtly charged. Without needing to communicate verbally, just a shared glance was enough for them to approach the expanded opening together, peering down at the ice spirit cold spring, now shrouded in frosty mist, revealing a much larger area than they had initially anticipated beneath the ice. Even the midday sun could not penetrate the pervasive chill. Who would have thought there was such a vast expanse beneath the ice? Xueling gazed curiously into the depths below. Chengxing merely observed the thick, chilling mist at the bottom, remaining silent. With a flick of his fingertip, a glimmer of black light flickered, and in a few leaps, it adorned the vast cold fog, dissipating entirely within mere breaths, while continuously suppressing the mist that was emanating from below. Truly, this unusual flame was domineering. Shuling clicked her tongue in admiration, consistently praising Chengxing for this feat. Well then, take a look at this ice spirit pearl. Do you have any good ideas on how to collect it? Chengxing inquired tentatively, for the system had provided him with no methods, and now he could only place his hopes on Shuling. Gazing at the ice spirit pearl, which had only existed in ancient texts and the tales of elders, Shuling felt lost and uncertain. This ice spirit pearl is a rare sight in a century, and unlike the unusual flames that are widely sought after, I have never encountered any documented methods of collection. As Changxing had anticipated, she was unable to provide many clues. Yet, to abandon the endeavor outright felt disheartening. They could only steel themselves and give it another try. However, the ice spirit cold spring below was already quite shallow, suggesting that this time, the exploration of spiritual power would be somewhat easier. Shuling noted that the ice spirit cold spring was now less than a yard deep. Chengxing nodded in agreement, then took a deep breath and said, "We must hasten, otherwise it will be troublesome once night falls." Shuling looked at the low, sparse clouds in the sky, noticing a wispy mist rapidly descending from above. Through this fog, the sunlight seemed to slow, casting irregular shadows below, which stirred a sense of unease within her. Yet, Shuling merely furrowed her brows, unable to discern the reason. "Indeed, we must act swiftly," Chengxing concurred, aware that his current strength could only sustain him for another few days before reverting to the 2-star Dome Master level. At that point, not only would it be impossible to seek the ice spirit pearl, but even the chilling aura emanating from this place would be sufficient to leave him in dire straits. Pondering deeply, Shuling sat down beside Chengxing, both of them cross-legged, skillfully manipulating their spiritual power to conjure a thick black and white mixed line, which was evidently more robust than before. This time, the line they formed swiftly reached the lake bed above the ice spirit cold spring, where the ice spirit pearl was half buried in the mud, emanating a cold glow. The radiance illuminated their spiritual power, each experiencing it differently. "Let's try to condense it into a hand and see if we can fetch it." Chengxing spoke with a steady tone, leading the way with the black thread. Shuling quickly responded, supplementing her spiritual power to fill this spiritual hand, though the hand was no larger than a normal palm. Both felt beads of sweat forming, breathless from the effort. Once the hand was fully condensed, Chengxing took the lead and reached directly for the ice spirit pearl within the cold spring, the black and white hand. Upon entering the ice spirit cold spring, was immediately besieged by a terrifying cold that began to erode the entire palm, a force even more potent than that which had previously assailed the spiritual threads. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that the black portion of the hand was being consumed rapidly, while the white portion was diminishing at an exceedingly slow rate. This was the crucial detail that both had overlooked. Chengxing had initially assumed the shattering of his spiritual power was due to the formidable cold light. In truth, it was because he was wielding fire-based Do Qi, augmented by the unusual flame, which filled his spiritual power with extreme heat, rendering it particularly vulnerable to the frigid nature of the ice spirit pearl. Yet, Chengxing was unaware of these nuances. He simply believed that the unusual flame could suppress the frigid aura. Thus it should be utilized extensively. As the hand continued to wear down, Chengxing's spiritual power began to deplete rapidly. What once could sustain a condensed line for a considerable duration now faltered first. A muffled groan escaped his lips, the violent fluctuations indicating the hand was on the verge of collapse. Conversely, Shuling remained intact, exhibiting none of Chengxing's predicament. Confused, she inquired, "Chengxing, what's wrong? Do you need to withdraw? Why is your spiritual power depleting so quickly?" Feeling the waning of his spiritual power, Chengxing's mind grew foggy. He understood that if this continued, the hand would eventually be completely consumed, and once his spiritual power was damaged, attempting again would be nearly impossible. Thus, he reluctantly agreed with Shuling's suggestion. The two swiftly retracted the spiritual power that formed the hand, minimizing further depletion. As the last vestige of spiritual power returned to his body, Chengxing's complexion paled. But after a few rapid breaths, he gradually regained his color. "Are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries?" Shuling quickly asked. Chengxing waved his hand dismissively, indicating he was fine, yet his face was etched with confusion. "Why was it that you faltered first, and now it's my turn. Logically, having extracted so much from the Ice Spirit Cold Spring, my spiritual power should easily withstand the diminished cold. Chengxing's expression was one of disbelief, tinged with frustration. Shuling furrowed her brows, calmly observing the cold light emanating from the Ice Spirit Pearl, her fingers stroking her face. Suddenly, a spark of insight struck her, and she exclaimed, "Could it be that your unusual flame, being of extreme heat, directly counters the Ice Spirit Pearl? Hence, to obtain the Ice Spirit Pearl, you must first refrain from enveloping your spiritual power with the unusual flame to approach it." Indeed, Shuling's keen intellect allowed her to swiftly analyze the cause of Chengxing's setback and propose a solution. Chengxing, hearing her analysis, questioned, "But why did your spiritual power fail to endure the cold earlier?" "Fool! Earlier, the Ice Spirit Cold Spring had so much presence that I struggled against the cold. Now that much has diminished. The pressure on someone like me, who possesses dual ice attributes, has naturally lessened." Shuling gently tapped Chengxing's forehead, awakening his dazed mind. With a thump of his thigh, Chengxing exclaimed, "That makes sense. Shuling, you are truly brilliant." "Ha!" Observing Chengxing's now endearingly naive expression, Shuling rolled her eyes and quickly urged, "All right, enough of that. You should rest for a moment." However, Chengxing merely smiled and began to circulate his dou qi. The once rising unusual flame diminished, ultimately retreating into his body, though not entirely vanishing. Subsequently, a chilling aura pervaded his meridians, deliberately avoiding regions where the unusual flame had existed. As Shuling felt Chengxing's aura transition from scorching heat to a frigid chill akin to her own. Her jaw dropped in astonishment, her mouth agape as if she had forgotten to breathe, her eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at Chengxing. "Is such a reaction truly necessary?" Chengxing asked, noticing her demeanor. Chapter 59. The Light Shield. Shuling struggled to suppress her astonishment, swallowing hard as her throat felt dry, stammering, "Your dou qi attribute. How? Has it transformed into ice attribute?" From Shuling's words and expression, it was evident that she was deeply shocked by Chengxing's transformation. Leaving her momentarily dazed, Chengxing nodded slightly, responding with calmness, "Yes, my dou qi attribute is now quite similar to yours. This should increase our chances of success." "How did you manage that?" Shuling was clearly still trying to comprehend how one could so easily alter their dou qi attribute. After all, dou qi attributes were innate to a person. Such a radical shift was almost unfathomable. That's a secret." Chengxing leaned closer, gazing into Shuling's mesmerized face, unable to resist pinching her cheek. "You must keep this a secret for me." Seeing the genuine emotion reflected in Chengxing's dark, shimmering eyes, coupled with his handsome and warm demeanor, Shuling silently nodded, savoring the shock of the revelation. Chengxing flashed a mischievous grin, grasping Shuling's wrist, a similarly icy aura causing her astonishment to morph into a radiant smile. For this signified a marked increase in their chances of obtaining the Ice Spirit Pearl. "Come, let us see if the issue lies within the attributes contained in our souls." Chengxing exhaled deeply, striving to calm his inner turmoil as his spiritual power manifested once more outside his body. This time, two strands of white spiritual power intertwined, seemingly merging into one. Both Chengxing and Shuling were taken aback by the near-perfect fusion of their spiritual powers. Yet they quickly reached a consensus that acquiring the Ice Spirit Pearl was their priority. Once the white hand was formed, it swiftly penetrated the rising cold mist, plunging into the Ice Spirit Cold Spring, heading directly for the Ice Spirit Pearl nestled within the mud. This time, the hand encountered significantly less resistance, almost no substantial obstruction, as it approached the Ice Spirit Pearl. However, upon nearing the pearl, they both sensed a formidable barrier. The once languid cold light now retracted, forming a small protective shield that ceased to release energy outward, instead channeling it into the shield to encase the Ice Spirit Pearl. Could it be that the Ice Spirit Pearl possesses an automatic protection mechanism? Chengxing gazed at the suddenly materialized light barrier, clearly realizing that it was formed by the Ice Spirit Pearl itself. What should we do now? This barrier did not appear particularly formidable. Yet how could one penetrate it to retrieve the Ice Spirit Pearl? Xueling posed a soul-searching question. Could it be that this barrier is three-dimensional? Chengxing, filled with curiosity, manipulated his palm to begin digging through the surrounding sludge. After clearing some of the muck, he indeed spotted a luminous barrier beneath the sediment. Alas, it seemed that the only option was to forcibly break through the barrier, having attempted to circumvent it with no success. Chengxing had no choice but to consider this course of action, for he was oblivious to the reasons behind the barrier's emergence or how to dispel it. Had the Ice Spirit Pearl sensed danger, prompting the formation of this protective barrier? Xue Ling suggested her hypothesis, noting that certain extraordinary treasures of heaven and earth, even before attaining sentience, could establish unique defensive mechanisms that it seemed that this Ice Spirit Pearl had mastered such core techniques. Do you have any effective strategies? Chengxing inquired, noticing that Xue Ling appeared to have a plan, and he could do nothing but wait. However, Xue Ling had never encountered such a situation either and could only respond with frustration. I have no countermeasures. Then shall we test the strength of this barrier? Since Xue Ling consented, Chengxing unleashed a surge of soul power, employing the control techniques learned from Ling Xuanwan Fa to transform his small palm into an ice spear. Aiming to pierce the softly glowing barrier, as the ice spear darted forward, both of them felt their hearts leap into their throats, bracing for the barrier's potential retaliation. The originally 5-inch-long soul ice spear merely left a ripple upon contact with the barrier, which rapidly spread across the entire surface, causing the barrier to undulate like a disturbed body of water. Then, in an inexplicable manner, it vanished without a trace, leaving no further disturbance in its wake. Ah! The two exclaimed in unison, astonished by this reaction. After several ripples, the barrier gradually regained its previous tranquility. Chengxing pondered aloud. Could it be that this barrier is specifically designed to defend against soul power? Having proposed this hypothesis, it was necessary to confirm it, and the method of verification was to attempt again with fighting spirit. Chengxing abruptly opened his eyes, rapidly circulating the fighting spirit within him. While the cold air surrounding them infused with fighting spirit was drawn into his being, forming a thick fighting spirit arm at an astonishing pace. Soon, a snow-white fighting spirit arm took shape, and Xue Ling gazed at the clearly striped limb, her eyes filled with envy, admiring Chengxing's exceptional mastery over both fire and ice attributes. In her admiring gaze, Chengxing mustered all his strength and struck the barrier beneath the ice spirit cold spring with a powerful blow. The fighting spirit arm transformed into a point of cold light, plunging into the cold spring, where the immense fighting spirit was immediately eroded by the icy essence, causing the outer layer of fighting spirit to continuously shed. Fortunately, the arm's fighting spirit was sufficiently robust to carve a path through the cold spring, striking the barrier with a resounding impact. Bang! Accompanied by an unusually muted echo, the barrier flickered momentarily without any discernible change, though the surrounding cold spring transformed into countless wisps of mist drifting into the air. Again, Chengxing observed the barrier's lack of response and immediately summoned several more fighting spirit arms, each imbued with greater strength than the first. Whoosh, 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 swinging his arms, the gathered fighting spirit limbs flew toward the barrier, targeting the same spot as before. With each successive strike, the cold spring visibly transformed into mist, enveloping the entire opening in a thick fog. Yet, even amidst such dense vapor, Chengxing remained fixated on the increasingly radiant protective barrier. I refuse to believe that I cannot shatter this shell. After unleashing a dozen powerful fighting spirit arms, Chengxing lost his composure, glaring furiously at the luminous barrier. The previous fighting spirit arms had been pure displays of strength, lacking any finesse, and Chengxing resolved to change his approach. He began to forcibly condense a solidified ice arm according to the methods described in Ling Xuanwan Fa. Once this solidified arm materialized, the cold mist rising from below transformed into glistening ice crystals as it passed by. My heavens! Witnessing the gradually complete, solidified arm, Xue Ling was once again taken aback, covering her mouth with her hands in shock. After the arm's formation, Chengxing's complexion turned exceedingly pale, his eyes devoid of any brightness, filled solely with unwavering determination. "Give me! Break!" he bellowed, swinging his arm, and the ice arm followed his movement, emitting a piercing shriek as it traced a dark arc through the air, directly propelling the less than 10-foot cold spring away before crashing with tremendous force against the resplendent barrier. Chapter 60. The Frigid Winter's Radiance. Hum. A colossal rumble echoed in their ears, as if the strike landed right before them, shaking their very bones. Changxing felt the prickling aftershocks, his pupils constricting to pinprick sizes. Through the dispersing and unresolved cold mist, he noticed tiny cracks beginning to form on the inch-sized barrier. Indeed, it was effective. Changxing rejoiced, beckoning Xueling to observe the barrier from above the opening. Crack! Crack! The cracks on the protective barrier began to spread, the sound of shattering resembling a melodious symphony, lifting their spirits. Xueling beheld the barrier's cold glow diminishing, the black fissures densely proliferating, and she could not help but commend. Your move is truly ferocious. Even a 6-star Do Huang would likely suffer severe injury from such a tactic. This barrier is remarkably strong, only now exhibiting widespread fissures. As they conversed, the barrier below rapidly disintegrated. Bang! At the moment the barrier shattered, a terrifying cold light surged forth from the lake's depths, accompanied by an extreme drop in temperature, crashing upward in an instant, catching Changxing and Xueling in its violent wake. Changxing felt his body uncontrollably propelled upward, quickly losing consciousness as his vision blurred. When he finally stabilized, the once expansive opening now appeared no larger than a mung bean. Damn it, this force is overwhelming. Leaving no time to react, Changxing's heart raced, a ringing in his ears drowning out his thoughts as the scene before him rapidly shifted, mist swirling past him. Fortunately, the wings on his back still managed to maintain some lift, allowing him to stabilize in midair. Where is Xueling? Glancing at the robust beam of light ahead, Changxing suddenly remembered Xueling, who had been by his side, now conspicuously absent. But the moment the barrier shattered, the light beam erupted. With Changxing and Xueling being its primary targets, Do Huang. Changxing was unscathed, but Xueling was not so fortunate. Her form sent hurtling hundreds of feet away. Feeling the chaotic terror, Changxing gazed at the system's text announcement, feeling the essence of his soul penetrate into Xueling's body. Within her meridians, it resembled a vast world of ice and snow, blanketed in a shimmering white expanse. Those once vibrant meridians now appeared as frozen conduits, akin to massive ice pipes. Witnessing such a terrifying injury, Changxing felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Xueling, Xueling. He called out anxiously. Hastily adjusting her position, he intended to mobilize his internal fighting energy to mitigate the destructive chill. But a piercing pain surged through him, causing him to collapse to the ground, curled up and emitting deep, guttural groans. The system offered a gentle reminder. Esteemed host, due to the impact of the Frost Spirit Pearl's winter chill, your internal fighting energy has been depleted, and your meridians are severely eroded by the frost. Forcing the operation of fighting energy may result in serious side effects, affecting your future cultivation. The system advises you, in the world of myriad poisons, a remedy exists within 5 steps. You must control the internal chill, and the optimal choice is to master the Frost Spirit Pearl and use it to collect the chill within. The mechanical voice momentarily restored some clarity to Changxing's mind. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he retrieved a recovery pill from his backpack. Swiftly chewing it, the gentle medicinal energy spread rapidly through his meridians, alleviating some of the intense pain. However, the fighting energy had already been shattered by the chill, making it exceedingly difficult to gather it for use. He suddenly recalled. Yes, I still have thee at my disposal. In the midst of his painful struggle, a wave of warmth unexpectedly surged within him, gradually restoring his fading consciousness. Ignoring the excruciating pain, he popped 2 chi refinement pills into his mouth, drawing on the fighting energy they provided to nourish the within him while desperately attempting to shift its attributes. As the stirred back to life, the scant chill within him began to seep out through his pores, and for a moment, he resembled a steaming bun, exuding thick white vapor. After a brief period of recuperation, Changxing's fighting energy was barely usable again, prompting him to rush toward the nearby cave entrance. The chilling mist that had previously coalesced at the cave's base had dissipated, while the shallow Frost Spirit spring nearby began to swirl around the Frost Spirit Pearl in a peculiar manner. A closer inspection revealed that the Frost Spirit Pearl was actively absorbing the adjacent Frost Spirit Spring. Simultaneously, a thin layer of ice blue mist began to emerge from the surface of the Frost Spirit Pearl, spreading outward and occupying the space once filled by the white frost. Why is there mist again? Cheng Xing wondered. The ice blue mist had expanded, obscuring the Frost Spirit Pearl and rendering its location unclear to him. The icy chill, characterized by its ice blue hue, resided deep within the frigid realm, causing ordinary flames to extinguish upon proximity. Listening to the system's succinct report, Cheng Xing was no longer concerned with collecting the mist. His sole focus was on swiftly obtaining the Frost Spirit Pearl. It hurts so much, he gasped, gritting his teeth against the intense pain. His mouth trembled as he grasped the icy surface, his fingers bleeding as he clawed out a handprint. With his other trembling hand, he conjured an illusory flame-shaped hand. Gazing at the ashen-black flame hand, Cheng Xing managed a pained smile, blinking his weary eyes as he watched it pierce through the ice-blue mist, revealing the faintly glowing Frost Spirit Pearl. Chapter 61. A 2-day deadline. Cheng Xing lay at the cave's entrance, watching the flame hand draw closer to the Frost Spirit Pearl. Unlike before, this time the flame faced no obstruction and quickly approached the pearl. It seems the protective measures of the Frost Spirit Pearl have been exhausted. After a moment of inner delight, Cheng Xing unhesitatingly seized the Frost Spirit Pearl with the flame hand, swiftly retracting the flames. Up close, the diminutive orb, measuring less than 2 inches, evoked a whirlwind of emotions within him as he sensed an overwhelming destructive power emanating from it. Should that energy erupt, even a Do Zong expert would face annihilation. Yet now, it was within his grasp, albeit at a significant cost. Is this truly the Frost Spirit Pearl? Cheng Xing hesitated, contemplating the potential consequences of wielding such a destructive artifact. However, given his own grievous injuries and Xue Ling's unconscious state, he could not afford to consider other options. With trembling hands, he resolved to grasp the floating Frost Spirit Pearl. Embracing a mindset of inevitable sacrifice, he gripped the ice-blue sphere tightly. Surprisingly, it felt warm and delicate, as if a gentle summer breeze was caressing his damp palm, invigorating him. Observing the Frost Spirit Pearl closely, he noted that the ice-blue exterior was now radiating a deep blue glow, with its outer layer beginning to change color. In mere breaths, the ice-blue hue rapidly faded, revealing a profound blue beneath. As time passed, Cheng Xing could distinctly sense the power within the pearl beginning to subside, while the chilling energy that had been wreaking havoc on his meridians surged into the Frost Spirit Pearl through his palm. In just a short span, the once rampant chill within him had diminished considerably, and the pain in his meridians was notably alleviated. Indeed, it is effective. Overjoyed by the evident changes, Cheng Xing quickly rose and raced toward Xue Ling, clutching the Frost Spirit Pearl. Unbeknownst to him, the ice-blue mist that had lingered in the cave was now rapidly ascending, vaporizing some of the remaining Frost Spirit springs at the lake's bottom. Upon contact with the smooth, icy wall, the plummeting temperature caused the ice wall to compact further, altering the already damaged landscape. With utmost urgency, Cheng Xing arrived before Xue Ling, unhesitatingly placing the pearl in her hand. Her already cold fingers instantly formed a layer of white frost upon contact with the Frost Spirit Pearl, which spread rapidly, freezing her entire forearm in an instant. What is happening? Cheng Xing exclaimed in shock, promptly shattering the thickening ice layer with his fighting energy and reclaiming the frost-glimmering pearl. Gazing at her frozen arm, he was gripped by panic, his body trembling uncontrollably. System, why can the Frost Spirit Pearl alleviate my internal chill, but not Xue Ling's? Why? Cheng Xing furiously summoned the system panel, demanding answers. Had he not reacted swiftly, Xue Ling would have soon become an ice sculpture, and at that point, no remedy would suffice. It was clear why Cheng Xing was so agitated and worried. A single misstep on his part could have cost Xue Ling dearly. The system responded. The Frost Spirit Pearl has recognized its master and can only function in your hands. You may channel your fighting energy and soul power into the Frost Spirit Pearl to activate its effects, allowing you to manipulate it to release or collect chill. Cheng Xing felt exasperated by the system's response. IT was notorious for being unresponsive unless directly questioned, which was utterly frustrating. However, he had no time to dwell on this now. His priority was stabilizing the chill within Xueling. Allowing it to fester could lead to life-threatening consequences, and he was unwilling to witness a friend suffer such a grievous fate due to his blunder. Thus, knowing the method, Cheng Xing sat down, placing the Frost Spirit Pearl before him. But a surge of fighting energy, enveloped by his soul power, rushed toward the pearl. The once dimming frost light of the pearl flickered back to life under the forceful infusion. As the pearl glowed, Cheng Xing attempted to manipulate it to draw out the chill from his own body. Indeed, following the system's guidance, the pearl's previously weak attraction intensified with a continuous supply of fighting energy. The Frost Spirit Pearl, which had been resting on the icy surface, now floated between the two of them, drawing in strands of white mist that represented the chill from Cheng Xing's body. Seeing this method work, Cheng Xing urgently grasped Xueling's icy arm, channeling his fighting energy in two directions into her body, one to disperse the recovery pill's medicinal effects, and the other to infuse her meridians with vast amounts of fighting energy. Driving out the chill within her, Cheng Xing worked to expel the chill from Xueling's body. The pearl suction gradually stabilized. Between them, the Frost Spirit Pearl floated, connected by two streams of white energy, a thin one linking to Cheng Xing and a thicker one emerging from Xueling, clearly indicating that Cheng Xing was using his fighting energy to expel the chill from her. When will this end? A day has passed, and we've only dispelled a small portion. Cheng Xing observed that the thin layer of frost that had once covered half of her arm had receded, leaving only her wrist and palm affected, while the other areas had been cleared. Yet the ice within Xueling remained severe, though her internal organs were currently unharmed due to Cheng Xing's protective infusion of fighting energy. Xueling's complexion had improved significantly compared to before. A faint blush could be seen on the delicate face, and wisps of warm breath occasionally escaped into the air within Cheng Xing's body. The residual chill, already minimal, had been nearly completely absorbed, no longer hindering the fundamental flow of his fighting energy. Ding! Your Do Huang experience card has less than 2 days remaining. Please be mindful of the time limit and plan accordingly. Hearing the system's announcement, Cheng Xing felt a tumult of anxiety. Currently, there were no signs of Xueling awakening, and if he could not expel most of the chill from her body within the remaining 2 days, it would be nearly impossible to awaken Xueling with his mere 2-star, Do Shi strength. I cannot simply give up. This situation arose because of me, and I will never drag anyone down. Absolutely not. Cheng Xing murmured resolutely, shoving the last remaining qi refinement pills from his backpack into his mouth. But he ceased dispersing the chill within himself and channeled all his fighting energy into Xueling, meticulously driving the obstructive coldness from her meridians, hoping to awaken her within 2 days. Time slipped away, and the 2 days rapidly approached their end. Cheng Xing's output of fighting energy began to dwindle, and several times he failed to muster enough energy to disperse the chill. Even the ice spirit pearl that had been floating nearby was now on the verge of collapse. The air surrounding him gradually numbed him further. The previously bottom-dwelling coldness had now spread across the surface of the ice lake, causing many crevices to sink, forming a massive V-shape in the lake's center, where Cheng Xing and Xueling found themselves at the very edge of this formation. Chapter 62. The Snow Sovereign. The piercing cold wind swept across the icy surface, delicate snowflakes falling gracefully to adorn the earth. As Cheng Xing sensed the ever-decreasing temperature, he pondered why it was growing colder. When the system's alert plunged his spirits into despair. The Do Huang experience card is about to expire. Please take heed, host. Damn it! The chill within Xueling has barely been suppressed. How can it be nearing expiration so soon? Cheng Xing's lips twitched stiffly as he felt the waning fighting energy within him. It was evident that the time for this experience card had run out. The current low temperature in the outside world made it nearly impossible for Cheng Xing, with only the strength of a Do Shi, to heal himself. Just descending the snow mountain alone seemed a daunting task, let alone carrying the unconscious Xueling. Had I known it would require such effort, I should have taken you away from this cursed place at the outset. Now, having obtained the ice spirit cold spring, we are on the brink of freezing to death here. What a farce. With a self-deprecating sigh, Cheng Xing shook his head helplessly, realizing that no amount of lamentation could alter the situation. He could only face it with equanimity. Countdown. 3, 2, 1. As the timer concluded, the fighting energy within Cheng Xing abruptly plummeted, causing the once formidable pressure he emanated to vanish without a trace. With the restoration of his 2-star dosher strength, the first sensation he experienced was an overwhelming chill, as if countless needles were piercing his skin. With even knives scraping within the seams of his bones, it's so cold. In less than the time it would take to smoke a cigarette, frost had formed thickly upon his hair, and his once loose and comfortable clothing had frozen stiff as iron rods. Without the robust support of his fighting energy, the ice spirit pearl dropped before Cheng Xing, ceasing to emit any radiance. Appearing merely as an ordinary orb, Xueling, I am truly sorry. Gazing blankly at the ice spirit pearl that had rolled back to his feet, Cheng Xing sighed, unable to muster the strength to pick it up, instead attempting to summon his soul power to stow it in his backpack. Fortunately, through the exertion of his soul power, the ice spirit pearl was successfully placed into his backpack, with his hand seals unwavering. The meager fighting energy within him barely sustained a protective barrier for 2, a feat that required every ounce of his effort to achieve as a dosher. Right? I still possess the... This time has not yet expired. It can sustain me a while longer. In his struggle, Cheng Xing recalled that the Jiuyou Fengyan could be activated separately from the Do Huang experience card, and perhaps it could provide him with additional time to hold out. Thus, amidst the biting cold wind, a faint black protective barrier strained to shield them from the terrifyingly low temperatures outside, offering a glimmer of hope for the two huddled together. 3 days prior, in the extreme northern lands, a few scattered black dots rapidly darted across the vast whiteness, while a dark object on the ground moved slowly, howling against the relentless northern wind that ravaged the landscape. Above, thick white clouds loomed ominously, seemingly on the verge of collapsing, exuding an oppressive atmosphere that threatened to suffocate. Above the clouds, an elderly man dressed in simple white stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his tranquil gaze seemingly able to pierce through the dense clouds to observe the situation below. The violent winds could not disturb the disheveled white hair of the old man, whose stooped figure concealed a terrifying power capable of annihilating worlds. Do we have confidence in this exploration? The old man rasped, his voice cutting through the wind like a whisper. Behind him, a middle-aged man clad in a snow-white robe with a blue crown respectfully cupped his hands, his gaze filled with reverence as he replied, "Master, we have mobilized the strength of our affiliated sects for this mission, along with dozens of our most capable disciples. Surely, the rewards will be substantial." However what? The old man discerned the implication in his words and pressed for clarity. However, the impending blizzard. While our elite disciples are undaunted, I fear that our allied sects may suffer unnecessary losses in such a fierce storm. The old man's aged eyes surveyed the vast cloud mass sprawling nearly 100 miles across the sky, each swirling cloud containing astonishing power. A blizzard of this magnitude posed a formidable challenge to any traveler caught in the wilderness. What does it matter? The old man's expression softened as he slightly raised his hand, casually waving it in the wind. The wave of energy powerful enough to shatter space surged toward the clouds below. In a brief moment, the previously impenetrable storm clouds began to show signs of disintegration, and soon a rift several dozen kilometers long split through them, allowing warm sunlight to pour down onto the black line traversing the snowy ground, igniting a chorus of jubilant cheers that soared into the sky. After performing this feat, a flicker of emotion crossed the old man's placid gaze, as if his thoughts wandered back to a distant past. "Thank you, Master, for your assistance that I shall surely return with great rewards and will not disappoint the sects nurturing to go," the old man replied, his hands still clasped behind him, standing proudly amidst the heavens and earth, exuding the unique aura of a powerful being. Just as the man prepared to depart, a powerful surge of soul energy tore through the space before them, manifesting directly in front of the two. Sensing this familiar soul fluctuation, the middle-aged man's expression shifted to one of alarm, and he hastily inquired, "Master, should we prepare personnel to accompany you?" The old man's previously calm visage now bore a hint of emotion. He furrowed his brows slightly and gestured for the man not to make any additional preparations. He then vanished from sight, leaving behind a light-hearted remark. Inform the alchemists within the sect to gather at the old place in a few days. The middle-aged man, left with a face full of concern, gazed thoughtfully toward the south, to the distant world thousands of miles away, murmuring, "Shui girl, you must not come to harm." Following this, the man stepped into the air as if walking on solid ground, each stride propelling him hundreds of meters forward as he raced toward a specific destination. Amidst the vast whiteness, the once distinct gray-black figure gradually faded. Cheng Xing's hands trembled uncontrollably, his meridians occasionally pulsing with pain. His head felt heavy, eyelids drooping with fatigue, and his eyes swollen, betraying his poor condition. "Xueling, if you do not awaken soon, we are doomed." Cheng Xing shrugged, attempting to rouse the slumbering Xueling, but received no response. "System, is there any way to save us?" Cheng Xing, exhausted to his last ounce of strength, inwardly questioned whether he truly wished to perish in this desolate wilderness, becoming nothing more than a mysterious corpse in the centuries to come. Before the system could provide an answer, Cheng Xing found himself unable to endure any longer. The relentless depletion over several days had severely drained both his soul and fighting spirit, as the mystical fire reached its expiration. His defenses crumbled instantaneously. His body lurched forward, and Snowling's frail form collapsed atop him, preserving the last remnant of warmth. Chapter 63. The far north, the biting wind sliced through the air like a razor, the penetrating chill having settled deep within, leaving Cheng Xing and Snowling bereft of their protective fighting spirit, making them prime targets for the invasive cold. As time passed, Cheng Xing's face pressed against the icy surface turned a shade of purple. His breath barely perceptible, detecting a rapid decline in host body temperature. Detecting host breathing is failing. The mechanical prompts of the system echoed repeatedly in Cheng Xing's mind, awaiting his response, automatically activating hidden functions for the host. After a prolonged silence, the system interface appeared quietly in the wilderness, as if possessing its own consciousness, continuously scanning Cheng Xing. Soon, it transformed into a point of light and returned to Cheng Xing's body. In no time, an invisible barrier enveloped them, shielding the two from the raging cold winds. Shortly after the barrier emerged, snowflakes began to drift down from the sky, and an elderly man tore through the fabric of space, stepping forth from a violent rift. "This girl sure can run far. She's made it all the way to the northwest." The elder's words carried a hint of reproach, yet his aged visage was etched with concern and affection. His gaze sweeping over the vast, white grassland before abruptly fixing upon the towering peak. How can anything capable of influencing the chilling forces of nature exist in such a desolate place? No wonder she shattered the jade piece. If it weren't for a life-threatening situation. The elder's hoarse voice resonated as he calmly analyzed the situation. He then vanished, reappearing atop the snowy mountain, through the icy blue haze. The elder quickly spotted the woman in the white gown lying upon the ice. With furrowed brows, he swiftly approached and extended a withered finger to rest upon the wrist already encased in ice. Remarkably, the solid ice that had resisted Cheng Xing's efforts melted away effortlessly under the elder's touch, transforming into tiny crystalline shards that fell to the ground. Feeling the formidable icy layer, a look of surprise crossed the elder's face. His gaze towards Snowling filled with affection as he lamented, "This child is still so stubborn. Such things are not meant for you to handle. She truly does not comprehend her own limitations." His words were an embodiment of a senior's gentle reproach towards a younger generation, tinged with a deeper sense of guilt for failing to protect his descendant properly. After examining the injuries, the elder noticed the person trapped beneath Snowling and narrowed his eyes, a complex expression crossing his features. After a brief pause, he waved his hand, causing a luxurious small vessel to materialize out of thin air, expanding rapidly in the cold wind until it transformed into a massive structure occupying nearly 100 square meters. Though unsure of the connection to Ling Air, prudence dictated that he bring her along. Perhaps related to the injuries within, that he placed Cheng Xing on the deck of the vessel and, after embracing Snowling, entered a room within the cabin. the front of the massive ship suddenly tore open, revealing a chaotic void of energy that raged and consumed all entering objects, the tremendous pull drawing the vessel inside. Yet within this void, the ship sailed unharmed, moving swiftly as if surfing on the ocean. After hastily bringing Changxing aboard, the Elder soon emerged again, enveloping Changxing in fighting spirit and transferring him to another room, gently placing him on a soft, comfortable bed. Once the Elder departed, Changxing's body began to emanate a faint energy, silently safeguarding him, activating breath concealment for the host, capable of shielding against soul detection below the mid-tier of the heavenly realm, in the void. The colossal vessel appeared minuscule, akin to an ant drifting through a vast ocean, and the Elder, fully aware of this, navigated through the void by tracing previously established spatial markers, propelling the ship at a remarkable speed. Given that this was not a fixed spatial passage, traversing such voids required a fighter of the highest caliber, for the ferocity of spatial power was immense. Even a fighter of the Emperor tier could meet their demise if they encountered a mere trickle of escaping spatial energy. When Changxing finally awakened, several days had already elapsed. In his haze, he felt a soft warmth at his fingertips, and his weary eyes struggled to open. Am I still alive? Upon regaining consciousness, Changxing sensed the biting cold winds of the wilderness. Yet the pleasant warmth enveloping him clearly indicated he was indoors. The air was infused with a calming fragrance, further affirming the safety of his surroundings. As his vision sharpened, the first thing he beheld was an exquisitely crafted canopy embroidered with scenes of snowy landscapes. The entire bed exuding an air of opulence that seemed beyond the reach of an ordinary person. Where am I? Changxing's struggle to rise revealed the unfamiliar environment, prompting him to furrow his brow and scan the room warily. The chamber was modestly sized, approximately a dozen square meters, furnished with a grand bed, a set of tables and chairs, and various living essentials. Through a sheer veil at the entrance, he could faintly discern two silhouettes standing guard on either side. Outside, silence reigned, while a basin of charcoal glowed with a dim red light, warming the entire room. Noticing that he had been clad in fine silk garments, Changxing realized this was no dream and called out within his mind. System, where am I? What transpired while I was unconscious? Greetings, host. After collecting the Ice Spirit Spring and the Ice Spirit Pearl, you were struck by the onslaught of the Winter's Chill Light, compounded by the expiration of the Fighting Emperor Experience card and the 9 Netherwind Flame Experience card, rendering you powerless against the extreme cold, resulting in your unconsciousness for nearly a month. What? I've been unconscious for a month, Changxing exclaimed, panic rising within him. What about Snowling? Where is she? After reading the text that appeared on screen, Changxing became visibly agitated and restless, realizing that a month had elapsed, and if Snowling's injuries were not managed, he would have indirectly caused the death of a friend. The system, however, continued to respond at its leisurely pace. Currently, you are situated in the far north of the Fighting Qi continent, a vast expanse of frozen terrain. Being at the northernmost tip of the continent, it is referred to as the Far North. Due to various factors, this area experiences perpetual blizzards and extremely low temperatures, with fighting spirit primarily consisting of ice and snow. I'm asking about Snowling. Answer me, Changxing implored, reiterating his most urgent request as he watched the system's slow presentation of information. In response to Changxing's pressing inquiry, a black and white image appeared on the system interface, depicting the prior moments of their unconsciousness. Host, please do not become overly agitated. Your body has yet to fully recover. Your companion has received some treatment and is currently out of life-threatening danger. Please prioritize your own safety and development. Hearing that Snowling was presently out of danger, Changxing felt a weight lift from his heart. He could not bear the thought of losing any friends because of him. Chapter 64. 6-star Fighting Master with the system's prompts. Changxing understood that it was the Elder in White who had brought both him and Snowling aboard a spatial vessel, traversing through space to arrive at this far north. Concurrently, at Changxing's request, a colossal scroll projected itself before him, revealing his current location marked in red at the top of the scroll. A luminous point indicated the position of the Jayamar Empire, barely scrawled in minuscule letters in the upper left corner. This cannot simply be described as being thousands of miles away. Upon realizing this, a sense of melancholy washed over Changxing. He had awoken in such a distant and unfamiliar land. Damn it, my Qinglian Earth Core Fire and Falling Heart Flame. These two unique flames are essential at this stage. Now that I'm so far away, how could I possibly acquire them? Originally, Changxing had contemplated gathering the Ice Spirit Cold Spring and then traversing the Beast Mountain Range, making his way directly to the Stone Desert City on the border of the Jaiamar Empire, hoping to seize the opportunity to capture the Heart of Earth Fire before Queen Medusa. Subsequently, he planned to shift his focus to the Black Corner domain, seeking a chance to acquire the Fallen Heart Flame from the Canaan Academy. However, now all those plans had evaporated into thin air. There was nothing to be done. Since he was already here, he could only temporarily cast aside these thoughts and enter a state of meditation and cultivation on his bed. Upon entering this state of cultivation, Changxing discovered that the strength of his meridians had significantly improved compared to more than a month ago. The fighting energy coursing through his body had inexplicably transformed into ice attributes, and its intensity had also notably increased since his unconscious state. The residual coldness that had lingered within him was now completely absent, leaving only pure fighting energy. Astonished by the substantial changes within himself, Changxing searched for answers but could not arrive at any conclusions. Logically, the restorative pill he had consumed should not have been able to dispel the cold energy. However, the transformation perplexed him, leading him to seek assistance from the omnipotent system once more. Due to the host's accumulation of a significant amount of Ice Spirit Cold Spring and an Ice Spirit Pearl, coupled with the residual cold energy within, the system had automatically performed a fighting energy attribute enhancement for the host during his period of unconsciousness, expending 5 cubic units of Ice Spirit Cold Spring to elevate the host's ice attribute fighting energy to Grade A. Attribute enhancement. Changxing listened to this term he had never encountered before, momentarily at a loss regarding the system's implications. That it seemed the system discerned Changxing's confusion and elucidated the current attributes displayed on the panel. Name: Changxing. Age: 16. Strength: 6-star Dome Master Physique, 25 Soul, 33 Agility, 23 Ice Attribute Fighting Energy Intensity, A. Thunder Attribute Fighting Energy Intensity, C. Fire Attribute Fighting Energy Intensity, D. Gazing at the string of data. Changxing's eyes widened in astonishment. The strength line boldly declared he was a 6-star Dome Master. This meant that after sleeping for over a month, he had increased his strength by 4 stars. Was this a mistake? If such a dramatic increase in power could be achieved through a mere nap, then would more sleep turn him into a Do King powerhouse? Changxing felt a surge of delight, scratching his head as he contemplated the data, affirming that the abundant fighting energy within him was indeed an indication of his enhanced prowess. Fighting energy attribute enhancement refers to the host obtaining earthly treasures corresponding to their fighting energy attributes, whereby, through consumption or absorption, the host refines these treasures to enhance the relevant fighting energy within themselves, thereby increasing the capabilities exhibited when utilizing that fighting energy. Each type of fighting energy can be enhanced without conflict with others. And when the fighting energy attribute reaches a certain threshold, the corresponding techniques will also advance. Upon reading the system's description, Changxing suddenly realized this was akin to the technique he had previously encountered, where absorbing would cause a significant leap in the intensity of fire attribute fighting energy, consequently evolving the associated techniques. With this understanding, a glint of greed ignited in his eyes. In this extreme northern land, where snow and ice were abundant, what would it be like to elevate this ice attribute fighting energy to Grade S? Changxing smirked mischievously, envisioning himself outside the window, seemingly devouring the cold energy of the heavens and the earth to further strengthen his ice attribute fighting energy. Before he could indulge in such thoughts, the tumultuous fighting energy within him once again captured his attention. What is this? Why has the speed increased so dramatically? Moreover, the rate at which he absorbed external fighting energy had also accelerated significantly, and even his storage capacity had risen considerably. Observing this series of changes within himself, Changxing felt a wave of exhilaration and promptly began operating his technique to verify the correctness of his assumptions. As he successfully executed the 3-Chi harmony technique, Cheng Xing was astonished to discover that the current level of his technique was actually at the low Xian stage. It was truly unexpected that within the Beast Mountain range, he had managed to elevate his technique to the low Xian stage in just 2 opportunities. Now, with the profound intricacies of the technique at his disposal, even if he encountered a great Dome Master, he would likely not be at a disadvantage. Cheng Xing clenched his fists, relishing the newfound power coursing through him, feeling a sense of satisfaction within. Given that the host has awakened, should the aura concealment function be disabled? As Cheng Xing reveled in his rapid advancement in strength, a message suddenly popped up on the screen, presenting him with yes or no options below. Aura concealment. What is that? I don't believe I activated it before. Cheng Xing looked perplexed, realizing the system had made numerous decisions on his behalf during his unconscious state, and now he needed to reacquaint himself with each aspect. The currently activated aura concealment for the host can obscure detection from those below the mid-tier of the heavenly realm, ensuring that unless the host actively reveals their strength, outsiders cannot discern the host's prowess. Cheng Xing contemplated this succinct introduction, his eyes narrowing as he pondered. Since I have just arrived here and am still unaware of the specific situation, if what Xueling said is true, it would be wise to keep the aura concealment active for the time being, considering the series of troubles that could arise from insufficient strength. Cheng Xing decisively opted for no, reasoning that as long as he did not actively expose his strength, others would remain in the dark. Having been unconscious for such an extended period, he felt somewhat out of practice with this interface. Cheng Xing glanced at the displayed information, appearing slightly unfamiliar, and began to open each notification one by one. Due to the absence of a one-click claim feature, Cheng Xing could only check each notification individually and delete all unnecessary messages. Hey, don't doze off. That kid inside still hasn't woken up? I thought it was someone important. You startled me. That I'm asking you a question. Don't wait until the person inside wakes up and you're left clueless, causing a delay in matters. Aren't you afraid that the master will toss you out to feed the snow wolves? Listening to the chatter and heavy footsteps outside, Cheng Xing narrowed his eyes, directing his soul power to probe the situation through the door. Given how many days had passed, if he were going to wake up, he would have done so by now. This kind of frostbite could easily damage a person's mind. Perhaps he was yet another waste occupying a bed. Let us go in and take a look to avoid being unable to answer when the master inquires later. Chapter 65. Intelligence hearing the boisterous discussion among several robust men outside, and sensing their intention to enter the room, Cheng Xing quickly adjusted, hastily closing the system panel, and then lay back down. Creak. As the wooden door swung open, for men dressed in matching white uniforms slowly entered the room. While the attire may not have been extravagant, it was evidently crafted from materials capable of withstanding the harsh external winds, indicative of considerable quality. Each of the 4 wore a uniquely shaped snowflake medal on their chests, which glimmered ominously under the light. I told you, he isn't woken up yet. The first to enter, a slender man, quickly declared, not even glancing at Cheng Xing's bed before arriving at his conclusion. It seems we need to summon the alchemist for another diagnosis. If this drags on, not only will we be unable to uncover the cause of senior sister Xueling's ailment, but the tall man surrounded by 3 others gazed at Cheng Xing's motionless form, his brows furrowing with resentment, causing his previously handsome features to appear somewhat sinister, and even his gaze towards Cheng Xing was laced with a hint of killing intent, sensing the man's transformation. The earlier slender man hurriedly stepped forward to investigate. Brother Feng Yao, you seem overly concerned for senior sister Xueling. Could it be that before he could finish his sentence, Feng Yao's expression, a flicker of astonishment, crossed Cheng Xing's mind as he gazed upon Wang Cheng's sharply defined cheekbones. Although his skin appeared somewhat parched, the combination of his fair complexion and well-structured features rendered him, at a fleeting moment, even more handsome than Feng Yao. After watching the other 3 depart the room, Cheng Xing felt a sense of relief. After all, with so many voices around, he remained utterly ignorant of this place and the sect. It would be most advantageous to have someone to enlighten him. And at present, Wang Cheng seemed to be the ideal candidate. Once the trio had left, Wang Cheng took the initiative to rise and close the wooden door before warmly inquiring, "My name is Wang Cheng, and I seem to be a few years your senior. That if you do not mind, you may call me Wang Ge. During your prolonged unconsciousness, We have been quite preoccupied, fearing that you would awaken without anyone to attend to you." As he spoke, he brewed a pot of hot tea and served it to Cheng Xing, intensifying the soothing fragrance of the incense. "Thank you, Wang Gu," Cheng Xing replied promptly, demonstrating his gratitude. "You have been in a coma for over a month." The master alchemist visited several times, merely providing some tranquilizing elixirs. "However, it seems your complexion is recovering remarkably well, far better than that of senior sister, Shuai Ling, unintentionally or not." Wang Cheng swiftly steered the conversation in that direction. Cheng Xing, however, discerned Wang Cheng's intentions through his fleeting gaze and overly emphasized tone, and he responded, "Has a month truly passed? Had it not been for Shuai Ling's timely intervention, I would have likely become a mere skeleton upon the icy plains." His tone was tinged with lingering fear, as if the events had genuinely transpired, which made it easy for Wang Cheng to believe him. "Indeed, I heard them say that senior sister Shuai Ling shattered the life-saving jade pendant bestowed by our ancestor. It contained a drop of blood from a Do Zun level expert. Otherwise, our ancestor would not have rushed out so urgently to rescue you," Wang Cheng whispered, his eyes revealing a hint of envy. "A life-preserving talisman from a Do Zun level expert is a rarity on the continent." Do Zun expert. Cheng Xing feigned shock, although he had deduced from his observations during the replay that the elder who intervened was indeed a genuine Do Zun. His excitement had since abated. "Yes, senior sister Shuai Ling is highly regarded by our ancestor. Otherwise, how could she have received a specially crafted jade pendant?" Observing Cheng Xing's astonishment, Wang Cheng could not contain his eagerness. Continuing to speak freely, "Among our generation in the Yusha sect, senior sister Shuai Ling stands out for her youth and strength, having ascended to the rank of Do Wang in her early 20s. Unlike me, who is still a mere Do Ling at 20. Noticing the disappointment etched on Wang Cheng's face, Cheng Xing offered words of comfort. "In our region, achieving Do Ling at just over 20 is already quite commendable. However, that is not the case here. While our sect may be substantial, the environment we face is exceedingly harsh, with hidden threats ready to consume us at any moment." Cheng Xing furrowed his brow upon hearing this and tentatively inquired, "With a Do Zun expert overseeing, could there still be threats to your sect? In the Do Qi continent, possessing the strength of a Do Huang or Do Wang allows one to claim a mountain and establish a sect, naturally attracting a multitude of followers. In such a manner, a sect can continuously rejuvenate itself, and maintaining its prosperity is not an insurmountable challenge. However, the Do Qi continent is vast, and beyond Do Huang lies Do Zone. A sect with a Do Zone level powerhouse could attain a second-rate standing, while those boasting a Do Zun expert are generally renowned sects across the continent, such as the One Tower, One Hall, Two Sects, Three Valleys, and Four Directions Pavilion in Zhongzhou, each possessing its corresponding Do Zun expert. But in this frigid northern land, could it be that the level of competition is even more fierce than in Zhongzhou? Chapter 66. An awkward predicament. Wang Cheng sighed helplessly, a look of conflict crossing his features. After a moment, he spoke slowly. "This extreme northern region is divided into eastern and western parts, while both consist of vast icy plains. The environment and celestial energy in the east are considerably superior to those in the west, where our Yusha sect is situated. Although our sect appears to flourish at present, only we, the disciples who follow the ancestor, are aware that another sect in the east has long coveted us, eager to swallow us whole and unify the northern territories, to assimilate a super sect guarded by a Do Zun expert. Could it be that their side possesses one or even more strong individuals?" Cheng Xing's expression turned grave, and after a moment of contemplation, he slowly articulated his thoughts. Wang Cheng nodded in agreement. Continuing, "While the Yusha sect has numerous affiliated sects, the prosperity or decline of a sect often hinges upon the outcomes between the strongest. Hence, our ancestor strives to nurture disciples with sufficient potential, hoping that they can eventually shoulder the burden of the sect." Listening to Wang Cheng's account, Cheng Xing realized that the forthcoming period might not be peaceful. Otherwise, why would he be sharing such information with him? "And what is the name of that other sect?" Cheng Xing asked. Noticing Wang Cheng had paused, that a complex expression crossed Wang Cheng's face before he sighed and replied, "The Xianbing Alliance." "The Xianbing Alliance?" Cheng Xing echoed, eager to gather as much information as possible about the sects of this region, which were previously unfamiliar to him. Yes, the Xian-Bing Alliance. The eastern region has relatively abundant celestial energy, resulting in numerous sects that cannot overpower one another to achieve unification until over a decade ago, when the Xian-Bing Alliance forcefully unified the East with overwhelming might. They have since continued to expand outward. Due to their brutal and ruthless methods, many strong individuals were reluctant to join the Xian-Bing Alliance, yet found no refuge, ultimately flocking to the Yusha sect, thus establishing a situation where each region is home to one super sect. The first to suffer in the clashes among the major sects are the low-ranking disciples like us, Wang Chung remarked, his eyes briefly revealing a glimmer of despair for the future, which quickly faded, transforming into a hint of ferocity. To it was evident that Wang Chung held a unique sentiment towards this past. The atmosphere grew tense, and Cheng Xing bowed his head in contemplation, unsure of what to say. Look at me. I rarely engage in conversation, yet once I start, I find it difficult to restrain myself, Wang Chung remarked. Sensing the subtle shift in the atmosphere, he hastily changed the subject. By the way, little brother, what is your name, and how do you know senior sister Xueling? Wang Ge, my name is Cheng Xing. You may call me Xiao Cheng, Cheng Xing replied, scratching his head awkwardly. He continued, that day, I was searching for a medicinal herb on the snowy mountain and inadvertently wandered into the territory of a fifth-tier magical beast. Fortunately, senior sister Xueling came to my rescue. Otherwise, I would have perished on the spot. Afterwards, I encountered a rare blizzard, and when I regained consciousness, I found myself lying in B.E. present. Since Xueling had yet to awaken, there was no one to corroborate Cheng Xing's every word. However, he had no intention of weaving an elaborate web of lies. He simply needed to obscure the key points, ensuring that when Xueling eventually awoke, she would align with most of what he had said. Upon hearing Cheng Xing's account, Wang Chung furrowed his brow, a look of astonishment crossing his face as he incredulously asked, Senior sister, Xueling proactively intervened to save you. Huh? What is it? Cheng Xing replied, feigning confusion, while inwardly growing anxious. Could it be that his fabricated story was unraveling so swiftly? That shouldn't be possible. Even a fifth-tier magical beast shouldn't have inflicted such severe injuries on the senior sister. As Cheng Xing had anticipated, Wang Chung voiced his doubts almost immediately upon learning the news. Yes, I recall she executed an incredibly terrifying dose skill at that moment, an exquisitely translucent white lotus flower that froze the entire beast in one strike. Cheng Xing added, striving to convince Wang Chung of his credibility, as he needed to ensure that at least one person would believe in his every word and action. Otherwise, he would be left to navigate an unfamiliar environment entirely alone. White lotus, extreme cold, frozen heaven lotus. Upon Cheng Xing's conclusion, Wang Chung was utterly astonished, his pupils shrinking to the size of pinholes, his face a mask of disbelief as he muttered, no wonder she was pushed to such extremes. It seemed that Wang Chung had accepted Cheng Xing's account, for he did not press further for details, merely stating, since our ancestor brought the senior sister back, he has invited many alchemists, yet none have managed to awaken her. This time, our ancestor has spent a hefty sum to hire a mid-level 7th-tier alchemist, and we await the outcome. Of course, if you are experiencing any discomfort, do not hesitate to voice it. We will provide you with the appropriate elixirs. Wang Chung added, shifting his focus to Cheng Xing's health. Cheng Xing understood the underlying meaning of Wang Cheng's words and promptly replied, I am perfectly fine. Had it not been for senior sister Xueling's timely rescue, I would have lost my life long ago. Faced with this complex relationship, Wang Chung found himself momentarily at a loss for words. The subsequent topics he broached were trivial and inconsequential, to which Cheng Xing responded with brief remarks, effectively quelling Wang Cheng's attempts to pry further. When Wang Chung endeavored to utilize his barely mid-level soul power to probe into Cheng Xing's abilities, he discovered to his dismay that he could glean nothing, which left him feeling quite vexed. It seems my little brother has made a commendable recovery. If only Sister Xueling could do the same, came a voice from outside the room. Feng Yao, who had left earlier, now pushed open the door and entered, without any companions in tow. Upon seeing Feng Yao's arrival, Wang Chung seemed to anticipate something and hurriedly inquired, how is Sister Xueling's condition? What did that master alchemist say? In stark contrast to Wang Cheng's eagerness, Feng Yao's gaze was fixated on Cheng Xing, his eyes harboring a malevolence that seemed poised to engulf him. Nevertheless, Cheng Xing remained undaunted. His formidable soul power allowed him to return a steady gaze. After a brief moment, Feng Yao reluctantly averted his hostile stare, lifting a cup of tea from the table and downing it in one gulp. In response to Wang Cheng's inquiry, he merely replied coldly, "The alchemist has just arrived. I reported to my master, and he instructed me to wait for further notice and to ensure we take good care of her." With that, Feng Yao shot Cheng Xing a sidelong glance, his growing bias and hostility rendering the atmosphere in the room exceedingly awkward. "Since my master has given such instructions, we should prepare ourselves. Let Cheng Xing rest in peace for a while." Especially after just awakening, Wang Cheng sensed the tension emanating from Feng Yao and swiftly guided him out of the room. Only after closing the door did he quietly express his grievances. "Feng Yao, why do you look at Cheng Xing that way? He was the one who saved Sister Xueling. If she wakes up and, if anything were to happen to Xueling, I wonder what face he would have to see my master. Why save someone you don't even know, leading to such a predicament?" Feng Yao raised his voice deliberately, making sure Cheng Xing could hear. As Cheng Xing listened to their retreating conversation, he couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt, sinking into self-doubt. If only he hadn't taken Xueling to the mountaintop after saving her, perhaps the situation would be entirely different now. Chapter 67. Silver Ice City, however. For Cheng Xing, these psychological burdens would not hinder his forward momentum. He soon set about preparing to integrate into his new surroundings. After several days of conversation, Cheng Xing gleaned a wealth of information from Wang Cheng. Initially, he believed he was still within the confines of the Yusha sect, but through exploration and the accounts of Wang Cheng and others, he came to learn a different truth. Cheng Xing was currently situated in the southwestern region of the extreme north, in a place called Silver Ice City. However, rather than a city, he felt it more appropriate to describe it as a stronghold. During this time, whenever he was able to venture out, he would wander around the city, discovering that the outside world was not as frigid as he had imagined. Under the diligent efforts of countless individuals, it had transformed into a scene reminiscent of spring. Even the rare greenery, typically found amidst the icy expanse, flourished on the hillsides, while a thick protective barrier enveloped the towering, sturdy city walls, effectively isolating the true cold from the interior. Approaching closer, one could even hear the bitter howls of the winter wind. These city walls were no less than 10 zhang thick. Constructed from the unyielding Mo Ling rock, and under such fortification, withstanding a blow from a Do Huang expert would pose little challenge. Cheng Xing was witnessing such formidable walls for the first time, far surpassing those of Qingshan Town. This robust wall encircled the entire stronghold, which was circular in shape, boasting a perimeter exceeding 10,000 zhang. Cheng Xing took an entire afternoon to walk around the walls. Underscoring the enormity of the undertaking, within the stronghold, aside from the occasionally patrolling guards riding colossal flying beasts atop the walls, numerous patrol personnel roamed the streets, predominantly clad in standardized attire to distinguish between the regular guard team, inspection team, or field personnel from subordinate sections. Over the course of several days, Cheng Xing began to understand the order and hierarchy within this fortress. However, from Wang Cheng's accounts, he learned that a stronghold of Silver Ice City scale could only be classified as a medium-small stronghold within the Yusha sect, typically overseen by a Do Huang expert, alongside several Do Wang experts. During his interactions, Cheng Xing discovered that Wang Cheng's words were not only accurate, but perhaps understated. Given Silver Ice City's proximity to the eastern region of the western area, despite being merely a medium-small stronghold, it housed a Do Huang expert, 5 Do Wang experts, and numerous Do Ling experts. More powerful strongholds numbered nearly 100, though larger strongholds were less common, as they required the presence of Do Zone-level experts. The Yusha sect was situated amid the Tianjing mountain range, surrounded by numerous strongholds, and it was said that even a Do Zun expert would find it challenging to navigate the outer expanse of the snowy mountains without maps or coordinates, let alone those of lower levels like Do Zone. Even Wang Cheng had only accompanied his senior brother Feng Yao on a handful of occasions, though the experience of living under someone else's roof was not particularly pleasant. Cheng Xing had managed to enjoy a rare tranquility during this time. The residence he occupied was well-positioned, nestled on a mountainside. Although modest, it offered stunning views, besides his daily training in Do Chi. Chengxing also accessed the system interface to resolve some lingering issues. The Ice Spirit Cold Spring resources had been nearly exhausted. Looking into his bag, which contained only a few low-level replication cards and several pills, he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. However, Chengxing had underestimated the bounty of the system's rewards. As he deleted some trivial information, a pop-up message suddenly filled the entire screen. Congratulations, host! You have successfully acquired a heavenly treasure, the Ice Spirit Cold Spring, and may now enhance any attribute of Do Chi to be level or above. The 4th to 5th grade pill refining function is now available for you, along with one functional expansion. Upon reading the notification, Chengxing clicked on it, and a lottery wheel materialized before him. Please spin the pointer on the wheel. When it lands on any section, you will unlock the corresponding function. Chengxing gazed at the wheel divided into 8 sections, each inscribed with various functions, including temporary enhancement of Soul Realm, cross-eye or challenge capability, and perception function, among others. Most enticing was the combat skill analysis function within the same tier, which promised to allow him to scan opponents and discern the level and power of their learned skills. This would significantly bolster Chengxing's combat capabilities. Licking his slightly parched lips, Chengxing gently spun the pointer, his eyes eager for it to land on his desired function. Yet the pointer traversed round and round, hesitating and stopping just shy of the most coveted feature, ultimately resting on a nearby option. What use is this function? Chengxing sighed, his spirits dampened as he beheld the meager offering. Congratulations, host! A new area search function has been added. Chengxing glanced at the name with disinterest, immediately voicing his complaint. System, could you at least provide a decent function? Once my soul power increases, this feature will be useless. However, the system remained unfazed by his grievances and continued to elaborate on the function. Area search provides the real-time location of any item within a specified range, expanding based on the strength of the host's soul power and the number of items that can be searched. At first glance, it seemed akin to a soul tracking function. However, it was not quite the same. If one needed to locate an item and employed their soul power to search, they could risk being obstructed by the opposing soul power and return empty-handed. In contrast, this search function could bypass such soul barriers and directly provide information to the host. Chengxing merely stared at this brief description, unable to immediately grasp the practicality of the function. Yet, as if the system could read his thoughts, a small screen suddenly popped up, blocking the larger display. Please experience this function. The system has activated a search range of 10,000 zhong for you, that a radius of 10,000 zhong could encompass the entirety of Silver Ice City, even extending beyond its walls. Upon receiving this trial offer from the system, Chengxing felt a momentary thrill. After all, even upon reaching the late stages of the Soul Realm, searching such a vast area would require considerable effort. After a brief hesitation, he focused his thoughts, and the small screen displayed an image, with the target's information continuously emerging as the camera zoomed in. Luo Ying, 4-star ice attribute, Do Huang. The small screen displayed a string of data, revealing the whereabouts of the city's Soul Do Huang, along with a distance calculation. Observing the vivid imagery on the screen, Chengxing understood the function's utility, an instrument capable of monitoring an opponent's movements at any time and place. Who could refuse such an advantage? This function transcended conventional soul perception, rendering opponents utterly exposed before him. So, that's how it works. Chengxing could not help but exclaim, and then quickly amended his words. All right then, let us go with this feature. It will suffice for now. Despite his verbal dismissal, a sense of joy brewed within Chengxing, prompting him to test the functionality himself. He activated the area search, and instantly, the scope narrowed to approximately 100 zhong, revealing a figure in white swiftly approaching the manor. Wang Cheng, a 1-star with element doling. What brings you here so early today? Chengxing mused, his curiosity piqued by the familiar silhouette on the screen. In previous days, Wang Cheng typically arrived after noon, and the current hour was far from that, which only deepened Chengxing's intrigue. However, observing Wang Cheng's hurried demeanor and the diminishing distance to the manor, Chengxing ceased his system adjustments and prepared to welcome the first acquaintance he could converse with since his arrival. Before long, Wang Cheng hurried into the manor, spotting Cheng Xing practicing his punches and kicks in the courtyard. He urgently called out, "Xiao Cheng, stop your training and come down a mountain with me." "Down the mountain? Where to?" Cheng Xing inquired. Wang Cheng waved a silver-white token in his hand, slightly breathless as he replied, "Our master uncle wishes to see you, and I've been instructed to take you to Yu Shamin, located within the Tianjing mountain range." Despite his labored breathing, Wang Cheng's excitement was palpable, his enthusiasm evident in his animated speech. He then retrieved a pure white robe from the storage ring on his finger and tossed it to Cheng Xing, urging, "Quickly change into this. I'll wait for you outside." Having said that, he made his way directly to the main entrance, leaving Cheng Xing to gather his belongings. As Cheng Xing touched the finely crafted robe, he could sense its extraordinary quality. With a mere thought, a series of audio prompts unraveled the mystery in his mind. The white robe, woven from ice silkworm silk and the fur of a fourth-tier magical beast, could withstand severe cold and fierce winds, making it a highly valuable garment from the extreme northern lands. What a remarkable robe, crafted from the materials of a fourth-tier magical beast. Yu Shamin truly is affluent, Cheng Xing mused with a wry smile. He quickly donned the robe and hurried to catch up with Wang Cheng. Under Wang Cheng's guidance, the two descended the mountain and soon arrived at a waiting carriage. Before long, they reached a designated area for flying magical beasts. Previously, Wang Cheng had briefed Cheng Xing on these locations. Such docking points for flying beasts were established to facilitate rapid transportation between fortresses. Generally, they were utilized by patrol teams or sects, though ordinary individuals could also pay a handsome sum for passage. As flying was the most expedient mode of travel across the frozen expanse, Wang Cheng produced the earlier mentioned silver-white token, prompting the guards to hastily approach and graciously guide the two towards a colossal flying magical beast that stood ready. "Esteemed sirs, please take your seats." The guards respectfully bowed and spoke in unison upon their arrival.